On a seemingly peaceful full moon night, a fierce battle erupts with countless sharp weapons raised as soldiers shout orders to attack and defeat the demon. On this side, the legs are pressed face down, struggling with glute muscles, quickly running away from the crowd. The person being chased gradually appears to be a young man with white hair and some blood plasma streaks on his face. One man runs while a crowd of people chase him relentlessly, no one yielding. Suddenly, an armored soldier appears out of nowhere, blocking and attacking him. Receiving the order, the whole group rushed up together, but I was not about to lie still and let them decide my fate. Nock also unleashed his power to surround them. His body swiftly moves, delivering attacks with purple power. Then Nock raises his hand to gather more energy. With one hand he touched the ground, creating a huge shockwave that caught them off guard, shattering the earth and rocks into pieces with immense power. On this side, the armored soldiers were engulfed by purple flames, standing still like statues when they tried to breathe. They didn't even wait for them to do anything before the chaos happened. Nock once sent the whole gang up to the altar to stare at a naked chicken. The power inside him kept radiating, and he looked exhausted. 3 pairs of red eyes are also appearing above him, but his appearance right now is no different from a wanderer utterly devastated. Nock was unsteady, holding tightly onto an iron bar to keep himself up. Just as he was about to wonder why life was full of pain, he suddenly noticed something. Through his eyes, the girl's footsteps behind him drew closer as she asked why. In the dark night shrouded by chaos after the battle, the red-haired girl appeared before Nock and questioned, "Why did you make that decision?" The girl's expression flashed with a stab of pain, a flicker of disappointment. "Why did you make a deal with the devil? Why did you betray us?" Nock von Reinhover, she called his name as flatly as a teacher calling on a student to answer orally, hearing that Nock seemed possessed, just glancing at her. Then he raised his stunned face and exclaimed, "Betrayed. If you're scared, go home, but Nock here isn't afraid to offend anyone." He smiled wickedly and directly admitted it. "Yes, you should think that I betrayed you." After saying that, Nock insisted that he was the real victim who needed me to clear his name, but I didn't do it because you all betrayed me. However, the red-haired girl showed no anger. Instead, she eagerly questioned Nock, making him a bit happy and smirk, just like a CEO looking at a silly little girl. "Stop arguing, just tell me when you got hurt like this." Nock returned with a dazed expression and began to recount, starting with a landing. The words appeared along with the image of a bright green fruit. The notification board appeared, reminding that you have completed the first part of Inner Lunatic, with a total score of 27. In a messy setting surrounded by walls, a young man sat in front of a lit computer, exclaiming, "Second place, not bad at all. The cigarette butts have piled up into a mountain, and I have gained many extra points by now." A few lines of notification appear on the screen. Great clear mark completed, Crescent Moon Demon penalty. Nock von Reinhardt for clear completed. The rose was pierced by the Crescent Moon resolution on the assassination of Princess Royal. Clear completed. The sun is rising in the east, suppressing the rebellion in the kingdom of Tajalin. The young man looks at it while praising himself. "I have unlocked many hidden achievements and I am very satisfied." Suddenly, it switches to the image of a calendar with the 6th circled the day I go to the hospital, except for the fact that I will die next month. The young man's memory flashback began 2 years ago, showing some brain scans of him here. The doctor sat there with a serious expression, informing Yi Wuchan patient, "Yi Wuchan, do not be afraid and please listen to me." I don't know what the doctor said, but judging by his expression, I can guess part of it. In a large building inside a room, Yi Wuchan is silently looking at the test results in his hand. Questions started coming one after another, asking if he had been to the University Hospital 20, if he had already been to 2 hospitals, and that we had conducted many examinations. The more Yi Wuchan heard, the more worried he became, and we also got the same results. "We can prescribe you some painkillers. Take them when the pain becomes too much." The hand holding your test paper slowly relaxed and the unopened pill bottle fell, scattering pills everywhere. That very hand, Yi Wuchan looked like a lost soul with no hope left. His eyes now showed no glimmer of light. It has been 2 years. Suddenly, something caught Yi Wuchan's attention, the piles of unused bags and the neatly arranged calendar. Then Yi Wuchan covered his mouth and coughed a few times. His face looked like he couldn't believe it. The thing he coughed up was a mouthful of fresh blood. "Am I really about to die?" "Even if you're about to die, you have to clean up properly." Yi Wuchan wiped each bloodstain with paper. "I guess the final result won't be much different just because I keep thinking about it." Just as he was about to fall into despair, a phone notification appeared. Yi Wuchan quickly picked it up and unlocked it. Seeing the message inside, he was momentarily speechless. University Hospital 20 checkup confirmation for patient Yi Wuchan. He sighed to himself, realizing he had no one to share this with. Yi Wuchan lay back on the chair, sighing deeply. No one contacted him after he lost his memory, no one he could reach out to. He clenched the blood-stained paper in his hand, unable to go anywhere in his current state. Suddenly, Yi Wuchan saw the notice on the table. The lines on it seemed to poke at his current situation. "Terminal cancer, patient conference, have firm faith. Church flyer, do you want to be our altar server?" Yi Wuchan immediately lost his composure, crushing the paper with one hand, frantically rummaging through the discarded papers in despair. Tears fell as the game ended. Yi Wuchan cried helpless and painful tears, sinking deep into despair until a ray of light made him stop crying and look up. A notification appeared from nowhere, asking if you want to start a new game. Yi Wuchan's firm voice rang out, "No more hesitation before finishing, this is all I need to do." Without hesitation, Yi Wuchan clicked on OES, then another notification reminded, "Please enter user information. What is the player's name?" All ignored. Tears mixed with sweat on Yi Wuchan's face, as he smiled and wondered which character attribute he should choose now, the screen still displaying options. Yi Wuchan decided to pick both sensitive genius mana and genius in swordsmanship and martial arts. His eyes suddenly shifted to the notification box. If you choose 2 or more genius traits, you will be penalized. Choose 1 or fewer to avoid punishment. Seeing the line about neutral traits, negative traits, and incurable diseases, Yi Wuchan fell silent again. I didn't expect such a coincidence. I have a terminal illness, and so does my character. After finishing, the system asks if you want to start the game with the chosen character. Why not? Yi Wuchan resolutely clicked the mouse, but just a second later his lifeless eyes became wide with panic. Yi Wuchan seemed to be drawn into something filled with endless fear, the shock causing him to lose balance and his chair to shake. Dun fell heavily to the ground, breathing heavily, thinking, "Am I already dead?" At this moment, the system suddenly announced character creation successful, while Yi Wuchan was also thinking to herself, "I thought death was something I had forgotten, but at least I want to die with no regrets." Then the system kept flickering non-stop. The character's name was forcibly changed. Switching to another scene, notification images appeared continuously, showing synchronization at 4%, 6%, 19%. Synchronization stopped at 71%. Character setup complete. Now the young man's body lies quietly on the bed with heavy breathing. He suddenly sits up abruptly, looking a bit confused. Who am I, and where am I? Looking at the vast room before him, Yi Wuchan in his new body kept wondering if this place was where he was enveloped by the feeling of déjà vu. He stepped down and looked around everywhere, unable to believe he recognized this place. He walked up to a mirror, raised his hand to Yi Wuchan, and marveled at this hellish game. Seeing that familiar face, damn, I had the most evil character. I don't know why those words appeared. It started, yes, it was a landing. The history of this character is gradually revealed. Nocturne Renhaver, he is one of the dark masters of the inner lunatic. The family is deeply connected to the world's most evil criminal organization, the youngest of 5 siblings in the Renhaver family. The Renhaver family has produced talented heirs in both magic and swordsmanship throughout the ages, but among all the members there is one useless boy. Khan's born foolish, cursed, and bound by a contract with a demon from the Forbidden Realm. He became the worst disaster in the story of the inner lunatic. Remembering that EU in Nock's form, couldn't help but shake his head, thinking that becoming knocked was not a blessing. Falling into a weak position, suddenly the system appears behind him. Up here is all the information about the character he is in. Basic information: name Nocturne, Renhaver, gender, 5 years old, 14 species, main element, human dark achievement, no positive mana sensing, sword steel, spirit memory, neutral, negative, incurable disease. After reading, EU was so happy that tears fell, and there was even a status window. Before I could celebrate, the system continued to introduce stamina, 2 mana 9, luck 7, willpower 10, magic 25. I was quite surprised. Why is my stat like this, only 2 stamina? And on top of that, my negative trait is neutral, dark, negative attribute, incurable, painful disease, frequently suffering from cold hands and feet. It's really annoying. The EU is so tight. Don't tell me I'm the character I customized before. I'm limited by time in real-life terminal illness, with 1 year left depending on individual characteristics, and I'm still limited by time here. He was dazed, wondering why he did it, but thinking back, he had a dream idea. He wanted this character to be like himself, a character with no one to rely on, who would die, and the remaining time was just like his. Of course, I didn't know it would turn into such a disaster. Then the system displayed a notification. You have an unread letter in your mailbox. Do you want to read it? EU-chan saw it and without hesitation clicked to open it, though still asking an unread letter. The message in the letter appeared. Hello EU-chan, no, now I will call you Nock. Just reading the first line, EU-chan already felt a chill down his spine. It knew my name. EU-chan, my former name given by my parents, whom I don't know if they are still alive. He is lost in thought with countless questions. The person who brought me to this world, could they know something about the past that I have forgotten? The message continues. He won't remember me, but I need to tell him this. It really has been a long time. EU was reading with surprise and confusion. What every line made him sweat. He had done very well. In the past 2 years he was allowed to return here. Welcome back. I was stunned and couldn't understand. Turning back, what about me? The endless questioning echoed in my mind, telling me that I was no longer in my old world. Frowning worriedly, is this place really my reality now? He clenched his sweaty hands tightly. This is just too absurd. The system kept displaying messages. I couldn't tell him much about my identity yet, but I hoped to help him. Reading that, I took another sip and fell into deep thought. Helping EU, that mysterious person gave advice without letting him settle down. Join the Elydian Academy, then develop your forces and try to follow the main storyline as closely as possible. The whole truth will be revealed naturally. When I brought you in, the system also shut down, leaving Nock confused. Wait, is that all? Nock held his head in despair, so now I have to rearrange my thoughts. Looking at myself in the mirror, EU-chan, with the form of a boss, directly made a decision. First of all, I have been reborn as the final boss of this game, Inner Lunatic. However, I still have some doubts, but I have to follow the main storyline closely. No matter how I understand it, it means that in the end, I will still die. Remembering the message just now, hey, EU-chan, no, I think now I have to call you Nock. You have to accept it anyway, even if the Inner Lunatic really becomes my reality. Nock wiped his sweat, thinking it doesn't mean I'm giving up on regaining my memory. At any cost, I will follow the main storyline and rely on my lost memories to find out why I am in this world. His eyes showed an unprecedented determination to survive for that purpose. I am determined to become a true villain, swallowing a sly smile after thinking carefully. Nothing much has changed from my old life. The memories of EU flood back 2 years ago when I lost my memory. I was suffering from a terminal illness. Every moment meant taking one more step toward the door of death. And I spent my whole life living in fear of death. The only thing that changed was the system. Now I stand alone in the vast room of the world I know best. Then he asked System, what is the date today? It immediately replied, the 4th of February 1812. Seeing that, he sighed deeply, meaning he didn't have much time left. At this moment he seemed to have regained his spirit, his face smiling brightly. So now how do we start the passionate 28th round? Saying that, I took a gulp and stepped forward to open the door. But as soon as he touched the door handle, his hand was stopped by something flashing red. For a moment he stood frozen in place in astonishment. The system panel also shows the answer. The disadvantage attribute has been activated due to the continuous illness effect. He rested and fully recovered. This caused him to accidentally break his vow. What is that thing? The clear blue sky shines rays of sunlight into the room. Nock is holding his painful hand, walking around the house thinking, what the hell is wrong with this body? Am I really that strong? While complaining, suddenly, a girl dressed as a maid appeared and grabbed my arm. Each porcelain bowl fell and shattered. The girl appeared looking weak and pitiful. Surrounding her were magical blue flowers. Someone. Just a second later, she suddenly realized and screamed loudly, causing everyone working here to be shocked. The building seemed about to collapse. Missing a shot. Still haven't finished because the hand is more useless than useless. It hurts so much. Then he slowly glanced at that girl and recognized her. This face, brown hair, and light orange eyes. Is this Rona? Rona was very panicked at this moment. She kept bowing sincerely. I am sorry. Please forgive me for causing the harm that injured you. Searching the heart in his memories, Nock recalls. Because she is just a supporting character. The only thing I can remember is that she talked bad about Nock behind his back. That's what I remember. Even so, when I see that fragile, weak face like a little chick, Nock couldn't help but suspect. Could such an innocent girl really be talking bad about him behind his back? Even if he is a villain, he thought, then smiled a little insincerely and approached Rona. I will forgive you this time. Anyway, at this moment he looked like a bona fide villain. He spoke words of reassurance, but his face made people want to pee themselves. If you make the same mistake again, I won't hesitate to warn you all. Rona was momentarily scared into confessing. Yes, ma'am. There won't be any. The dissonant atmosphere also makes me suspicious. It looks so peaceful. It shakes close to the faces of the other 3 servants. They all looked very scared. Everyone's face was like they had just seen a ghost and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, Nock just remembered. I forgot. I am a very crazy guy. Nock. Really, what kind of life did that person live? While feeling resentful inside, Rona interrupted him. Anyway, sir, where are you going so early? Immediately, Nock looked at her and replied. Training room. The words just spoken made everyone open their eyes wide and drop their jaws frozen stiff. Not yet fully recovered, he suddenly exclaimed something even more shocking. Amma, Rona, come with me. This line directly made Rona feel like the end of the world was near. Don't tell me he intends to hit me. The sky is still clear, the sun shining down on the magnificent palace. Nock is going to the training room with Rona. She shyly looked towards him. Meanwhile, Nock didn't even glance at Rona once and kept walking, lost in thought. First of all, I need to survive. Recalling the real-life scene, he became more determined after experiencing death. Now I'm sure. At that moment, his eyes were lifeless tears streaming down. That I never wanted to die. Back to the present. Nock was looking outside while thinking about how to survive. I need to adapt to the new situation as quickly as possible. Then Nock spoke up, questioning himself. That doesn't mean I can't change. His vague words made Rona, who was with him, not understand what he was saying and ask endlessly. Ignore everything. Nock is immersed in sorrow, a person who has played this game 27 times. I know almost all the hidden aspects of this game. Blurted out 4 words. Status window. Inner Lunatic storyline is the fierce battle between angels and demons. Spanning across the Empire, the game has many fans worldwide. The special feature of Inner Lunatic is that it can self-adjust characters, allowing players to have various playstyles, while lower rank attributes, like normal or talent, can be assigned multiple times. In most cases, the genius attribute can only be assigned once. Using the genius attribute can help you reach the peak more quickly. Anyway, I have both of those. In this game, there is a skill called Attribute Punishment. When assigning an attribute that exceeds your own limit, the Genius Mana Perceiver, please choose a Genius Swordsmanship and Combat attribute. Neutral attributes, disadvantageous attributes, incurable diseases. By exploiting the system to operate it for you, you are fully capable of assigning 2 genius attributes. Swordsmanship and Combat Genius provide you with sword skills, allowing players to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship. On the other hand, Mana Sensitivity Genius, your sensitivity to magic enables you to cast spells more effectively. Thinking about that, Nock couldn't help but feel delightfully triumphant. Those things have many benefits. The main character has a skill called Mind Reading that allows you to see other players' status windows, and Master Acting lets you perform any expression in any situation, which seems very effective in his circumstances. Steel Spirit can be used in battle, allowing players to maintain a steadfast spirit and a cold appearance, but there is one problem. It is a disadvantage attribute. Terminal illness is the worst, but disadvantage terminal illness, curse of weakness, continuous sickness, coldness, and possession. His face was covered in sweat, but he still forced a smile as if he were a walking hospital. For those with cold limbs, except for players skilled in warming, stepping into a cold area was almost impossible. And with constant illness, I will vomit at least once every chapter. Every now and then he still enters my mind like a new fugitive, making Rona keep glancing around. Well, I guess there are no other options left. Let's move forward step by step. Soon the roof was in front of the training room. Rona was suspicious on one side. We were right in front of the training room. Did he really want to go in? Suddenly, something turned her skeptical look into surprise. It turned out to be the serious, determined face of the roof, staring straight ahead. Behind, Rona kept staring intently at its expression. Without hesitation, it boldly flung open the door and stepped inside with the same thought. First of all, the weak hug curse causes players to be cursed with weakness, from birth having their growth speed, and doubling their vulnerability to negative effects from enemies. I have to break the weak curse first. The wooden sword was gradually raised, my palm was sweating, and no matter how long, I thought I could only come to one conclusion. Holding the exam paper all the time, but in the lecture, he was like a fish out of water, awkward and clumsy. His face turned pale, struggling to breathe. It was over for him like the introduction of a novel. Then the wooden sword in his hand fell spinning down and Nock collapsed tiredly on the floor. Instead of lying around eating sunflower seeds and watching Netflix, Nock turned to stone, realizing the harsh truth, and after careful consideration, that is what I concluded. Someone who can't even swing a sword 10 times. I didn't think the weakness curse would be such a debilitating curse. The training room is also very spacious, and sitting up to observe, I couldn't help but be impressed. As expected, there are many good weapons. Another introduction is told about the foundation of the Reinhardt-Ver family, which originated from the sword. When it comes to the Reinhardt-Ver family, there are many praises about them. The most famous title is probably the noble family of the Blade and Darkness, named for their technique of channeling dark magic into their swords to fight their enemies, all thanks to the commander's blade. Known as the Tyrant Sword of Darkness, it will be passed down to the heads of the family, and this process continues through generations. Thinking about that, Nock suddenly realized that he was worried about Thin Kin, who was related to him not only through swordsmanship, but also through many benefits of being part of a noble family. Then he just sat there, admiring the rare things, and completely forgot about his training duties. The most important thing is money, money. No one doesn't love money. Nock is the same. About to die, he is willing to sell himself to capitalism. Money is everything. Thinking about gold coins falling from the sky, Ta descends to Nock and keeps imagining. The Reinhardt-Ver family is one of the greatest noble families in the storyline. Naturally, they are extremely wealthy. Nock still sat there staring at the blue sky, to the point that their useless son had enough money to pay for whatever he had to do in his whole life. He thought again about the image of the father of his body, who was very likely Nock's father, not caring much about whether Nock spent money wisely or not. From the beginning, Nock wasn't that kind of character, the youngest son of a noble family. After a while, Nock slowly stood up. After all, his role model was very clear, and he would definitely use all the money he had. As soon as he stood up, his legs trembled uncontrollably. Nock was partly exhausted and partly anxious when thinking of Rona, until Rona brought back the items he loved. He couldn't even run. A few minutes ago, when Rona was still here with Nock, she pushed over a table with cloth and water. Rona respectfully asked for wood cloth and warm water here, sir. At this moment, she still couldn't believe that a useless guy like Nock actually wanted to do something, and she wondered if he really intended to train. Suddenly, Nock's words made Rona freeze awkwardly. There's no one around here, right? Come here, Rona. Damn, one sentence, but so many scenes appear. Rona suddenly falls into a deep abyss, crying out in pain. Why are you planning to hit me? I was just being good and calm, but suddenly accused of being someone who hits others, making Nock so angry. She feels like smoking. What are you talking about? Then he reached out to pull Rona's hand closer, bringing it here. One person spoke while the other listened cluelessly, not sure if they understood, saying, huh. Then Rona shouted loudly, revealing all the national secrets supporting him to whisper, what you want to use all that money? Rona crazily questioned, your idea told to me is all nonsense. Before she could pull him away, Nock immediately silenced Rona, making her instantly obedient like a puppy, quiet and searching for those things. Yes, my lord, please don't raise your voice at me. Rona carried a chill down his spine and silently lamented he has changed. After a while, he returned to the training room, the wooden sword still lying quietly on the floor. Right now, Nock is wandering around here checking out the weapons. I don't know how fast Rona is, but I need those things here by tomorrow. After thinking, he poured himself a glass of water. Nock picked up the glass to drink, but kept thinking, wow, Maruna brought it, and I still have to solve this original prayer in my weak condition. I never thought the prayer would be this bad. Before Nock could finish his move, he was startled by an uninvited guest. Hello, Mr. Nock. The person who startled me was the head butler, Rodwelsey Anik. His character history was then introduced. As the asset manager of Reinhardt Ver, he is not someone I can easily deal with. The advisor to Nock's father, the head of the family, according to von Reinhardt Ver, is Rodwell. Thinking of this, his hand holding the cup trembled uncontrollably. Nock's expression was serious and more worried than ever. This is the challenge I need to face. Nock set down the bowl of water while speculating. He hardly ever cares about me. Has he noticed something strange? The cup just touched the table when Nock came up with an idea. I have a way to handle this. He immediately activates the acting skill. What are you doing here when you should be serving me? Mr. Rodwells gets straight to the point. After being entrusted by the family, I came to inform you of a few things. What's wrong? His face was serious as he admonished. Yes, if you are loved, you must attend tonight's dinner. This made Nock very angry. You smile with a silent horizon. I still don't fully understand this family. Are you kidding me? And his father wants me to have dinner with him. Then under his gaze, Nock flatly refused. Tell my father I can't come tonight. Rodwell sighed helplessly. I wonder why the family back then loved the owner who joined the dinner tonight. Then he also clarified the issue. The daughter of the Staliner family has come to visit. It seems she is here to be trained as a knight. If you don't participate, you're the boss. He urgently warned you. I'm afraid the family will be angry. Hearing that, Nock could only reluctantly agree. I understand. What you said also surprised Rodwells, clearly showing his doubt. As a straightforward person, he didn't hesitate to ask immediately. The boss seemed a bit strange today. Why? You, wearing Nock's form, couldn't help but feel confused. What do you mean? Without asking anything else, Rodwells immediately spoke out what he was curious about. You have never held a sword before. I noticed you came to practice in the training room by yourself. I still don't understand. Why? Can I ask the reason? Nock seriously answers, let me clarify this. It must be because of my amazing acting skills that Nock warned you in a tone that couldn't be more like Nock. Don't go too far with your master as a butler. His eyes flashed with a trace of hidden anger. Whatever I do for whatever purpose, it's none of your business. I am the one who decides that. After hearing that, Butler, Rodwells was momentarily stunned and couldn't respond. Then he bowed his head in apology, asking for forgiveness for me, master. Ignoring him, Nock strode straight in another direction without looking back. But the suspicion of the butler Rodwells remained. He must have changed somehow. I need to report back to the homeowner. The sky is still as blue as usual, only Nock's hands have become so hot they sweat like rain. You just acted cold and tough, but now you're panting in terror. Too intense, I didn't expect this to happen. But then Nock also sighed. I wondered what would happen if I let my guard down a little. He won't follow me, forget it. I remember earlier the butler Rodwells mentioned the name of the Staliner family's daughter, which made me a bit curious. That is a girl with a pleasant face and red hair. What is she doing here? In the blink of an eye, night fell and the stars covered the sky above the majestic castle. Inside, the noble children at the dining table kept mocking him relentlessly. Hey look, that idiot is really coming. I probably won't be able to swallow it today. But it's okay because Nock is a relaxed guy. He just sits still and even closes his eyes like he's really enjoying it. The Sinhas and Allen couple sitting opposite each other kept mocking. Don't tell me you still haven't gotten used to meeting like this. It seems that's really the case. I never thought you'd dare show your face here. It's unbelievable. Then these two saw I wasn't saying anything and got even more outrageous. Did you hear that he has feelings for the maid? I know he's really hopeless. Nock was speechless with these brats, thinking to himself that he hadn't even done anything wrong. In the not-so-happy atmosphere, the door opened again to welcome a new guest. It seemed everyone was here. Hearing that familiar voice, Nock instinctively turned his head with a serious expression. It was none other than the father of the beloved character, Theo von Reinhardtfer. There was another person who caught his attention, the head of the family, Nock's father, whose red hair softened. "Hello, I'm Talia," she said with a smile more clumsy than ever. "I am Talia von Steiliner, pleased to meet everyone." Mr. Theo and Talia stand together like a giant titan and a little dwarf. He directly introduces more. Steyliner's daughter has fallen in love with the knight, and she will be staying with us for a while. The twin siblings always get dazzled when they see a beautiful girl. Nock also stood facing Talia. Mr. Theo was still advising his loyal children. "Treat her like family." Talia, you still smile softly, looking ahead. At night, unlike her, his face was quite worried and seemed deep in thought. The hero of the inner lunatic and the one who fights against the future evil. Nock, she is the one who will stab me in the back later. The night still covers the sky, only the radio towers remain lit. Mr. Theo solemnly declared, "Nock, today we have called you here because there is something important." Immediately, Nock's expression clearly darkened. Talia beside her looked confused and didn't understand what was going on. A voice interrupted, saying, "Now that everyone is here, let's eat together. The table is filled with expensive, luxurious dishes." Nock was about to eat a piece of cake when he noticed the gentle gaze of the twin siblings. After a while, Alan turned to Mr. Theo and said, "Father, I think it's time for you to make the decision about who will join the Elydian Academy and become a new talent of the family." Hearing that, Nock was momentarily speechless and just fell into surprise. At this moment he seemed puzzled, but then seriously responded, "I know for sure the moment has finally come. An introduction to Elydian Academy, the most important place within Lunatic. Because inside Lunatic there is a rumor that the students have to fight the Guardians through various training trials at the Academy." Back at Nock's place he felt heavy-hearted, thinking that he must be the one admitted. Thinking about the students of that school, Nock reluctantly accepted in his mind that as long as it didn't affect the dog's story, he needed to find teammates for himself. "Mr. Theo's voice once again interrupted his thoughts. Although everyone already knew, only 3 members from each family were allowed to join the academy. The reason is to protect the academy from the power of the nobles. We have reserved 2 admission tickets for your 2 elder brothers, so there is only 1 ticket left." Then he forced a smile at Mr. Theo and silently made a decision before finding an ally. Getting that ticket was the best option for him right now. Nock and Theo, father and son, faced each other. He looked straight at him and said, "I will choose the other person to join the academy." Although he didn't say the name directly, Nock understood his meaning. "So you mean to choose someone by having us brothers compete against each other, right?" Theo was a bit surprised and thought to himself that he didn't expect Nock to speak up like this. But then he also affirmed, "Yes, we will choose the day of the duel next month, and we will decide who will be chosen after witnessing your performance at the training ground." As for the twin brothers, they kept smiling mischievously while drinking Nock wine. "Brother, if you want to give up, then do it right now. A weak person like you has never held a sword. You have no chance against us." Under Talia's curious gaze, Nock barely managed to utter 2 words, "That thing." Then he raised the glass of the reddest golden wine and leisurely responded, "Isn't that something one should say?" Only after winning, Alan, as if hit in a sore spot, showed his anger clearly, thinking, "Who do you think can beat us?" Ignoring his shouting, Nock calmly calculated to himself. This duel would be his chance to get accepted into the academy without worrying about their ridiculous prejudices. Then he looked at the glass of red wine and exclaimed 1 word. "Ah!" Nock's face showed a bright confidence never seen before. He would be the only one chosen to go to Elydian Academy. Miss Theo still sat there witnessing his actions and words with some surprise, while the twin siblings were now annoyed by Nock's teasing. "There is one more person here," Talia, who quietly smiles with delight, her eyes turning towards him with admiration. Javel Reinhardt's youngest is really confident. On the surface, he replaces Nock with a calm and cold demeanor, but deep inside he is scared, sweating like rain. Under the starry night sky, a helpless thought of Nock rises. "I think I have caught the attention of someone I shouldn't have touched." After a while, a window of the still-lit room glows. Inside on the table lay a stack of papers with some information. Mr. Theo and Butler Rodwell were discussing something. Mr. Theo took the stack and said based on the person's report, it was clear that its behavior had changed suddenly. Butler Rodwell respectfully admits, "Yes," for a moment. Theo was confused. "I couldn't believe he had changed without seeing it with my own eyes. Somehow the kid had changed his personality like that. But you seem to be overthinking when imagining the image of a goddamn demon. Isn't it already taken over by a devil? Anyway, you still feel quite curious." Then Theo spoke up to end today's conversation. "All right, Rodwell." Suddenly it was the next day, sunlight filtering through the garden along with a voice reminding, "Keep focusing, Nock." In the vast courtyard spanning thousands of square meters, the chatter never ceased as everyone watched him walk by. It turned out Nock was the reason everyone was so surprised. He was trying so hard to run until he was drenched in sweat, and the young master was still training the female disciple. The maids seemed to be whispering excitedly, as if it was the first time they had seen Nock so determined. Oh my god, he really is. I heard there is going to be a competition next month, a star competition, but why? Then they looked at Nock, who was already out of breath just running around the yard, but he was only running like that. However, they didn't know that Nock had heard everything they said. How can I hear them whisper so clearly? I don't remember having any such innate ability. But he didn't worry too much, and immediately returned to his determined training mode. However, after running for a while, the system displayed a message that made Nock disappointed. Stamina increased by 0.1, only 0.1. Even so, Nock can only accept it because why am I running around the yard like this? It is because my biggest weakness is stamina. The condition to activate genius swordsmanship is to reach level 4 inches physical strength. Then he remembered Nock's admirable stamina, and felt tears of pride welling up. Unless his own stamina matched Nock's, it would activate immediately. At this moment he was already running, and seemed unable to even catch his breath yet. Nock still smiled quietly to encourage himself, knowing he needed to improve his stamina by 1.9 inches a month. Exhausting words. Words that have your stamina. I'm almost exhausted running with all my life like this, but everyone can see I only increased by 0.1. Looking at the Nock system table, helplessly sighing, my chronic illness has already halved my stamina. As a result, I have to train 4 times harder than others. No matter how hard I try with 15 stamina and 30 mana once afflicted by the incurable disease passive, the stamina drops to only 15 points. I will address this issue later. Feeling discouraged in my own thoughts, suddenly the items were pushed out. It was maid Rona who was pushing the cart while respectfully saying, "I have bought the items you asked for, sir." The gloom from earlier immediately vanished, replaced by his awkward smile and silent praise. She was more capable than he thought. At least now she was useful. The items are 3-headed cassava venom, fairy, spring water, and golem core, all enhancing physical strength. But what still puzzles him is how to reach level 4 stamina. I won't let anything happen. Of course, as Nock thought while holding up the sacred spring water, an expert using past experience could do it. Cut to the spacious training room where Rona's voice rises. "Why do you even need this?" She seems quite worried and confused, unable to respond. All those items are very difficult to use, or the remedies that people usually avoid using, they are also very expensive. "Isn't that roll of paper the only thing effective for you?" Nock only responded with a cold, expressionless face. "People avoid using it because they don't know how to use it." Rona asked confusedly about the preferred way to use it. He remained silent without responding to her, just staring intently at the item. After a while he reached out and took the 3-headed snake venom bottle. Without hesitation he gulped it all down in one go, despite it being somewhat dangerous. Rona only managed to react after he'd finished, turning pale in alarm as she cried, "Young master, that poison!" Only a few seconds have passed, but it seems the venom has quickly taken effect, causing Nock to grimace in pain and turn pale. It really is venom. But his eyes suddenly shifted somewhere. It turned out to be the system board displaying a notification that you are using the 3-headed snake venom, temporarily increasing power by 1.5. The short countdown begins at 9 minutes 59 seconds. At this moment, the body loses orientation but still tries to stand by, grabbing the edge with its hand. "Your teacher doesn't seem well." Rona is very worried. "I will call the butler, but your hand stops me immediately." "Wait, you just drank the poison and almost fainted, but you're still not scared." He directly grabbed the golem core and took a big bite with a reluctant expression. "This is also delicious." This scene has made Rona even more panicked. Her head is spinning like in a trance. "Don't eat the core like that." The system here continues to notify. "You have eaten the golem core. You will gradually turn to stone." The mysterious shard has been revealed. The 3-headed snake venom is acting on the golem core, and the venom is also secretly satisfied. Good, the mysterious shard is working. Nock now looks like a terminally ill CEO in the final stage, completely lifeless but stubbornly refusing to give up. "I have to keep going. Let me introduce a bit." Originally, the golem core could temporarily amplify defense and abuse, along with the 3-headed snake venom. The special effect is activated, the 3-headed snake venom is diluted, and the debilitating curse has been removed. Remembering that, Nock immediately regained his spirit. That's right, the original weakness has been erased. As for Rona, she still didn't know what was going on, thinking Nock intended to be a devoted husband, but he was scared to tears and snot, almost dying. Rona kept asking if he was okay, but Nock didn't care, lost in his own thoughts, yet there were still many hidden things to uncover. Suddenly, Rona's worried and fearful expression turned shy with wide eyes. It turned out that the messy, smelly-soaked appearance, along with the action of trying to button the shirt, made Rona momentarily excited and embarrassed. Nock's eyes were dazed as if he didn't hear Rona's loud call, "the young master," but his hand reached out only to take the bottle of immortal dew water despite Rona's misunderstanding. He directly poured it onto his handsome face, while the system also notified that you have used the cultivation mist. The petrification effect of the golem core has disappeared, and the cultivation mist is reacting with the golem core. After finishing, he chuckled silently, feeling really strange. Then a sealed fragment was activated, and the user would temporarily gain the trait of prosperity. Looking at the system panel, Nock couldn't help but be happy, as the content appeared on the panel exactly as planned. The positive trait of growth continues until the stamina parameter reaches 5, doubling the user's growth rate. Then with only the scrolls left, Nock quickly reaches out to grab one, and with one last piece, he tears it in half, his face now relaxed. You use the stamina boost, scroll your stamina growth rate will double. Then after some thought, I realized I broke the original rule, and because the growth was limited by the characteristics of the disease, I used the scroll so my growth rate will be double that of a normal person. And then I gained more motivation and determination, meaning I can increase my stamina stats faster. While calculating, suddenly, Rona, who had been standing nearby, rushed over in panic and burst into tears. "Master, are you okay?" "Rona was confused when she saw you were fine. Suddenly you took off your clothes, making me think there was something wrong with your head." Nock was partly helpless and partly clearly annoyed. "You idiot, bring me a towel quickly." When Rona heard him curse, she relaxed a bit and looked a little confused. Although he said that Nock also felt a bit affectionate because the curse had been lifted, so maybe he should treat her a little better. Then he forced a smile to reassure her. "Of course I'm fine." But Rona still couldn't help but worry. "Are you sure you're okay if I don't call the head butler? Shouldn't you be resting now?" Nock smiled gently and replied, "It's okay." Rona wondered, "So what do you intend to do?" Nock looked at Rona firmly and said, "Just one word, run," as the sunlight from the blue sky shone down on the spacious garden. At this moment, Nock had started running again, but this time Rona was running behind him. Someone was watching the two running outside the door. "It seems to be a girl." She clasped her hands and sighed. "Why is that?" It turned out to be Talia. She frowned in confusion. How could someone as weak as him accept a fight against his two older brothers? Following her was the maid, Emma, who helplessly reminded Talia, "Miss, you shouldn't stare at young Master Renhafer like that." The maid nearly scolded her for being rude, but Talia, like a playful young lady, coquettishly replied, "No please." Talia was unwilling to express her feelings. He didn't even use his sword anymore. All he did was run, and although the other knights of Renhafer, the two knights in front of him, were stunned, he didn't care. Young Master Talia continued cooking rice, having offered to teach him, but he refused everything. Her face clearly showed displeasure, as she frowned, asserting that within a month he would be beaten to a pulp, and that would be the end of it. Though she said that Talia was worried inside, thinking the situation would unfold that way, so why bother, she couldn't bear it. Emma, noticing her unusual behavior, called out in alarm, "Miss, don't let the maid advise you." Talia immediately stood up and moved forward, reminding Emma that she would be back soon. Back at Renhafer's house, the sunlight still shone down on the courtyard. In the garden appeared the silhouette of a young lady, surely our rebellious Talia. She stood before Nock with Renha behind him, exhausted from running all this time. Then she smiled warmly and introduced herself. "I am Talia." Nock said nothing, momentarily stunned, but inside he was panicking. Why did she come looking for him? Then Nock slowly stood up. What did she want, it seemed? I had heard her name before. Seeing his actions and words, Talia couldn't believe it. What was with that cold attitude? She admired her own beauty again, and imagined then felt shy, probably because he was too stunned by her looks. In reality, Nock was like a confused yellow bird, not knowing what Talia was thinking while she was still lost in illusions. Yes, definitely. After hearing that, Aunt Talia, who is very passionate, exclaimed what I was wondering. I want to ask, are you sure you will defeat your two brothers? Is that why you agreed? Hearing Nock not responding once again, standing still like a statue, Talia kept talking to herself, running around like that, thinking she had a chance, while Rona, standing nearby, heard her thoughts and secretly nodded. I agree, but Talia seems to have a severe case of narcissism, confidently offering special treatment to you, saying if you have a lot, she is ready to help you. Yet Nock coldly doused Talia with a bucket of cold water, decisively turning away and walking off. No, I refuse. I'm not interested, so please leave, okay? Feeling insulted, Talia was momentarily angered. How dare you? Is this how you behave when I offer help? Rona beside her was equally shocked, afraid of the awkward situation, saying that the young master talking like that would not be liked by the girl. But Talia's ego was very high. She directly gave him no chance. Forget it. Talia turned and walked away without hesitation, and he was stunned, so just do it your way. It's true that people are skeptical in the dark, Nock teasing someone else's daughter to anger, but not understanding why Rona next to her struggling, mostly like her dad, not understanding anything at all. At this moment, Nock frowned with some worry. This is getting complicated. Then Nock used the Talia vision, and the system immediately displayed a notification name, Talia von Styliner, female 14 years old, human species main element, fire achievement stats, stamina 6, mana 3, luck 5, willpower 7, positive. Traits admired hero knight, straightforward, gifted in swordsmanship, and neutral melee. Negative traits, low self-esteem, unstable condition, superiority complex. After reading, Nock, although unwilling, had to accept that no matter how you look at it, the talent was truly top-notch. Looking at her stats, he sighed. In the meeting, most men had a stamina stat of 4, but she had an impressive stamina stat. Nock Shoakum gazed into the distant sky, lost in thought. He is still doubtful about Talia's abilities, even though they are nothing compared to the 3 sword saints on the continent or the potential of one of the 4 great mages. At least she has the potential to reach their level. The more he thinks about it, the more he breaks out in a sweat. She could kill a few demons with that fire trait. The fire attribute that Talia uses will awaken with white fire, and it will be used to burn the demonized Nock in the future. If I can turn Talia into an ally, the plot will change too much, so I need to find a way to stick to the story without facing death. Nock sighed helplessly at the thought, wondering from the start if it was even possible to have a good relationship with someone who would know her in the future. Time flew by, and a month later in the castle, bathed in sunlight, Talia was walking inside her eyes, looking in one direction, her face showing signs of fatigue and sorrow. Not long ago, Talia was training with a crowd gathered around praising her. "Great, you learn fast, just as expected from the talent of the Sturiner family." Those words sounded like a compliment, but to her they seemed a bit heavy. The talent of the Sturiner family, suddenly something caught Talia's attention. Remembering back then, I had to kneel before the short-haired girl, with a face exactly like hers sister. Talia stood up, unable to determine the direction, her hand gripping the sword tied at her waist tightly. Her eyes became hollow and empty, wondering if she could become a knight who must not be blinded by greed, always humble, and willing to sacrifice herself for a noble cause. Above all, they need to learn endurance and swordsmanship to become true knights. Talia sighed helplessly. Could he really defeat his brother who had trained for years just by doing those cardio exercises? Under the night sky, Talia's 3 friends were sure of her rhythm, and soon it was the next day as the light began to peek through the window slats inside the room where the twins faced each other ready to duel. Not only the knights and servants, but also Talia, the housekeeper, and Mr. and Mrs. Teo sat above to watch. Mrs. Teo looked serious witnessing the match when Mr. Teo suddenly called the housekeeper Rodwell. At this moment, the man exuded a murderous aura. He wondered what the outcome of this fight would be. Rodwell hesitated, uncertain, only able to stammer. Fortunately, the referee below announced a rescue by a fan who saw it. "Please pay attention. Both have wooden swords and are in a ready stance, the official match to decide who has the right to enter Eladine Academy." A close-up of the determined face of the top is shown as the referee loudly announces the start. Without giving the top a chance to react, Alan seizes the moment to jump and strike. The scene shifts back to Mr. Teo, who still hasn't let go of, but is questioning the butler, Rodwell. "Rodwell, what do you think?" This time the butler answered immediately without hesitation. If Teo was as usual, Alan would surely win. After hearing this, Teo agreed, "Yes, I think so too." Only Mrs. Teo beside him looked a bit uneasy and serious. Although Rodwell said so, he was still a little embarrassed, silently wondering if the host had predicted a different outcome. Looking at the roof still standing still without action, Rodwell thought to himself, although the roof's skin had changed, he still didn't think he would win. This was too strange and impossible. Remembering the previous image, he had once walked the path of a knight fighting shoulder to shoulder with the master. The sword was something sometimes complicated, but at other times it is the simplest thing in life. The time spent practicing and reflecting on it determines a person's level. The steward's eyes still focused below. Only one thing could reverse the situation and make a stronger opponent submit. In other words, genius like the literal meaning, an overwhelming talent. Rodwell sweated uncertainly at his speculation, wondering if a dachshund could be born with that kind of talent. Suddenly, Teo spoke up, interrupting Rodwell's thoughts and surprising him. Teo firmly stated that although the chance was slim, it was not zero, as no one could predict with the Renhaver bloodline running through their veins. Could a genius like that be born with incredible abilities like the 3 Sword Emperors? The scene shifts back to Nock. The system now displays a notification that the genius swordsmanship and martial arts attributes have not been activated, leaving him momentarily speechless, thankfully. Nock was panting heavily, seeming just as exhausted. He silently complained, "Why do I have no luck at all, even though my luck stat is so high? Or maybe my luck stat was negative from the start." Thinking back to that moment, first let's talk about the result in the end. I couldn't raise my stamina to 4. The A attribute was in effect. Stamina increased by 0.1. Stamina increased by 0.1. At that time I was training by running. My stamina reached 3.8. Right. Rona's footsteps still appeared behind missing. She was forced to run until she was so tired, she cried. "Do I really have to run with you? Even so, it doesn't love flowers." The straightforward Jade replied, "Of course, she is my maid. If she doesn't run with me then, what will you give?" "No, I didn't mean that. I meant who will serve me then." Rona is utterly helpless. It seems the Lord's plan is about to be exposed. Instead, he smiles, hands her the sweat-wiped cloth, and spares her this time. "All right, one more task for you." Rona immediately showed displeasure, frowning in frustration, but unable to do anything. Nock, seeing this, spoke up, teasing her as if hitting a sore spot. Rona immediately kept singing continuously while her mouth kept denying, "I didn't do it. I bit my tongue already." Seeing her silly look, Nock couldn't help but laugh out loud. But then he suddenly thought of something at this level. Her stamina must be quite high. Should I use clairvoyance to check? Instantly, her information board appeared. Stamina, 4.5, mana 3, luck 4, control 2, charm 16. Looking at the stamina bar that's bigger than most people, Nock was extremely surprised. What is this? 4 or 5 maids are stronger than an average man. What has the Renhafer family made her do to be like this? Embarrassed and then angry, Nock felt a bit resentful for being no better than a maid. Rona had a higher starting stat than him, a stat he hadn't reached even after a month of hard training, which felt so unfair. At this moment, Rona stood behind and saw him lost in thought, so she called out, "Hey, it's late now, the competition is tomorrow. You should go rest." Upon hearing this, Nock suddenly realized the exam was just around the corner, and he said, "There's no more time left." Back to reality, Nock faced Alan, who called out Nock arrogantly, mocking him as if he were a grain of rice or a person asking to withdraw. Alan put on a confident and triumphant face, saying, "Although you are a disgrace to the family, you are still my brother. I shouldn't beat someone too strong, right? Isn't that so?" But Nock was not weak, and immediately responded based on the person's expression, "They didn't want me to retreat, right?" But Alan was still cheerful and not angry. He looked up and said, "Have I been discovered? Actually, I wanted to leave a good impression on the young lady of the Stellino family, who I believe will help me." Sweating nervously, "I guess I don't know if this is a good idea." Seeing Alan acting arrogantly, Nock fell into his own thoughts. Alan's power level is at 8, there's no way to win by conventional methods. Just then, the referee suddenly interrupted, announcing that with the prize being admission to a Lydian Academy, the fencing match would begin. Nock von Reinhaver and Alan von Reinhaver both have to accept the outcome of the match and not doubt the result. The match is about to explode. Nock still doesn't believe in himself, extremely uneasy, and worried that if he loses here, everything will end. From regaining memories to finding out who sent the letter, and although only postponed for a year, my life will come to an end. Thinking of that, Nock firmly gripped the sword in his hand while the referee was asking Han if everyone was ready. So starting with a shout of gold, Alan recklessly rushed towards Nock to deliver a winning strike. The sword was swung down, but Nock quickly and lightly dodged it. His leg swept far away, generating great force, leaving Nock momentarily unable to do anything. He pushed with great force, but was pushed back a long way. Nock's eyes showed determination, and Alan arrogantly praised him, blocking both ends. The battle continues as both sides clash. Nock fights while thinking about the truth of this damn game called Inner Lunatic. He is struggling, meaning he will have to give up everything if he loses, just like if he can win. Then suddenly the system notified that stamina increased by 0.1. Seeing this, Noctran widened his eyes in great surprise. Then I regained the motivation to smile and speak up, feeling that if I could win, everything would be under my control. Instead of Alan frowning and sneering, the strong wind made him act foolish. Then he continued attacking him, shouting loudly, "I guess I need to hit you a few more times to wake you up." Lady Tio upstairs watched with a satisfied smile, thinking she had worried unnecessarily after hearing that he had changed. The match was still dominated by Alan's strength, and she firmly believed that in the end, the child who would apprentice under a Lydian from the Renhaver family would be her son. Suddenly, 3 pitiful sounds caught her attention. It was Mr. Teo resting his chin in boredom as he watched. At this moment, Madame Teo suddenly smiled meaningfully, saying this family will be the same one day. Meanwhile, Mr. Teo was very disappointed. "I have been looking forward to today because I heard it has changed." Finally, "Is this all it can do?" Butler Roswell immediately replied, "Master, should I stop the match?" Looking at the back of Mr. Ben, who was out of breath, he said, "If we let the competition continue, the skin shortage will need more time to recover." Then he watched Alan like a tireless monster, and Roswell thought to himself, Alan and Hat have talent, but not to the level of a rough diamond compared to Garen, the eldest son. Their skills are still lacking. The power rule of Singing Sword brought everything to him and made his enemies submit to overwhelming strength. Nock is currently still tired, breathing out each breath. Mr. Teo sighed helplessly, wondering who he had learned from. Then Teo didn't bother to watch anymore and wanted to get up and leave. "Okay, this competition can stop now." Just as he retracted his words, the roof suddenly exploded with swift sword strikes. The system kept notifying stamina, increased by 0.1, genius swordsmanship and martial arts attributes activated. Nock smiled dangerously. This time it would be his turn to become the main character in the stands. Alan across still didn't understand why he laughed. Contemptuously, "Are you crazy, man?" At the same time, the time transfer rotation skill was activated. Mr. Teo's eyes, about to look away, suddenly turned to great surprise. The gears of time kept turning steadily. Everyone is affected by it. Mr. Teo is planning to leave, but hasn't mentioned anyone standing up yet. I've heard this saying somewhere before. Alan was about to attack, but was sprayed with glue and couldn't move. Nock smiled, satisfied, regaining his usual confidence. Geniuses and ordinary people live their lives in different moments. This is time rotation. Everything seems to move slower, a skill that makes the perception of time pass much slower. Being slowed down by an opponent is completely different from moving faster yourself, although it is quite difficult to fully utilize the potential of this skill. as long as the genius, swordsmanship, and martial arts attributes are activated. Alan's sword could never swing. Everything had been arranged, so this time one hand chopped off his sword and regained the initiative. Alan just escaped the time vortex, momentarily surprised and a bit cautious of him. At this moment, Nock was both determined and confident, affirming that he would be the victor. Alan's sword kept falling onto the arena floor, making a continuous clinking sound. His hand was also affected and trembled, which made Alan very angry as he looked at Nock with a bullet-like glare. On this side, Nock's hand was still tightly gripping the swinging bar. His face showed clear confidence and joy. Alan was a bit shy and hesitated to speak, asking, "What are you?" He didn't respond, just avoided, and thought silently that even so, he shouldn't let his guard down. Then he thought about the time-turning skill, which only lasts 5 minutes, so he must finish this within that time. Nock seriously speaks up, "I have been gentle with you, that is until now." He kept bluffing to put Alan on the defensive, but now I am no longer interested enough in you to do that. "Are you a fisherman?" Then Nock concluded with a triumphant smile on his lips. "Let's finish this quickly, both of you please, come up here at the same time." As soon as the words were spoken, both Alan and Haz were stunned and shocked. What? Not even looking at his 2 older brothers, Nock instead turns to him for advice. "Father, please grant me the right to fight both of my older brothers at the same time." Seeing this scene, I was immediately shocked and amazed that he has this ability. Butler Rodwell was also worried, glancing at him. Even Talia was alarmed and advised him the other day. Now what the hell is he planning to do? However, he completely disagreed, smiling with satisfaction, thinking that feelings had changed back then. "It seems my child still has secrets kept hidden, so observing a little more won't hurt." After thinking it over, he agreed to Nock's request and allowed the one-on-one match. The lady beside him immediately stood up worriedly and called out loudly, "Brother." But according to the narrator, everything is left for the fight to continue. Let's begin. Alan is gritting his teeth as he picks up the sword he just dropped. The two were directly angry. How dare this bastard humiliate us like that in front of father? Meanwhile, Nock still showed confidence with a satisfied smile, swinging his sword into a ready stance. The twin brothers also got into position, ready to go. Immediately, the two of them struck with the speed of a gust of wind. Each sword slash flashed by Nock quickly blocked every attack from the twin brothers. Alan was momentarily scared and shouted loudly, "Attack deeper on the left side." Haas has lost his temper, angrily shouting, "Be quiet, let's see." During the fight, Nock suddenly noticed something. The system board was displaying information that the purity level of the underworld sword technique had increased thanks to the special effect of the genius timeline. He smiled quietly, calculating in his heart, has the proficiency increased? Alright, if so, then I can see the path of the sword now. The fierce one-on-one battle continues. Suddenly, Nock steps behind and strikes Alan's shoulder hard, causing him to wince in pain. The twin siblings momentarily paused, their eyes fixed on Nock's. Talia, standing in the stands, could no longer hold back and called out Nox. He was triumphantly watching them lament inwardly, wondering how Nox, the family's disgrace, could have changed so much as clearly shown on their faces. Then the two brothers simultaneously turned to look at each other. Suddenly, Nock's voice cut in, warning not to let their guard down. He stepped forward amid the panic of the two, right in the middle of the fight. Before the two could react, Nox swung his sword in gusts of wind, seizing the moment to launch an attack. Calculations aside, there's still something more dangerous than this battle. But the feeling of sensing the weight of the sword in my hand like this, he fought while marveling, truly worth enjoying. Watching the stands, everyone was utterly amazed. Even the man following someone about to leave the match couldn't believe the change. Alan down here was exhausted, impossible. He lost his bearings and immediately fell onto the stands. Both brothers were overwhelmed by, "Knock, damn it." At the same time, the system also reminded that the genius's timeline had completely expired. Fortunately, the siblings had fallen, leaving only Knock standing, so it was done. "Is it over already?" Thinking that, Knock immediately sighed. On this side, the noblewoman, seeing her two sons humiliated, anxiously called out, "Has Alan?" Below, Knock was tugging at his ear. "Look over here, it's clear who the winner is, right?" he replied immediately. "Of course." Then under the announcement, "The winner is the young master Spawn Reinhaver." Alan was trembling with anger. Damn it, what a mess. His hand momentarily gave up and relaxed. The sword was thrown around like trash, spinning in circles. On this side, he was somewhat satisfied, a slight smile appearing on his lips. Replacing the knock just now relieved the facial muscles and relaxed. Then he quietly bowed his head respectfully. "Then I will take my leave." After saying that, Knock quickly walked towards the exit while Talia was rushing down at that moment. But Knock's silhouette was slowly fading away. Talia's eyes fixed on him, silently determined to get to the bottom of the matter. The sky has turned to evening in the magnificent castle. Only in the garden below can one finally relax and breathe freely. I don't know when my hand got contaminated with plasma. This is... Why blood? His eyes showed a bit of surprise, as if I had gone a bit too far beyond the skill's time limit. The timeline skill of the genius has a critical weakness. If used beyond the set time, the user will suffer a counterproductive disadvantage. The system reappeared, showing that the player's lifespan had decreased by 2 days and 17 hours due to the adverse effect of the celestial time skill. A portion of the user's health will be permanently impaired, and it is the worst negative effect, as it makes the user's body more susceptible to illness. You looked at the medical documents. Then Nox sighed again. Luckily, this adverse effect didn't happen in front of others. If someone had caught it, my application to the academy would have been ruined. Just as he mentioned, Tao Tao immediately came over. A call back to the boy caught Nox's attention. It was none other than Talia, who had been following him since earlier, worriedly asking if he was hurt. Talia frowned with obvious worry. Are you hurt from the last match? Nox seems to be in trouble again. He sweated profusely, silently blaming himself. Damn it. Looking at Talia standing in front of me, I couldn't help but panic. Damn it. She found out. And why does it have to be Talia? I can't let her know about these secrets. Then he spoke sternly. But before he could finish, Talia interrupted. You can defeat your brothers with that battered body. Nox immediately froze his face. What? At this moment your mother is blushing and stammering, unable to speak. I think Talia is shy like an 8-year-old girl. I misunderstood you. Memories are flooding back to him of what she saw over the past month. Nox had never held a sword before. On the first day, she only saw him swinging the wooden sword clumsily. The truth is, can someone like that really win? A few minutes ago, Talia was running with chaos swirling endlessly in her mind. It must be because he has talent. I need to ask how he was able to awaken such talent and how he trained it. She recalled Nox's image from earlier. But when all the matches ended, his demeanor when he was alone. What happened? Then Talia caught sight of Nox's earlier expression. Why is he in this state? Wasn't he supposed to have overwhelmed everyone with his intelligence and talent? Seeing his evasive eyes, Talia silently confirmed that Nox was not useless. That's just a rumor. On her part, there's some resentment, but he simply trained hard to win at all costs. At this moment, the silence was broken by Nox coughing. Seeing this, Talia immediately rushed over and asked, "Are you okay?" But the hand that wanted to touch Nox was pushed away by him without any mercy. Nox showed discomfort and spoke harshly, "Don't touch me." But inside, he was extremely confused while also understanding. He admitted it because he had been caught up in the game for the past 2 years. My progress is too hard to understand in others' eyes, and then Nox's face was drenched in sweat like a flood. At first, she was the character who would kill me. Suddenly, Talia's face looked like a child who just made a mistake. Sorry about that. Who wouldn't be moved by this appearance? Only Nox Nagung cruelly uttered a meaningless word. Huh. Then Talia began to speak her mind. I didn't think you would be so serious about the Thon Kiem matter. I heard you have been weak since birth. That's why you only train your physical strength. Sorry for misunderstanding you. Her eyes avoided mine and looked a bit embarrassed. Pretending to be incompetent probably wasn't your intention either. Emma said that people can make such mistakes. Still, Nox couldn't help but feel confused inside. How should I respond? She is just as sincere as I saw in the game, even though I know she has the traits of a knight. She is the daughter of a famous noble duke's family, so it must be hard for her to admit to others that she was wrong. Then I answered her, if that's what you think of me, then please don't tell anyone about me bleeding. Hearing him respond, Talia immediately agreed firmly. Of course I won't say anything. Then Nox shyly glanced towards Talia. I'm sure I won't have to worry about others finding out about this anymore. After thinking, he stepped past her and moved forward, not forgetting to remind her, keep your promise. Talia still stood there watching his back. Night falls, darkness envelops the castle. Inside, Teo is smiling. Contentedly, it seems my prediction was correct. Then he looked at the butler, Rodwell, and asked, what do you think about Nox's talent? Rodwell answered honestly, at first I couldn't understand why the young master let himself get beaten like that. But to children the same age as the young master and other young masters, I think the young master is the best. Hearing that satisfying answer, Teo looked very pleased, and I agreed with him, though I don't know why. But I think it still has talents hidden from us. Then Teo gave Rodwell another order to observe all its actions, and do nothing but observe no matter what it was doing. The butler obeyed. Yes, Thwangai. Mr. Teo started putting on gloves and thinking, I wonder if the child. Teo looked at his palm and continued to wonder if he had enough talent to inherit the power of the supreme sword singer. Then he clenched his fist firmly and said, I don't have much time left. One sentence he uttered surprised the butler. Rodwell, what you are doing is important. Rodwell heard this and bowed respectfully. I will do my best. But the night still covers the sky. Another room is lit. The system board just announced you have completed the training mission and won the first battle. Inside the roof, I was speechless watching those lines of information. This is a world that has become reality, but the game system still exists here, and the status window is still displayed. Suddenly, something else appeared. You will receive a reward. You will get 1 freedom point x3. As soon as you see it, you get excited. This is it, the numbers. but then he confusingly stuffs it. I spent a whole win to increase 2 stamina points. He should have given it to me earlier. But the stat I need to add, thinking about it, the roof immediately does something. The stats window. I pressed the system panel, not stamina, but luck 10. He smiled with satisfaction because it's not a stat that can be increased through hard training, and luck is the most valuable stat in Inner Lunatic. He glanced to the side. Let's check its value. System notification. Welfare wide sweep 27 times has been temporarily granted. You have received a random gotcha ticket and you have received a one-time skill confirmation ticket. Seeing Nock breathe a sigh of relief that the welfare system was still here, he ordered, "Come on, let's gotcha together." Just as he finished speaking, a giant gotcha machine appeared with a rather dull color tone. He could only helplessly watch this mysterious thing, but then he reached out to turn the knob. Nock was working while talking to himself. Let's see when the luck stat reaches the maximum. I think the chance of intermediate and above appearing is 95% probably. The mysterious machine began to shake vigorously. Low and below, levels are white, intermediate is silver, high level will be gold, and the highest level will be rainbow. Nock was nervously praying, please give me gold or higher. At this moment, the machine spat out something. The golden light shines brightly, the roof still patiently waiting. He is very excited because what he received is premium gold. It has appeared. When opened, the system also displayed a notification. Leveling up, congratulations, you have received a high-level special rank. Nock was both happy and a bit surprised, unable to believe it. Then the system displayed the skill information, the name, Supreme Tower, high-level incompatible trait, reducing the combined stats of others by 20% when your total stats are lower than theirs. After reading it, Nock was excited like a child seeing delicious candy. This is a high-level item, unbelievable, and it even has a debuff skill. Then he glanced to the side. But I still have a reward, right? The question was asked to him, do you want to use the one-time skill confirmation ticket? Facing that question, I couldn't stop thinking. The skills I received were already determined by fate. One of the hidden pieces can only be obtained through a member of the Reinhardt Ver family, and to get it, I need that skill. Theo will soon gather all the brothers in the code school. This will be the time to use it. Nock wondered, thinking about it, isn't it almost time for him to return to Reinhardt Ver code school? It's been a while since the Elden Academy graduation ceremony ended. Ryan von Reinhardt Ver, the second son of the Reinhardt Ver family, has gone on some kind of adventure to become a knight. I have to find the hidden photo and deal with Ryan, no time to rest at all. The only lucky thing is he silently sighs. I probably don't have to worry about Talia anymore. Thinking of Talia's image, she is not the type to break promises. There is no reason for her to approach me anymore. Suddenly, the next day, light filtered into the hall. Nock stepped out with thousands of thoughts. That's what I thought last night. In front of him was Talia standing seriously and looking straight into Nock's eyes. He lowered his head and spoke hesitantly. Haven't we agreed on everything yesterday? What else do you want from me? Talia suddenly became shy and hesitant. Please speak. You don't understand what I mean, and just shout. Talia seriously stands in front of him, slapping herself and making a demand. Tell me, how could you become so strong so quickly? Faced with that question, Nock could only remain silent. Then he closed his eyes, walked past her and casually replied, secretly, watch me train for a month. Hearing that, Talia asked in surprise, a secret. She was not satisfied without a proper answer and chased after. Wait, at least we can spar. No, at least you can tell me how to train. Right now, Nock is lost in his own thoughts, remembering that Talia is someone who always wants to gain recognition from her sister. Then he turned and said clearly to her, you know, before asking me such questions, you should consider your own training methods. Nock's expression was serious, so she should think about the talent she actually has. After hearing this, Talia was stunned as if she had just been enlightened, while Nock was lost in thought, wondering what to say since he had never comforted anyone. Before then, he told her one last thing, don't compare yourself to anyone. Then Nock turned his back and walked away like a haunted ghost. Talia still couldn't respond to a single word. She frowned sadly as if about to cry. He just left like that. The blue sky shone down on the castle. Nock, having just escaped, couldn't help but sigh. She wouldn't just keep chasing after him like that, right? Before the maids, the knights, along with Butler Rodwell and Mr. Teo, were waiting for you while Nock was still lost in thought. No need to let her see that I received the hidden piece when she could kill me. Mr. Teo looked at him seriously. The dazzling sunlight shone down here. Could this be the Reinhardt family crest? This place has strong horses grazing, and Nock thought to himself, famous for producing the best warhorses on the continent. Butler Rodwell respectfully greeted Mr. Teo. Greetings, Chief. Did you summon me? Teo immediately replied, you have all arrived. Looking at the three sons in front of him, Teo solemnly declared, I am sure everyone knows the reason I called you here. From now on, you will each choose a warhorse to bond with for life. After hearing that, Nock secretly smiled, knowing the time had come. Horses are considered the most sacred animals, both on the continent in general and in the Reinhardt family in particular. If you decide to become a mage or a knight, you will choose a horse when you are young to have a companion for your life's journey. The Elden Academy teaches horse riding, and later in the game, many big battles break out. You will have to raise a foal from scratch if your horse dies, and teleportation magic is very costly. Thinking about that, he frowned in dismay. It was truly a strange practical disadvantage, as horses are a very important means of transportation. Then, Nock regained his confidence, realizing that he had to choose the best warhorse for himself. While joking around, suddenly, a voice interrupted, saying, "So the winner of the recent match, Nock von Reinhardt, you may choose first." Seeing Nock enjoying this, the twin brothers Alan and Haz looked displeased, and said, "I will give you only one chance." As for Nock, he just smiled and watched the horse stepping inside. The man smiled gently, as he had never seen before, silently wondering which horse the youngest child would choose. Nock stepped inside, and in front of him was a farm owner, bowing respectfully, but the horses were also curious and looked at him. Seeing them silently sigh, "They are all quite adorable, aren't they good horses? But the one I'm looking for, just as I was thinking, suddenly caught my attention. It is the horse with a different shape and color from the others. Here it is." Nock slowly approached the gray horse that looked like it was about to die. He came over, smiled, and looked their way and declared, "I'll choose this one." For a moment, both twins were surprised. He was smiling earlier, but now his expression doesn't look good. Then he clenched his fists and said to you, "I will give you one more chance." Nock didn't understand anything, but just stood there, bewildered, silently calculating another chance. He looked again at the horse he had chosen, stuck in the mud, showing how they thought he had made a terrible decision. But his eyes remained very determined. However, Nock then used clairvoyance, loading the target's mental window. Basic information: name, not chosen, gender accepted, high level, ageless, singing, stone horse species, dark attribute, high level. Depending on its development, it can level up even further. This means that this horse can at least reach the highest level. Replacing Nock, he smiled faintly, and moreover, it is a type of attribute called stone singing, a very rare natural property, and its name is based on a native gemstone. This is a rare horse. Then he shyly glanced towards the discontented side, thinking if the clan leader knew this, he would have chosen her long ago. Then Nock also turned back with a triumphant look. Although that is the case, people really don't find it appealing because of its bad traits. Next is the information table. The negative death effect is active with 2 days, 16 hours, and 12 minutes remaining. In a way, Nock's helpless smile is even more complicated than a terminal illness. After a while, he also spoke firmly, saying he would not change his mind and would choose this horse. Nock turned back silently, continuing to sink into thought, but with his knowledge he would be able to save it. I really can't understand why he insists on coming back like that. Why did he decide to choose such an option? He sees himself in that horse. After all, the boy is just a sensitive and weak kid. Truly a disappointment. After thinking, Mr. Ben gave his final advice, hoping you will not regret your choice. Then he turned away, leaving everyone stunned. Both Alan and Hart were worried and shouted loudly, "Dad." Nock did not expect it to lead to this situation. Was his choice really that disappointing? The voice outside echoed again, "Young master, we will watch over it. Please choose a horse." "It is Butler, Rodwell. Mr. Dick approached you. Young master, please name your horse." Seeing that Nock just replied Rodwell, then he pondered, "All right, a name." After a while, Nock officially called it Cuck. "We will choose the name Cuck." He silently thought that the name he once used to conquer inner lunatic was a name full of meaning to him. Playing as the sunset gradually fell, the room was lit. Inside, the horse that Nock chose is lying on a soft bed with a blanket like a boss. Right now, Nock is still worried, thinking that first he can't let others know what he's doing, so he brought it into his room. Nock suddenly fell silent, staring at him intently. The horse also looked back at him with its 2 big shiny black eyes. Nock looked into its eyes and silently admired its eyes full of vitality. He smiled faintly in satisfaction, as if he were struggling for his life. "I guess you're the same, struggling to keep yourself alive, even just a little." Then Nock looked in one direction and called out to Rona, "I know you're there if you don't answer me right now." Immediately, Rona was caught red-handed and slipped, falling to the floor. I'm here. She scratched her head in confusion. "How did you know I was there?" Nock just crossed his arms and answered, caught red-handed. "Why do you always fall like that?" Then he pointed to the gray horse lying down and took care of it for me. Rona couldn't help but sigh. "A horse on the bed." She pouted unwillingly, saying, "I'm the one who has to clean up this mess." Even so, Nock just smiled gently. "That is a skinny horse, so do your best." The horse on the bed was already sweating profusely. Then Rona also agreed with a reluctant expression. "All right, I'll watch over it." Nock forced a smile and thought to himself, "Anyway, this is a bit troublesome. What happens next is going to be quite shocking. I wonder if Rona can handle it." Right now, Rona is standing in front of it looking unwell, and she keeps asking as if the horse understands human language. "What's your name? Are you demanding something?" 3 days later, on a beautiful day, a loud scream suddenly rang out. It was Rona holding the gray horse, crying heartbrokenly, saying the horse was missing skin and about to die. If Nock didn't seem too heartbroken, he thought to himself she cried as if it had died. Remembering the image of Rona tirelessly caring for the gray horse day and night, As always, Rona sincerely takes care of everything, and I feel a bit of pity. He straightforwardly looks at Rona and sighs. From the beginning, we knew this would happen, but there's no saving it anymore. Thinking that Nock approached Tren on Rona has cried enough. This is really annoying, I need to focus, get up. However, Rona is still persistent, but lacking skin, He calmly answered without letting her finish. Don't worry, they will come back and stand right next to me again. This made Rona momentarily confused. Auntie, are you okay? Are you still fine this morning? Nock could only force a bitter smile and step back. Then from his jacket pocket, Nock pulled out a scroll. As soon as she saw it, Rona shyly asked him about the scroll. Without many words, Nock opened the scroll and slammed it hard on the table. Immediately, a source of magic appeared, and fierce pink flames erupted. If I channel mana into this scroll. Rona, standing aside, no longer had the sorrowful expression from before, but instead was astonished by the scene. At this moment, Nock laughed weakly and gasped for breath. Rona reacted with worry, not advising lacking skin, just having used mana today, this is illegal. Ignoring her words, Nock remained lost in his own thoughts about his mana control ability, determined to try again, and warning Rona that if she made noise he would kill her multiple times, and if he died it would be her fault. Only then did Rona put her hands over her mouth to watch. It's quiet now, Nock thought to himself, I need to focus. The whole room had turned a blazing purple-red, and Nock kept calculating non-stop. Forget about being allowed to use mana. I can't even awaken the attribute of mana genius. In this empire, those under 15 are not allowed to use mana except for members of the royal family. Thanks to this law, the children of the royal family can possess magical skills, which is much better than students who only learn about mana much later. His eyes showed determination, doing everything he could. Nock's hands touched the formation, pouring his mana into it like a waterfall. The purple flames deepen and I can feel a faint energy at my fingertips. His eyes suddenly light up. This is Mana Nock. Laughs with satisfaction. Haha, interesting, using a one-time skill confirmation ticket. Knight spreads its hand, holding the purple flame. I must have been wrong. The magic I will use right now. Then the system also appeared. You have received the one-time skill Necronomicon, which is dark magic. The image of a hand without flesh is just a skeleton holding the book. Then the target is designated, and it can become a zombie. Nock faces the gray horse as a system prompt appears, asking if you want to use magic. The soul in Inner Lunatic has two main characteristics. First, they are creatures brought back from death through dark magic and dark mana. Second, just because they are brought back from death doesn't mean they lack will. Rather, they are reborn as a stronger existence. Nock are steadfast, and most importantly, they will show unconditional loyalty to their master. The problem is only one clan can turn corpses into undead, and that is the renowned Black Clan. The Mokbad family Renhaver is also known as a dark family, but unlike the Renhaver Knights, Mokbad is a family of dark mages who can control the undead. So players who have no relation to the Mokbad clan cannot use the clan's skills. That's not true. He smiles sinisterly. The one-time skill option I chose is Necronomicon, the name of the necromantic grimoire. Thinking of that, suddenly a pair of black hands floated up from the formation, surprising Nock. More and more strange black things surrounded Kak and Nock. They surrounded him in countless numbers, as if wanting to devour him. At that moment, Nock suddenly coughed up blood from his mouth. Replacing Rona on one side, very panicked, shouted loudly, lacking skin. Although he was about to be overwhelmed, he still reminded Tran and Rona just a little more. Just as he finished speaking, Nock's face suddenly turned pale. Once again, Nock had reached his limit and spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He helplessly slammed his hand on the formation. His mana was depleted. Damn it. But then suddenly his eyes lit up as if grasping a ray of hope. Hua realized the mana had gradually accumulated in the pocket. It jumped and opened its mouth wide. Then the system also displayed a notification that the skill had been successfully used. Nock was stunned to witness that scene. Under the purple mana stream, the player's pets were reborn as undead creatures. Its once black eyes were gone, replaced by a dazzling white. Seeing this, Nock finally reacted with joyful amazement. It worked. As for Rona, she was so worried she almost cried, but luckily Nock was unharmed. He slowly pushed himself up. As he stood, Nock wiped the blood from his mouth. Snap. Then Snap just revived, with a cooler look as approaching Nock. The information board gradually appeared, showing positive attributes: Iron Will, Extraordinary Warhorse Bravery, Neutral, and Devoted Loyalty. Basic information includes male, gender, high rank, age, unknown species, undead horse, main elemental attribute, dark stone, dark shadow, remove characteristic of predetermined death, will be erased within a period under 1 year. The growth rate of the beast will increase by 1.5 times because it is a death spirit and can heal and release depending on the player's mana. Nock gently pats Kak's head and declares that from now on, he will be your master. Just as they were about to think of something, suddenly, something made both Nock and the others surprised and amazed. It turned out that Rona was very happy at this moment and ran up to hug both of them tightly. Nock, being hugged so tightly she could hardly breathe, spoke up. "Rona, what do you think you're doing?" She cried like she had never cried before. Those were tears of happiness. Then Rona kept talking non-stop while Nock looked helpless. Besides, something very bad must have happened. How could you use mana on your own like that? And I think they also have some problems. But the bug just turned its head away, seeing that Rona was very angry. "Do you know how much I value you? Give me back those carrots, hee hee." Watching a playful beast makes Nock feel much more relaxed. He smiles, satisfied. Now let's move on to the next photo piece. A few days later in the dark night, Nock is stepping up the stairs. The horse in the stable kept neighing a few times. He kept walking in a black cloak, not knowing what he intended to do. In Nock's hand was a shiny object, and in the other, a map fragment. Holding both, Nock silently calculated. The road hasn't changed much, since it was just a game. He folded the paper and sighed with relief. Nock's eyes firmly look ahead. The second photo piece of the Reinhardt family Ver. That is an item I must have. Only a key can unlock and neutralize the negative stats. Even terminal illness. Thinking of that, suddenly a loud noise from the forest caught his attention. But when Nock tightly held the sword at his side ready to attack, there was nothing. His face clearly showed unease. Was I too worried? But there is a sign hanging in the middle of the forest. As for Nock, he is frowning. This is no longer a game but reality. But the sign earlier had a warning. Lost children, forest children are not allowed inside, because if they dare to step in, they will get lost and die. Meanwhile, Nock is still worried, and I don't want to die a second time. A notification appears: you have entered the forest of lost children. If you fail the mission, you will die here. The wind rustled along with falling leaves as Nock's silhouette slowly walked by. In the forest of lost children within Renhaver's territory, this is considered a forbidden forest. Because of the darkness and fog, no matter how good someone is at finding their way in the forest, it is difficult to find an escape here. Nock calmly thought to himself, this is the meaning behind the name. This is a place where anyone can become a lost child. However, his eyes looked in another direction as he thought further. In the game, this name had another meaning. The image of a penis appeared in Nock's mind, as he thought that if he were a strong enough adult to defeat the monsters, he wouldn't receive any treasures from here either. Nock's whole body trembled as he thought. Moreover, the system would significantly increase the difficulty of defeating the demon beasts for adults. He wondered how many times he would have to find a way to defeat them, so the difficulty of this forest was at least that high. Nock smiled and exclaimed, about 2.5 stars. Of course, the maximum difficulty is 5 stars. Then he thought, this really is the hardest game. He stood there, moving his arms and legs, mumbling, the truth is, last time I played, I struggled a lot to conquer this place without knowing what kind of item I would get. But now that I think about it, it's really an item that suits the attribute of a terminal illness, right? After thinking, Nock stepped forward and said, all right then. Immediately after, he lit the torch and held it up. The torch blazed brightly throughout the forest, accompanied by a terrifying scream. The wind blew across, making the torch flicker to one side. Nock held the torch tightly, thinking to himself that this was the most important key to conquering the forest of lost children. The torch smoke blended with the mysterious night, and he stood still, observing and calling out in his mind the direction of the bone path. Nock's gaze is extremely determined, confident, or rather directed opposite to the bone line. Nock closes his eyes tightly to think before moving on. He suddenly realized something was wrong, and immediately gripped his sword tightly. Nock turned around and shouted, how long are you going to hide? Why don't you come out? The forest silence was his answer. He sighed in disgust, still planning to run away. Nock pulls out the sword. He rushes fiercely towards the bushes. Returning to the previous scene before Talia spoke, I couldn't believe my beautiful appearance was useless. She sat angrily admiring herself in the mirror, unable to understand when suddenly a voice called out, Milady. It turns out to be Emma, Talia's maid, who stepped forward with a pleading expression, begging the lady to stop following young master. Nock saying if she continues like this, she will also get scolded. Talia sat on the chair, tapping her chest in response, saying it's fine and assuring Emma that she won't be ostracized by our family. Emma quickly replied, no, I didn't mean that. The lamp Emma is holding lights up the entire room, and she stands still with it, thinking that if it weren't for Miss CHLL, Miss Talia would also be talented enough to take on the successor position. Emma thought to herself she didn't understand why she was so hot-tempered. Maybe it was because she felt inferior to her sister. She slowly walked to the room to think the owner must have given up and gone to sleep. But when she held the lamp and stepped into the inner room, she no longer saw any sign of Talia. Emma's face darkened with surprise as Milla left. The lamp in Emma's hand was flickering, giving her a bad feeling. Something big was happening, and don't tell me she's going to look for young Master Nops. Immediately, she shouted loudly, everyone, get up. Questions arose all at once. What's going on? Back in the forest where Nock is, Thuy Jiang, who is watching him, is none other than Talia, who shyly blushes with her hands on her head. Thay is surprised and exclaims, Talia. She stood up, smiled shyly, and said, hello. Nock asked, why are you here? She hesitated and replied, no. Suddenly Nock's eyes caught sight of a strange object appearing. Immediately he hugged Talia and shouted, stepping back she also exclaimed in surprise, "Canops." From the dense bushes, a foot with sharp claws slowly stepped out, its white scales constantly shimmering. A fierce-eyed wild boar with drooling mouth appeared, and Nock realized it was thinking the gray boar is this forest, the territory of the gray boar. Talia clung to Nock in fear, now carrying only a knife. The mongoose passed by them as if observing the situation. Its eyes never left the two of them as it bared its teeth. It stopped raising its head again. "Open your mouth wide and howl." The sound echoes throughout the forest and the sky, illuminated by the moonlight. The cries grew louder and louder. But Nock's expression didn't seem worried at all. Unlike Talia, she was extremely frightened. Suddenly she was startled to see Nock rush outside. On quickly rushed to the gray fox and fought it. The torch fell to the ground. "The little erosion has just been hit by your move," and immediately fell unconscious. Talia didn't look away, her eyes fixed on her in surprise. "That's right, it's just a snake, but I can't believe he handled it so easily." She looked towards Nock. Nock turned his face, and on that handsome face was a bloodstain from the gray fox. "You spoke up, I'll ask again. I thought the ones tailing me were my brothers, so what are you doing here?" Talia awkwardly didn't know how to answer, and just smiled, taking a walk at night. Of course, Nock didn't believe that he picked up the torch and continued, "Don't lead me on or I'll leave you here alone." Talia looked panicked. She immediately grabbed his arm. He was a bit surprised. Talia mustered all her courage to explain. I didn't do anything strange. I just saw that you suddenly became extremely strong, so I wanted to become strong like you. Then I looked out the door. And seeing you there, I wondered where you were going. And just as I guessed, I knew right away that you had some special training methods, which is why I followed you into this forest without thinking much." Nock looked satisfied, thinking to herself, "Now I'm sure of 3 things. He looked at Talia thoughtfully. Talia thinks highly of him and she harbors no grudges against him, which is a good thing. He stared at her intently, thinking to himself that she was a fearless girl who followed others at night. Nock sighed because she was a key character he couldn't ignore, then he spoke up, "From now on, follow me." Just as he was about to leave, he added, "Since that's the case, let me make it clear." Nock quietly said, "I'm not trying to help you, I'm just trying to resolve this situation so my family won't be put in an awkward position." Talia's expression responded to me. I understood and apologized for being wrong to come here. Seeing that look on Talia's face, Nock thought to himself she definitely wouldn't dare to do those dangerous things anymore. Suddenly, Talia stammered and said, "Nox, thank you." He gently turned to look at her while Talia shyly clutched her dress. "You seem a bit confusing." Talia continued, "Me too." Suddenly, her expression changed. Ahead, a whole pack of jackals was slowly approaching the two of them. She screamed in fear, "Nox." He stood there, holding a torch raised high, watching the wolves eagerly eyeing them. The pack of wolves snarled and lunged towards the two of them. Talia fearfully clung to Nock's thick fur. He handed her the torch and said, "Stay away from me a bit." Then he added, "You will block my way to the sword," and then he moved towards the exorcists. Nock thought to herself that although there were some unforeseen variables, she needed to focus first. Nock looked at the calculation erasers. This place was before the main segment because it was an area in the opening part. He tightly grasped the sword, imagining and recalling that giant monster, so there would be no slug monsters at all. But an elite monster would appear 1 level lower than the slug monster. It is the evolved form of the gray mongoose I just killed earlier, the elite gray mongoose. Nock is a bit worried, but knowing the enemy in advance helps. The group of erasers immediately ran quickly towards Nock while he kept thinking that things wouldn't go smoothly. He grabbed his sword and charged to fight the fierce gray erasers, thinking to himself at times. His eyes gradually lost their sharpness. Nock's worries grew more and more, and before I realized it, we were already cornered by them. He looked towards them. The group kept jumping towards him. Holding the sword in both hands, he looked at them and thought about repeating this again in moments like this when he was still Yu-chan and still playing inner lunatic. Thinking, he firmly holds the sword with both hands, now raising it high. He swings hard towards the erasers, thinking he is just a weak and cowardly guy. After fighting the erasers, he sighed in relief, exhausted. Talia stood to the side, holding the torch, tightly amazed, and exclaimed, "Amazing, really amazing. I'm sure he hasn't shown his full strength yet, because when he fought his brothers before, his swordsmanship was much more impressive." Looking at the gray wolves lying on the ground, she wondered had he killed gray wolves before. She thought about Nock's words and kept her distance from me. She thought to herself, "I guess Nock still thinks I'm very weak." Talia looks sad. Suddenly she opens her eyes wide. The strong wind blew towards the two of them. Nock's face was unusually calm. He thought to himself, it has finally arrived. A foot with black claws appears. It is several times larger than the gray creature from before. A pack of terrifyingly fierce jackals, 100 times worse. Seeing them, he shouted, "The gray jackal elite." In another place, the servant holding a torch shouted for the young lady to bring another torch here. A sign indicated that the forest of lost children is dangerous, and if children enter, they might get lost or die, so no matter what, do not enter. The black servant looked down at the ground and said there are 2 small footprints. It seems these are exactly the footprints of the young master and the young lady. He looked worried, and continued, I think the young master has entered the forest of lost children. He added along with Miss Talia. Hearing this, Emma sat down on the ground in shock, unable to believe it. She anxiously exclaimed, what should we do now? We have to go in there immediately. A man with a beard spoke up, don't be silly, that's impossible. The one who spoke was Butler, Rodwell. Emma quickly exclaimed, what? Why? He did not respond, but thought to himself because this was the forest that even the Reinhardt Ver clan had not been able to conquer. The forest of lost children was the most forbidden place in the Reinhardt Ver clan, and although the Reinhardt Ver clan was known as the strongest dark clan in the south, the truth was, there was still a forest they could not conquer, or simply put, they did not have the ability to do so. Of course, the truth was that only immature children could enter the forest, and this forest could only be conquered by children. This had not yet been made public. Butler Rodwell wondered to himself why Thu Ra had entered the forest. Looking at the footprints on the ground, he thought, I don't think he was enchanted by a spiritual monster. Judging by the footprints, he moved very cautiously. The house was brightly lit, contrasting with the darkness outside. Rodwell the butler thought further, and there was no sign that anyone had crossed the strongest mana barrier in this area, which means the missing person deliberately entered the forest. He clasped his hands behind his back, looking into the deep forest. He clenched his hands tightly, thinking, I have made mistakes before. He kept looking ahead, thinking, now I can no longer deny that half-day it is no longer the weakness and cowardice of the past. Then Butler Rodwell spoke up, there is only one way for those 2 to come back. He said it was a failure to use one's intelligence and find a way out of the forest. Hearing that Emma was quite worried, her face covered in sweat. The servants could only hold torches and stand before that terrifying forest. Emma, tears streaming down, clenched her hand tightly, silently blaming herself for losing the young lady and putting her in danger. Back in the forest, Talia pulled out her knife, her eyes resolute as she held a torch in one hand and the knife in the other. Nock looked at her in amazement. Although she was scared, she still stayed focused. Then he advised her not to attack on her own, or she could get hurt. Just stay away from this matter. He continued, keep your strength and try to run away. If you are attacked, only then can you increase your chances of survival. Talia's gaze remained very determined. Looking at the gray elite scout ahead, killing one wasn't that dangerous, since it was only a 2.5-star difficulty. He silently thought that he just wanted Talia to be cautious and able to react to the threats around her. He glanced at her approvingly, thinking she seemed to be learning well, but she wasn't strong enough yet to be trusted with his back. Nock looked at the herd and said, now I will. A notification appeared. The moment of the genius has been activated. A strong yellow light appeared all over Nock's body. He thought to himself, using this skill to finish it off with one strike. The front mole on his face with 3 stripes above the left eye quietly stared at Nock. Both you and Talia were a bit surprised. Damn, Suai just kept gnashing his teeth, staring at the prey. Nock smiled upon seeing that. Don't say it's this little lizard. Immediately, a little lizard jumped towards him. Nock firmly held the sword and swung it towards it. The remaining shards still didn't clean up. Nock wondered, did they stop? A large XOI lay down with its legs crossed, trying to look calm. Suddenly, other creatures came rushing from somewhere, but all were knocked away. The chatter incessantly surrounds him. It screams loudly. Nock turned around in surprise. Just as it was about to attack him, Talia rushed over and slashed the spear across its back. He looked at her. Meanwhile, Talia shouted, be careful. She sat behind the bush. Even though Nock asked me to run, if in danger I couldn't do that. Talia gradually gained more courage. Nock thought to himself, Talia, are you planning to help me? Immediately she sat on the tree branch holding a torch and anxiously asked Nops, are you okay? She was very worried about him and asked if he was hurt anywhere. Seeing her like that, Nock thought to himself that Talia couldn't believe she had just helped him. Suddenly his eyes widened at the sound. Immediately he swung his sword, scattering the attackers. He was breathing weakly at this moment. Then Nock turned to answer her, I'm still fine, but in his mind he was thinking this was not the time for idle thoughts. Hearing that she felt less worried and said truly relieved, Nock was now troubled, thinking she had shown a pathetic side again. Suddenly something caught his attention. He looked down and thought to himself, the skill effect is being reversed, damn it. At this moment, a Zoi dog stepped forward while you were still thinking, but the battle was still ongoing. The Zoi dog's eyes were extremely angry and terrifying. Nock smiled slyly and thought to himself, it's time to end this. The two were now probing each other. The dog is looking at you right now. At this moment, the dog is circling around Nock. Right now, it looks extremely angry at you. Immediately, the fierce dog uses its power and rushes towards you. Your eyes widen now and think it's coming. Nock looks around to probe the situation. Then he quickly dodged the fierce dog, suddenly becoming very panicked. He stood still at that moment, thinking to himself, this bastard don't tell me. Nock only then felt itchy. I was too slow. Immediately, he was fiercely attacked by the wild dog. Everything happened very quickly. Seeing the situation in front of Talia, Nox immediately stopped growing. Right after that, the dog ran away quickly. You're covered in wounds right now and thinking, damn it. Nock clenched his teeth and said, is this really a 2.5-star difficulty? It's insanely strong. Then he clumsily got into bed. At that moment, he imagined the image of the fox dog and thought this gray fox is even smarter than in the game. Then Nock immediately took a fighting stance, calming himself down, telling himself not to care too much. He looked around and thought to himself, I should have realized as soon as I saw how it controlled the other monsters, who would have thought it even knew how to use the terrain to fight. Right at this moment, there was a sound from the leaves. Immediately, the dog attacked Nock from behind. Seeing that, he told himself that from now on he must always be in a defensive stance first. Then he would draw his sword, think, and then counterattack. Right now, the dog quickly dodged your attack. Nock is sweating profusely. The dog looked extremely fierce at him, then growled loudly. Seeing this, Nock thought it was waiting for the right moment when the other's weakness would be revealed. At this moment, he tightly grips the sword and thinks about how clumsy he was with it. Then he clenches his teeth and shouts loudly, "Ha!" Suddenly his face went blank, and he thought to himself, anaphylaxis. Then the dog barked loudly and charged straight at him. Seeing it roar loudly, you think you didn't anticipate this, because it's a game you've beaten countless times, so maybe you were too arrogant and thought you could do everything. You frown and think further, what a foolish decision. Then Nock clenched his teeth tightly. He was extremely fierce at that moment. Then you rush the sword straight into the eye of the wild dog, thinking of a spiked fence. You then looked towards Talia and thought, if it can exploit its weakness, then on our side we can also exploit its weakness. Nock looked at Talia and thought to himself that the one who could cause that variable was not him. At this moment, Nock immediately drew his sword. Then he shouted loudly and stabbed straight into the dog with a fatal blow. The dog screamed in great pain. It kept screaming. Nock's hands were trembling uncontrollably. Nock has just killed the wild dog. Talia immediately shouted his name, Nops. Suddenly she seemed to see something. From afar, the hunting dogs began to approach. Then they ran straight to the bed. At that moment, Talia jumped down from the tree. She then approached Nock and asked him, Nops, are you okay? He immediately replied, yeah. He was wiping my wound and saying I was still alive. Everything seemed normal. Suddenly he stopped talking. You saw the tearful face and thought to yourself just now, I was about to say thank you, but the enemy will take my life in the future. He then said, no need to worry. You have a dog bite mark on you right now. When Talia heard that, she cried and said, I know you were injured before. Are you really okay? Hearing that, Nops replied it was just a light scratch, but Talia was still worried and said, but still, he told her, I'm fine. She then stopped crying and said, I'm glad you weren't hurt anywhere else. Suddenly there was a spider on her shoulder. Her face darkened at that moment. Hearing a noise, Nops immediately turned around and thought to himself, what's that? Are there still monsters? She then hugged him tightly in fear. The teacher said, so you said, Talia. At that moment, Talia fearfully told her, there are spiders there. Her eyes were filled with fear as she saw the spider. The spider was slowly moving closer to her. Seeing that, she became even more scared and clung tightly to Nops. Seeing this, he helplessly wondered, how long does she plan to cling to me? You looked at her and smiled. Is she afraid of spiders? Nops gently kicked the spider away and said, if something like a spider scares you, then why the hell did you follow me into the forest? Talia whispered, that's a spider, aren't you afraid of it? You teased her, saying she definitely couldn't become a knight. Hearing that, her face immediately flushed red, and she shouted loudly, no. At this moment, he spoke up. Finally, she was able to let me go. Suddenly, Nops started coughing harshly. Seeing that, Talia was very worried and asked him if he was okay. Seeing her like that, he helplessly thought indeed. Then he said, I told you not to worry. Seeing him like that, she was about to retort, but at this moment, Nops thought to himself, Talia, I guess she has her own worries too. Then he smiled and thought that he survived thanks to her, although he couldn't say it because she suddenly shouted loudly. At this moment, Talia kept asking him if he was really okay. Seeing that, he thought to himself, but thanks anyway. Then Nops looked up and thought, now he silently thought, we just need to get out of this forest. It was already late afternoon, and at that moment the servant knelt down, crying, confessing to killing the young lady. The butler, seeing the situation, thought about what would happen if they didn't survive. He looked up to the sky and thought further the disappearance of Miss Talia would create a problem between the two families, because many children in this area have gone missing in this forest. At this moment he hesitated and continued thinking there are also rumors that the Reinhardt Fur family is incompetent. Suddenly the soldiers cheered. Lord Rodwell looked. The forest mist had disappeared. The butler was very confused and thought to himself, has the lost forest been conquered? Talia's servant spoke up, I'm not sure, but that's what I'm thinking, right? As the fog gradually disappeared, the butler agreed she was right. Then he continued, meaning that this forest had been a virgin. At this moment he said, there is only one possibility we are thinking of that has become reality. hearing that the maid couldn't stop her tears, and said it means the young master is unconscious. At this moment, both of them were stepping out. Seeing Nock step out, everyone was overjoyed. The young master is coming here. Everyone saw him return and started talking, unable to believe that he could conquer this forest. It was unbelievable that he could come out without anything happening. The butler was thinking at this moment he couldn't stop feeling joyful, now it was certain. He looked at the drink and thought further the status of the concubines in the Reinhardt fur family would undergo a great change. Nock looked around and asked everyone why they were all gathered here. Talia's servant cried out, "Miss." Talia's servant hugged her tightly and happily said, "We were very worried about you." The butler then looked at him and said calmly, "Everyone in the family is very concerned about your disappearance, miss." Hearing that, Nock immediately said, "I can't believe the family is worried about a useless person like me. The dark, noble reputation of our family is about to disappear." At this moment, Talia comforted the maid. "My dear, don't cry anymore," the maid said, "young lady." Then the maid tightly held onto Talia. She then stood up and said to Talia, "I will remind you of the 71 laws of the Stirrenner family. Please follow me." Seeing that Talia felt embarrassed and said, "I'm a ghost, I'm sorry." Hearing that, the ghost laughed loudly and said to Talia, "No, how could I blame you? I'm just a lowly maid. The clan chief will personally explain the laws to you." And at that moment, Talia immediately pleaded, "Ah, I beg you, I beg you." Seeing this, he thought that the maid seemed to have incredible strength as well. At this moment, "I want to thank you, young master. Thank you very much for protecting Our Lady," Talia said with tears in her eyes, although I had no intention of going with her. Hearing that, she immediately said, "You have solved the problem yourself. Don't feel too disappointed." Hearing you say that, her face blushed. The afternoon sunlight shines through the leaves, revealing the large house. When he got home, he immediately threw all the bags and the sword onto the chair. At that moment, he said, "Now it's all over." At this moment, you were annoyed, unable to believe Rodwell was waiting outside the forest with the technical team. It was really surprising. Was it because of Talia? Then you smiled and nodded. Even so. He immediately reached into his pocket and thought he had gotten it. He pulled out a ring and whispered the mysterious piece. The system now shows that you have received a new sacred artifact, a Hellfire Ring. The system continues with basic information: name, Hellfire Ring, equipment type, mid-low level dark attribute, +1 stamina, +1 mana usage condition. Only dark magic users can wear it. As soon as you put on the ring, a skull appears and the system shows a special effect. When you defeat an opponent while wearing this item, you steal a small portion of their health and turn it into your own. The higher the level of the defeated opponent, the more life force is stolen. Nock now looks at the ring and thinks the only strange weapon that can steal others' life force is the dark fire, even though only possessing this ring. Then he was very determined and thought it does not mean that he will live much longer. Nock looked at the ring and thought to himself, a human life cannot last forever. At this moment, you think further and consider that only a small part of your vitality is taken away. It won't be easy to overcome this deadly disease. Nock is wearing the ring and silently thinks, as long as I can still struggle and grow. The system now shows you have equipped the fire ring. At this moment, he looked at the ring and thought that it was still better than living a hopeless life on the edge of death. He now thought that he could definitely feel his vitality and mana gradually increasing. Then Nock immediately turned around and called out, "Rona, I know you're in there, so come outside for a bit." The door then opened. Rona peeked out and hesitantly said, "Young master, can you see through objects or something?" He replied to her, "Maybe so." She screamed, hat. Does that mean you can see my naked body too?" Hearing that, Nock angrily grabbed her head and said, "What the hell are you talking about?" She held her head and screamed in pain. At this moment, she pouted and said, "Why does it feel like being bang-zed by you hurts even more?" Right now, Nock immediately put his hand down and said to Rona, "If you babble again, let's arm wrestle." Hearing that, Rona said again. She was very confident and said, "Young master, if I win again this time, will you give me a raise?" At this moment, Nock said, "I already told you, but if you lose," you confidently said, yes, reduce my salary by 20% or what?" Then the two started arm wrestling. Alright, one. Nock was very confident and counted 2 just as 3 started, and Nock won the arm wrestling against Rona. She couldn't believe it and stammered, "What just happened? Something's very strange." Rona retorted, "Don't you think cutting a servant's salary by 20% would damage the reputation of a noble family's child?" Hearing that, Nock immediately said, "Well, I guess that's true." Then he continued, "But I'm famous for being the useless child of the Den Hafer family, that's what people say." Then he smiled and said, "So, I decided not to care about losing things like honor anymore." Rona was crying and begging, "I'm sorry." Suddenly, the system appeared, catching his attention. The effect of the trait Continuous Illness was activated, and he received level 2 Wrist Dew Water. The system then showed he had contracted level 1 flu, and seeing this, he thought about these damn disadvantageous traits. Then he said to Rona, "Rona, I will not deduct your salary anymore. Instead, bring me a towel and some ice here." Hearing that, she asked, "The young master is not feeling well today." Hearing that, Nock thought to himself, "For now I will be satisfied with this ring, I need to rest a bit." Unexpectedly, Nock was more seriously injured now, and in this turn it's 1+1 ampere. I'm sure that's the name EU. The remaining 2 secret pieces are the ring and the fiery flame. In the mansion, it has been 6 months since I got them. Nock closed his eyes deep in thought, but unfortunately there hasn't been an opportunity to use them yet. A sign hanging on the wall reads that Nock von Reinhardt Ver has been punished. He opens one eye while the other remains closed, and he opens his mouth to say something. He opened the door while muttering to himself, "It's not like I was deceived. I even cleared the entire forest of lost children. I can't believe they punished me when they should have rewarded me. Life is such a joke." Nock turned to ask Rona's opinion, saying if it made sense. Rona heard and replied, "Yes, but I am the family's servant. If I say anything bad about the master, I will get my salary cut immediately." He walked while reaching out with a calm expression, promising not to let her salary be cut if she leaned towards him. She ran behind, thinking the master was too strict. Could he not understand his own feelings? You sit on the chair a bit, thoughtful, and anyway, you have tried hard to adapt to life here and be a useful citizen while watching the growth process of others. He thinks, carefully realizing he can't continue like this considering his lifespan. Even now, it's still declining. The system informs you that due to a terminal illness, you have 147 days left to live. You angrily clench your fists and mutter that this damn system is more dedicated to your life than you are. Thank you for explaining everything so thoroughly. He slammed his hand on the chair in protest, unable to bear it any longer. He had to go find and ask his father for permission to go out. He called Rona, and she opened the door to answer. "What is it? I just boiled some warm water for a bath," when suddenly there was a knock at the front door. A man stepped in and politely greeted young master. It was Butler Roswell, who informed him that the master had ordered to call him. Nock looked up with some surprise at the words. The scene shifted to a battle with many soldiers dying in a sea of blood surrounded by swords. Going back to the past, holding a sword very bravely. On the night of the purge, the sky was filled with red clouds and paimons flying back and forth. They looked fierce, as if they wanted to devour us alive, growling as they moved in. A brave warrior swung his sword and wiped them all out. His hand gripped the blood-stained sword tightly. His eyes sharpened as he assessed the situation. Then he unleashed attacks that sent the paimon guys flying. He sat on the chair, closing his eyes, reminiscing about the past as monsters swarmed towards that day, those who were taken by them, and the whole night of purging. His eyes half opened, everything felt like a nightmare. He sat on the chair in the room, deep in thought. He was calculating the future, that one day one of his sons might learn how to use the swordsmanship of the supreme mind. He considered with a bit of fatigue, but he shouldn't rely too much on feelings. Aiming at someone truly talented is much more certain, because among them that person will have to kill me with their own hands later. Outside, a voice calls out to him. "Sir, is the young master almost here?" Butler, Rodwell, enters to report, and he replies gently, "Too late." He ordered to drag it there immediately. In my mind, I thought silently, the lost forest is a place. Even I don't know how to destroy yet. That kid managed to do it this time. I should destroy his forest. He was thinking further at this moment. The reason for the slow reward was due to strong opposition from the clan's vassals. His eyes stared intently at the report after the comprehensive investigation. This made him hesitate to think further. Those vassals did not believe that Nock, a child who was not good at anything, could change so drastically. And they began to investigate whether it was really Nock who had wiped out that forest. He leaned on the table, thinking that even I cannot ignore the views of the vassal clans, so proceeding with what I have is still a necessary step. Suddenly, someone opened the door, making him look up in surprise. It turned out that the person who entered was Nock. He politely bowed to the gentleman and said, "Nice to meet you, sir." Seeing this, the man said no need for formalities, and he quickly stood up and replied, "Yes." Then he calmly told him, "You probably already know that your reckless actions were wrong," and the boy lowered his head and replied, "Yes, sir." He clasped his hands together and said, "Fulfilling one's responsibilities is our duty. Even if someone is incompetent and useless, those who contribute still deserve to be rewarded. I called you here to discuss the reward." Hearing this, he asked back in confusion a request. He looked at him and calmly said, "I will grant you any wish, anything at all." Hearing this, doubts crowded his mind. What Dad said I could have anything. Looking at his mysterious face, I thought to myself, even someone like me who grinds in lunatic mode day and night, this is the first time witnessing it in the normal skin. My face was full of deep thoughts. Usually he is a bit arrogant and strict. It feels like someone shot me in the head, no more like being stabbed in the back. Immediately he shouted, "Anything at all." He looked at him for a few seconds. Then standing up and pounding the table loudly, he said, "Whatever it is, I will give it to you as the host, Reinhard Ver." Then he continued, "This promise is absolutely true. I swear under the eternal heroic history of the Black Sword." Seeing his serious expression, I thought he was joking, but he was really serious. Then he spoke up, saying that if the request was too ridiculous, he would have to reconsider about me, but he believed I wouldn't ask for such a thing. Hearing him say that, the boy calmly replied, "Of course, please give me some time to think." Hearing this, he said to the boy, "All right, I will lift the curfew for you now." At that moment, he set a condition for Nock, no cheating like last time, to which he immediately agreed, yes sir. He continued, always remember in your heart that you belong to the Renhaffer family. The next day, everyone gathered in the hall. A girl with a kind face smiled gently. The girl with orange hair says goodbye now, so I'll see you at LD Academy. Nock avoids her words. She was still very happy and told him, I will come to see you later, remember. Seeing that the butler immediately said to Nock, young master, you should answer the young lady's question. Hearing that, he sighed helplessly and agreed, all right then. He then told the girl that the condition was she had to become an official engineer first. She was very happy and made him promise right here. He then told her, at least don't panic even if you encounter a big spider again. Hearing that, the girl's face clearly started to look sad, and she immediately gave him a very strong punch in the stomach. Nock Non took the punch, feeling angry and thinking, I shouldn't have mentioned the spider. At this moment, you look up at the sky and ponder, deciding to just be a wolf. She musters all her courage to tell you that she will return after becoming an official knight, so remember to take care of your head before meeting her. Hearing this, you seemed lost in thought, worried and pondering in pain. Was she planning to behead me? At this moment, the servant stepped forward to thank you, thanking everyone for everything, especially you, Lord Nokthuda. Hearing that, you said to the lady, the Stayliner servant has nothing to do with me, so no need to thank me. The maid smiled and thanked you for saving Miss Talia. Hearing that, his face showed no expression. Then he sighed and said, I didn't intend to save you in the first place. You should leave now since you're being politely dismissed. Don't bother me anymore. You look back and think to yourself, so one person has left, why? Nock watched the falling leaves, feeling thoughtful and realizing he was slowly getting used to this strange life, though he didn't know why. He rubbed his belly and continued thinking, but he was quite happy. Suddenly, a system notification appeared stating that due to a terminal illness, you have 146 days left to live. His face was stunned and full of surprise. You gaze at the sky and think to yourself, 146 days, no more time to relax. A few days later, Rona enters the room and tells Nock that, by the way, you need to find a new maid and attendant. Hearing that, you start thinking a maid now that you mention it. At this moment, the butler walks in and greets you, good morning, young master. Seeing you, he immediately asks Rodwell, what's the matter? He immediately pointed behind and said, Eldon Academy has sent a squire to serve you. From today on, this girl will serve you, so I brought her here to greet you first. The girl politely bowed and introduced herself. Pleased to meet you, young master. My name is DGT Dr. Lofelia, and I will start as your exclusive maid from today. Hearing this, you also introduced yourself to her. I am Nock von Gai, Nafo Gigi Guy, Lofelia. His eyes looked at Vovilia with intense thought. She is very quick, and the system displayed a series of information about her name, Daichi Gay Lofelia. Gender female, age 10 years, race human, main element earth talent, weakness values talent, neutral, telepathic, flaws 2, faced pitiful mechanical, master liar, spy, endurance, stealth, mana, years, luck 1, ikiba, charm 22. The system continued to display notifications, passive skill, excellent at housekeeping, active skill, current situation. The controlled player is currently following the von Reinhardt's orders. Then information about the current situation appears for you. The current scenario, the player being controlled, is following the orders of the von Reinhardt. I will do my best to support you. I know they won't let me leave this place comfortably. Theo von Reinhardt, one of the greatest villains and one of the strongest figures in the entire world, many have wondered how he managed to reach his current position. Many have asked if he climbed to that position solely with his swordsmanship, and there is no doubt that he is talented. However, the main reason Reinhardt was able to rise to the role of head of the family is because he is suspicious and distrustful of everything and everyone around him. This time, I have high expectations for you. Yes, sir, I heard you lost the heir position of the Loffvilla family, but if you do well, this time the Reinhardt family will not hesitate to support you in that inheritance. I will support the young master with all my heart, and I will closely monitor him and report everything to you. Don't forget who your master is from this moment on. I can't hesitate any longer. Some people are probably trying to confirm if the person inside this body is really Nock, because being possessed by demons is not uncommon in Inner Lunatic, and Nock is a character who has had his soul taken by a demon countless times in the main story. Well, that's fine as long as he doesn't find out the truth about himself. But the problem is Digi-Chi. Digi-Chi Zelofelia, although she is not too involved in politics, it would be a waste to set her aside like this. Originally, she was destined to become the heir before the head of the Lofelia family, but her father and mother were killed by her own uncle, and then she lost her position as the next heir of the family. What happened next was obvious. In the end, she became a maid, serving the Reinhardt Verde family to escape her own family's supervision. On the outside, she wore a cheerful facade and always smiled. Ah, but love points genius, support neutrality, honesty flaws, duality, suffering, mechanical work, good at lying for herself spy. Her mind is already too tangled and rotten a character on the brink before completely breaking down mentally. And so her final decision would come before the first part of the main story began. She questioned herself, what should she do? Does creating a change to the storyline by saving someone destined to die count as the right decision, even though it feels like putting oneself in danger? From tomorrow onwards, we will hunt monsters inside the forest that belongs to my territory, and of course you two will follow and support me. What hunting monsters in the territory, I will take a leave due to illness. Understood. But you can't agree with everything like that. It's normal for a maid to be afraid of monster hunting after all. It's a ridiculous request. Why not just say no right away? Rona, I know you've used up all your vacation days. You can't take a sick day today. How could you do that during the day? Have you forgotten I am that useless and incompetent person? If you don't follow my instructions, I'll cut your salary. I'll go easy on those who just started. How about having the usual pay? Do you want me to bring a bow or a sword, young master? Should I inform Lord Roswell that you will be leaving the mansion before we prepare? Right now then. The priority now is to increase my lifespan because I can go anywhere I want, boss, wait for me. A few days later, the young lost forest gradually transformed into a normal school after it was treated. A fierce dog howled terrifyingly. Nock moved quickly to escape his face, expressionless, attacking coldly with strong and decisive sword strikes. The fierce digging dog from earlier now only manages to make soft sounds like Gen Z. The recent slash has brought a small amount of loot to Nock, who has stolen a tiny bit of Silver Wolf's vitality. Having defeated the monster, Nock finally had a moment to breathe easy. The recent victory also helped Nock you extend your lifespan by 2 more hours. He wondered if he had defeated all the erosion in this area. Nock's gaze slid lightly past. Far from the jackals lying sprawled on the grass, I also gained 2 hours of life from this battle. The other jackals shared the same fate, lying dead on the grass with blood still fresh. Nock happily murmured to himself that this hunt could be considered quite successful. DGT on one side smiled and asked Nock, "It's been almost an hour since the house started working. Aren't you tired today?" Hearing this question, Nock thought to himself, damn it. He was lost in thought because he hadn't activated the genius time. It took him quite a while to get ready. Nock gently took the bottle from the maid's hand and thought that meant he had only earned 1 hour. Fighting all this time has been exhausting, Nock. I hold the sacred cup in my hand knowing that calculations won't be perfectly balanced. But this is too much compared to the plan, and I can't always go monster hunting like this. In Nock's mind, thoughts kept swirling, but the biggest danger was that the number of monsters in this area was limited. While DJ Chi remained calm, Rona panicked upon seeing the scattered wolf corpses, her face turning pale. At this moment, Nock felt like collapsing. If this continued, his plan for a wonderful life would be at risk of falling apart. Nock sighed, realizing that the insufficient number of monsters in this area was also a huge problem. Facing the bored young master, DJ Chi forced a smile and reassured him, unable to believe he thought the number of monsters was the problem. If others heard this from him, they would think he had become some kind of weirdo, and Rona was completely shocked. "Young master, what are you saying?" Nock suddenly noticed something, his eyes slightly wide. Inside the forest, a strange light appeared, but Nock quickly looked away from it and told the 2 maids, "Then there's no other way. Let's return to the mansion," both said in unison, "Yes, young master." DJ Chi was very attentive and asked Nock if he should prepare warm bath water for the Lord, promising to prepare it at a very comfortable temperature. Nock thought silently, as expected from a genius assistant, then he said, "All right, I want a shower before dinner, so keep track of the time precisely." DJ Chi smiled awkwardly like a flower. "Okay, leave that to me." Rona hurriedly said from behind, "Young master, don't forget about me, I will clean the room for you." Nock replied briefly, "All right, then do whatever you want." So Rona immediately grabbed her basket and bow and hurried off. DJ Chi still kept a shy and gentle smile on her face. At this moment, Nock called her DJ Chi, and she responded, "Yes, young master Nock." His face lowered, a fleeting sadness in his expression. "I have a question for you." Hearing this, DJ Chi suddenly clenched her hands on the skirt, her whole body slightly stiffened. Nock stared at the other person and asked, "Who do you serve?" Suddenly, receiving this unexpected question, DJ Chi was stunned for a moment. What's wrong? At this moment, Nock's power was enhanced with the Genius Support attribute, actively supporting the Genius neutral focus and dual negative sides. Poor machine. Nock looked at the system board and thought, no matter how beautiful a greatsword is, if I can't use it. Thinking of this, he stared at DJ Chi, a thought flashing in his mind. Then I won't hesitate to throw it away. While the master was waiting for an answer, confusion clearly showed on DJ Chi's face. Seeing the other's silence, Nock asked again, "So, is that your answer?" DJ Chi was confused. Sweat started pouring out. "I haven't said anything yet." DJ Chi hurriedly defended Boss Eye, but before he could finish, Nock interrupted, "I know what you want to say." He still looked at DJ Chi with suspicious eyes. "Don't worry, I have no intention of forcing you anymore." Nock continued, "I really appreciate you. At least you didn't lie." DJ Chi could only remain silent upon hearing these words, her eyes showing anxiety, unease, and astonishment. Facing DJ Chi, who was dancing wildly, Nock calmly said that it didn't matter who she served, he would consider her as his subordinate. Hearing this, DJ Chi was even more surprised. Nock left gently repeating once more. If you need, just use me as you wish. That's all I want to say. Watching his back, DJ Chi could only stand still while thoughts arose in Nock's mind about having trust in each other. He thinks it would be more reasonable if the two could take advantage of each other. DJ Chi sat down, her eyes showing clear disappointment. Nock realized this, so he thought that after all this was the kind of relationship he wanted with her. As night gradually falls, gentle sounds escape from inside the mansion, really. Gia is Rona. She is lying on the bed babbling a few words. Isn't it a bit too harsh for Nock back then? She would say things like that. As she spoke, Rona imagined Nock in his demon instructor outfit, laughing, and she even imagined his haunting singing voice. If she didn't run after me, what fun would training be? Rona seemed still upset, clenching her fists tightly, muttering about all the times we went to train. Then she turned to ask, didn't she think she was too harsh that day? DJ Chi just smiled lightly and replied yes. DJ Chi gently looked out the window. Thoughts also stirred in DJ Chi's heart, the rumor that young Master Nock had changed his mind and character, which I had heard from countless people when I was still part of the Loyvilia family. She thought while feeling uneasy inside, still believing the rumor was baseless, because it is extremely rare for someone to change so much. DJ Chi began to recall the image of Nock swinging his sword to defeat the wolves back then, but they said he had taken down the twin siblings in one strike, and had earned the right to join the academy. And also he was the one who affirmed his place in the family, completely different from me. DJ Chi began to feel despair, thinking about his current status having become a stranger, despite once being the rightful heir of the family. Her hand gently touched the pendant, what he told me today. DJ Chi recalled Nock's words, then so just take advantage of me as you wish, that's all I want to say. DJ Chi was dreamy. What did he mean by that? Shortly after, an unfounded rumor appeared in the Reinhardt Ver family. Rumor has it that DJ Chi was expelled from her family, and is no longer worthy of serving as a maid for the Reinhardt Ver family. The hand holding the letter drops in disappointment. On the paper, each word was clearly written, Ju Chi's Aloy Vilya, listen. The person, the useless head of the clan who was sold out by his own family, will receive the appropriate punishment. DJ Chi's hands clenched tightly in anger and despair. The words in the letter were deeply imprinted in DJ Chi's mind. She was stripped of any rights she had as the direct heir of the family, and the more she thought about it, the more she cried. Her eyes showed sadness, but her lips seemed to smile faintly, as if she knew she could no longer stay in the Reinhardt Ver family. Mien Man thought that was to be expected, since the Reinhardt Ver family is one of the top families of the HA clan. DJ Chi thought, although she was only used as a maid for a child, she leaned against the wall, exhaling lightly, knowing that as a commoner who had just lost her title, she had no right to serve him. She gently opened the door, ready to leave. I will soon be discarded, and will serve the new master soon. Thinking of that, DJ Chi left decisively. She threw open the door and laughed loudly, hello. The maids working in the kitchen all turned to look at her with somewhat awkward and distant expressions. DJ Chi. The weather today seems unfavorable, the sky gradually darkens and the birds are spreading their wings to fly home. Suddenly, a white heron screams miserably as it is slashed across the chest. It immediately collapsed to the ground. Rona saw the roof decisively deal with the enemy, then whispered to DJ Chi, she didn't think so. She also felt that his face showed no joy at killing the enemy today. The young master seemed more exhausted than usual. Rona couldn't believe her eyes because he was so different from before. In the past, he still had some kindness, but now she was full of questions, though that day there was a little bit. DJ Chi is curious about everything that has happened, causing a drastic change, is that true? Of course, she is also very worried about him, which makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. The sword of the roof was covered in the blood of the boar, which was unavoidable. He closed his eyes, plunged the sword into the ground, causing the remaining drops of blood to splash onto his clothes. I don't know what you're waiting for, you look about to be disappointed, but that thing is about to appear, isn't it? According to what I know in the Lost Children's Forest, a mysterious monster will appear when only about 20% of the monsters remain in the forest. It's the Boston. Sheathed the sword, he had dealt with many white scorpions, hoping to speed up progress. I was even thinking about killing it because that would increase my stats, but I guess it probably wouldn't help. Suddenly a noise came from a nearby bush, making the leaves rustle. That was what caught the attention of Nock as he was about to leave. Before he could look, it suddenly dashed past him and disappeared without a trace. This is beyond the roof's prediction. The monster moves faster than the wind. Its speed is on a whole different level. The more so, the roof is even more delighted. He immediately confirms he guesses Boston must be like this. Without a moment to rest, Nock had to fight a giant armored beast, a special royal wind king. Damn it, this one is quite troublesome. With his superior skills, he easily dodged the monster's attacks, but it was not one he couldn't defeat. While fighting with all his might, one of the two maids called out to the master, making him turn around. DGT's face clearly showed shock, not understanding what was happening to her. I really can't imagine that she blocked a move from the monster, but I don't think what she did was noble, because her confidence in her talent was always in her mind. Even without DGT's intervention, it was an attack I could completely dodge or block. Why would she save me? It took 5 seconds to be knocked down, not enough time to understand what happened because everything happened too fast. Anyway, he recognized DGT's bravery in front of the monster, wondering how many people would rush in when a monster suddenly appeared. When she fell, I didn't understand what was going through his mind. His words and thoughts didn't match at all. I will take advantage of this, well, all to save her. Nock clearly showed his anger, his clenched teeth and gums, as if he wanted to crush the monster. The system was immediately activated, the genius time skill was triggered. While she sat crying on the floor, her parents didn't ask why, and just stood aside talking back and forth sobbing. How could our beloved DGT be like this? Falling again and again, huh? WKHHH, Mom, that's right, there hasn't been a single day when the wound on her knee has fully healed. DGT looked at their shadows in the past. The anxiety had surrounded her for a long time. That's what my parents used to tell me, that my wounds were never fully healed. Even until now, that has made her mood uncomfortable. However, that not only applies to the wound on my knee, but also the wound in my heart. I wonder if that is a prophecy for my own future. Nock suddenly turned to ask DGT, who does she serve? Suddenly, he said something out of nowhere, making her so confused she didn't know how to respond. Who is it? Who do I serve? The image of a man appeared in DGT's mind. It turns out that her father was smiling brightly. The painful memories resurfaced once again. A man ruthlessly slaughtered his relatives just to take the head of the family position. DGT, now, the day will be mine. Thinking about her current limits, who should I serve? Another man appears with ambiguous words. Who do you serve? If needed, feel free to use me because I will use you too. Meanwhile, he and Rona are very worried about her current condition. DGT. The system notifications sent to Nock say you have defeated the monster and will receive a special reward. I can't tell if the drops on his face are sweat or tears, but just looking at him shows how much he worries about DGT. Hold on a little longer. Nock reassured her not to worry. Everything is fine now. I will take you back here. Rona also advised him not to stay here anymore. Young master, we need to quickly return to the mansion. In DGT's eyes, he is the one seriously injured but feels no pain. Instead, he blames himself. Could that really be the expression of someone intending to take advantage of me? The eyes are the windows to the soul. She listens to herself. I wonder why. The image of him before DGT gradually fades like a fogged-up glass. Why do I feel a bit moved? Her train of thought was suddenly interrupted, as a tear fell, and anger too hidden in his words. Holding the letter in his hand, his expression showed clear displeasure. This matter was truly deceitful. Before anything else, the butler has already investigated your background thoroughly. Based on our investigation, the content written in the letter is true. The Loyvilia family has indeed decided to completely sever ties with you, DGT. In his mind, she was just a pawn. The reason he brought DGT here was to take control of the Lovevilia family. Theo's calculations were beyond imagination, and in the end, only she remained in the shadows because they had lost the head of the family first. They are in a very unstable situation, and I think this will be a perfect opportunity to seize that family. The family history, if the situation inside this family is so unstable that even the heir's position is shaky, it's like the chess pieces on a chessboard. Theo wants the family to be strong by all means, and with the intervention of the Reinhardt House, we can make them bow down somehow. The letter in his hand now contained concerns about Theo, but the error was that DGT was exiled from the family, and you were stripped of all rights as a direct heir before any plan could begin. Knowing she was worthless to exploit, he asked the butler's opinion, so there was no other way. What do you think we should do with DGT? There is never a time that is not for a great cause. Rodwell protects the interests of his master's family. Although it is very unfortunate, we cannot allow a maid who does not belong to any family to take care of the young master. We will be looked down upon at Eldon Academy if we do that. It seems the butler has a plan, and I think we need to quietly handle this ourselves. I agree with his opinion. Suddenly, the door was opened. The servant rushed in, anxiously causing the steward to get angry, asking how he dared to enter without permission, and he apologized. The information brought by the servant changed the master's expression. He fainted and was taken to a maid who was injured during the recent hunting trip. He calmly recounted everything. The maid had been poisoned and was now in critical condition. That day, a lot of antidotes were used on the red soil without permission, so I came here to report it. Rodwell immediately guessed from the look in Nock's eyes, "Don't tell me that day you used the ginseng stick." He hesitated but eventually told the truth right. The wrinkles on his face increased day by day, partly thanks to your efforts, and that cost a lot of money. The worry is clear on his face. He can no longer control. Nock has the kid become so close to that maid already. When Theo didn't want her and Nock to have anything to do with each other, no one can predict the consequences that might arise from such personal feelings. Someone's voice calling her to wake up echoed throughout the mansion. DDC. Rona has always been by her side, taking care of her. DDC. Are you awake now? Tears and snot kept flowing. Rona held his leg tightly and cried. I was so relieved. She woke up. Even now, DDC is still worried about you. What just happened? Is the young master okay? Now, you only remember the brave. Look, how could you dare to do that again? As for Rona's fish, a few important points are enough. The master has used an antidote to help you. What is this invasion? What is it? She witnessed everything anyway. He used it, and people say it's very good. The royal doctor was extremely confused why Nock still insisted on going off course. Save her, which even surprised Rona. He completely ignored the royal doctor's refusal, and he said to use it on her unless he wanted to die. Although Rona is his close maid, she can badmouth her master anytime. I guess that useless, incompetent part of him is still there. The injured spot must be bandaged in white. DGT couldn't help but wonder why would he do that. Her ears perked up, clutching a corner of the blanket. Wasn't he just planning to take advantage of her? Rona saw her wanting to get out of bed and hurriedly stopped her, asking if she needed more rest and if her wound was okay, but she just wanted to find him to ask clearly, where was the young master now? Only now does Rona remember his instructions that he is looking for Chamberlain. Oh, he told me to report this situation when you wake up. Before going out, she reminded DGT, I will be back soon, remember to rest a lot. After the door closed, the atmosphere fell into silence. It was clear that DGT was not listening and had already stepped off the bed. She walked over to her suitcase, not knowing what she was looking for. DGT carefully rearranged the scattered books. She also folded the semi-shirts neatly. I'm not staying here, the truth is. DGT is not only insecure but also self-tormenting. I know I'm no longer worthy anywhere. Although very sad, she could only tightly hold the pendant and leave in silence. Gently opening the pendant, DGT treasured it because inside was a picture of her parents. Firmly taking the photo off the necklace, she looked at it a little before returning it to its owner. DGT left a letter along with the necklace. Young master, I heard that you gave me a kind of divine medicine. I believe it is not easy to obtain. Although she didn't want to leave, she liked looking back at the letters she wrote, thanking for saving her life. Through the glass door, the letter and the necklace could also be seen. The suitcase wasn't heavy, but now it was making her hand hurt. His familiar voice, enough for DGT to handle people, made her wonder where she was going now. I can't believe it, Nock, and you met again on this very road. He hasn't even changed clothes yet and hurried to find you. I ask again, where are you going? Nock was angrily confused. Someone was about to die, and the only thing they cared about was how expensive the medicine was. Rodwell timidly replied, no, that's not it. He explained that if the chief did not allow him to use this medicine, then he could not use it, and besides, how could the chief be the one? DGT was covered in blood and unconscious. My grandfather frowned and asked Rodwell, you are in a higher position than me in this family, right? Answer me. He nervously sweated and hesitated, saying, I apologize. You immediately give the order. I will personally explain this to my father later, so hurry up. Hearing this, Rodwell immediately started working and replied, I understand, right. Rona stood by the bed with tears in her eyes, asking if DGT would be okay. Rodwell handed her the medicine bottle and replied that the poison had lost its effect and she would recover soon. Rona spoke up, feeling really relieved. Seeing Nock's dazed look, Rona exclaimed, not enough skin. He stepped outside and said, let me know privately if DGT wakes up. A voice echoed in the luxurious room, what's going on? He said he was Nock's father and that she rarely came to him on her own. Was it because of that maid? Nock knelt on the ground. My face went dark. The master of acting has been activated. Teo sat still on the chair. Nock spoke up just one thing. He knelt down with his head bowed to the ground, remembering that he once said he would fulfill one of your wishes, and indeed he did. Nock's eyes became determined as he said, DGT Zeluphilia, I want you to take care of the girl who was expelled from her family. Teo lowered his head, looking thoughtful. Nock thought to herself, a butterfly effect that would affect the main story later, but that issue no longer matters now. Nock recalled today's scene and thought, today when I saw her trying to save me, I realized a few things. He recalls the previous incident, the answer she didn't clearly give him last time. Nock remembers DGT's expression as she knelt, thinking that DGT had already shown it through her actions. Teo replied, I understand, if that is what you want, it will be done. Right then, Nock stood up her legs, ready to turn and walk away. But he spoke up to his father, Chief, does this unworthy son of yours have one more thing to present? Teo agreed. Go on, say it. You said even if the person is your father. The notification appears warning that the effectiveness of the master actor is decreasing due to your agitated state. Nock angrily shouted, please stop. He concluded with a sentence, bothering your people again. In the dark room, Nock looked at the blue-haired girl holding a suitcase and asked, where do you think you're going? DGT replied about, that I have to leave here soon. I don't think this place suits me anymore. She spoke while fidgeting, thanking him for everything he had done for her. Nock then said, I will ask you once again. From my perspective, it's better to ask where you are going, instead of serving me as my maid. DGT lowered her face hesitantly, but you already know the answer. I have received orders from the clan leader to monitor you, so I have deceived you, she said, while crying pitifully. Then she wondered, why do you try to hold me back when I have already betrayed you? She cried out, and I couldn't say anything, even if you kicked me out right now, so why? Nock looked at that girl and thought to himself, so this is the true face of DGT after her acting facade. But this personality of hers seems more like a real person, someone who chooses not to give up and struggles to get through even the hardest and darkest times. He softly spoke, people often deceive each other a lot at the beginning. DGT exclaimed, but I have made a serious mistake with you. He replied, that's exactly the reason. DGT continued, after causing such trouble, she wants to leave without compensating me. Who said I would let her leave like that? DGT replied, sorry sir. Nock raised her hand towards her and said, DGT, you will stay here. I don't care what my father thinks, but I don't need the Lefelia family name in your name. After saying that, he moved closer to her, placed his hand on her back and said, I only need your talent. Hearing that, DGT softly replied, that's not enough. Nock passed by her and spoke, so I want you to stay and help me by playing the role of standing by my side until you can correct the mistakes you caused as my maid. Hearing this, DGT was a bit surprised but soon moved to tears. She replied, I understand, young Master Nock. Nock walked away while DGT quietly turned to look at him and promised, I will be by your side forever and always help you. Nock smiled and exclaimed, very good. Of course DGT asked me this question before you asked me who I serve, right? He replied, yes, that's right. She then said, now you know who that person is, don't you? Nock gently said, yeah, I know, I already know who that is. In the creaky house there was chatter, but that's what I'm saying. Let me tell you, the young master even threatened the medicine master. He said he would kill him if... Rona excitedly tells the story, but then Mr. Duok-su has to. Nock appears and interrupts her story, telling Rona to stop bad-mouthing me in front of others. Rona startled and asked, did you hear everything? Nock held her hand tightly and said, surely you will say that I never spoke ill of you to avoid responsibility, right? Rona suddenly covered her mouth in alarm. Seeing DGT here, she immediately asked if DGT was feeling better and warned not to overwork, offering to do the laundry. Then she rushed over to grab the pile of clothes and said, I'm going to do the laundry. Nock rubbed his head and sighed, wondering why she always caused trouble. He looked at DGT and asked DGT, you know that you will be going to the Elden Academy with me in 2 months, right? She replied, yes, I already know, and I have prepared a little for that. Nock was surprised, preparing food. DGT spoke up essential items like medicine, emergency supplies, clothes, and a spare uniform for long trips. She thought to continue seeing DGT's expression. Nock silently thought DGT no longer forced himself to smile in front of me. I'm tired of pretending, and I have no talent for it anyway. I feel more comfortable seeing her like this, because we no longer need to exchange unnecessary compliments or engage in meaningless small talk. DGT seems to realize something. Nock looked at DGT's relaxed expression and thought, in that situation, even if we were cornered, even if we turned our backs on each other, we would not betray one another. Nock closed his eyes with satisfaction. Yes, that was enough. DGT is standing holding a water bottle, while Nock is sitting on a chair reading a book. I feel the peace at this moment, enough for my relationship with her. Right now in this room. At that moment, Vovelia asked Nock, by the way, are you all right? Her question surprised him and he turned away from his book. She continued, saying that recently negative rumors about him have been spreading everywhere. She heard her and stood up, puzzled, saying negative rumors. He thought to himself, I thought the bad reputation was still there, but surprisingly, there are worse rumors. Nock hesitated greatly and exclaimed, Hern. Vovelia blushed with embarrassment and said, they say the reason you made me your servant is because you like me. Hearing this, he fidgeted, gripping the chair with his shoe, and said that rumor. He helplessly thought, really, I didn't expect to feel embarrassed just by playing Nock. Nock then apologized and sighed, saying sorry to her, because she got into trouble because of him, and she replied, no, I didn't tell you because I didn't have any problems. Her face clearly showed sadness as she said she was just worried the rumor would upset him. He sighed and said, well, no, you've heard rumors about me before, right? I am a completely useless fool, the incompetent youngest child of this family. Valilia was a bit embarrassed and said that rumor isn't that bad, and hearing that you immediately said, if you lie like that, I'll kick you out. Her face lowered and she said, I've heard that rumor already, and more. She continued, her voice urgent. Someone is saying you are a pervert, is that true? Valilia stammered on really hearing that. Nock helplessly covered his face in despair. He sat down and thought, even though his image is much better now, before he was rumored to be a weakling. At this moment he scratched his face and kept thinking, right now he's just a kid who always makes a fool of himself. His eyes started to wander wildly as he thought further, but he must regain his reputation. Then you look down at your hand and think, after all, Nock is the villain, so I have to be more wicked for the main character to shine. Then you clench your hand and think, after all, I'm not the main character in Inner Lunatic. Then you waved your hand dismissively and said, forget it, don't talk about those rumors anymore. Then you continued, I have a mission for you. Nock calmly said, you know, to survive at Elden Academy, I'm not the only one who needs to prepare thoroughly, but I also have to prepare. Valelia lowered her face and asked him, what kind of preparation are you talking about? At this moment, he thought to himself that Digigi's loyalty meant she trusted only one person, so revealing a bit about the plan to her wouldn't be a problem. In fact, he needed her to understand him better, so it would be easier to give orders. Then he continued, before joining the academy, I intended to study magic and need your help. Hearing that she was very worried and said, even though using magic is illegal in this kingdom, you still insist on learning it. Then she exclaimed, you're a bit shameless, to which he cheerfully replied, of course, after all, I'm a useless guy and also a pervert. She sighed and concluded that you must be the wrong enemy. Suddenly she exclaimed, I know now. Then she put on a serious face and said there must be a reason why you made that decision. I will find some basic books that might be useful to you. Hearing her say that she was very pleased and thought to herself very good, she is indeed very capable. Suddenly there was a lot of noise outside. Move quickly. Yes, get ready, fast. Hearing the noise outside, he turned his head and thought, what's all that commotion outside? A very loud voice shouted, if you mess up you will be in big trouble. A very loud voice rang out missing. Ryan is back. Hearing that he immediately got up, looked out the door and pondered. Ryan, he came back after graduating from Eldon Academy. Right, I think I forgot this important event. There is a large caravan of carriages below. Nox smiled at that moment and thought to himself, the chance to change his life has finally come. Then he called out saying something. You smiled and said that it seems I will have to go far away soon. Hearing that she helplessly said to you lacking skin. She continued, what do you want to do next? Scene change now in the dining room. On the dining table, many dishes were laid out. At this moment, Nox's father was drinking red wine and said congratulations on graduating from Eldon Academy. Hearing that Ryan von Reinhardt, pretending to be the younger son of the lady and one of Nox's brothers, spoke up thanking father. Nox then used his power. In front of his brother, various panels began to appear displaying basic information named Ryan von Reinhardt, male 16 years old, ethnicity, main factor, he is obsessed with achievements, passive skills, active skills, and mind reading. At this moment you continue reading positive qualities, quickly grasp the situation, neutral, calculating meticulously negative, pretending, valuing social status, noble, opportunist. And then Nox looked at Ryan and thought he is an opportunist, just like the academy professor once said. Looking at the dining table, he thought further, the only reason Ryan's true colors hadn't been exposed was because Nox was an even more incompetent fool. Then he smiled and thought he was someone who knew how to be perfect in politics. Nox watched Ryan playing chess and thinking further. With his political talent, he easily graduated while E. Auden was very famous, but also very hard to graduate from. He was now thinking further, only 1,000 people could pass the entrance exam here, and only half of them could graduate. At this moment, Nox's father spoke up, Ryan, have you decided on the day to go to Chadell? Suddenly Ryan hesitated. Then he smiled and said, yes sir, I will set off south to Chadell in 3 days. At that moment the father said, if you arrive there at this time of year, there will probably be a monster hunting mission. At this time, the father began to tell Chadell, a humble place outside the territory of Reinhardt Fur, is one of the most desolate wastelands. He continued, that place is also on the border with eastern Tajilan where they use the desert as the boundary. The father continued, not only is it desolate, but this place is also filled with monsters, so it can be said to be the most terrifying wasteland. He went on to say that the royal family's mission for Ryan is to stop the monsters from causing havoc in Chadell, because according to the laws of the Kingdom of Akheim, a person must complete the first mission assigned by the kingdom to become a knight recognized by the royal family. At this moment, Ryan spoke up, saying that when winter comes, Chadell is always full of monsters, and it seems the royal family wants to take action to fight them. Hearing this, the father said that although the place is very desolate, if monsters occupy it, the surrounding areas will also be affected. At this moment, he told him not to disgrace the Reinhardt Fur family no matter what. Immediately, Ryan obeyed, saying he would always remember father. At this moment, Nox thought to himself that the mission here was not simply about hunting monsters. This place was mentioned in several complex storylines, so it was definitely more than just a side story. Nox wiped his mouth and pondered, so Chadell was definitely worth exploring. Then Nox asked Ryan if he planned to go to Chadell to relax. Hearing that, he replied yes, and at that moment Nox thought that naturally if someone like him wanted to have those things. You calmly said, let me come along, thinking to yourself that you will have to participate in the Chadell process. Nox's words surprised the other two. Then Ryan asked, what did you say? Where do you think Chadell is? She said she heard it was a neutral area where monsters suddenly attack, and also the place of the secret eternal peace carving. Ryan was silent at that moment. Then Nox's brother spoke up, saying he had been hearing a lot about him lately. At this moment, Nox thought to himself that Ryan's skill was seeing through people's hearts. Then Ryan said, did you pass the trial in the Lost Forest with the second daughter of the Sterners family? At that moment, Nox calmly replied, yes. In his mind, he thought that skill could detect why a person was reckless, and if the target's stats were lower than his, he would quickly figure out the reason. At this moment, what you are thinking is simply the skill that makes him an expert in dealing with people in this world and on the political chessboard. Ryan then said, if so, then you're defeating the twins and recruiting a commoner maid must be true. At this moment you think silently, but your steel spirit has been activated to counteract the ability to see through people's hearts. You say calmly, it is all true. Ryan immediately said, I know you must have defeated many people recently. Ryan's face turned sinister, and he said, but I can't let you, someone who hasn't even been admitted to the Elden Academy, come with me on this mission. Ryan doesn't want to be the one cleaning up your body. Suddenly he exclaimed, wait, your father said, I think I can guarantee that nothing will happen. Ryan helplessly shouted, Dad. Then he left and said, Ryan, take your little brother with you. Ryan shouted angrily, Dad. The father's face now twisted with menace. This is an order. His eyes started to roll back. Seeing his father looking at him made him sweat, and then the father said, I will provide the necessary equipment for the mission. The father continued speaking and preparing for the departure in the next 3 days. Nock looked out the window and wondered what just happened. At this moment, you keep thinking, why did he so easily allow me to go? Recalling the father's gaze, you silently think it's because the lady followed. At this moment, you hesitate and wonder, is he calculating something? You then ask, what do you want? Ryan's face was extremely sinister as he said, Nock, are you out of your mind? Nock calmly replied, whether I'm crazy or not, I can't be crazier than I was before. Ryan angrily said, how dare you joke like that? Then he grabbed Nock's collar. At that moment, he said he should be more careful. Ryan's face was extremely sinister as he said, if you get hurt, it will be tough, especially when you've just gotten the rare chance to go to Chuttles. Suddenly, a scream rang out, oh my god. The scream made him turn around. It turned out that the one who knocked over the vase was Vovilia. Suddenly, a scream echoed, oh my. The scream made Nock turn around. It turns out that the person who spilled the drink is Vovilia. The drink spilled on Nock's shirt, and Vovilia is now bowing her head to apologize, saying, I'm sorry, young Master Nock, I will clean it right away, please go back to your room without me. Ryan cast a contemptuous glance at her. Seeing this, Nock immediately spoke up, brother, I sincerely apologize, but my maid has made a mistake. Her face was lowered at that moment. Then the two turned and left, and at that moment I will ask for permission to leave first. You looked at your brother with contempt, and said, see you in 3 days after the breakup to take down the chat group. Hearing this, Ryan got furious, clenched his fists, and walked out of the room. At that moment, Nock spoke up, thank you. Then you continued saying that it was thanks to her that you were able to get out of such an awkward situation, and Vovilia immediately said, really, you truly have a talent for diving headfirst into lies. Then she continued asking if he was okay, feeling a bit stunned. Seeing her say that, Nock immediately reassured her it will be fine, don't worry too much. Suddenly there was a scream, young Master Nock. It turned out to be Rona, who in panic said, where did you say you were going? She glanced at Rona and thought, did she forget that she is her mistress? He then turned away and said, the rumors really spread fast. Everything has already been decided. At this moment, you secretly think the rumor about the useless and incompetent child joining the conquest team is really shocking. At this time, Vovilia speaks up, saying that this time I have to agree with Rona. Then worriedly continuing, I think the territory of these chat demons is too dangerous. The number of monsters and bandits there must be in the hundreds. Hearing that you calmly say it will be fine, I know what I'm doing, you think to yourself. This is exactly why we decided to come here. It is an opportunity for me to extend my own lifespan. Then Nock continued, I will go on the conquest mission without you two, so I want you to stay here. Suddenly at this moment, Vovilia spoke up, apologizing. Then she continued, but I cannot let you do that. She continued, as your exclusive maid, I have the duty to support you wherever you are, so I will go with you. Nock, worried, said you might get hurt, and Miss Vovilia replied yes. Then she continued, but that could also happen to you. She went on, I heard from Rona that you are very weak and prone to illness. Then she continued speaking, surprising him, wondering if he could travel such a long distance without her. And he often forgets many personal items, and his clothes need to be changed and washed daily. She continued speaking, can you do all those things by yourself? Nock placed her hand on the door and thought to herself, she makes a good point. Then he scratched his head and thought, this world is my reality now. What she said earlier are basic needs that I didn't have to think about when this was just a game. Then you look at Vovilia and think, if anything happens to me, her position in the Renhafer family will face many challenges. You continue thinking, I guess DGT has no choice but to follow me now. Then look at her and say, okay. After that, you helplessly continue, but she must obey my orders. She will also need to learn how to open the doors. Vovilia said, just now I understand recently I have also become closer to the mushrooms. Rona heard that and was amazed she has become closer to the mushroom doors. Then Rona anxiously asked her, DGT, how did you do that? Vovilia explained that she used half a month's salary to buy the highest grade sugar cubes for the horse, and it also opened quite quickly. Hearing that, Rona angrily said, aren't those whores food, you bad horse? Hearing that, Nock happily said, well, you really are a monster, just like your master. Then you turned away and said, anyway, Rona will stay here, DGT will go with me, and since she is going, I will need her to prepare thoroughly. You then turned back and thought she looked quite worried just now. Seeing her eyes welling up with tears, he patted Rona's head and wondered if she would be okay. Suddenly there was a knock on the door, making everyone turn around. At this moment, Roswell came in and said, "Young master, the clan chief has an item he wants to pass on to you." Hearing this, he thought, an item from the star. You remember what your father said, our family will provide the necessary items for the mission. Then you think, is this one of those items? And also, I don't know why, but they sided with me at dinner just now. I wonder what their true intentions are. At this moment, Nock's father spoke, saying, "You have arrived." Nock politely replied, "I heard you have something to give me." The father calmly said yes, but whether you can obtain this item will entirely depend on you. The sword was now on the table, and Nock said, "This is," looking at the sword of the first clan leader of the Reinhardt Fur family. Then he thought, the sword of the first chieftain of the Reinhardt Fur family, this matter. His face was extremely worried at this moment. Nock looked at the father and spoke, truly very surprised, because he thought of the sword and considered that this was an item that had never appeared in Inner Lunatic. Even a veteran player who has beaten this game 27 times doesn't believe any information about this item. At this moment you are doubtful and hesitant, but why did he give me this thing? I really don't understand the current situation. Clenching his fist tightly, he silently thought he must have it. His eyes focused on the sword as he pondered its appearance. At this moment the father spoke up again, perhaps it looked quite worn out to the child. Then the father continued, "However, this sword had accompanied the first chief throughout his entire life. Back then, it was a sword that had been by my side all my life." At this moment Nock said, "Please tell me the test I must pass to possess that item." The father then said, "Try picking up that sword." Nock is thinking and looking at his hand. He grabs the sword and holds it up. The power radiating from the sword is very strong. His eyes are dazed and thoughtful. Is his mana being absorbed? The sword is now very ominous. A terrifying power radiates from it, making him stunned, thinking the color of the blade has changed. The father spoke up, "As expected, you can now start to feel the mana." The boy was fierce at this moment. The father stood up and said, "Very good, just as I thought." Then he continued, "This sword absorbs the user's mana and releases that power several times over. You look at the sword and think it releases mana power many times over. You say, now I guess this sword won't be easy to use. Your eyes look like a lost soul right now. The sword is radiating an incredibly terrifying power. An immediate warning appears, your mana is being absorbed at a rapid rate. The system continues to warn of a sudden change, as the acting order characteristic is beginning to become unstable." Nock was sweating and thinking to himself that it would be too dangerous if his mana was absorbed this quickly. The father then set a condition for his son if he wanted to get that sword. He said, "You only need to hold it for 10 minutes. Hearing that, he panicked and thought, 10 minutes. You try to hold the sword and think in this situation. You keep thinking that smart guy, the father continues, and the name of the sword is Stormbringer. Nock is still trying to hold the sword. His father says the name of the sword is the Messenger of the Wind. The system now notifies basic information. The armored emissary has weakened classification, and equipment level can be enhanced from medium to high dark element. You are sweating to hold the sword. The system continues to notify a special effect. Whenever you kill with this sword, it absorbs your mana and converts it into its own stats. Next, the system said that after absorbing a large amount of the player's mana, the sword will release it and unlock its power. At this moment, Nock was holding the sword and thinking, what is the point of closing this information now? Suddenly, the system notified that your mana was completely depleted and was switching your energy source, which surprised you greatly. Then the system announced that it was forced to convert the player's vitality into mana, and as you tried to hold the sword, it changed from purple to red. The system immediately displayed a message, your life is rapidly running out. At this moment, you silently cursed, damn it. You looked at the sword and thought to yourself, whatever, I have to give up here. You intended to drop the sword but couldn't, then wondered why you couldn't let go. Nock got angry and cursed, damn this sword. The father glanced at him. The father's eyes stared at him. In his mind, he thought about the violent envoy. What kind of sword was this? A demonic sword that could grant its wielder tremendous power, because it would exist within the one who held it. He continued to think that the first clan leader had used this sword to build the clan, but while Reinhardt Fur was famous as a dark clan, his descendants could not control the sword. He looked at his son lying on the ground and thought 9 out of 10 people would collapse from exhaustion as soon as they picked up the sword. Holding it for 10 minutes was already a long time. Feeling tired from the heat and thinking silently, even I can only endure for about an hour. He thought to himself at that moment, but he ordered his youngest son, who was still inexperienced in controlling mana, to use this sword. He continued thinking, even the recent incident where he happened to save a servant, and all the events happening in this family were related to the roof. This was not a coincidence. At this moment, Nock fell back and thought, the boy has improved more than I expected. His eyes looked at him and silently thought, maybe he possesses the talent of a swordsman. Looking at his hand, still holding the sword, and thinking further, that is why I decided to test the boy if he can hold this sword for 10 minutes. He continued thinking, meaning he has the potential to become the greatest clan leader in the history of the family. He stuck the sword into the ground, thinking at that moment. The boy was panting, making the father think the boy would surpass him. At this moment you grit your teeth, look at your father and curse silently, then finally you will be able to finish me off. The calm father said to the roof, just as I thought, still hiding his power. Suddenly a voice spoke up. What did you say, father? He then left and said, from now on this sword belongs to you. You look at your father and gasp. Angrily, thinking to himself, damn it, before leaving, I have to restore my energy. 3 days later, the journey to Chuttles began. Vovilia sat on the horse and said there are many things to carry. She then added, luckily, the dimensional bag can hold all these things. At this moment, his face was blank, as if he had lost his soul. Seeing this, she was worried and thoughtful missing. Da had been looking forward to this trip so much so, why was his mood so bad? Nock sighed at this moment, continuing to think, although besides the violent messenger he also gave me another weapon to carry. He was still angry, and thinking, feeling no gratitude after losing his vitality like this. Suddenly you notice Ryan. You think to yourself, Ryan carries a lot. Haha, Ryan is laughing happily now among the monsters he studied at the academy. At this moment you think further him, making you carry these things just to follow is a bit much, but it's okay because you're using him anyway. Suddenly a voice speaks up, hey over there. Both Nock and Vovilia looked out angrily. The two people riding horses in front were arguing loudly. No, I'm sure this way, not that way. Ryan spoke up. Are we already lost? His face was serious and pleading, how long will it take to get there like this? He shouted, John, weren't you the one who said we would definitely make it there? Captain John was hired by Ryan to bow and apologize, saying it was his fault because he had never taken this route before. Ryan then continued to question him, saying, we're lost, aren't we, idiot? Vovilia spoke up, missing Nock. Hearing that, he turned around and said to her, I'm not talking about you, I'm talking about those useless clowns over there. Right now, pull the horse's reins. Your horse is starting to get restless. At that moment Nock spoke up, brother. You continue, it seems we have encountered deception. Hearing that, Ryan immediately said, it's none of your business. He calmly told him, you're lost, aren't you? He was angry and shouted, telling him this is none of his business. Nock then spoke up, saying, you calmly continue, maybe you can take me there. Ryan gritted his teeth and said, damn it. You look at your younger brother and think to yourself how ridiculous he has lived his whole life in the mansion, and yet he can lead me there. I swear if you are the guide, you are pretty good. Even the vassals of the family must praise your talent. Ryan looked at his brother and said, are the vassals really praising? He looked at Vovilia and thought she is blatantly lying. Ryan looked at Nock and thought to himself, being late is troublesome, but what if Nock can't do it? Suddenly a thought flashed in his mind, maybe he could lower Nock's confidence. If that's the case, then even if we have to go around in circles, it's not a bad thing. Ryan spoke up, saying that if you are that confident, then I'll let you lead the way. He quickly smiled. You immediately lead the way this way. After a while, everyone lit a fire. At this time Ryan spoke, have we finished setting up the tent for tonight? The older brother is no longer grown, so how the hell did that kid find the way so fast? He is extremely furious. This is the southern land that hasn't been explored yet, even experienced guides struggle to find the way. He kept cursing the two of them, how could he do that? A young man spoke up, but he really did find the way. Ryan got even angrier and cursed. Shut up. The person he wanted me to believe was that kid quickly knew the way. Huh. He kept cursing. How could it be like that? I heard all the words he said. At that time, you thought unlucky for you. I already knew the way for a veteran player. This is as easy as pie. Keep thinking, because the Chutter's territory is a strategic center I have visited hundreds of times. Vovilia called out to him, asking how he found the way so quickly, and he pointed, saying, don't you see something on the ground? Hearing that she looked down and sang the ground, he explained at that moment it was the footprints and fur of an owl bear. Then he continued, it is a monster with the body of a bear and the head of an owl living in the south. Their habitat is the southern border of Chutters. So just by following the direction of these traces, we can easily find the way to Chutters. Hearing that, she immediately asked if running around in the territory of the owlbears would be dangerous. At this moment, a voice spoke up, saying they are afraid of fire. They won't come to places with many people. They'll run away. I heard the young master has changed a lot, surprisingly. The three looked at each other and said, isn't he even more talented than the second young master who studied at the academy? Ryan gritted his teeth angrily and cursed. Shut up. Then he asked, Suez, did you say Has and Alan lost to him? Ryan's butler, Suez, spoke up, yes. He gritted his teeth and said, I need to verify its power. Suddenly, Seuss's face turned very sinister as he said, by chance I have a perfect weapon. Then he pulled out a bag and said, this is Ryan's face full of malice, and said, cuckoo. Then he said, it seems tonight with Nock will be a long night, and night has fallen. The fire is almost out, the others are fast asleep, and from the bushes, someone is there. In Nock's run, he is tightly closing his eyes open, and he thinks has it started. You immediately grab the sword. seeing that Viliac the weather was still normal until the wind rose, making the leaves fly chaotically. In front of him was a group of monsters, the sword in Nock's hand ready long ago. The monsters, with their rough appearance and spiked maces as weapons, stared at him fiercely. Not surprised at all, Nock looks like he just woke up 4 monsters. So you found out something was wrong, that thing. A year of sand on the ground caught Nock's attention, possibly the cause. How could he be fooled? Just one look, and he recognized what it was, earth mixed with the pheromones of a female monster. Maybe he's taking advantage of the monster mating season to lure them here. Monsters can't escape Nock's knowledge, so how could the person bringing them not know, especially when Graham plans to use them to scare me? Nock has never stopped being confident, always feeling full of strength. This is my prey and my life. At that moment, the system announced that the Stormbringer artifact was responding to the user's will and mana. A monster, no different from a green giant, rushed towards him. With that weight, comparing speed to Nock is pointless. One sword strike is enough to defeat them. His tremendous power spread beyond that area, enraging the monsters, but to no avail. Nock used his strength to leap up. It seems you want to focus all your strength into a critical strike. The sword plunged down faster than the speed of light, slicing through the monster. The monster was still holding its breath, looking up at the sky to see the star, but Nock had long since dropped to the ground. His face still covered in blood, he was now nothing but coldness. Wherever his sharp sword goes, it brings damage to the monsters. Before the monsters can counterattack, he already delivers a fatal blow. Extremely satisfied with his own magic, he carefully examined the sword. This sword is pretty good. The smile on his lips was proof of his satisfaction with his performance. I'm pretty worried when I recklessly consume mana, as if I'm in a deadly battle. If I use that much mana, I'll experience exhaustion, but there's no need to worry. Stopping there is no fun. I want to deal with each one thoroughly. I'm very different from before, proving my strength more and more. I feel like I can slash this sword in any direction I want very smoothly. After shaking off, he felt disappointed because all the monsters had fallen, leaving only one. What a pity. The monster realized that staying here would mean certain death, hesitating whether to run or not. In a moment of confusion, the monster couldn't think much and quickly ran away from the deadly black hole he created. It wanted to run, but where could it go? I signaled my horse with a sharp whistle, and it heard the sound, knowing I needed it. The horse of Nock is truly different, the blue bruise shining in the forest at night. As they galloped over, he grabbed the reins and jumped onto the horse. Exactly applying the method that 4 legs are faster than 2 when the essence of the drink is no joke. Using all his strength to urge the horse to run faster this time, he is determined to defeat this monster. Sitting on the horse's back, Nock confidently swung a powerful sword strike at the monster. Finally able to stop, he breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the system announcement that he had received 9 hours after defeating the monsters. DGT peeks out of the tent, worried about his condition, missing drinks, hoping the day is okay. Continuing to wait is not a good idea. With her personality, running outside to look is quite normal. I scolded you because you didn't listen. I told you to wait at the tent. DGT only cares if you're safe and wants to increase security quickly. There's no monster at the entrance to the stopping area. Should we call the night guard and wake some people up just in case? He stroked his horse, easily guessing that someone had deliberately lured the monsters here. Something beyond her imagination, still confused about how Nock found out. The image of the elder brother Nock was drawn right before my eyes, Ryan von Reinhardtfer. Unbelievable. Luckily, Nock discovered it in time. He exploited the monster's habits to harm us. That's why he deliberately set up the tent far from us. DGT is not an ordinary person. She used to be a lady from a prestigious family, and just by looking you can see the hidden meaning behind it, which means Ryan is trying to test her strength for the future. DGT is gentle with her horse, constantly stroking it. Yes, cut, you can sleep now. Just because of power struggles, can brotherly love really last? Nock also understands the current situation well. Maybe Ryan thinks that I cannot join the ranks to become the heir candidate of the family. That's why he thinks it's better to test his true abilities before making further decisions compared to his older brother Ryan. He's still not as strong, so he has no choice but to use such a silly plan just to gather information and test his strength. Carefully sit down and smell the scent of the thing that led the monster here. He seemed to know what to do, but I have to let him know that these useless things don't work on me. DGT didn't know what the item he took out was. For what is the Lord planning to do? It feels like Nock wants to strike back at her beloved older brother. Does she know how to get more monsters out? Unexpectedly, he took a jar to collect the monster's blood. Although a bit skeptical, Nock wanted to try once to see this must be monster blood. Not sure what thoughts were in his mind at this moment. Monsters are also like humans. The tents are deeply intoxicated in the forest, and as you understand, they will seek and avenge their fallen brothers. The natural scenery is no different from the first time Nock encountered the monsters. Ryan couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the fail orb glowing. What was happening? He was stretching his legs, getting ready for bed, so he was a bit angry that the fail orb detected the mana transmission of the monsters. Why was it howling at this hour? With his very simple thinking, he naturally didn't bother to care. It's a magical tool that can detect the mana of monsters when they come close. How could it be wrong or malfunction? Although Ryan carefully reconsidered, he still couldn't believe it. This was the fail stone his father had just given him, and it was still in the forest shrine. How could a monster strong enough to activate the fail appear here? The loud noise outside made him dizzy and confused, almost unable to stand. Not only that, the screams of the servants outside also made him anxious, missing Ryan. Pulling back the tent flap, his face grew tenser than ever. He quickly ran off to report. Ryan only just poked his head out, furious at being disturbed before sleep. What's going on? The soldiers following him are trying to fight, but the monsters have come in hordes. The stench keeps dripping continuously, and he can only stand in fear, cornered. Damn it. Arguing endlessly gets us nowhere. If it's still not settled by dawn, this place usually has no monsters, but it turns to ruins when they come, so bring the injured here and handle things over there. He only knows how to criticize others without reflecting on his own actions, such fools. Because he didn't sleep all night, Ryan's dark circles are clearly visible. He is angry and restless, the one who planted the bait for the monsters on my tent. Quickly making excuses, how could I bear his anger? Impossible. It's strange, I must have caused trouble for young Master Nock. Meanwhile, Nock is just stretching and welcoming a new day with golden sunshine. He even gave you a special greeting. It really is a refreshing morning, isn't it? There's no other way with this situation. You have prepared breakfast. Young Master Nock, let's eat. Nock wanted to eat with her, thanked her, and invited her to sit down, but was politely refused, saying, I am a maid and cannot dine with you. Yet he immediately found a reasonable excuse, saying we are on a mission. So if she prepares her own meal, it would be troublesome. What if the monsters appear? That would be bad for her. Nock's mood changed rapidly. Who knows? It's really annoying. Still there, not joking with the wide quality, somewhat proud, Nock knows everything that happened. Ha, 10 monsters. Ha ha, maybe they will appear here like the way they attacked my brother's fire. Seeing you silent, I asked what's wrong, shaking my head sadly. I'm thinking the master I serve is a bit thick-faced. He didn't blame me, just picked up the bowl to eat breakfast. Haha, you should get used to it. Ryan kept standing there, showing 5 fingers, packed up the tent, and left, and the subordinates had to obey. Yes, the tough mission. I don't know what you're thinking, holding the sword in your mouth and not letting go. The soldier saw the blood stain on the tent and guessed that the tents with blood should be thrown away. HMPH, maybe that's why we are always relentlessly chased by the August gang. She saw Uncle Tam come to Nock and spoke up. What is he planning to do? Should I help them? You are the one who taught them a lesson. No, why should that be? She didn't expect Nock to be so straightforward. Yes, that means they still will. In your opinion, there's no way to escape the monsters, right? Even if we leave this place, the O.G.R.E. might still follow us. Outside, Nock seems simple, but actually every move hides its own benefit. I thought so from the beginning. When he hasn't decided to stop that intention, more troubles will come to me, but if I tell her, she might worry even more. He had already planned it. He even expected them more than grain, but it was also an opportunity for me to need more O.G.R.E. to appear to destroy them and prolong my life. She saw him tilt the bowl without spilling. He finished eating. Nock was more urgent than ever and had to quickly take down some more monsters here. Don't just stand there staring at everything bathed in sunlight. The area they passed through has never returned to its previous quiet state. Nock is ready for the journey ahead, packed up and ready to go. Still can't escape the monsters clinging like locusts, brazenly roaming the forest in broad daylight. When passing by a spot, it just felt off. Thinking someone was following behind it, turned its head back. The monster was suddenly attacked, panicking as it didn't understand what was happening. A quick and decisive strike added some of the monster's blood to the ground. Early the next morning on the second day, sunlight shone over the hills. Nock held a wooden stick and kept banging one end hard on the ground. Nock and Digichi rode the same horse she sat behind, holding tightly onto Mr. Tron's shirt to avoid losing her balance. One hand he held the reins and a wooden stick. One hand raised to the forehead to block the strong light for a clearer view. I have already grasped the terrain of this entire area. Nock and Ryan lead the way, the others closely following behind. Nock thought quietly. Charters was still quite far away, so he felt a bit worried, but this was great. Ryan urged his horse closer to Nock and called him over. Nock and Digichi all turned their heads to look at him. Ryan asked, "What are you going to do with the monsters coming towards us? Do you think we can shake them off?" Nock smiled confidently and replied, "Of course." He looked straight ahead, his face serious as he continued. "We could carry out a large-scale crusade here, but it would surely attract the attention of other monsters, so instead, focusing on escaping this forest would be a wiser choice." His voice echoed a bit, so there should be no problems beyond expectations, but Ryan clearly didn't think so. He glanced at Nock with suspicion, saying, "No problems, huh?" Seeing Nock surrounded and welcomed by everyone, they kept calling him Lord Nock, and asked how he knew so much about monsters. Ryan became even more annoyed, unable to help but think silently about when Nock suddenly took command of the soldiers. Nock didn't know Ryan was upset with him, and kept tapping the wooden stick on the ground until someone suddenly called him Young Master Nock. A soldier couldn't help but ask why the officer kept stomping on the ground. Nock looked at the soldier somewhat absent-mindedly and replied because monsters can appear at any time. The soldier just asked, and immediately the scent returned. Everyone who heard it was scared pale. The soldier stammered and asked again, "Ghost monster." Nock smiled and nodded affirmatively. "That's right." The soldier couldn't believe it. Before he could finish speaking, the ground beneath them suddenly shifted, causing the horses to panic and nearly lose control. DGG sat behind Nock, startled and amazed. The ground in front of them suddenly cracked open, something was breaking through from below, and Nock's horse was frightened. It hurriedly jumped forward with both feet to dodge. Nock calmly held the reins. DGG, sitting behind, screamed in fear. There. Nock looked at what had just appeared. He smiled excitedly and said, "It's coming." A giant monster rose from the ground, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. No one knew if it was a person or a giant worm. Everyone quickly got off their horses to steady themselves, looking up at the creature in front of them, the giant worm. As a monster that looks like both a snake and an earthworm in the inner lunatic, they are known as a strange species and can be considered not fully evolved. Nock looked at it, his face becoming more serious because of that. They cannot use magic, but even so, they are still extremely terrifying. Remembering the fierce monster chasing them, he thought to himself that even compared to dozens of monsters rushing at us, this console is much harder to defeat. Nock imagined the giant console chewing the monsters' heads, but he was actually looking forward to it. While Ryan and the other soldiers were scared, Nock was happily laughing. These soldiers would probably be shocked if they knew they were trying to wake it up by continuously stomping on the ground. Haha, but what could they do? He thought to himself, if you're not satisfied, then go take over a character's body in the game and write everything in advance. Nock turned around and shouted loudly, "Everyone get ready to fight and hide in the bushes." Everyone holding swords ready to fight suddenly paused. "Anti-run." Someone who didn't understand asked again, "Are we not going to attack it?" Nock didn't explain immediately. He smiled slightly and thought to himself, "Let the enemy fight the enemy." I remembered telling them that the monsters wouldn't be a problem if we quickly left the forest, but I thought to myself, that was a lie. Suddenly there was a loud noise behind the soldiers in the forest, startling everyone and making them stop. They turned around to look back. In the thick smoke, the large, fierce monsters appeared growling fiercely, and Nock looked at them, thinking to herself that she never intended to run away from them. DGG still clung to Nock's sleeve, and she turned around in panic, calling out, "Nock, don't leave." Her face turned pale, she broke out in a cold sweat, and her hand gripping his sleeve trembled uncontrollably with fear. "Many monsters have already chased us here." Looking into her eyes, he reassured her, "Don't worry like that, I've already arranged everything." Withdrawing his words, he turned back to look at her and asked DGG, "Do you know which creature the giant and rare worms hate the most?" DGG didn't understand what he meant and asked back, "What are you talking about?" A strong shockwave appeared around again. DGG fearfully clung tightly to Nock's back. The group of monsters fiercely wielding weapons rushed to attack the giant deep. Nock excitedly said it was those monsters. The monsters roared as if signaling to their comrades. The worms always hunted monsters as their main food source, and the monsters always sought revenge. They were natural enemies. Nock stood nearby, observing the battle calmly, and continued, "From then on, experienced adventurers would know how to take advantage of this." DGG looked up at his back a bit surprised and asked again, taking advantage of this. The giant worm opened its bright red mouth wide with sharp teeth and growled. It swooped down from above and grabbed a monster swimming towards it. The monsters were not only unafraid, but became more agitated, splitting up to repeatedly strike the giant worm's massive body with spiked clubs. DGG raised her hand to cover her mouth, her eyes, watching the scene, feeling a bit incredulous. Those monsters. Everyone was hiding behind the large trees nearby, observing the situation, and DGG was even more surprised, thinking they were attacking each other. Ryan turned pale, sweating profusely, and gritting his teeth a bit confused. Damn it, how the hell did Nock know about this information? Nock suddenly reached out to touch the stones he had prepared on the ground. DGG, sitting next to him, asked uncertainly, "So now we just have to wait, right?" Nock didn't answer her, but picked up a stone from the ground. Watching the monsters and the giant worm in a tense battle, their roars continuously echoed. Nock knelt down without hesitation, throwing the stone in his hand at them. The stone darted forward and struck the shoulder of a monster. Then more stones were thrown, all aimed at the bodies of the monsters in the battle. DGG looked at Nock confused and asked Nock, "What are you doing?" She said a little worried, "What if the monsters change their target to us? Then we'll be the ones getting stoned." At this moment, the giant worm in the battle just defeated 2 monsters, and Nock's game system continuously popped up 2 notification boxes. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. Your stamina has increased by 0.1. You have gained 8 hours of life for defeating the monsters. Nock forced a smile, tossing and toying with the stone in his hand. "Sorry, DGG. I need to beat those Oroche at least once to get experience points. Of course I can't tell you this." Nock suddenly froze, looking at the intense battle situation in front of him. The system continued to pop up 2 notifications, informing you have gained 8 hours of life for defeating the monsters. Your stamina has increased by 0.1, and at the same time the giant worm finished chewing the last monster. Nock thought to himself, the battle is over. Ryan Noob nearby witnessed this scene with wide eyes and amazement. Damn, it was good that he took advantage of the monsters, but in the end they were still defeated. He bit his lip, his face pale with fear, worried and wondering what should I do now. It's really too hard to defeat that worm. What must I do to escape? Suddenly Nock stood up straight and placed his hand on the sword handle, calmly saying everyone get ready to attack. Ryan and the others turned around in surprise to look at Nock. Nock turned around and told everyone to shoot the missile or throw spears at that caterpillar. A soldier holding the same missile stammered fearfully, "T, Lieutenant Nock." Another soldier stepped forward and loudly urged everyone to follow Lieutenant Nock's orders. He shouted loudly and attacked. Everyone raised their weapons, aiming at the giant worm lunging with its mouth wide open. Countless arrows and spears were shot, piercing the giant worm, causing it to scream in pain. Ki. Nock tightly grasped the sword, smiled confidently and drew it out. It was his turn now. The moment Nock fully drew the sword, all the clocks seemed to freeze in time. The surroundings suddenly lost their color. Arrows and spears flew towards the giant worm, and the water droplets on the central hill suddenly stopped moving. Even the soldiers were no exception. They stood still, unable to move. Nock, with no wind, rushed forward. Everything around him was motionless, except for him. In the black and white scene, the golden light from his magic shone brightly and seemed especially dazzling. Nock stomped hard on the ground to gain momentum. While time was still frozen, he jumped high and continuously swung his sword multiple times at the giant worm's body. The sword slashes across the giant worm's body, left trails of golden light. Nock flipped in the air and landed gently on the ground. Just as time had stopped moving, the clock hand shifted back. Nock stood with his back to the giant abyss, maintaining a confident smile as he slowly sheathed his sword. The giant worm's body behind him developed many large wounds, with hot blood continuously spurting out. At the same time, Nock's game system displayed a notification that you gained 10 extra days of life for defeating the giant worm. The system showed you now have 122 days to live. Nock turned around to look, and the sound of an object hitting the ground loudly echoed. The dust around rose in a thick white cloud. The massive body of the giant worm completely collapsed. Nock thought to himself, today 10 days more than he expected. Looking at the monster lying on the nearby grass, its body covered in bloodstains, Nock was even more certain that it was a mid-level monster. Without the other monsters, I wouldn't have been able to kill the worm so easily. The system keeps popping up notifications. Your stamina is now 5, and the luck growth attribute effect has disappeared. Nock is a bit surprised. I remember tearing up the paper with the magic circle drawn on it, feeling a bit regretful inside. Along with the weakening spell, the hidden growth fragment I used also disappeared, which is really unfortunate. Nock's body was covered in the blood of the giant worm. He looked at his clenched fist and comforted himself. Well, my physical strength has reached level 5. Everyone rushed around Nock. One of them asked with concern, "Nock, are you hurt anywhere?" Nock turned to look at everyone and replied, "I'm fine, you all did great." The person quickly said, "No, you are the one who did well." Everyone showed happy expressions and shouted together, "You are amazing, wow." Nock looked at them calmly and said, "It's nothing serious, everyone please reset the formation." Just as he spoke, a slight tremor appeared beside the giant worm's corpse, and the ground there began to sweat. Nock sensed the harshness of the situation and turned around. Everyone was shocked, worried, and confused. A giant worm suddenly burst out from the ground, opening its large mouth full of teeth and roaring. Someone shouted, another giant worm appeared. Everyone took their positions. Nock quickly drew his sword, staring at the giant worm, seemingly surprised. Another one appeared. Before I could think much, someone hurriedly called me, saying, "Young Master Nock, please quickly step back." In the crowd, Nock stood frozen, and I suddenly heard someone shout, "Make way." He leapt into the air, then swiftly unleashed a beautiful sword strike, slicing the giant worm that had just appeared into 2 halves. He gripped the sword tightly, his eyes lost in the darkness, indistinct. Nock, holding his sword, stared in amazement at the scene. Wait, what is going on? Looking at the person who just appeared and defeated the giant worm with some of its blood still on his face, Nock couldn't believe his eyes. How did he appear? Here. The person who just defeated the giant worm stomped on its head, his hand gripping the bloodied sword hilt with a confident smile. Nock was stunned into silence, wondering what he was doing here, a swordsmanship genius. Everyone, including Ryan, was surprised and started to buzz with excitement. Nock stared at the person and realized he was the strongest in the inner lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors, along with Theo and Celsus's disciple Paracelsus. Paracelsus, with bright eyes and still covered in the blood of the giant worm, laughed and said, "Hey sir, I just saved you, but you can't even say thank you." Nock looked at Paracelsus with a cold gaze, hating the nobles to the bone. Furious, he stood behind Ryan, spreading his hands and pointing at him, while loudly cursing Paracelsus, calling him a stingy bastard, and asking if he knew who he was. Paracelsus paid little attention, one hand on his hip, and the other rubbing his head, not even looking at the 2 of them as he turned to speak elsewhere. Oh, sorry, this action clearly made him furious. He pointed at him and asked, "Who are you?" Paracelsus glanced at him and smiled, introducing himself. "My name is Paracelsus. Just consider me a mercenary." Nock stared at Paracelsus, and given his youthful experiences, his aversion to the nobility was understandable, but the important issue here was the matter at hand. "I remember the storyline from the game I played. Paracelsus was fighting someone else," he thought to himself. The first encounter with Paracelsus should have been at Elden Academy. I've played this game countless times and never met him before the academy started. Nock clenched his fist tightly, so something must have happened. Zeus reached out and asked Paracelsus, "Can I check the person's identity?" Paracelsus crossed his arms in front of his chest and replied calmly. Of course, gulping down his drink while glancing at Paracelsus being troubled by Zeus, he felt a bit confused, wondering what he should do. The group continued through the forest with Ryan riding behind Paracelsus, suddenly spurring his horse forward and waving for Paracelsus to come back, saying, "Hey, you're the mercenary, right?" Paracelsus turned his head to look at him. Coldly. Ryan didn't mind, he said. "Is someone also on the way to Chutter's?" Paracelsus nodded, exhaled, closed his eyes slightly, and replied, "Yes, that is my first stop. I heard that place is an ideal spot for monster hunting around this time of year." Riding nearby, he raised his hand to his chin as if pondering monster hunting, huh? His expression became more serious, and to advance his training, Paracelsus traveled all over the kingdom before the school started intending to practice in any area. Ryan reached out to Paracelsus, trying to be friendly, saying, "You're young, going alone, you seem quite confident in your skills." Paracelsus just glanced at him without saying anything. Ryan smiled and made an offer, saying he would definitely pay a good price, or have you become his subordinate to hunt monsters. Paracelsus heard Ryan and immediately remembered him pretending to seriously think, a beautiful smirk appearing on his lips. Paracelsus squinted, and then turned his head back to look straight ahead, because he was the son of one of the Sword Emperors. According to Renhafer, I am actually curious about the two of them. Hearing this, Nock was a bit surprised and turned his head to look at him. Zhujiang shouted loudly, "How dare you speak so rudely?" Ryan stopped him with his hand, telling him to rest, then turned to Paracelsus and said he would give him time to think. Seeing Paracelsus riding ahead, Ryan thought deeply his skill level could defeat a giant worm with a single move. I must recruit him. Ryan smiled, his face full of calculation. Only then could he regain the soldier's attention from Nock's side. The afternoon sun shines on the village walls from above. You can easily see the small city covered by the forest. Nock looked at the village appearing right in front of him. He said, "We're here and thought this is Chutter's." They stopped their horses in front of the village gate. Some people inside opened the door to welcome them. Nock looked around and silently assessed this place. Seemed even more desolate than when he played in the game. In the empty wooden barrel lying nearby, there were two chubby rats constantly squeaking. Ryan looked at the scene with disgust and hatred when a skinny, dusty child who looked pitiful approached the little girl, asked, "Is there anything to eat?" Ryan showed hatred and instinctively stepped back away from her. The little girl was on the verge of tears, suddenly noticing Nock riding a horse nearby. She stared at him intently. Nock coldly turned his face away in another direction. The little girl bowed her head silently, almost on the verge of tears. Paracelsus glanced at her secretly. His expression suddenly turned cold and he clicked his tongue softly. The group continued forward, and a middle-aged man appeared in front of them. The person raised his hand, looked straight ahead, and the group said, "Hello, I am Tiger, the leader in charge of protecting this village." Then Tiger smiled and continued, "You are Grain von Renhafer, who just graduated from Elden Academy, and that must be your younger brother Nock von Renhafer, right?" Tiger continued speaking, "I was forewarned about your reconnaissance mission, and your arrival as well." Paracelsus was a bit distracted, thinking about the chance encounter with one of the Sword Emperors. He looked at the backs of Nock and Grain, and the sons of Theon von Renhafer, who had high hopes when hearing that the Renhafer family would soon bear the task of conquering Chutter's alone. Paracelsus remembered the scene of Nock drawing his sword to defeat the giant consul on the way. While he was handling the giant consul with that exquisite sword technique, I realized that kid was truly talented. He stared at Nock's profile and then continued to ponder. In this city, I still think they protect the young masters of noble families. Paracelsus's expression turned cold, truly a disappointing government. He observed the city before him and thought to himself, this city definitely cannot function normally. Seeing Tigan talking non-stop in front of him, Paracelsus despised him even more, while the knights were busy exploiting the people, and the citizens of this city could not stand against the attacking monster army. Not far away, two starving children secretly watched the group, too afraid to approach. Paracelsus thought to himself he didn't expect them to be in such a desperate state that even a little food could save them. Tegan led everyone to a prepared house. He invited everyone inside and said since it was already late, he would discuss the mission details with him tomorrow. This inn is simple, but he hoped he could rest after a long journey here. Finally able to rest, everyone happily dismounted the chatter, and lively discussions began, letting the horses rest, wondering how many more rooms there were over there. Nock went ahead. Paracelsus followed behind Ryan, who sensed his presence and turned around. Paracelsus raised his hand and smiled, saying, "About what you just proposed." Ryan looked at him happily. "Oh, you've made a decision." Paracelsus laughed and refused. Ryan, surprised by the answer, asked loudly with an ugly expression, So what do you intend to do?" His voice was so loud that Nock, standing far away, could hear it. He turned his head back. Ryan was asking Paracelsus, not intending to fight the monster army alone, he said disdainfully. Well, Paracelsus still raised his hand in reverse, showing politeness before Ryan replied, "First, I intend to follow my original plan." Wishing you a safe and peaceful expedition, Ryan immediately showed disdain upon hearing this truly an annoying commoner. Paracelsus glanced in another direction, smiling meaningfully, saying that skill leads to success. That's how this world works. The more capable a person is, the more rumors surround them. He withdrew his words as his eyes met Nock's from not far away. "In fact, we met earlier than expected on a quiet night under a starry sky. The stairs in the house where everyone is resting are still lit." Nock opens the door, turns back to DGT, and says, "DGT, you should rest tomorrow. We will continue our journey." He waited for DGT to leave before closing the door. The window in Nock's room was wide open, and he went to the window to look down. Below are the children begging this afternoon, huddled around the fire. They endure hunger, leaning on each other, holding their empty stomachs, trying to fall asleep. Suddenly, a voice echoed above the child's head, startling the kid, who looked up. Nock, carrying a bag, asked the children if they wanted something to eat. He opened the bag. Inside were all kinds of bread colors. He took them out to distribute to the kids, saying, "Here you go, eat quickly." The kids all stood up and hurriedly reached out to receive them. The children hurriedly devoured the cakes. They received the little girl who begged for food in the afternoon was joyfully tearful, somewhat unbelievingly stammering, Do we get to eat all of this?" Nock nodded. Z looked at the children before him with pity, thinking he couldn't save them all, but guessed this was something a kind and generous person would do. The little girl ate the cake while wiping her tears softly, saying, "See, thank you." Nock fell into deep thought, wanting to create a future where these children no longer have to beg to make it a reality. In the dark night, he handed out all the cakes to the children. First, he had to survive in Chutters. Nock did not realize someone was appearing nearby. That person was hiding behind a corner, quietly watching the scene. It turned out to be DGT, who was also carrying a bag but did not come out. She smiled softly, thinking to herself, "I knew it, he was just pretending to be cold." In the vast Chutters area, someone posted a message. As you all know, the southern part of Chutters is always where monsters gather in winter. It turns out TG is leading Nock Ryan and the soldiers on a tour around. He continued to explain, so we always request additional funding and reinforcements from the royal family. Ryan pointed at the wooden fence beside him, and he couldn't help but ask suspiciously, "Are the guards in the village only using these things?" TG was a bit embarrassed. "Yes, it has been a long time, so they need to be repaired." Looking at the marks left by the monster attacks on the wooden fence, Nock thought to himself, "It's really harsh." He let out a heavy breath, gasped, and continued thinking. As soon as the monster chaos happened, they had less than an hour before being wiped out by the monsters. He looked at the wooden fence that was no longer sturdy in front of him and fell into contemplation. "This is a branch school. I have to decide whether to save this village or not, and in most cases, I choose to help the Chutters region." Nock suddenly smiled. The reason was clear. It was more beneficial to me. Chutters would become a land of gold in the future. Tai turned around to look at everyone, his face showing some worry as he said, "And now the monsters are very different from previous years. The number of attacking monsters has increased greatly, and they are more ferocious." Everyone was surprised to hear Tai say this. Really, Nock stood behind, raising his hand to think these people now do not know that the increase in ferocious monsters will help them in the future. In everyone's astonished eyes, Tai continued, "The worst thing is that some villages have seen the appearance of zombies." Ryan's face turned serious. He raised his hand and firmly said, "A single zombie will make everything more serious." Ryan curiously asked where it was. Tai almost turned his head to look at him and replied, "Outside in the wild area, which is quite desolate." Nock knew the deeper reason. One of the main reasons for the Chutters region being occupied was whether it was possible to avoid attacks from the creatures with this code or not. Nock thinks of a majestic animal with wide wings, sharp claws, a sturdy beak, and bright wild eyes. The eagle lord of the wilderness is born unstoppable and unbeatable. Nock's expression became serious, but I plan to destroy it. Tai led everyone to a desolate area with withered trees without a single leaf, and someone asked if this was the endless horizon of the wild zone. Tai is near the border with Tahalan to the east, a neutral area known for its desolate wilderness. Nock pointed that way and suddenly realized, aha, that's the place, but there's something strange about it. Nock crossed his arms in front of him and said calmly, "These unusual horses near the village of Chutters are usually found near the Tahalan area. Does anyone know why they are appearing here now?" Tai and John turned to look at him both clearly. Surprised. Nock looked at them seriously, his eyes cold. He had guessed who the traitor was in this massacre. The mission had begun. The sunlight shone brightly on the seemingly desolate village. Nock thought to himself, "Let's get rid of the rotten elements in this village first." At the house where Nock and everyone are resting, someone is flipping through papers. Suddenly that person clenches their hand, crumpling the paper into a tight ball. It turns out that person was Chud, who clenched his teeth in anger, gripping the paper on the table tightly, unwillingly, thinking that he used to think he was useless and didn't worry about him, but who would have thought he fell into his plan and lost favor with Ryan. The more he thought, the angrier he became, grinding his teeth with a face full of hatred. I had worked hard to gain Ryan's goodwill and would not let him live comfortably. While he was lost in thought, someone suddenly came down the stairs. That person is Digi-Chi. She is carrying a bag downstairs. Chud sees her and is surprised. He looks at Digi-Chi with a sinister smile. I think her name is Digi-Chi. Chud observed her every move. I heard she was a commoner and a maid. Digi-Chi was going down the stairs when suddenly a threatening hand slammed against the wall, blocking her path, startling her. That person suddenly reached out to her, startling her. He grabbed her arm and pulled her over, causing the bag in her hand to fall to the ground. Digi-Chi recognized him as Chud. She hesitated a bit, worried, and asked, "Is there something wrong with me?" Chud stared at her like looking at prey. He smiled sinisterly and said, "Sure, there are many things, no need to be tense. I just want to have a quiet conversation with just the two of us." After speaking, he tightly held Digi-Chi's hand as she tried to pull it closer, but Digi-Chi struggled to pull her hand away. Finally, she managed to break free from his control. Digi-Chi raised his other hand to massage his most painful wrist, looking worried, and said, "I don't think we have anything to talk about privately." Chud raised his hand to pat his head. He gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, "Come on, what's going on? I may just be a knight serving the young Master Ryan, but I also want to have fun sometimes." Then he rushed forward and grabbed Digi-Chi's shoulder, and she was the same right. Digi-Chi was terrified by his rough actions. "Let me go." She looked at him, suddenly pale, her whole body engulfed in an inescapable fear. Wait, what if I refuse him? She thinks about its loneliness and isolation in the crowd. The young master will lose the goodwill of young Master Ryan. That day will bring deceit and attract unnecessary malicious glances from the family. Digi-Chi gritted her teeth and closed her eyes, desperately choosing to let fate decide, not wanting the master to be hurt. Sus looked at her with greedy eyes, smiling wickedly, saying that thanks to the terrible debt owed to her master, he had lost more than 10 years of his life struggling here, and he would make her pay. Suddenly, a bright light flashed, breaking Sus's grip on Digi-Chi, accompanied by a familiar voice. "Oh, what do you want? I'll give it to you." Sus's pupils dilated as he exclaimed in surprise. Digi-Chi's eyes welled up with tears as she stared wide-eyed at the person who had just appeared. Sus's painful scream echoed, blood splattered everywhere. Standing there, stunned, his face darkened, gripping the blood-stained sword tightly as he emphasized each word, "Tell me." With a cold expression and eyes full of killing intent, he controlled his anger and calmly threatened the questioner, asking what they wanted him to pay. Sus held his arm that had been tightly severed, gasping in pain, sweating profusely and struggling to speak. "No, go. What do you think you are doing? Even you won't escape this after doing this to me." Saying this, he loudly threatened, "Do you think young Master Ryan will stand by and watch you do this to me?" DGT stood still, full of worry, not daring to say anything. Nock looked at Sus, as if looking at a dead man, his expression terrifying, threatening me with his brother. Without hesitation, Nock swung his sword, severing the other hand as well. Sus collapsed to the ground, screaming in pain, clutching his arm on the floor, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with hatred, staring at Nock, then shouted, "Damn it, even if you have a family backing you, you still will." Nock grabbed the sword handle with both hands, holding the blade parallel to his body, looking down at Sus with a cold expression, and said, "No, I am not arrogant just because I have a family backing me." In Sus's eyes reflected clearly the tip of Nock's sword. His eyes wide, as if about to tear up, Nock said emotionlessly, "The person is that person." Retracting his words, his sword also lowered, stabbing straight into Sus's body without hesitation. DG anxiously and fearfully stammered, "Nock, what did you just do? Young Master Ryan won't let this go." At that moment, Ryan appeared with his bodyguard John, looking at the scene and loudly asking, "What is going on here?" Nock, and DG all turned to look at him simultaneously. "Ryan, you don't dare ask, don't tell me you just killed Sus." Squinting his eyes, he calmly replied, "Yes, I did that." Ryan immediately shouted and scolded, "How dare you?" He walked up and pointed his finger straight at Nock. "How dare you act like nothing happened after killing my knight?" Nock looked him straight in the eye without hesitation and replied, "Brother, your approach to this is wrong." Nock calmly looked at Ryan, who was furious in front of him, and asked, "Shouldn't you ask for the details of what happened first?" Ryan angrily rushed forward and grabbed Nock by the collar. His face darkened, veins bulging on his forehead, showing he was very angry. "He's too big. Why did you kill Sus? If you don't have a good reason, you'd better accept the family rules punishment." DGT looked at Nock's back, clutching her hands in worry, and not knowing what to do facing Ryan's fury. Nock calmly replied, "I saw him try to sexually assault my maid," and DGT stood there hearing every word. Nock said, "You're the mistress, how could I stay silent?" Ryan didn't find this reason reasonable, and was angry at Nock. Just because of that, she was just an ordinary person. Nock suddenly asked, "What did you just say?" Ryan's pupils dilated, and he suddenly froze. Nock unleashed his full power throughout the room, his eyes sinking into darkness, and he asked Ryan if he could take responsibility for those words. Seeing Nock's terrifying cold expression, Ryan involuntarily loosened his grip, realizing this was Nock's power. He was so scared his face turned purple, his hands uncontrollably trembling. Was his incompetent younger brother really that strong? Ryan tried to stay calm, and looked away, withdrawing his threatening demeanor, and choosing to speak wisely. "You should have reported that to me first," Nock interrupted him calmly. "Have you forgotten I'm notoriously incompetent in the family?" Nock frowned, and adjusted his collar. "I've never done anything like reporting to anyone, so why should we?" At this point, Nock looked up and stared straight at Ryan, leaving the judgment to their father when they returned to the second territory. Ryan stared back, stubbornly gritting his teeth in frustration. "Nock, that bastard," thought Ryan, but he could only take a step back. "Fine, we'll leave this matter for father to judge when we return." Nock nodded and smiled. His decision was wise. Then he turned to look at DJG and spoke. "DJG." DJG quickly replied, "Yes, young master," then walked over to him. The two of them went out together. Ryan watched Nock's back and couldn't help but wonder, since when did he become so strong? He gritted his teeth full of resentment, and the sword he held, I have seen it somewhere before. Not far away, Nock looked at DJG walking beside him and asked with concern, "Are you hurt anywhere?" Ryan watches Nock's cautious back, knowing we shouldn't underestimate Nock in this mission. Besides, Nock and DJG are searching for clues around, while Nock thinks the soldiers might get into a fight. Nock looked to one side, and continued reasoning in his head. They had already divided the factions and were forced to make a decision. Nock pondered, would they follow Ryan or him? Suddenly, Nock glanced over at DJG, who was writhing beside him for some unknown reason. He turned to ask Han about DJG. "DJG, are you still okay?" DJG lowered his head and replied quietly, "Yes." DJG then turned with a blank face and asked Nock, "Nock, you will be fine, right?" Before Nock could finish speaking, DJG burst into tears and said, "Why did you do that? If this matter is made big, it will only add more charges, and then you will be in danger again." Nock opened his eyes in surprise at DJG's caring questions. Nock responded, "You don't know who your master is." With an expressionless face, Nock said, "I am the incompetent one of the Reinhardt-Ver family, so no matter where we are, don't bow your head." DJG stopped crying and looked at her brother Nock with admiration. DJG wiped away her tears and said to Nock, "Yes, brother, I will miss you." Somewhere, Ryan slammed a beer glass on the table in anger, thinking with a displeased face, "How dare that incompetent guy boss me around?" At first, when my father told me to bring Nock along, I thought he was just a burden, but now, during the mission, he is completely different from what I imagined. Ryan thought about Nock, and wondered if that sword just happened to resemble his father's sword. Instead of the angry and annoyed look earlier, Ryan seemed a bit hesitant. He thought, I have to be cautious with him. I've already lost too much. Who can I trust to assign the task of monitoring him? Outside the door, there was the sound of Than turning the handle. John entered the room and respectfully said to Ryan Young, Master Ryan, the situation on the first floor has been handled. John rubbed his hand and continued speaking, but the young Master Nock was quite different from the rumors. Ryan looked at John and thought he was not the only one who was different, but also the leader of the cavalry team, managing this place for a long time, and I even investigated his background to confirm it. So why does Nock, a bookworm, understand this place better than others? I didn't pay that much to work as a lackey. Ryan kept thinking about the fact that the monsters hadn't attacked yet. He had to make more use of his cavalry. Ryan told John to make sure to eliminate all the cultists and monsters around here. If Nock acts strangely or behaves oddly, report to me immediately. John answered like a soldier, clear. Outside, the night was falling. DGT asked Nock, what have you been doing all day? He meant the greenish-yellow bottle in Nock's hand. DGT asked again, just observing the walls in this village. Nock replied, they are not sturdy at all. DGT said with a puzzled face, so how do we stop the monsters? Nock turned around and said to DGT, let's go. DGT followed Nock. She went up and asked, where is Dr. DSG going? This way is the opposite direction to the boarding house. Nock turned back with a bright smile and said to DGT, I think we need to recruit more people to enjoy ourselves. Nock thought to himself, because even in such a small village there must be a talented person. Anila, the person I always tease, whenever I come to Death's place, a genius in potion making. That means she is my treasure trove of medicinal herbs. The two walked along the damp, gloomy path. DGT asked Nock, is there really a genius chess master hiding in such a shabby place? Nock turned and replied, yes. DGT continued, I don't understand why someone so talented would choose to live in such a remote place. Nock said, she has her own reasons. You think this place is the secret path to conquer Chutters, because in the future, Alina will join somewhere else, not the evil empire. If someone doesn't use the secret path to reach Chutter, they will never catch Alina. Suddenly, Nock spoke up this way. Follow me. Watch your step carefully to avoid falling. DGT replied, yes, do you really think someone is here? Suddenly, there was a place flickering with lights. DGT Huangfan said to Nock, hey, you over there. Nock thought it meant he was being praised. Inside, Alina was gulping down her drink while mumbling, saying, I can't believe I'm stuck in this place. How did I end up in this mess? The two Knocks peeked into the room, their six eyes meeting. Knock spoke first, starting the conversation. I found her. Knock thought to himself, my master. Alina screamed in shock, asking, who are you? Why are there outsiders here? DGT looked at Alina's decadent scene and said, no way. The genius master you mentioned, is he this drunkard? A while later in the room, still filled with the smell of fermented rice, Alina lowered her head and said to the two Knocks, sorry, I didn't know you came from a prestigious family. He replied, it's okay, forget that I came here to discuss something with you, listen carefully. Alina responded with a slightly trembling voice, all right. He looked at the current Alina and thought at this point in the story, she was just a genius character with the most developed TM ability, and also a brilliant genius. Alina, I have to recruit her. He looked at the current Alina and thought even though she had weaknesses, the system displays basic information about the character name, Alina female, Joe Witz, age 21, elf race, wood, attribute, city none. Positive traits, cheerful, brilliant genius with crafting skills, open-minded, low-level awakened spirit mage. Negative traits, stubborn. Stats, endurance, 6 luck, 5 intelligence, 8 willpower, 22. Skills, internal skill, blessing of creation. Looking at Alina's attribute table, attributes positive, cheerful, brilliant genius with craftsmanship, talent, open-minded, low-level awakened spirit mage, negative stubborn, attracted by 2 negative stubborn points. He holds his head and sticks out his tongue, thinking unexpectedly the talented one is favored, while the incompetent one of the Reinhardt-Verchilmo family is preferred. His expression gradually changed, and he thought there was no one far from being a precious genius. Knock looked at Alina writhing in fear and said to DGT, she is a bit deceitful, but I have no other choice. Alina spoke up, I don't understand, but sorry if I made you angry. DGT leaned close and whispered to the roof, a bit shy. Alina heard, not missing the roof. I don't know if saying this is too much, but I don't think every stubborn guy is a wise decision. Looking at DGT with hesitation, he said, I know, but I have no other choice. DGT heard his answer and said, it must be complicated. Alina continued to ask the two male leads, oh, besides that, may I ask why you came to find me? After asking, Alina returned to a tense expression, waiting for the two male leads to answer. No response. I will be straightforward. Just as I said, he suddenly looked very serious and said, cooperate with me, Alina. If you follow me, I will give you what you need most. Hearing that Alina seemed not to believe it at all, she reached out to ask again, wait, what? Just as she was about to ask more, Alina saw the piercing gaze from the rooftop. Alina tightly grabbed the skirt tube to hold the guitar. Alina looked guilty and said, sorry, but I can't agree with you. I have things to do here, truly sorry. Hearing that, Knock asked Alina if it was about her friend May. Alina was very surprised and a bit flustered to hear Knock knew about her situation. Alina asked from the rooftop, how do you know? The Lord smiled as if he had anticipated this situation. You said, May will soon face death. Hearing this, Alina was very shocked. It seemed that this friend May was very important to her. Seeing Alina's expression, he insisted again, as if saying, if she accepted his proposal. Who knows, what if I can save her? Knock reached out to Alina and said, how do you feel? Did I make you change your mind? Inside the damp room, Alina was sitting alone, lost in thought, thinking that May would soon be a victim. Thinking back, Alina remembered the promise when the boss invited cooperation. I will save her for you. Alina, join me. Alina sat gloomily, mumbling a name. She muttered, May. Alina began to recall the past. A brave blonde girl said, do you want us to pay more taxes? But the taxes have already increased this month. Alina thought of her only friend May, and remembered the times May protected her. In May's memory, as we were slowly dying, the royal family sent funds to you, yet you still haven't repaired the city walls. The Lord's face darkened, and he ordered May to be arrested. Alina thought, if only I were the one taken away. If I had been braver, then Alina's tears began to fall like a heavy summer rain. Alina hugged the crying person and said, I can't save my friend alone, I can't do it by myself. Alina thought about Knock, he probably can't either, that's probably true, but she looked up at the foot of the house and said, I don't think I'll quickly forget this, I'll remember it for a long time. In another part of the crowded tavern filled with laughter, a big glass of beer was placed down with satisfaction. A sycophantic soldier said, so what did that grain guy do? John said disdainfully and arrogantly, he's just a fool. He continued, we pretended to be a team of knights, and he believed it immediately. Hearing that, the soldiers laughed as if bitten, starting to burst out laughing. A soldier rummaged through his pocket and said, even if it was just by chance, it's worth searching the Knights John's quarters. With a sneering face, he pulled out a yellow knight's badge and said, we even got something like this with a servant like that, we might get a bigger job. John pointed at the badge and said, if the Reinhardt Fur clan sees this badge, they will think I am the leader of the Knights, John, and will give me the benefits of a leader. A soldier said, it is indeed a coincidence, even stranger that the two names are exactly the same. John Sweatier said, if they keep Ryan as a hostage, they could demand a big ransom. He's a member of the Reinhardt Fur family, you see. One person seemed unable to fit in with the laughing crowd nearby, showing hesitation towards John's dark ideas. He spoke up, but was that okay? That is the most influential family among the 3 dark clans. I wonder if any bandits survived after provoking them. It seems these reminders dampened John's group's spirits, and they started moving toward the person who said that. The soldiers started cursing the one who reminded them, "You coward. That's why people say you're stupid." The other guy was scared and didn't dare to argue back. John raised his hand to signal stop, and the others understood and fell silent. He leaned on the table looking at his friend. John angrily said, "Do you know where this is? This is Chuddles, a place even the royal family abandoned. We will keep Ryan as a hostage, demand ransom, and then escape to the East Coast. No matter how much influence Reinhardt Fur has, they won't be able to do anything in this situation. We just need to find a hiding place and live comfortably there." One guy heard that and immediately flattered, "Oh, you really are the leader. But this time there's also a kid named Nock. He didn't notice us, right?" Hearing that, John rubbed his chin thoughtfully and said, "Ah, he's really dangerous, very determined. Tell the others not to get involved with him until the job is done." Another soldier said, "Haha, don't be like that, he's only a kid, he's overreacting." John heard that, downed his drink and said, "That's right. Okay, bottoms up." Suddenly the light in the shop went out, and the place fell into an unusual silence. Someone asked what's going on. Another said, "Who turned off the light?" John replied, "Blood on his face." He said fearfully, "Everyone stay calm." John touched the bleeding wound with his hand. He sniffed the smell of blood. Suddenly realizing something, he looked to the side. Next to a dead soldier who had already received his lunchbox, John couldn't stay calm and his face turned pale. He narrowed his eyes and stepped back to avoid the knife. John shouted, "What's going on?" He stepped back and accidentally stepped on something soft. The core of his brother lies sprawled on the ground. John's face is panicked, now his brain starts to think enemy. He shouted, "Who are you?" In response to John's words, a bloodied man appeared behind, saying, "Why do you speak so rudely?" Hearing a noise, John turned around and saw the face of Death Knock. He quickly stepped back and said, "Who are you?" No answer. Knock said, "You hide in this hole like rats, huh? How dare you steal from the Den Hop family? The person who hit me is a bit too tall." John grimaced and replied, "It seems you are mistaken about something you know." He finished speaking, and then said, "I already know the countless crimes you have committed, including embezzlement of public funds and collusion. I also know that you are trying to take advantage of Ryan." Teacher Knock said, "We believe Den John is determined, he thinks. Damn it." He said, "What do you want? Think carefully. If you deal with Ryan, won't you be more respected by the family? You just need to ignore it this time. No need to take risks. The fake soldier bandits have started to surround the place." He was very aggressive, attacking the soldiers and sending a few of them to get lunchboxes. Laughing bitterly, he thought I was that stupid John, shouted orders to his men, "Kill him." The soldiers surrounded Knock, but they seemed to be nothing. Swinging the sword, he cut down one after another, receiving lunchboxes one by one. In the end, only John was left. He looked at the scene and thought, "Damn it, this bastard has always hidden his true strength." He went on the offensive, thinking that danger must be ended immediately. John started using his trump card. He ran out, remember, the ones who died were because of his own stupidity. A surviving robber said, "This time you're finished." That was the leader's sword technique, a sword intent flying towards Knock. Knock spoke up, "More foolish than I thought." Knock grabbed the sword and blocked John's strike. The sword energy dissipated, but the calmness remained unshaken. The system announced that you destroyed the enemy's attack because you are a genius with the chained sword. John's group was amazed by the scene. One of them asked, how did he block the sword technique of that guy? Knock dealt with all the bandits. You turned away, speaking with contempt, calling them lowly. Why do you dare ask me what I want? I have already, the system announced, you have learned the male sword technique. A blue light shone around the man as he said, I have obtained what I wanted. John was shocked and scared, covered in fresh blood. Look at the sword master performing the technique. You have learned the southern sword technique. He didn't care about the murderous glare directed at him. John could only say two words, genius. Knock eyes closed, hair falling over his face. What does genius mean? In the white space, he looks down at his own shadow. The eyes of the drunkard are sad. Could it be that only some are luckier than others? Bare feet walk on the ground. He raised his arm to the mirror. He stepped closer, pressed his hand against it, and looked at himself. Could it be that someone has proven they can reach a higher level? But most of the prideful people cannot reach it, right? He pressed hard, the mirror shattered, and from the moment I risked my life, I have been repeatedly asking myself that question. Shards of glass flew through the air. What does it mean to be a genius? He closed his eyes and smiled. The moment he opened his eyes, the light from his eyes was full of determination as he stared at his opponent. With a strong sword strike, he said, compared to the moves I will learn in the future, this move is nothing, but this is enough for those guys. The soldiers retreated, blood splattering everywhere. They screamed in pain, mouths wide open, calling for their commander. But their commander was not helpless before this technique. The southern swordsmanship of Chat Dudong kept swirling in my mind. The sword move that took me 10 years to learn, how could a child like him know it? Someone's foot touched Don's kneeling knee. Unexpectedly, it was Nock standing right in front of him, majestic. Don looked up with eyes full of fear. He stepped back and said, if the killer is close, he won't spare you. Maybe he heard what people should do. Drink the last sip, breathe out, don't talk nonsense. There's no witness who saw me kill anyone. He shouted loudly, everyone's still alive, here will hear. He put his finger to his lips and leaned close to him, whispering, listen carefully, Don, the gang leader. It's simple, I'm assassinating you all. Why are you sweating so much now, huh? It seems people still don't understand. As long as no one is alive to testify, this will just look like an assassination. Saying that, he raised the sword high, smiled gently at him. Blood splattered everywhere, that's what the world would think. Cut to the prison cell, the echo of the skin, this is what she means. The skinny arm is hung up in handcuffs, bleeding. May is tired and wounded, breathing heavily. The nearby man is tall and strong. She doesn't want to work or be sold to other nobles. He snapped hard at May's face. The close-handed guy held on without any mercy. He said, is that right? With the little strength left, I replied, I will never obey someone like you. He raised his hand and slapped May's face hard. She smiled shyly and replied, what can she do now? The only thing a lowly person like her can do. It was just struggling underground. A spit flew onto his shirt. He bent down and looked for a while. Surprised, she wondered what she was doing. The fire of anger inside him flared up and he managed to slap her several times in a row. May's face had turned bruised and purple. Oh, could it be that she wanted to be sold to the sorcerer? She bowed her head in thought. The voice echoed, May, I know you tried your best, but this time your concoction was wrong. She crossed her arms indifferent, but this is a matter of talent. She didn't think you had this ability, holding the bottle. Sadly, how could it be? From the beginning I was never talented. Neither in alchemy nor swordsmanship, I was good at nothing. Her eyes changed immediately when she called Alina. When Alina brought the bottle, she said, oh, I have nothing to teach you. How can someone as talented as you exist in our countryside? But Alina was different. The teacher raised her hand in thought, if she was not a war orphan, but a descendant of nobility, even if low-ranking. She spoke while reaching out to stroke Alina's head. No, if only I could leave this orphanage at least. Unlike her, Alina is a genius in pharmacology. From the start, he never belonged here. Look at Alina, everything around her is sparkling and shining. Alina's eyes look towards May, yet she runs over and grabs May's hand. May, let's play together. Alina seemed to emit sparkling rays, and his awkward smile made me uncontrollably feel jealous. That's why I decided to sacrifice myself for him. May is sad and rich, accepting fate because he is sure that someone like him will never achieve what he has. Alina smirked and replied, my life is used to struggling underground. Taegrin was very surprised. Looking at Alina, she continued, after I die, what do you want to do? She flicked her tongue with a provocative look. It's not my business anymore. I don't want to be a burden to Alina. Fresh blood splattered across the floor. Taegrin angrily raised his hand and shouted, you bitch. The voice echoed, don't hurt yourself anymore. Taegrin stopped and turned back to where the sound came from. If she left here with only her sharpness left, Alina would be very sad. Alina also directed her gaze in that direction. Nock pulls the sword and steps in from afar. Taegrin smiles smugly, wondering what wind has brought trouble here. Nock continues, Hey Taegrin, according to the royal law. Then you will be executed. From afar, Nock approached with a sharp sword. Taegrin stopped, glanced at Nock with a slight uncomfortable smile and said, why are you shy to come here? He was indifferent, lifeless, with blood still on his face. Taegrin, you will be punished for your misdeeds. Nock looked through the iron bars. Taegrin was torturing May, who was suspended by iron shackles and had no strength left. Your death is inevitable. Your comrade is already dead now. You should give up too. Taegrin closed his eyes and smiled softly. It really is too unfortunate. He opened his eyes and glanced towards Nock, but, did you come here alone? He answered decisively without any fear. Right. Taegrin is now smiling confidently. How interesting, it seems the master has underestimated me a bit. The two of them still stood talking through the iron gate. He thought he could take me down alone. He clenched his hand around the sword at his side. Nock's expression grew even more certain as he replied, of course it was possible. Taegrin glared, determinedly swung his sword, and everything seemed to be progressing quite quickly. But now it doesn't matter anymore. The sound of footsteps rushed, and nearly 100 soldiers appeared out of nowhere. Nock was surrounded alone by all the soldiers in the room. Taegrin raised his sword high and shouted, kill him for me. The soldiers swiftly rushed towards you like lightning. Yet he still stood motionless. After a while, Nock gently closed her eyes. He exhaled, a sharp breath opened his eyes, and they blazed with murderous intent that filled the space. This moment the genius has been activated for 5 minutes. The machine inside him flashed rays of light passing the 4 minutes 59 seconds mark. Almost everything is unclear, only seeing rays of light tearing through space with faces of pain and panic. In the end, he retracts his legs following the familiar ballet dance. Gliding past the soldiers behind him, he had already become invisible. The genius machine clock shows 4 minutes 58 seconds. Just 2 calculations and he was already standing before the bars in front of Taegurn's prison. The beams of the genius machine still wrapped around him, his legs still in a perfect stance moving forward, gently knocking, opening the door, raising a hand to greet. The clock just shows 4 minutes and 57 seconds. Taegurn stood frozen, staring at the soldiers. Even as he walked past him, his face was still dazed and bewildered. He cast a sharp glance towards the girl behind him at exactly 4 minutes and 56 seconds. But as he gulped down, he brushed past Taegurn without noticing the streak of light still following him. Luckily, her face was pale and greenish, so he raised his hand to her cheek. The time machine has 4 minutes and 55 seconds left. He gently, with a sorrowful expression, pours some liquid onto the machine. She slowly opened her eyes, dazed and unclear, asking who he was. He replied, "Nock von Reinhardt," pretending. Nock said, "After she wakes up, everything will be over." Maybe she was just exhausted and closed her eyes. At this moment, Taegurn finally came to his senses. How could it be? How could one person defeat them all? He frowned and broke out in a cold sweat. Preparing to strike, Nock still stands motionless. For some reason, Taegurn lies flat on his face, his expression terrified. Blood splattered everywhere, turning back to look in shock. Taegurn went from panic to extreme terror. Blood splattered everywhere, mixing with the sparks from Nock's sword. All the soldiers were dead. Blood splattered all over the room. Taegurn lay there, seeing his own fate. Nock suddenly spoke up, "Don't think I will let someone die so easily." Taegurn looked up as if begging. In space, Taegurn's legs seemed to be cut off. In his eyes now, there was only darkness, pain, and fear. Nock still didn't move yet. He had been defeated miserably. Taegurn was stunned, terrified, with no words to describe the person in front of him. How can this be real? Did I really lose to a kid like that? I, someone who always schemes against others, have failed like this. Nock has thousands of questions in front of him. The light emitted from the peak. What does it mean to be a genius? Lying with Vu Mao at this moment, I ask myself that question again. Taegurn's eyes wide open in shock, glowing brightly with a cold, ominous aura, wielding a firm sword as he steps toward him. He couldn't believe it, thinking to himself, does he really have to believe this is happening, that he lost to a kid? He desperately thought me the great Taegurn. He recalled the cavalry captain of the mercenary team, Chatter. My father was the most outstanding in the village. At that time, he was still young. Everyone wanted to be like him. Then he witnessed the torture of a woman, he said, and everyone respected him. But look at him grabbing that woman's hair. He dragged her painfully, and said to him, "Taegurn, do you know why these people follow me?" He shrank back fearfully, saying, "No, I don't know." Suddenly, he placed his hand on his head, startling him. Then he smiled slyly, his grim face, saying it was because of power. He continued, "If you possess power beyond the ordinary, you can get away with anything. That's the law of a city on the outskirts of the Arkham Empire." He looked up at him and said, "Are you the strongest man on the continent, sir?" Suddenly, he looked at him seriously, then let go of his head. The other hand also released the woman's hair. She ran away quickly. He said to him, "No." He continued saying that even I am just one of countless unknowns on this continent, and there are countless unbelievably strong swordmasters here, as well as many children the same age as my son. Then he placed his hand on his shoulder, said they are geniuses, stronger than me. He said that's what you can expect from a continent drowning in this bloody war. Returning to reality, looking at his majestic sword, he thought to himself, the reason I have survived until now is because I decided not to confront such strong opponents. But he looked at the man standing in front of him. He silently called his name, Nock von Reinhardt Ver. Looking at his expressionless face, he thought he was one of those geniuses that no one could reach, as my father once mentioned, to achieve a talent that no one could attain like him. I have been trying to avoid it like this. He looked at him in despair, sweat pouring from his forehead, and said, the reason I am facing death and failure like this now. He continued saying, it was because I chose to confront him when suddenly a purple light appeared. He stabbed him in the back with a sword, then pulled it out, blood splattering everywhere, staining his face and clothes. The scene shifts to Alina, who is sitting with her knees drawn up on the chair, her face downcast and silent. Suddenly, a voice rings out, making Alina look over. It's Mei, and DG Chi, she calls out Mei Sao. Mei smiles at her. The bat hat falls to the ground, she screams Mei. Then she hugged Mei, tightly crying, saying, I was so scared I thought you had really left me. Mei comforted her. It's okay now, Alina. She also shed tears, saying, I'm sorry, but inside she thought I am the selfish one. Seeing Alina cry so miserably, she thought about wanting to do things her own way, and leaving her behind here. Ji-Chi smiled and looked at them. She turned to ask her, but where is the young master? I need to thank him. She replied he must be handling the situation and discussing something important now. She asked in surprise, discussing what? She said, yes, I think. He was having a sincere conversation with his brother. In her heart, she worried, although maybe that was not really his intention. Looking down the bright hallway, something must have happened. Cut to a house. Someone was tapping on the table, surely saying, John, how long does he intend to keep me waiting? Gia is Graham. He clapped his hands and complained, Why does he make a noble from the Reinhardt fur family wait like this? There's no reason, right? Suddenly, a knock on the door outside caught his attention. The person opened the door and stepped in. He asked who it was, and the person replied, "It's me, brother." Seeing your face, he was surprised and blurted out that if you have time now, he has something important to discuss, folding his arms with a serious expression. He looked at you angrily and said, "Why did you talk to him? The blood earlier splattered all over you." At this moment, his face darkened as he looked at him, his whole being exuding a cold aura that sent chills down one's spine. His sharp eyes said, "As I said, this matter is very important." Making him scared hesitantly, looking at you, he speaks up, "Just sit for now." Scene changes to a large mansion, the home of the Reinhardt fur family. There is a person holding a letter saying so to sum up. He continues, "We have received news that the young Master Nock has purged all corruption within that village. He has given appropriate punishment to those involved." The person opposite him is Teo. Butler Rodwell took out the letter and said he requested a special daily reward for achieving that success, and that is... After speaking, he handed the letter to Teo and continued, "I apologize, but I don't know what it is. I sincerely apologize." Teo opened the letter thinking to himself, "Chattels, the decline there gets worse day by day." Remembering that gloomy place, he thought to himself, but no one ever felt any hunger for that place. Why is that? It's very simple, because that place will not generate any profit. He stroked his chin pondering, but things were not that simple. That place had already been a difficult problem for the Empire's family. He thinks the eastern side of Chattels is the last line of defense, because if it falls, the monsters will start advancing toward the central continent. The kingdoms in the Midlands have mobilized a large amount of wealth and military forces, along with mercenaries, to protect key territories. He pondered, thinking a completely useless place, but one that cannot be abandoned. Chattels is such a place. He thought that barren land was worthless. Then he said the bandits there included vermin tigern, extremely dangerous people. He continued, dealing with them would be very difficult even for Ryan Roswell. Dap, absolutely right. He said if if the bandits attacked him, the situation would have been much worse. According to the rules, if they can't handle such a situation, they don't deserve to be part of the Denhafer family. I placed the Sword Knights there from the start, to prevent them from dying in dangerous situations. Then he threw the letter on the table and said, more importantly, let's go back to discussing matters related to Nock. His face was serious, as he said, what puzzles me is that Nock is not the kind of person with a generous heart who would eliminate the decay of a village without any purpose, and now it's the same in Chattels. He said confusingly, does it want to gain power and control over that barren land? Honestly, is there anything worth exploiting there? In the letter he wrote that if I can complete this mission, I want to gain control of Chattels and bring it under the Renhafer family's command. Can you grant me that? It also states that if I cannot produce any results, I will forfeit my right as the youngest child of the Renhafer family. He finished reading, pondered, and said, giving up rights as the youngest child of the Renhafer family. Rodwell anxiously asked, are you going to refuse this request? His eyes hardened, pausing for a moment. Then he said, no, I will accept it. He said if Nock can really defeat all of them, I will definitely get the right to hand that place over to Nock from the Emperor. Then he smiled wickedly and said, yes, this is the chance for me to see its management level. Rodwell nodded in response. I understand if you really want that. I will send a letter to the Empire and start discussing taking Chattels. According to what was said, just do it. Rodwell bowed deeply in agreement. According to the soaked note, I saw you write your name on the letter Nock von Renhafer. He said confusingly, really, how far ahead have you planned? The next morning, the sky was clear blue, with a few birds flapping their wings flying around a house. Ryan nervously said that John and Tiger wanted to deal with him. His face was gloomy as he continued speaking while I was just their pawn. Nock replied, unfortunately that's true. He held his head, gritting his teeth in anger, thinking, damn it, I'm sure the family has already investigated their identities. His eyes widened, blood vessels bulging, thinking how dare they deceive the Renhafer family to get rid of me, those villains. Suddenly he looked up at you, thinking no more. Importantly, you are emitting a dangerous purple aura. He thought Nock is even more troublesome. He laughed and said, why are you looking at me scared? Ryan smiled tightly. Surprised, he clenched his fist, thinking he really wants to pick a fight with me. Then he clasped his hands tightly together to calm himself, thinking silently that he must restrain himself or he wouldn't pass the test and become a knight. He sighed, realizing he had no choice but to accept that bastard's offer. He spoke up, asking what you want. He happily replied, you really are my brother. You quickly weigh the pros and cons. He said, I don't need much. First, give me command over all the soldiers under your command. He immediately replied, I agree. In his heart, he had considered that even if he didn't hand over the army, the kid already held his life in his hands. Looking at his body full of danger and death, he thought, even though he didn't want to admit it, he really didn't know exactly how strong this kid was. After thinking for a moment, he looked at him and said, in return, you must protect my life, and the achievements belong to me. He said, all right, but... He held up 2 fingers and said, protect my life, and the achievements. Then he laughed arrogantly and said that those were the 2 requirements. Although very angry, Ryan tried to hold back, gritting his teeth and saying, "Fine, I will also hand over the mining rights and the items in my big mine." He continued, "So you have to make sure everything is properly taken care of." After hearing that, I stood up from the chair and said, "This price is cheap compared to your life, so don't hesitate." Then he continued, "Well, I will take care of you while I am still at Chudder's." Suddenly his eyes hardened coldly, telling him, "I hope you don't rush, brother." Cut to the laboratory shelves filled with bottles, colorful bottles below. A voice says magical alchemy, and a corrosive magical alchemy. Gia is the mage, Alina and May. Alina picks up a paper and says, "I've never done this before. Yes, I think it's feasible." DGG happily said to knock. "Very good, but are you really okay?" she worriedly said. The young master's plan is too dangerous, and although this is not something a normal maid like me should ask, why does it have to be handled with a code? May also anxiously said, "That's right, we cannot sacrifice our savior in vain." Tranan said, "Don't be afraid. If it were impossible, I wouldn't have mentioned it." He silently thought he understood why they were worried. He saw the worry on their faces and thought, because he hadn't told them, he needed to get something after processing with the code. "I had to lie to them," then he said, "We have thought it through, so don't ask any more." Digigi replied, "Yes, I will do my best to prepare the necessary things." He thought to himself, actually the early game ability handled by code in Chuddles was almost zero. Alina and May looked at him with sympathy, he thought, because no one had ever done it before. Then he smiled wryly, thinking to himself, if it weren't for me, that would be true. He arrogantly thought, of course no one else can do it except me. Then he took a piece of wood, pointed at the map and said, "Then I will explain the plan. I won't repeat it, so listen carefully." Looking at the map and secret passage, it can't be decoded here in the usual way. I think it's hidden and only revealed to players called Tooth Way. All three looked at the hand he pointed on the map, amazed. Then he pointed near the edge of the map. He thought to himself, I am Tooth Wee, who has beaten Inner Lunatic 26 times. He looked at the three of them and said, "Do you understand?" All three said in unison, "Yes." He thought, that's why I need to handle it with code at Chudders. He smiled back at them. He thought to himself, simply put, because the reward he would receive would also be very great. He instructed them, so I won't discuss it further. The plan will be carried out tomorrow. The scene shifts to a large gate where he is feeding a black horse a carrot. Then he gently stroked his head. He gripped the sword at his side, tightly determined to say that without risking his life, survival was impossible. His eyes sharpened, gazing into the distance, thinking about how the inner lunatic he entered was such a world. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. The monster's feet were stomping the ground, causing it to shake. He stood on the gate bar, looking at thousands of monsters below advancing, and said, "Has it started?" "You said everyone is ready," Alina and May replied, "Understood." Ryan also spoke up, "All right." He raised his hand and said coldly, "I only have one chance. Remember the soldiers of the city there." In his heart, he pondered, not knowing why this memory felt so new. Looking at the soldiers lined up in formation, he thought about becoming Nook von Reinhardt. Brave, standing on the wall, friends, merchants, and soldiers behind him and below were fierce monsters advancing, he thought, the only strategy. Ricci anxiously said, "Young master, will you really return safely?" She continued, "I asked the same yesterday, but this is too dangerous." Suddenly, he raised his hand to cut her off. Ricci. He smiled and said he trusted Miss D's young master. He continued, "I won't die." Looking at her face, he silently asked, "Was it from that moment?" Then he quickly jumped off the city wall. He flew down to the ground below. He smiled slyly, thinking about the moment he promised something he couldn't be sure of because he was a cursed man. He drew his sword and stabbed the wall. He dragged the sword across a line on the wall, then quickly took a leap down to the ground. He began to use magic, a purple glowing orb appearing in his left hand. Then he threw it into the face of a robot. The purple liquid from the orb spread all over its body and corroded it. Then he used the sword to slash it, causing water to burst from its entire body. The system board displayed that you have defeated the Iron Golem and your proficiency in the male swordsmanship, Chados, has increased. Then the purple beams of light began to sweep across the monster, splattering blood everywhere. His eyes radiated killing intent, but without that promise he might have been done for. Then the other monsters rushed to attack him. He began to fight back, thinking to himself, so be it, become my stepping stone. The soldiers were also advancing to attack the monsters. He thought if people did that, we could enjoy this game even more. His eyes became wild as he bravely fought the monsters, thinking that this moment had become a reality. He smiled wickedly. Above in the sky, the code had appeared. He looked up, smiled, and said, "Here it is." He looked at it coldly. "So shall we begin?" With the code, she also uses her sharp eyes to look at you. With the code, she opens her mouth, her eyes light up, and she stretches her claws towards you. Nok Kang laughed wildly, looking towards it. Everyone standing on the city gate stared wide-eyed, worried, and uneasy, looking at him. Below, many monster corpses lay scattered on the ground. Alina watched him bravely confront the beast. She said in amazement, "Is this a dream? I have never seen a knight. So skilled, does a human really have that ability?" May was also surprised, knowing he was talented, but not expecting his movements to be so fast that the naked eye couldn't keep up. She asked DGT what the Reinhardt Fur clan was like. DGT replied, a clan famous for swordsmanship, where the heir to the sword is decided through internal clan battles. She placed her hand upside down, continued speaking, so that's how it was. Then her eyes became sharp. Then she screamed, and it can be said that Thieu Dan Nok was the most promising candidate. Ryan next to her held his head, seeming to have a headache hearing her say that. In her heart she thought to herself that she still didn't understand why Thieu Da didn't correct the rumors about him, but surely he had his own reasons. Mei spoke up, saying she didn't think all the rumors about him were true. Then she looked at him with sparkling eyes, smiled and said he must have his own reasons that made him become incompetent, but I couldn't guess exactly what they were. Gigi beside her replied, yes, I think so too. Then she stepped forward, placed her hand on the back, knelt down a bit, and said, so rest assured, I guarantee that reason will be convincing after all, he is very wise. Alina happily grabbed her shoulder and said, you mean you want me to hide his true self, right? Alina said, don't worry. Mei beside her also replied, we will keep it secret. Their words touched GGG, making them quickly become closer to each other. Below, the child let out a piercing scream that made Ryan and the others cover their faces. The soldiers were also terrified by its terror. He looked down and saw him facing the code monkey. He bit his nails horrified, thinking no way he wants to fight that thing, he's crazy. The child quickly used his claws to grab him, but he ducked and dodged to the side. Then he swiftly drew his sword and attacked, but it flapped its wings and flew up to avoid. Then it flew into the air, making the battle more difficult. He turned cautiously to Ryan, startling him and reminding him of the plan they had discussed earlier. He gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, damn it, I just need to follow the orders given. Then he commanded the soldiers, the entire army, to wait until the enemy sorcerer was within the wall's sight, and upon command fire the arrows immediately. He is done, clear, the soldiers shouted in unison, clear. A giant crossbow was prepared. He seriously looked through the scope, waiting for the target to come close to the sight. The arrow is extremely sharp, clearly crafted with great care to counter the code. Ryan orders shoot. The arrow shot out immediately, rushing towards Bang Ma. He panicked and wanted to escape, but it was too late. The arrow shot into its right wing, creating a large hole, its two eyes wide open. Then it collapsed and fell to the ground. He smiled when he saw the plan succeed, thinking to himself that to defeat the sorcerer he must master its remarkable aerial abilities. Then he used his teeth to bite the cap off the medicine bottle, then drink it all in one go. The system display shows you have absorbed the alchemical drug, temporarily increasing your stamina by 1. He looked at the master again. He thought to himself that he had been prepared beforehand, recalling when he discussed with Ryan, who angrily said, what did you say? How dare you assign me such a lowly task? He continued making a crossbow machine, and handing it over to someone else is enough. He fell silent in thought. Then speak up, if so I will go to battle with the sorcerer. This immediately made him fall silent and think. Then he asked, how much do you need? Back in the present, he looked at the code on the ground, satisfied, thinking he knew Ryan's intuition was sharp and he would be useful. Suddenly it opened its eyes and he thought silently the only remaining issue was the effect of Alina's magic drug, and he stared at it and said, prove yourself. In my eyes, a code appears as your silhouette. It begins to spread its wings and fly up, then it soars into the sky. The wound on its right wing is revealed. It glanced at the large hole on its wing. Then it immediately collapsed to the ground. He stood behind and said, are you angry because things didn't go your way? He said coldly. I can understand normally that much damage is nothing to you. His eyes shone brightly, radiating killing intent. He continued, because he is a sorcerer, a high-level monster, his killing intent scared it. Seeing blood flowing from the wound on its wing, he said the arrow shot into the person's wing. Looking at it with interest, he continued, we have laced countless poisons that people like. Right now it is drooling and gasping, exhausted from being poisoned. He kept talking. The person just waited to see the real pain would come in 5 minutes. Like he was still trying to stand up, fiercely raising his claws towards him. He said calmly, besides, when the clock strikes exactly 5 minutes. He looked at it happily and said 5 minutes is enough, watching its claws come very close to him. He thought to himself, this pressure is definitely different from a fantasy game. Then he gave a sly smile, but I won't be poor. A magical clock appeared around it. Suddenly, it became aware of something. It has been slashed countless times. Gia, the roof, used a sword to slash with a code Onlearn Lung said, at least not today. He glanced over, shouted Ryan. He had been watching on the wall, fearfully wondering if that was really the guy he knew. Then he tightened both hands all right. Immediately he gave the order fire. 2 arrows swiftly pierced the shaman. The madman laughed loudly. Then he raised his sword, glowing with his aura. He pointed the sword at it and said it's time to end everything. 2 arrows shot into the shaman, making him scream in pain. He is in pain, mouth wide open. The soldiers watched this scene in astonishment. Alina's group also held their breath in suspense. Meanwhile, at the peak, he was condensing a purple light into the sword in his hand, using his ultimate move, the Death Shadow. Then he rushed quickly to the controller. It used its last strength to lift its head toward him but failed, injuring him. But he gave it a sharp slash. He cut off its leg, blood splattering everywhere. But he was cold, expressionless as he looked at him. The birdmaster could only helplessly watch him attack himself. He tightly holds the sword in his hand. He chops the person in half. Finally, the sorcerer went to visit his grandparents, and he calmly sheathed his sword. The magic clock showed exactly 11 o'clock. He rushed forward, sweat pouring down his face. Then he glanced at the remaining monsters. Those monsters saw the sorcerer was so strong yet got defeated immediately, then looked at him. After that, they fled as fast as lightning. He smiled, looking towards the city gate. The people on the wall rejoiced as they sowed this victory. The system screen shows your lifespan increased by 60 days after defeating the mage. Your remaining lifespan is 179 days. The townspeople with tears in their eyes embrace each other in joy. Alina and the others proudly looked at him. He happily said seeing everyone happy made him happy too. Ryan couldn't believe his eyes. He thought in amazement, damn, how could this be possible? He remembered the image of the fierce and fearful shaman, thinking that the shaman was a high-level monster. But recalling the moment it was afraid of the roof, he silently wondered how someone so strong could be flustered by an unknown kid. He gritted his teeth, thinking that defeating it so easily must mean he was at least on par with a swordsman. Sweat poured down his forehead. Watching everyone praising him, he thought to himself, could it be that he has no choice but to acknowledge its true strength? He silently called his name Nock von Reinhardt Fur, wondering if all the power it has shown so far is its real strength. He anxiously thought that it might be a big step toward inheriting the family legacy. He clenched the fortress with both hands. Perhaps after struggling with his thoughts, he relaxed his hands. He silently told himself he needed to be sure he chose the right side. Then he stepped onto the wall and appeared before everyone, looking at the golems that had fallen asleep. The falconer also went to get the lunchbox in the pool of blood. Ryan crossed his arms and told him he would take the falconer safely into the city for processing while I would handle dividing the spoils afterward. You don't understand what he's looking at. Then you see him hurriedly run away, telling you to go rest now. Then his figure disappeared behind the door. I smirked, thinking I might have scared him a little. He started opening the system panel, thinking great, now let's see the hidden rewards after completing the mission. The system is displaying the basic information of the received item, the name Heart of the Tamer, high-level wind attribute, special effect. Heart of the Tamer, the wild, unruly child, is an ingredient for making elixirs that change the drinker's stamina and speed. However, the increase or decrease of those attributes depends on the alchemist's level of alchemy. Scene changes to the brewer's room. Inside the alchemist's lab, Alina held up the wind mage's heart and said in amazement, this heart contains the power of wind, just like you said. If we know how to use it correctly, we can create types of elixirs or equipment that people have only heard rumors about before. You said just use it to make ordinary elixirs. How long will it take to finish? She replied, there are still more, but with the tools I currently have, it will probably take quite a while. Hearing that, he immediately said, I will provide you with all the tools you need. And he made his request, taking the opportunity to invite Alina and May to join the Reinhardt Furlan family as logistics staff, which left them both stunned for 5 seconds. They said it, but we are just civilians. He replied, does that really matter? He said, seriously, if you have burdens, I will take care of you. If you need anything from me, just say a word. Then suddenly his eyes hardened. He said coldly, however, I will not use it for any act of betrayal, no matter what the reason is. He thought to himself, no matter who it is now, they still don't know how to properly use the magic core of this monster, especially since no one has ever seen it before, because it can only be obtained by defeating a hidden boss that should not have been defeated, and only a genius can turn it into something else. Ordinary people simply cannot do it. Alina said happily, we will never do that. Our lives were saved by you, so we vow to trust and follow you for the rest of our lives. He smiled with his mouth shut. The answer was clear. He was very satisfied to have recruited 2 geniuses in the game, thinking to himself, now he has 2 genius characters for beginners. Then he turned around and said, in 3 days, we will depart, so be ready. You will secretly create the elixir at the family mansion. I don't want others to see what you are about to do. Do you understand? They replied, yes, sir. He opened the door and stepped outside. Ricci followed him. The 2 walked one after the other, their feet following one after the other like that. As Ricci was walking, she suddenly stopped. She said, young master, you are nothing like what I have heard about you. You asked what did she mean. She replied that someone said you are a selfish person who only cares about yourself. Now at least I know that you are not that person, but can you promise me one thing? She hesitated. I don't know when that day will come, or if it will come at all, but her eyes were full of hope as she said, if one day you find everything difficult, please let me help you, even though I know I am insignificant. I cannot understand why so many people dislike you so much. These words amazed him. Then he turned and said, all right, if that day comes, I will let you know. Seeing her just standing and looking at him, he hurriedly said, are you going to stand there all night? It's very cold here late at night. If you don't leave soon, both of us will catch a cold. Dairichi smiled gratefully at him for not looking down on her. After a while, she held back her laughter. Nock placed a towel on his forehead. He was sick and resting in bed. You said you already knew what she was going to say, so there was no need to say it out loud. She quickly said, "It's okay, everyone gets sick sometimes, and as you grow up, you get sick less often." The 2 red marks are due to illness. He thoughtfully looks up at the system board. The 2 system boards display, you have caught a cold level 2 due to continuous illness. Level 3, you have chronic cough. Level 4. He thought to himself, this is nonsense, it hurts so much. Cut to Renhafer, someone shouted at the gate, both young masters have returned. The people of Nock rode back on horseback. Butler Rodwell suddenly noticed something. He asked if they were the new attendants of young master Nock. I replied yes. Everyone around started gossiping, wondering if he really couldn't resist bringing women along, and even 2 of them at that. It's true that it's easy to change the country, but hard to change one's nature. Just whisper, do you want to meet the enemy? What if he hears it? It's just bloodshed and casualties. At this age, you already know the scent of women. Do you know, back in my day? The Nilam incident must be a lie, right? But the village chief said it was all true. That day, he wouldn't lie. He thought to himself, no matter what he did, he couldn't change the image of being useless in everyone's eyes, so he decided not to change anymore. Then he gloomily said to them, you have nothing to do right. You must be acting out of spite. Hearing you say that, they quickly dispersed. Rodwell walked over to him and said, young Master Nock. He said the chief requested you to meet him in a private room. He thought to himself, the time has come. Nock is standing opposite Theo with the butler Rodwell behind. He speaks up saying the child has arrived. He knelt down on one knee and said, yes, father called me. He squinted at him and said, I have something to tell you. I'm sure you have something to tell me too. He immediately nodded. He said, I heard you played a big role in helping everyone return safely from Chutters, and also in eliminating the evil there. Remember when the master was defeated, Ryan said. Even Ryan had to acknowledge your ability. He replied, did he say that to your father? He said, yes, the boy said. If it weren't for you, he couldn't have passed the night training. In his heart, he wondered silently, Ryan, what's wrong with him? Why are you speaking so well of him? He continued, but I didn't call you here to talk about such meaningless things. Then he reached into the box beside him, took out a roll of paper and said, you gave yourself an impossible mission and completed it, bringing honor to the Greenhafter family. Then he handed you the roll of paper. You took the roll, he said, so I will keep my promise to you. You unrolled the paper, and the teacher had 2 red stamps on it. He continued, from now on your life will probably be managed by you. He smiled with satisfaction upon hearing that. He placed his hand on the back, bowed his head, and thanked the generosity of the clan chief. Then he rubbed his fingers on the table, while the other hand stroked his chin thoughtfully. He stared at him, looking like he wanted to say something to him, and he thought to himself, what is it? Does he still want to say something? Suddenly, von Greenhafter, the youngest son of our family, spoke up. Do you still have a taste for this chair? This made him spray the glue, hard eyes, wide open, mouth agape in astonishment. Looking at his determined expression, Yenrang thought to himself, damn it, why suddenly act like that? Cut to a distant place. A red-haired guy is staring intently at the object in his hand. It is a small mirror capable of reflecting stored images and previously observed scenes showing the process of him defeating the sorcerer. He looks at the sorcerer falling down and nodding off, eyes dripping red syrup. He examined the mirror closely and said the sorcerer was already poor behind him. Kremser was respectfully bowing. He said the damn Reinhardt Foe family finally took action. He continued, according to the news I heard, they have taken control of the Chutters region, and Chutters was given to the youngest son of their family. The red-haired man ordered Kremser prepare for war, he said worriedly. Will we be okay? The red-haired man said their clan has taken away my precious, I have nothing left to lose. He immediately obeyed, yes sir. Suddenly his face grew serious, then he revealed a sly smile. After a while he brought out a child. A little red-haired girl stared at him with lifeless eyes. He stroked her cheek and said happily, the moment is near. Then he stared at the child, saying he already had this kingdom in his hands. His entire plot was gradually unfolding, he told him, and the child immediately awakened. Switching to the Reinhardt Fur family. After hearing that, he fell silent. He bowed his head to the ground. Then looked up at him again. Suddenly, Butler Roswell spoke up. Chief, you asked the question a bit too early. Surely you know the value and responsibility of being the clan leader. He closed his eyes and said no. Then he opened his eyes, looked at him seriously, and said right now. Roswell objected, saying, sorry sir, but I disagree more precisely. I think the missing roof is not sturdy enough yet. Isn't there still the big missing Reinhardt Fur? Bang Bang slammed the table angrily, saying, you are not the one who has the right to decide. He bowed his head and said, I don't want to take the position of clan leader, father, and I am afraid I will have to bear responsibility for many things. He heard it and immediately said, you are my son, but you are afraid of this chair. He firmly looked at him and said, why shouldn't I be afraid? He watched you for a while. Then he stopped forcing you. He said, all right, I will temporarily respect your opinion, and I replied, thank you, father. Then he said, but you know a talented person will eventually reveal themselves. Humans are weak creatures who always want to test and show their own abilities. He opened his mouth to speak, but stopped. Then he bowed his head and said, Tribal Chief, he said, go home, you must be tired from the journey. Brother answered, thank you, father, for your concern. Scene changes to his room. DG said anxiously. The chief scolded him later. He said, no, don't worry, it's nothing, and it's not something I can't refuse. She silently looked at him. Then she said, oh, by the way, Alina and May's accommodations have been arranged. Thank you, you worked hard. She replied, it's nothing, I was just doing my duty as your servant. He looked at her and said, if everything in this world had rules, no one would hate, fight, or quarrel. She looked at him in amazement, and he praised her again. She did very well, DG. She held up her dress and said politely, thank you, young master. After she left, he seriously thought to himself, is it time to get serious? I think the best place to train knights and mages is the Black Belt Academy. I have to become the best there. On the other side, after I left, he said, with a headache, talking to my son is really difficult. Butler Rodwell spoke up for you, saying it's too soon to tell the young master if he knew the significance of your position, the answer might be different. Theo interrupted, no, its eyes are those of someone who has already decided their path. Looking at his eyes full of fear, he said the boy seemed to be afraid, not of his position or himself, but of something more terrible, like the fear of looking down into an abyss. He thought death now, the boy is afraid of going to his ancestors. He was amazed and wondered, but how could it be? Rodwell spoke up, saying this might be a bit too much. Then he continued, I think what happened to the lady left a deep shock in the young master's heart. Wearing a tight, bitter smile, he said, that's right, the boy must resent me greatly. He blames himself because to him I am just a pathetic person who cannot protect his mother. Rodwell continued, Chief, more importantly, I think young Master Ryan has already started to act, and this time it is a big step. His eyebrows furrowed as he said, I know. He began to recall the past, the scenes of death and war, at which time he looked at his father with a resolute and cold gaze. Father, please surrender and accept it. The power of a great duke will belong to you. Scene changes to another place where a girl in a yellow dress is standing in front of a mirror. She kept looking back and forth. Behind her was the servant tidying up the dresses she left on the chair. That was Talia. She asked her servant what she thought. Do I look okay, Emma? Emma replied, Miss, I've seen you carry this outfit back and forth 20 times already. You keep walking around, holding up the blue dress, thinking aloud it looks okay. This one isn't bad either. What accessories should I wear? She asked her, are you really that excited? She happily said, of course, we're talking about getting accepted into the Elden Academy. She sighed and said, that's not what I meant. She continued, I mean young Master Nock, this is the first time we've met him since he became her fiancé. She was silent and thoughtful for a moment. Suddenly her cheeks blushed shyly, and she quickly changed the subject, saying she thought this bow would be better. She replied, oh yes. Suddenly she fumed and said, you ghost, you're just answering me perfunctorily, aren't you? She turned her face away, saying less. She always carries something like that. Scene changes to Reinhard Ver's research room. A pair of black shoes appear. Gia is the roof today. He is still as handsome as usual. Suddenly he saw Elena slumped on the chair. She looked up, dark circles under her eyes. Appeared, she said tiredly. Here you are, he said. Yeah. Seeing her pale face, he asked if she was okay, and she said she was fine before, but her husband wasn't feeling well. Then she told him, that's enough talking, please look at this. He turned to look in the direction she indicated. He was surprised to see the wine bottle she made glowing brightly. He reached out toward the bottle. The system table appeared. This is a wind elixir high-level attribute. Wind power, +1 dexterity, +3. He raised the elixir in his hand. She eagerly asked, how is it? The system showed effect increased by 200% because it was created by the genius elixir master Alina, truly a good elixir. He smiled secretly, thinking that he finally got it. He thought the Wind's Fairy not only increases strength by 1 but also increases dexterity, an hidden stat. Dexterity and moments of genius are a perfect combination. He happily thought receiving this item now is really good, just as he expected from the genius alchemist. He looked at her and thought, Alina, everything has gotten much better for me with her as my assistant. He immediately praised her, saying she did very well. Alina sighed with relief. It seemed she had not disappointed him. Then he opened the bottle and brought it to his mouth. Then he drained the medicine in the bottle. His body began to transform, surrounded by a blue light. I am extremely satisfied with this result. I say now all preparations are complete. Then he said we should go to Elden, right? After he enhanced his body with the elixir made by Alina, the system displayed information. Nacht von Reinhard Ver, male 15 years old. Main element is darkness attributes. Include genius swordsmanship and combat genius mana sensing. Clairvoyance, genius, memory, iron will, genius acting, neutral and void. Exploration disadvantages are leprosy, chronic illness, cold limbs, demon possession. Remaining lifespan due to leprosy is 150 days. Genius mana, sensing activated as mana. Reach 10. Cut to Elden Academy, a place many dream of attending. After a long, tiring journey, he and Digichi have finally arrived their carriage, slowly coming to a stop. He opened the door and stepped out of the car. His glamorous and tough look and black outfit made him more handsome than usual, followed by Digichi, who also stepped down from the carriage. When you appeared, everyone started gossiping. Someone asked if the white hair and purple eyes might belong to the youngest son of the Reinhard Virkong family. The person next to him replied, "I heard he will enroll in the academy. This term, what a troublemaker. Hey, watch your mouth, you might get in trouble if anyone hears that." He heard them say that and immediately laughed. He looked at them with sharp, cold eyes and said, "Why so noisy? Is there a dog running around here?" They immediately went to thin, then they quickly left, and he also entered the academy. Digichi sighed upon seeing that. Suddenly she noticed something. Another carriage was approaching. A girl in a blue dress stepped down. It was Talia's maid. She bowed and said, "Young Master Nok." Digichi also bowed in response. He swayed and said, "It seems you all arrived early," the screen showed. "The acting genius is swaying. You are swaying, turns out." He was pretending to sway. Emma replied, "Yes, we were also talking about the Elden welcome ceremony." She turned into the car and said to Talia, "Miss, please step down to greet the young master." Hearing that, Talia immediately blushed and said, "Auntie, what's wrong?" Then she hurriedly fixed her clothes and appearance, saying, "Wait a moment." A moment later, a pair of fair legs with cute black shoes stepped down. Beautiful Talia, with a touch of charm, blushed and looked up at him. He thought to himself she was as usual. Then he remembered the past. Yeah, but he didn't expect that to happen while he was unconscious. When he found out, the sword in his hand dropped. He stared at Vona in shock and shouted, "What did you just say?" She said, "I was talking about the wedding day with Miss Talia. Everyone knows about it. Everyone knows except you." You grabbed her shoulders and said, "That's the problem. I don't know anything about it." Back to the present, he thought to himself that after checking, the family had indeed agreed to the marriage without his knowledge. Damn it. At this moment, Talia approached and greeted him shyly, saying, "Hey, hi." But he was indifferent, responding and greeting, yet she still quietly looked at him. Digichi approached him and asked softly, "Is that Miss Talia your fiancé?" He said awkwardly, "Digichi, I told you I don't want to talk about this." Talia asked if you were okay. He avoided eye contact and replied, "Yeah, I'm fine. How about you?" She smiled contentedly when he answered her. She said, "Me too." Suddenly a horse neighed. Everyone turned their attention to look. Another magnificent and large carriage stopped in front of him. Just by looking, he already knew who was in the carriage, thinking to himself, "She is here." Watching the girl step down from the carriage, he thought one of the geniuses of Elden Academy. This person is the Star Merchant and head of the Rivelin family, dominating the continent, and that person is Alino Gare Rivelin. I was surprised, didn't expect it. Suddenly Alino saw him and sarcastically said, "Oh my, look, who's here?" She smiled and said, "Isn't this the young master of the Reinhardt Fur family? I didn't think you would get accepted into Elden Academy. Nice to meet you." He saw her fake smile and immediately thought she was not well-intentioned when meeting him. He answered Illinois. She said, "Yes, it's me." She introduced herself, a noble from the merchant family. "You always despise. I am Alino Gare Rivelin. I didn't expect to meet you again like this. Nock von Reinhardt Fair." Nock silently called her name, Alino Gare Rivelin. The only child of the wealthy Rivelin family, whose fortune could shake the entire continent, she is also one of the shining stars, destined to dominate the financial world, nicknamed Holy the Wealthy. He thought to himself, moreover, the display screen, the acting stage, was temporarily shaken. He saw her smiling at him. He anxiously thought she had met Nock when they were young, going back to the past when they were children attending a party. Suddenly, Alino looked to his right. At that moment, he bluntly rejected her, saying someone as lowly as her being a noble was truly pathetic. "I never expected you to use money to buy status. Do you think that can change your family's past?" The two stood facing each other. The adults started gossiping about her, calling her a stupid girl, telling her to get out of their sight. These words made her feel hurt and humiliated. Back to reality, he was worried, thinking that the tense relationship between her and Nock was one of the consequences accumulated from Nock's past. Although now the result of his actions is gone, at least his mother is satisfied. Even though it wasn't your fault, now that you're the culprit, you have to accept it. You avoid eye contact with her. Looking at Talia and Eleanor, he helplessly thought, "Can't believe there are two people here who could stab me through the heart." Eleanor spoke up, "What's going on here? You're acting very differently than usual." He retorted, "How am I usually?" She smiled slyly and said, "I'm sure you know you're the type who likes to hear the truth from others." He thought bitterly, "Damn it, I have to keep stressing out." He said angrily, "If you want to cause trouble, then get lost." "Looking at your attitude," she said, "just as I guessed, you haven't changed at all." You said, "What do you want? Do you want me to acknowledge you, or what?" She forced a smile and said, "Sorry, but I won't say anything about the useless Reinhardt Verka family name." He thought to himself, "Now I know she has no positive feelings towards me. Let's check her attributes first." He immediately activated clairvoyance, the system displaying information about Eleanor Rivelin. Basic info name: Eleanor Rivelin, 15 years old. Main element: wind attributes, advantage in natural calculation, neutral master of acting, disadvantage in hunchback swordsmanship, rune casting, boastful passive skill eyes of a wealthy merchant. After looking, he thought to himself that her attributes were not much different from what he knew, so he felt relieved. He thought that the rival in family, their middle name Lei, was bought by Eleanor's merchant father, and although she hated her status, Eleanor had no choice but to make use of it. Simply put, inside her was filled with rage, but then the roof of the past hit this old man's nest right on target. Yanjiang silently said in her eyes he was truly the worst man in the world. Suddenly Eleanor bowed her head, hands crossed, saying, "All right, I will leave here as you want, but unfortunately I don't think we are close enough to wish each other luck." He continued playing the villain, saying, "Why should I wish luck to a lowly person like you?" She replied, "Yes, yes, then goodbye." After she left, he said to Talia, "Let's go. The Elden Academy enrollment ceremony is about to start." Talia then startled and replied, "Oh, okay." Seeing her follow me, I thought to myself, Talia is clinging to me, and under the title of my fiancé, I can't just leave her behind. I just need to take advantage of this situation and use her whenever I can. He seriously thought that he needed to stay vigilant. Inside the academy, this magnificent place with multi-tiered chandeliers lighting up the ceiling, many people had come here to study. Everyone was curiously looking around the academy, and above the stairs was a podium. He saw it immediately, and said, as expected, the descendants of many prestigious families were gathered here. He looked around thinking to himself that some of them would be useful, and he needed to recruit them somehow, without affecting the story, especially the strongest characters. I started thinking, but if I pull them into my trip it will mess up the plot, so I have to approach them very carefully. I asked Digi, but I feel like many people are watching me. Am I overthinking? She replied, "Yes, many nobles are watching and feeling uneasy, seeing their hateful or fearful eyes." She sighed and said she seemed quite famous. He crossed his arms and said, "Well, I'm a bit famous too." Talia hesitated beside me, but their eyes seemed full of hostility. So is that considered famous? Suddenly a voice echoed through the hall. Everyone heard me speaking. Everyone started looking towards the podium. He thought to himself, "It's here." At the back, a row of servants bowed deeply in respect. A little girl with white hair was sucking on a lollipop. The vacuum cleaner wears shoes wrapped in white. "Gia is Noah," she happily says. "Hello, everyone." Everyone froze, looking at her so small. Such a tiny girl. Who is this child? Where are the professors? Seeing her standing on the podium, they murmured in confusion, "What is a child doing at the sacred Elden Academy entrance ceremony? The little girl came here with her parents and got lost, but she is greeting us, so she must be just being polite." He looked at the situation and thought to himself, "These fools." Looking at Noah, he thought that man is a real monster, not someone you can judge by appearance. System display. Board name, Noah Von Trinity. Age unknown. Main element, ice. Soulless bar extension of Elden Academy. One of the 4 sages. Genius advantage in mana search. Easygoing disadvantage, inferiority. Complex short stature axe, cute lazy. Passive skill, mana, sea ruler's aura. Active skills, water pillar, cold beam, blizzard. After seeing those powers, he silently said, "I must never displease him." Talia wanted to ask him something, but he interrupted, saying, "It's nothing. If she doesn't want to be poor, then just keep quiet." Meanwhile, Noah cheerfully continued, "Very pleased to meet you all. I am Noah Von Trinity, the newly appointed principal of the academy." She said, "You still don't really know this," but then her eyes suddenly lit up, her cold, icy face full of scars, said, "If I hear anyone say since childhood again." Then she returned to her usual cute form and said, "That person will be poor, got it." Then she announced that the Elden Academy entrance ceremony would begin, causing everyone to panic. What's going on? A brown-haired guy raised his hand and said, "We haven't heard of any such rule," she replied. "Of course not." Noah said coldly, "This is a rule made by the new principal to weed out worthless talents." Then a blue light appeared at everyone's feet. She said, "All of you." It turned out to be a formation created by her. She was casting a spell while speaking. "I hope you all can survive and return." He was also amazed to see the formation, but he was prepared. His eyes serious, thinking it was time to begin. Then everyone was moved to another place. He thought to himself, "I must survive at all costs." Everyone was transferred to a forest. There was a man with golden hair waiting. He shouted, "Wake up immediately. Due to the moving earthquake, everyone is probably sound asleep. He has a shiny bald head. This is his son," he angrily said. "How dare you sleep in front of me? Are you all out of your minds?" Everyone started to struggle to wake up, but there was one person still clear-headed enough to stand up first, catching his attention. "Gia is the roof." He saw you struggling to stand up and thought to himself, "I guess there's still one person left." At this moment, you are feeling very tired, gasping for breath, and thinking, "I have tried to endure, but the side effects of forced teleportation magic cannot be ignored." He squinted at him. The two stood facing each other. Suddenly he was amazed to see the man's shining bald head. He thought to himself, "It's as bright as in the game, like a halo shining." He remembers the image of him when he had hair and was handsome. Ni, the story previously mentioned that he used to have a lot of hair. This is Mr. Bon, a combat professor, and a former graduate of the academy from the early days. Players have nicknamed him Takojaki Bon. A green alien is quite embarrassed because of his bald head. He is quite skilled in foot movement techniques. I think nothing bad will happen if I approach him. His legs suddenly tensed up. Then he pointed at me and said, "What's wrong, white-haired guy? Why do you keep looking at me with those red eyes?" I sighed and thought, damn, have I been too focused? I've been staring at him unconsciously. He replied, "It's nothing, I have activated my acting genius." He said, "I will give you this advice. Remember it well. I have very good instincts. If you dare think anything discontented about me, I will not forgive you." He raised his hand and said, "Please tell me the content of the test. Can we talk about another topic later, Professor?" He crossed his arms and said, "All right, but before that, I will wake up these sleeping girls first. I advise you to cover your ears if you don't want to feel dizzy." He started by covering his own hands, then used magic on them, clapped his hands together, creating a shockwave that woke everyone up. "What was that sound?" a brown-haired man angrily said. "Which bastard made that sound?" Then behind him, Hand silently slapped him hard on the head, making him want to log out immediately. "Gia is Mr. Bond," he said. "I do it. Is there a problem?" Everyone looked at his shiny bald head that dazzled and blinded them. He angrily said, "Not only dare to curse me, but also dare to look down on me. Do you want to be poor?" The black-haired man began to regret. "It was my fault, Professor." He said, "Take the unconscious students to the safe zone." Then a group of family members advised the unconscious to leave. He began to speak. "Now I will start explaining about the entrance exam of Elydian Academy." He listened attentively. He thought to himself, the test on Nona is the first on the island created by magic, where we have to hunt monsters with everything we have. The reward is a mana stone dropped from them, and the less mana the stone contains, the more valuable it is. That purple mana stone is very beautiful. I think everyone will start wondering, why isn't having more mana better? He smiled, but that was only half true. They tested 2 things from this exam, the first being sensitivity to mana. I remember those who were struggling to wake up earlier. It was tested and recorded how quickly you woke up after being under Lord Noah's magic. And you were the only one who stood up without needing the terrible sound of the horn to wake you. Second is testing the ability to sense the faintness of mana, allowing mages to push their limits on the battlefield. He thought to himself they had been sorting mana stones and rocks from the start, and he believed these were common occurrences here. Before he began explaining, this place was a labyrinth created by the principal of Elydian Academy, Noah von Trinity. There are so many enemies here that pests like you can't imagine fighting them. Then he said, "So I will make an exception and allow you to work in groups." Everyone started looking at each other. Suddenly, a sword appeared next to him. Everyone also received the sword from Professor Fat. He said, "You better start moving quickly." The atmosphere suddenly fell silent. Everyone's faces were filled with confusion and fear. After he left, "I will wait for you upstairs." After he left, the students started to stir. The professor was indifferent. "Do you still have questions? He just left like that?" He really left. "The brown-haired guy just got hit on the head by that man," he said. "His head still hurts. Damn it, I never thought something like this would happen here." Everyone's face started to become thoughtful. Ilino and the others were silent. Someone raised their hand. "My name is Ekina," she said. "Does anyone want to help the princess with me? Behind is Princess Penelope." Ilino also started to call out, "If you work for me to pass this test, I swear on my family's honor that I will reward you." He stood at a distance watching everyone start to choose teams. Then he left alone. He thought about this inner lunatic. Then he laughed. Ordinary things and status couldn't survive in this damn game. As he walked, he thought the important thing here was knowledge. To stop his terminal illness from progressing, he needed to monopolize every advantage. He stopped in front of a cave. Then he quickly rushed in to make it happen. His eyes were determined as he said he had no choice but to do it alone. On this side, Bo Nong was standing on a high rock, observing the situation. He put on his hat covering his shiny head. Then he pondered. Even though it was harder than he thought, it was still strange how a new student could endure the principal's intermediate magic. He recalled his determined expression, then his decision to leave alone, and wondered why he also decided to raid the forest by himself. He pondered and said, "Is this kid not afraid of danger?" But then he shook his head. "No, it's actually the opposite. He remembers your face. There's a reason that kid isn't scared, based on that kid's expression. I guess a diamond in the rough is still a diamond after all. Show me what you can do, the hidden dragon of the Reinhardt family ver." He squinted. "What he expects from you, show me your talent. On this side, your sword blade is stained with blood. You have dealt with the creature next to it, are the green and pink magic stones. As for those goblins, I handled them all easily. But I didn't even bother with that many magic stones." After Nock defeated the goblin, and the goblin's many magic stones fell from their bodies, but he didn't bother to take them. After he left, someone hiding in the rock wall suddenly watched him. She smiled, watching his back as he walked away. She also followed him. Cut to another scene where blood splatters. Azo was poor. Gia is the group, Talia, Belalopi, and Echina. They were surrounded by a horde of goblins, sweat pouring down Talia's forehead. It seems she has fought them quite hard. She wonders where Nock has gone. If I had known, I would have gone with him earlier. Seeing you so absent-minded, Ekina shouted. Talia, what are you doing? Don't forget that you have the responsibility to protect Princess Bellalope. Take that as a joy, and deal with these monsters, she replied. All right. After a while, both of them had dealt with all the goblins. Bellalope holds the purple crystal in her hand. She says we have climbed quite high already. At this altitude, this must be the amethyst crystal, right? Ekina replied. It probably isn't. No matter what, she is still one of the 4 virtuous women. Maybe she planted something on our test, it's not that easy. Bellalope heard that, nodded, and said I agree. She glanced around and saw that everyone was very tired. She said that with the current situation, it would be very difficult to go higher, because the higher you go, the more monsters there are, and the harder they are to deal with. Ekina thought to herself, but she was willing to endure the hardship. Looking at Bellalope, she thought she had promised to help the princess reach the top. She was confident that the Ackheim Empire was now rotten to the core. We need someone like her to take the throne and bring it back to its former glory. I will do anything to make that happen. Talia said, I'm still okay. Your Highness, allow me to gather those who can still continue, and proceed if you agree. Ekina beside me said, I think so too. Bellalope looked at them, hesitated for a long time, tightly holding the purple crystal in her hand. Then she loosened her grip. She remembers the image of a blonde-haired man. She says, all right, let's go everyone, please hang on a little longer. Cut to the roof. He is exhaling white smoke. The screen displays you are at a disadvantage, limbs freezing cold. Your movement speed and breathing ability are reduced, all stats decrease, and you will be slowed down. He silently thought, I knew it would be like this. He sighed, raised his hand, and flicked a magical flame. Although the flame is small, it is still useful. At this moment, the screen shows that the primary fire magic has removed the cold limbs debuff. He thought to himself, if I want this damn body to be useful, I must first get rid of the cold inside it. Then he squinted and said, it's close, this should be enough. He gulped it down and kept moving forward. His footprints sank into the snow. He looked at the scene before him and said, you can tell right away this was done by the ice witch Noah von Trinity. He smiled when he noticed something unusual. There was more ice on the mountain peak than usual. Then he let out a breath. Then close your eyes. He sat down, reached out to touch the snow, and felt that this island was not as it seemed. He feels it through the snow. He thinks Noah von Trinity created this place and called it Mekong. Noah created everything here as magic. He sensed the monsters and thought to himself that all living creatures and monsters appearing here were created by her magic. Then he withdrew his observation magic and said, no matter how much mana she has. Then he smiled. His eyes were filled with determination and courage. He clenched his fist and said, it doesn't matter. So there on the icy temple, night began to fall. There are more ice monsters raging madly. We are dozens of times bigger than you, yet you are just holding your sword defensively against them. He thought to himself, the ice wheel demon, everyone fears these because they are tough and can self-heal. He silently said they are one of the monsters that scare poor newbies, but to him they are nothing at all. An ice wheel started attacking him, but he gently dodged to the right. Behind him, another one was holding a wooden stick ready to attack him. It swept across the wooden tree, but he ducked in time. It looked at him angrily. Then another one attacked him directly with a wooden stick. He watched the stick coming at him. Lien swung his sword at the tree. Angry, he thought Noah might be obsessed to the point of madness about talented students, but not enough to crush their talent before it could bloom. He thought to himself, moreover, the ice wheel demons were not weak enough for students to defeat. They were at least of the same rank. If this were not a test, but a real situation, its difficulty would be enough to send people to their ancestors. He just looked towards them, wondering what that meant. Suddenly, someone appeared from behind. It's the person who was following you earlier. She hid behind the nearby tree, quietly watching you. You suddenly realize that the Luanbung demons in this test will attack repeatedly in a certain pattern. He quickly weaves through the 2 demons. The first demon, Luan, to appear strikes a blow right in the middle. Then the next demon, Luan, swings a wide but slower attack than the first. Then the last one, the weakest, will stab. You quickly use the sword to block the wood, smiling and saying, so you can block the strike like this. He quickly slashed at one, then struck another with his sword. He gripped the sword hilt tightly and stabbed into the chest of the remaining demon. He pulled the sword out of that demon. Luan's chest, blood splattered. He stared coldly at that ugly thing. The entire Luanbung demon gang has already gone to meet the King of Hell. He reached out to their bodies, took out a crystal, and said, found it, the gray crystal. He thought to himself, the gray crystal shard hidden by Noah implanted in here is the reason why I haven't bothered to look for other crystals. I can trade it for the scroll I need most right now. I think about other genius hours after finishing this part of the national story. I will upgrade that skill. Someone is holding a piece of purple crystal in their hand. That person told the Alino group, at this level, we will definitely be on top. The long brown-haired girl said, I'm quite looking forward to it. The short brown-haired girl next to her said happily, that's right. The other girl also replied, you're good. Elino honestly said, it's just okay. She thought to herself just as they said this is enough to get good results, but she remembered leaving alone earlier, wondering why she felt so uneasy. She squinted her eyes and began recalling the past. At that time, Elino was still young. When she was insulted by him at the party and returned home, her father grabbed her shoulder and angrily said, "You argued with the Reinhardt Farah heir, why?" He said, "Didn't I tell you not to let anyone look down on our family?" He coldly looked at his daughter. Then he said, "We have to climb higher, even higher." I should have, even if it meant giving everything won him over. She burst into sobs when her father scolded her instead of comforting her. Her eyes widened. Watching her father constantly scold her, she thought to herself that he had never regarded her as his daughter. Back to the present, she pondered like von Reinhardt Farah why he disappeared alone when this test was useless. Could he have discovered a secret about the test? She began to think. Then tell everyone I have a proposal for you all. She smiled and said, if anyone wants to climb higher with me, the Rivalin family promises great rewards. Everyone started gossiping, asking if she didn't like this. Fail warning that climbing higher could be dangerous, but she happily said, they say nothing, ventured, nothing gained right. It seems that the promise of a great reward has moved some people, so a few raised their hands to join. The blonde man said, I'll go with you, and the short brown-haired woman also said, me too. Another person raised their hand inviting me to join. In her heart, she often thought it was all about money. I didn't know what Nock was thinking, but trying a little wouldn't hurt. She gave a forced smile and said, well, I'm off. Cut to the snowy forest where Nock is fighting a monster. He looked at the frozen dwarves' bodies and the gray crystal in his hand, thinking silently that the reason for risking going alone was simple, because the reward would be greater. He thought the chance to extend a genius moment was almost zero. This was nearly impossible unless he unlocked the hidden quick-witted stat. He turned his face away and said, even if I'm noticed, I have to accept it. Suddenly, he unexpectedly turned back. A sword swiftly swept towards him. He quickly drew his sword and slashed it away, causing it to stick firmly into the ground. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. That person spoke up unexpectedly, encountering obstacles here. Paracelsus smiled and said, I am very happy missing the Reinhardt Fur family. He began to panic. Then he silently looked at him, and he smiled at him. He gritted his teeth, thinking, strange, how could this happen? System display board name, Paracelsus, 15 years old, main element, steel advantageous, attribute, swordsmanship, genius, gifted warrior, medical genius, harsh to the strong, gentle to the weak, disadvantage, lazy rebellious, disdainful of nobility. Passive skills, supreme swordsmanship, active skill, unified sword, wanderer's sword, basic life sword. He thought silently, one of the strongest characters of Inner Lunatic, one of the sword emperors. He wondered why a prominent character like him was here, when in this chapter he was supposed to fight the main character and then be moved when the latter called Elino to escape danger. Suddenly he was startled. Wait a minute. He threw the sword at him again, and he thought to himself something was wrong. He quickly used his sword to block the tip of the sword. Where do you think Paracelsus, the main character, would originally confront him? He spoke up, I'm a bit interested in what you brought. Give it to me. The display screen, the acting genius has been activated. He gritted his teeth angrily, saying, you filthy bastard. He then started attacking him. You used singing to block his attack. Well, if I'm not mistaken, the main character of this world no longer exists. He stabbed the sword towards me, but I dodged my head to the side. Angry, I thought I had to stop him here, damn it. I shouted, who will take responsibility if something changes? He heard that and immediately said, I don't understand what you mean, but from the beginning you were very suspicious when I met you at Chutter's. You were very familiar with Thon Kim. Unhurriedly said, what do you mean? He smiled and replied, it seems you are worried, or just leave Thon Kim to me, and we each go our own way. Black crystal is probably the way to get high points. He said, what if I refuse? He replied, then I have to do everything to get it. Then the two faced each other. He angrily said, damn it, so you had planned this all along. He calmly said, is that so, but what can you do? You fell into the trap. He thought to himself, he might become one of the strongest characters, but his powers are still incomplete. Even if he is a genius, if I use my moment of genius, he will lose, but I cannot waste it on this battle. His eyes sharpened. He thought of Illinos, silently thinking, if the main character really does not exist in this world, then he must save her. He anxiously thought this might be a gamble, but he had to bet. He spoke up. He wasn't the only one who knew the secret Paracelsus. He replied, if you remember my name, I wonder if you intend to ask for a truce. He only called him by his name, Celsius. He nodded and smiled at him. Then he pointed the sword at him and said, I know you joined the academy to uncover the mystery behind the master's death. He no longer had the polite look from earlier, and was now looking at him with a terrifying face. He glanced at him and said, bastard. Antro Charp said the person who wanted to talk to her, the Elino group, had also arrived at the opposing gang. While walking, she was surprised to see something. Gia is Princess Pelalope's group. The princess surprisingly calls Elino Zerivalan. She continues, I knew you would come here. Upon hearing that, Ilino immediately bowed and replied, I dare not oppose you, princess. Then she reluctantly looked away. She continued speaking, but I had something to clarify. While talking, Nock and Paracelsus had already chased us to their place. Paracelsus's eyes were cold, locking onto the nose without letting go, and he thrust his sword forcefully towards him. But he quickly tilted his head to the side to avoid it. Penelope saw them fighting and said to Echina, I understand, but I have no intention of getting involved in a meaningless fight. Echina wants to join the opposition to call the princess. Penelope firmly says, objectively speaking, Echina, if they are not seriously injured, it will be very difficult for us to win. Looking at them, she continued, moreover, if they decide to join hands during a crisis, it will be even more dangerous for us. Echina heard that and immediately fell silent. It was too true to argue. She clenched the crystal shard in her hand, then bowed her head and said, I will follow your orders. On the Illinois side, she was astonished. Strangely enough, the Nook von Venhafer she knew was supposed to be useless. She gritted her teeth, wondering since when he had become so strong. She was so focused on watching that she didn't hear what anyone said. As for Talia, she was also amazed and intently watching the battle. Echina walked over and asked her if she was watching them fight, which startled her, and she said Echina. Echina said he didn't expect the Destroyer of the East to be one of the new students, and it seems his name is Paracelsus. She asked in surprise, do you know who fought with Nook? She replied, yes. She began to explain the Silver Wolf Paracelsus, who was famous from a young age for his exploits in slaughtering countless bandits in the East. She replied, I understand, but this time I have a different impression of the fifth son of the Reinhardt Ferde family, when she saw him bravely wielding a sword to fight Paracelsus. She was also surprised, and said she didn't expect him to be so skilled in swordsmanship. If he weren't a useless playboy, he could have become an excellent knight. The woman next to her objected, saying she didn't think Nook was the one who fired the shot. She asked her, how do you know, and she didn't know how to answer. On this side, Paracelsus angrily said, you bastard, then swung a sword at him. He dodged back, thinking to himself he is shaken. It's a very natural reaction. He remembers the image of the two of them, thinking that Celsus was his only teacher. But then he passed away. I know why he left avoiding his sword while thinking it was because of that bastard at Mills Academy. He began to lose patience and said being polite is enough. Then he quickly rushed to him and struck down hard with his sword, and he also used the sword to block it, his actions like a genius being activated. He smiled and said, what's wrong? He looked at him and continued, I'm not the one to deal with the master. These words made him even more furious. The sword's blade moved even faster. Then he continuously attacked him, but he dodged every time. He thought to himself his attack direction had become simpler, he might be a genius, but looking at his attacking moves, I think he is still young. My sword quickly pushed his sword away. Then he kneeled into his stomach, surprising him. He was in pain and gasping for breath. Then he immediately stepped back in pain from being punched in the body. He smiled at him again, then grabbed his sword and charged at him once more. He said, let's see if he still talks nonsense. I teased him, I will keep talking anyway. He thought to himself his attacks were becoming sharper, and he couldn't prolong this any longer. He used sword techniques to attack him, but he became even more frenzied. He thought that when he used his master's sword technique, the life sword, he would definitely be defeated. The reason that sword was chosen as the golden sword technique was not without reason. He gritted his teeth and attacked him with full force while he was thinking, saying, you are distracted. His attack was so strong that it pushed back his sword. He gritted his teeth and angrily said, trying to rob others like this, you really are a commoner, huh? The Paracelsus trait when nobles are involved has been activated. He replied, and those above us, the ones who created this damn world, are the nobles. They keep wiping and fighting, he said. Angrily, ridiculous people just need someone to hate. He said, you are wasting your own time. Two swords clashed. They used their strength to see whose sword would lose first. He smiled and said, if everything ended like that, would the person be satisfied? Probably not, someone who doesn't want to hear about his master. Mentioning the teacher makes him even more frantic. He looked towards Alino, thinking to himself, I just need to hold on a little longer. The monster attacking Alino will appear exactly at 9 p.m. system, warning the current time is 8:58 p.m. Then he dropped his sword and said happily, I could have known that information the day after cutting off some parts of the day. You glanced at him and said, do you think you can escape after harming a noble? He glanced behind and saw everyone watching their battle. He said, I'll think about that later. Looks like we have quite an audience today, right? He replied, I don't care because this will be the final attack. He sneered, you're confident who? Then he quickly wiped over to him to see how confident he was, suddenly seeing the calm look in his eyes without any fear at all. He smiled wickedly. He used his genius engraving skill. He thought in amazement what he said, coldly go away. Then he gave him a sharp slash. He said, I don't have time to care about people. Suddenly, a black aura rushed towards Alino. Ilino felt no danger at all. She was amazed, thinking he sped up in the blink of an eye, even while fighting Paracelsus, the strongest among the new students, and she was seeing him in a new light. Suddenly she noticed behind her. At that moment she felt the danger approaching. She thought to herself something was coming closer, a shadow moving very fast, impossible. She felt scared. The shadow then appeared as a monster, and she was amazed, a demon warrior. It has a human shape but is completely black, its eyes glowing, attacking her. She desperately thinks she can't dodge its attack, and wonders if this is how she'll die. Looking into its terrifying eyes, she silently thinks, is it all meaningless? She tied her hands up too scared. Suddenly a streak of dark purple light flashed across her hand. She opened her eyes wide in amazement. She was using a sword to slash at the stomach. He said coldly it was truly a pitiful scene. The bandits fled after being cut down while the leader just stood watching Elino. She said in amazement, why you? He sheathed his sword and said, bringing many people but still couldn't handle this Tepsiu. In his heart he thought this was actually a normal reaction. The demon inside is a mid to high level demon. He remembered its demonic aura, and besides it originally did not exist in Mikum Noa. That thing is a real monster, the one who made Paracelsus's teacher go crazy, and has an invitation to this event. Elino was supposed to be the sacrifice, but after being saved by the protagonist, her cold personality will become softer. He looked at everyone's faces, looking at him, thinking silently, but now it was completely meaningless. He thought seriously, there is no main character in this world. Elino looked at him in fear. Princess Pelalope spoke up. That's too harsh. You did save Elino, but the situation just now was unexpected. He bowed his head respectfully and said, it is you, Princess. She continued, this situation should be handled by the professors of Eladin and Dean Noah von Trinity. Common students like us cannot deal with such demons. He replied, enemies do not choose their opponents. Strange. I thought you, Princess Pelalope, would understand better than anyone. Hearing this, Akina stood up and said, do not insult the princess, Nock von Reinhardt. She angrily said the person who knows this situation well must be unusual, right? That's why they stepped out to help. Seeing her, he thought to himself, dusty pink hair, vertical pupils, Ekina von Zeno, the future head of the Zeno family, closest to the princess, as known. I remember the image of the white serpent with blood-red eyes and sharp little fangs, thinking to myself she is known as the Serpent of Greed, obviously. Reinhardt Few and Zeno are not friends. How could the Shadow Song and Holy Light clans be allied? There can't be such a simple scenario in this inner lunatic. He replied, I don't want to talk to the Holy Family's dog. She said coldly, you are insulting the Zeno family. You said calmly, so what now? On top of this cliff, the man shouted, stop fighting each other. Then he jumped down each rock and landed coolly. Those kids were amazed. I asked him, is the test over? He said, right, the test is over. He immediately took out the gray crystal taken from the Lunbang group, and he praised unexpectedly, someone brought back a crystal truly outstanding, beyond expectations, except for being very arrogant. He looked at him puzzled. Then he announced that the highest scorer in the entrance exam was Nock von Reinhardt, who brought back a gemstone. He looked at the others and said, the remaining contestants who brought back amethyst will be ranked second. Does anyone object? Suddenly someone raised their hand. It was Pelalope. She asked, what about the new night department attack? Is that also part of the test? It's not like the monsters from the void. We need a clear explanation. He replied, we are currently investigating this matter. He looked at Ilino and said although it was not life-threatening, Ilino would still receive a separate reward. Remembering his heroic rescue earlier, he continued, moreover, the white-haired boy for saving his comrade would also receive a special reward. He turned and said, I don't need it. In his heart he thought, I can't get involved with Ilino in this way, even in a twisted world full of injustice without a protagonist. This is not advisable, and more importantly, accepting the reward would mean I am deliberately standing up to protect her, so I must avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings. Ilino watched him leave, then called his name Nock von Reinhardt. Why did you save me? Which startled him. He silently swore in his heart, damn it, just when everything was going smoothly, the master acting skill was activated. He then coldly said, she just happened to be standing there when I was dealing with the monster. She was amazed and confused when she heard him say that. Then he immediately regretted it, thinking, damn, I've dug my own grave. Ilino Jerry Van Lin, known by her nickname Golden Fox, is cold, calculating, and believes that everything in the world, including people's hearts, can be bought with money. But Nock is different. On the way back inside the carriage, Ilino still wondered why Nock saved her, as he even refused the reward offered by Professor Von Ong. She recalled his answer. She was just standing there by chance while I dealt with the monster. She thought to herself that was indeed an unbelievable lie. The person sitting opposite her suddenly spoke. It really makes no sense. Gia is Rick Ilino's servant, he said. Isn't he the same young lady who said he was nothing but a scoundrel? She replied, no, that lie is not true. There must be another reason. He answered okay, and she pursed her lips thoughtfully. Then she said, maybe I need to investigate further. He immediately obeyed. Yes, I will try to dig as deep as possible. She stopped him, no. Then she opened a piece of paper and said, I will confirm it with my own eyes. If the Den Hochber family knows we are snooping around, they will not leave us alone. The paper in her hand Listed subjects, regular subjects, basic physical training, combat research, Arkham Empire history, electives, royal rituals, foreign magic, and advanced combat weapons. Rick smiled as if he understood, then replied yes, transitioning to Ren Hochber's house, where high walls and green tiles indicate a wealthy family. He is sitting on the chair resting next to DJ Chi. She anxiously says, "Master, are you really okay? You look pale. Could your chilblains be acting up again?" He placed a hot towel on his forehead and said, if it were chilblains he would have had and recovered from it long ago, so don't worry about that. He thought to himself, but it was indeed an awkward situation. He pondered that if there was no main character, someone would have to take on that role, which was essential for him to regain his memory and find out who sent those mysterious messages. There was no other choice. He closed his eyes to rest, thinking, but the character he possessed was the villain. Suddenly, he opened his eyes halfway. He stood up suddenly, singing out there was still a way that made DJ Chi look at him in amazement, the young master. He smiled. The only way was to play both the protagonist and the antagonist of this damn world at the same time. Cut to a barren, war-torn land. A blonde girl, after defeating two groups of soldiers, looks in one direction. The sky is bright red with yellow clouds, black smoke rising, creating a suffocating feeling for the viewer. Gia is Luna speaking from behind Miss Luna. The star's orbit is gradually changing. Then he knelt down and said that person will awaken. She said the continent will bleed 8 times again. Then she left, saying, "Get ready, we have to achieve our goal, the one who knows what to do right." She put on a black coat. On the shirt is a crescent badge. In the middle is a diamond shape with 4 branches around it. She walks briskly, saying because of the fall of the Arkham Empire, in the world of gamers they immerse themselves in the game world. There is one thing that gamers who have played countless games have noticed: there is a very thin line that separates the main character from the final villain. Nock also agrees with this, as both have quite similar experiences, including bosses who are absolute evil. In most recent games, villains often have experienced trauma or lived a tragic, unjust life, just like the main characters. Simply put, even villains have their own reasons to explain who they are and why they act the way they do. He pondered everyone always acts alongside villains like that. Now he is wearing a black cloak, walking on the street at night. You are thinking about something. You think, of course, this does not mean that the protagonists and antagonists are completely the same. An antagonist will always be an antagonist and cannot become the protagonist. He laughed awkwardly and said even if something only applies in the game, he thought in a world about to be destroyed without a main character, the only way for the villain to survive would be, he cunningly thought, to become both the villain and the main character. He walked to a place emitting a blue light. He stared intently at it. In the middle there is a formation. He sighed and said, "I don't like taking risks, but what needs to be done must be done. I have no other choice but to do this." The biggest villainous organization in Inner Lunatic, a group for those who want to overthrow the king, he started casting a spell with his hand. A blue light appeared in his palm. Then a great beam of light appeared, and Thom thought he would enter the lunatic. The scene shifts to the academy, where Professor Van's group is staring intently across. On the other side, the group of professors also looked back at them. In the middle was Noah leaning on his cane, deep in thought. She seemed thoughtful. Van asked Ross, "It won't be dangerous, right? Do you know anything about it?" Ross said, "You are the exam supervisor." He asked, "Did you make another mistake?" These words made Van angry. That bastard of his, "I told you I did nothing." Noah was drawing and writing something. The wooden stick in her hand was immediately broken. She angrily said, "What do you two think you are doing?" Van then put his hand on Ross's shoulder and said nothing at all. He laughed to ease the situation, kept going. "Did we miss anything?" Her terrifying face said, "I haven't said anything yet," then returned to her usual cute look. "I said I have already informed everyone about the specific content. You two didn't pay attention, right?" Suddenly, the white-haired professor spoke up. He resolved the situation. The principal was talking about an enemy appearing in the entrance exam, threatening the academy. She sighed and said, "That's right." Then she continued, "The person's goal might be to overthrow the Elden Academy, and also to topple the Empire." She recalled the image of Alino, and said, "Alino Guerre Rivalin has just begun. So do you know why she, the so-called star in the financial world, is being targeted?" Ross replied yes, because the Rivalin Trading Company, which the Rivalin family is taking over, distributes 70% of goods to the evil empires. Van continued, "If our enemies deliberately target the Rivalin Trading Company, it means they already have their next target." Noah said seriously, "That's right, and that's why what happened this time is both a challenge and a warning to the Academy. We must prepare thoroughly for what is coming." Professor Dongthon said yes, understood. Then she stood up but awkwardly sat back down. She said, "Oh, there's one more person who could also be considered quite dangerous." Van was surprised and said, "A dangerous person," she replied. "That's right." She recalls watching him in the snowy forest, seeing him take down all the monsters. Gia is Noah, a student impersonator and the one who followed you when you were still in her formation. She said he might be the most talented student in this new batch. Ratsky was surprised and asked, "Who is that?" He thought to himself, does Noah von Trinity always have someone she considers talented? This is the first time this has happened after what happened with the princess. She blurted out a name, Nock von Reinhardtfer. He couldn't believe it and said, "Nock, the useless and notorious pervert of the Reinhardtfer family." She said happily, "Really?" She remembered his sharp gaze, that child. She resisted gripping the door, with a satisfied smile. She said he might even be stronger than me, which left the professors astonished. Ratsky angrily stood up from his chair because this was too absurd. The gray-haired professor said, "Did I hear wrong?" The brown-haired professor next to him replied, "How could that useless guy?" And Ratsky is extremely shocked by this information. Cut to a bar. He opens the door and walks in. The tavern owner saw him and immediately asked, "What are you doing here, boy? Are you lost?" He thought to himself, he must be Karen, the owner of the tavern, leading to the outside world, but his true identity is somewhat different. He sat down, spoke to him about moonlight martial arts and a powerful empire. He was stunned and silently looked at him. He also stared at him. He said, "Come inside, although I don't know why that person gave you the password again." He smiled and said, "Aren't you going to introduce yourself?" He replied, "I am Karen, that's the name everyone calls me." Then he immediately turned away, so I went in. He stood in front of a liquor shelf. He thought carefully to access the main owner of Lunatic. He then picked up these bottles in a certain order, holding the green wine bottle and counting to 3. Then hold the yellow bottle 1. Then hold the purple bottle, count 8-4. After finishing the work, a green aura spread out. Then a blue aura quickly appeared. He covered his mouth with his hand. The system displayed, "You have come into contact with high-level magic. Your mana will temporarily flow backward, and the mana-sensing talent will be disabled." Then a selection battle appeared, moving the player to the designated location. He felt uneasy, thinking his stats were still too low, and he felt dizzy. After a moment of moving, his eyes suddenly widened. A sword was pointed at his neck. "It's Luna," she looks at him intently. She asks, "Who are you?" "You called Luna." But she didn't care and stabbed your neck, causing it to bleed. "You said the leader of Lunatic, the only golden sword among the 3 golden swords whose identity is unknown. I came here because of her. She ordered to search the person, not only knows where our secret base is, but also knows who I am." "I ask again, who are you?" he said. "Nock von Reinhardtfer." Then he raised both hands and said, "I want to join Lunatic." Tonight the moon lights up the whole sky at a certain building. Paracelsus sat by the window, the moon outside singing, revealing his loneliness. He silently called his name, Nock von Reinhardtfer. He thought to himself he seemed to know something about old man Celsus's death. He recalled fighting him, thinking to himself he even knew that his master had died. I'm pretty sure he's thinking that one of the 3 sword kings suddenly died because of someone else. Looking at the moon in the sky, he pondered the disgrace of the Reinhardtfer family is truly a joke. I didn't expect them to lie like this. Remember when he moved so fast to hit me? Once he thought to himself in a split second he could beat me in a speed battle. I've never seen anyone that fast, old man. He looked out the window, leaving it behind. He thought to himself all information about him must have been fabricated from the start. The rumors about him and his actions are all lies. After resting, he walked back to his bed and lay down thinking, but why? He wondered why the Reinhardtfer family would hide someone so talented, but it was none of his business anyway. He thought he would crush anything that stood in his way, even a prestigious family. His heart was as turbulent as the moon was calm. Paracelsus had scars on his chest from sword wounds. He is closing his eyes to rest. Old memories return. The queen of the Esteban von Achim Empire went mad and tried to lead through a dictatorship, causing the emperor's power to be divided. In the political context, Princess Penelope, known for her kindness, was also manipulating factions to oppose the crown prince, who was still young at the time, and was told by his master that he must choose a side to survive. He said, "Join the Elden Academy, and think about which faction you want to follow while studying there." The two stood looking at each other, and he said, "That is your final mission." He seemed to be having a nightmare, sweat pouring down. His master appeared in his dream and said, "I have given you all that I have." But then he was sent to the king of hell by a mysterious person. At that time, he witnessed his master being murdered. He said his last words, "I'm sorry for leaving before you." He suddenly woke up in panic, sweat soaking his shirt. He glanced at his hand. A pink gem glowed in his palm. He scratched his head and said, "If you're already dead, then don't haunt me anymore, master." Then he stood up and walked out of the room, walking and swearing, "Damn it, why does the deceased appear in my dreams like this?" Scene shifts to the rooftop. He is being threatened by Luna, with a sword at his neck. Screen displays. Name Luna, 20 years old. Main element is the moon advantages, are swordsmanship and combat skills, fierce third eye neutral alignment. The disadvantages are cruelty, madness, bloodlust, innate skills, combat techniques, fierce eyes, threatening activated skills like moonsword and mana explosion. Other information will be revealed in the next national story. He looked at her silently, calling Luna. She was one of the 3 sword emperors, a monster who had fought alongside the knights and reached the top at only 20 years old. No one can match Luna's swordsmanship. He thought to himself, moreover, unlike sword singing, which he could only learn when becoming the clan leader, I can learn her swordsmanship if I gain her trust, but first I have to join Lunatic and prove my strength. She asked why someone from the Reinhardt Fur clan would be interested in a criminal organization like this. She stabbed the sword into his neck, causing blood to flow. The system warns of level 1 bleeding. He raised his hand and said, all for toppling the Ackheim Empire. She said in surprise what he quickly explained. You probably know that we need to take down Elden Academy first, which is under the kingdom's protection, and then the kingdom itself. He smiled sincerely and said, I will make it happen for you. She sneered and said, do you think you're capable of doing that? He replied, of course. She thought for a while, then lowered her sword and said, you have a big courage. What's your name? He rubbed the wound on his neck with his hand and said, Nock von Reinhardt Fur. She immediately called out. He appeared, knelt on one knee, and respectfully said, yes, it's me. She said to prepare for the moon challenge. He bowed his head to accept the order, then replied yes. He handed me a black shirt and said, take this and follow me. I took the black shirt and prepared for the challenge. On a bright moonlit night like tonight, he put on the black shirt that he gave him, thinking to himself, good, everything is going according to plan. After reaching the altar peak, many enemies appeared. Eliminate them all, and remember, the shirt you are wearing must not fall off. He asked again what was the reason. He replied because it was the only way to respond, but he couldn't show up with the boss. He thought to himself, actually, he already knew the reason, the abnormal state of shock. One of the worst traits, trading alertness for power beyond limits. He looked at the blood moon and said, the deep red moon, when someone is under the moonlight, no one can keep their mind. More precisely, it is rage. I think this challenge requires 2 conditions to overcome. I silently thought, still standing firm under the moonlight, beware of the state of rage. Thinking about the monsters about to appear, he planned to defeat them. He pondered that initially the game did not provide information on how to overcome this challenge, because in a world with a main character, no one would join the villain's side. So no one knows how to get through it. He smiled quietly. I can do it. Luna said from behind, once you join the challenge, only 2 things will happen. Either you pass and become one of Lunatic, or you lose your color here. His eyes opened wide, then he smiled. He said to her, let's see. He used a knife to cut his hand, the blood dripping onto the ground. Immediately, a red light appeared. A magic circle appeared at his feet. Looking up, the monsters have gathered here, looking fierce and relentless. He thought to himself, this is definitely a case he cannot handle right now. Each monster is a chimera, at least of the same level or higher. He took the black shirt. Yeah, just the quantity of them is enough, but never mind. Then he threw the black shirt away. There's still a way. He smiled confidently. Luna, seeing this from outside, thought, is he crazy? The display system with the blood-stained screen is causing players to enter a state of shock. Be aware that you may lose control of your mind, and you will not be able to regain control once your sanity is lost. He started to be infected with Borsok, his eyes glowing purple. All player stats increased by 1.5 times endurance, 6.2 increased to 9.3 mana, 9.2 increased to 13.8 luck, 10 willpower from 11.3 to 16.95, charm 26.2. The adverse effect of Borsok has been activated. Luck and charm are not increased by Borsok. Due to the effect of Borsok, Nock began to enter a frenzy state, holding a sword in his hand. The display screen shows that the crescent moon has caused the player to enter an abnormal, shocked state. The system warns that you may lose control of your mind. Luna and Dap are outside observing his transformation, and the system continues to sound warnings that you will not be able to regain control of your mind once lost. Dong started to relax, his eyes widened. Then he gave a sinister smile. All player stats increased by 1.5 times. Active skills, genius, moment, intermediate, swordsmanship of the hack tribe, male sword technique, passion, visible, transformation. Your remaining lifespan due to terminal illness is 142 days. Luna saw him radiating black, killing intent, and thought to herself, that kid, is he crazy? On this side, he smiled faintly and said to her, I can't believe he threw away his shirt. It's like throwing away his life. Should we stop him? She stopped him. No. She said he was never the type to listen to warnings from the start. She crossed her arms and said coldly, whether he lives or dies is not something we need to worry about. He said anxiously, but he belongs to the Reinhardt Verde family. Remembering Theo's power, he said fearfully, according to von Reinhardt Verde, if he intends to harm Lunatic, then we won't be okay, right? She smiled and said that won't happen. Then Chuknik said, no, I definitely won't let that happen. She asked him, did you think from the beginning that von Reinhardt Verde was the kind of person full of fatherly love for his child? He replied, not at all. Then she said, first just observe. She was thoughtful that reckless kid must have had a plan. He replied, I will obey without hesitation. The monsters had now swarmed to Dongut. They opened their mouths full of sharp teeth wide and charged to attack him. A dragon monster charged forward, but he jumped up and counterattacked. He raised his sword, looking at it coldly. Then he lowered the sword. Its blood splattered everywhere, even onto his face. He smiled inwardly, the whole world stained bright red. This is the description of the New Moon Challenge in Inner Lunatic. He thought to himself some of his stats had increased a bit. I can feel the changes in myself. My talent, height, and shoulder width have all increased, becoming taller and broader. I have now reached a level where my peers can no longer easily defeat me. Behind you is the dragon that went to get the lunchbox earlier. Then the monsters started attacking you again. He wildly raises his sword and chops off the head of one. Then he glanced back. Quickly, he moved to the other one, chopping off its head. The monster's head with 3 horns fell to the ground, blood spraying out. The breathless gasp on his body was covered in the monster's blood. But that still didn't scare the monsters, they started attacking him again. Luna quietly looked away. He took a defensive stance, ready to attack them. Thinking to himself, the abnormal berserk state, one of the most brutal inner lunatic traits, is also the only trait that appears when facing a full moon. He smiled quietly, thinking that from the beginning he came here with the intention to take advantage of it. His eyes were serious because of the talent he possessed. The display shows that because you possess 2 special genius attributes, you have neutralized the abnormal state of the lunar beast. Swordsmanship genius, combat genius, and mana perception genius, the abnormal state has been temporarily nullified. He thought quietly, it's simple from the perspective of this world, the talent levels are very unfair, and he is someone who benefits from that. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought, so what? He jumps up his silhouette, appearing before the bright moon, creating a fierce and terrifying feeling. He raises his sword, the shadow of execution. Then he lowered his sword, beheading 3 monsters in a flash. Luna frowned at him. You are also surprised to see this scene. The screen appears due to the effect of the divine artifact. The ring of blazing flames, your lifespan is extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Now at this moment, I'm not afraid of anyone say, if there's any problem with this, just try having a terminal illness and see. Then I cut through and dealt with all the remaining monsters. It seems Luna said something to Dap, but he couldn't hear it because it was too chaotic here. He thought to himself, too noisy. He gripped the sword tightly and exhaled. He began to move away from here. Carrying the smell of blood on him, he stood in front of her. He wiped his tears, said coldly, is the experiment over yet? Go back a moment when he was beheading those monsters. She told Dap, I think we will recognize him as a member of Lunatic. Dap also agreed, saying the number of people who could have talent reaching that level like him on this continent can be counted on one hand. She screamed, hey von Reinhardt Fur, the one who got through, come back. But at that moment, he didn't hear her, and kept frantically slashing at the monsters. She anxiously said, is he mentally controlled by madness? The one next to her clenched his fist and said, maybe we should deal with him right now. On my side, after plunging the sword into the last one, I finally stopped. The sky was still blood red. I walked away from the previous magic circle. His eyes were still in a frenzied state. He stepped towards Luna. His whole body was covered in the blood of the monsters. Then, his eyes returned to normal. He asked, is the experiment over? She replied, it's over. She continued saying she had raised a monster. Dap agreed, yes, that's right. He smiled, satisfied, thinking he had succeeded. Meanwhile, after observing him, she thought to herself, von Reinhardt Fur, what an interesting person, she called out and responded. He bowed and said, yes, sorry. Then he handed him another shirt and said, here, this is a shirt that only Lunatic Noble members can wear. The screen displayed equipment received. He held the shirt and smiled. The system recorded that you received a shirt from the member Lunatic, displaying information about the item you just received. Name Lunatic member shirt, mid to high level stats. Indicate +1 requirement is to be an official Lunatic member. Special effect, you will receive a special skill, the Oath Under the Moonlight. Lunatic members can confirm their identity through the pattern on the shirt. This vest is made from black spider silk, nullifying all abnormal light attribute states and displaying information about your new passive skill. The active skill Moonlight Vow is of advanced rank, with effects only activating when you wear the Lunatic member vest. A moon-shaped radiant emblem will appear on the shirt, visible only to Lunatic members. Outsiders cannot see it. Depending on the game time, after 1800 hours from day to night, your attack power will increase by 1.2 times. He puts on the shirt, happily thinking wonderful. Nock put on the shirt, then smiled with satisfaction, thinking that Lunatic's trial quest with the passive skill Moonlight Oath is very useful anywhere, and has helped me a lot. Unfortunately, it can only be used at night, but this skill can increase my attack power by 1.2 times, which is very rare in Inner Lunatic. He looked at the display screen, all the stats had increased. He happily thought he had gained another point of willpower. He silently thought, great, this result is the best. Then he looked up. Luna stared at him. She said, it seems like you expect more from me. He replied, it seems like no rookie performed better than me in the moon trial. He continued speaking, so I thought I deserved equivalent treatment. She crossed her arms and pondered. Then she smiled and said, not bad, brave, though I don't know how long you'll keep that tone. She turned to Dap and said, bring that here. He bowed and replied, yes. He brought a white mask and said, here. She took it. Then he handed it to him and said, this is an item lunatic recently obtained, the moon shadow. She said, just like the name, this item will create a clone. Then she looked at him and continued, it will probably be useful for you since you play the snake in the Vietnamese foreign studies. She asked him, how is it, are you satisfied? He bowed his head and replied. He bowed his head and said, of course. He happily thought to himself, finally I can touch it. He took the mask emitting red light, silently calling moon shadow. Then he put it on the screen, displayed that you can use the moon shadow item to create a clone of the player. Please enter your name, attributes, and basic information. He thought to himself, this is the main reason I contacted Lunatic from the beginning. Then a second roof illusion appeared. He thought this item might help players create clones. He thought to himself, playing both the protagonist and the antagonist, this thing would allow him to do that. Then he took off his mask and said, thank you, Commander Luna. She said, seriously, listen carefully. New soldier and lunatic. There are a total of 5 ranks, except for commander and vice. Commander members are ranked from 1 to 3. She continued, since you just arrived, we will start with rank 3. He replied, I understand. She said with satisfaction, get ready to receive your first mission. Then she looked at him, hoping you won't disappoint me, Nock von Renhafer. Then he immediately activated the teleportation block and left. After he left, she asked, do you find this kid quite interesting? Han replied, I agree. But then Han wondered, saying, I don't understand how he endured the wrath of the blood moon. She said, I understand you. If not a genius, you wouldn't last even 5 minutes in that challenge. She recalled when he threw the shirt away, saying, even if Han is a genius, he can fight without a shirt. She immediately cut off her sleeve and continued, saying that she already had the courage to be recognized. The answer also agreed, I agree too. They looked at the bodies of the monsters on the ground. She advised to keep watching for now to see if Han would withdraw, to relax, or be useful to the organization. The scene shifts to the rooftop where he has been teleported back to the tavern from earlier. The pub owner Karen saw him and said, are you leaving your job? He replied, something like that. He thought to himself, if he really risked his life at the altar, others would ask why he did such a crazy thing. He seriously thought of course he wouldn't do that. I remember the blood moon wanting to resist attributes and troops. I think we need 2 talents, swordsmanship and combat talent, along with mana sensing talent. He recalled his own madness, simply saying that only he could use the power of the blood moon here. The man didn't ask much, just told him that he must have gotten what he wanted. You asked again, do you have a problem with me? He replied, I just feel it's unfair, introduce yourself. He said in surprise. What he smiled and said, I was introducing your name to the others. He replied, I am Nook von Reinhardt Ver. I am done with work. After learning his name, he said, satisfied, see you later. He immediately left. The man smiled and said to him, keeping up with the academy's schedule is not easy, but if it were, you hiding, your power would be even harder. He opened the door and stepped out of the tavern. Before you leave, he hurriedly said, oh, and don't stand out too much. Scene changed to Reinhardt's house. He opened the door and stepped into the room, thinking to himself that the plan seemed to be progressing smoothly. After he entered, DGT was already in the room, and she immediately called out, young master. She angrily said, how dare you skip school on the first day without telling me? He froze, eyes wide open. He thought to himself, no way. Before going out, he checked and saw she was already asleep, but when she saw him silent, she said, sir, are you listening to me? She continued, I've told you many times, stay away from dangerous things, even though there are many false rumors spreading in the palace. Then she was determined to speak, so you still have a chance to rebuild your reputation, but you just sighed helplessly. You said, oh, how are you today? I remember the servant also went to school, right? She waved her hand aimlessly. She replied blankly, nothing special. He saw that and immediately thought something was wrong. He pondered that nothing was real, even though it was a subject only for servants. Most of them were low-ranking nobles. DGT has become a civilian. She is the perfect target for others to cause trouble. She is not very happy right now. Suddenly he handed her the bag and said, here, take it if you encounter any deception while studying. Open this bag. She immediately took the bag. Surprised, he said, this is it. He smiled slyly and said it can only be opened when encountering deception. He said it's because inside is an item specifically for handling those unreasonable situations. She said in surprise, am I not allowed to open it now? He replied, not exactly. She held up the dress, bowed, and said, I understand. If that happens, I will open it. He said happily, very good. Don't hesitate whenever you feel in danger, just use it, understood? She replied, yes, sir. The screen displays that you have successfully joined the Elden Academy. He looks at the notification system. Surprisingly, the system notifies that a new letter has arrived in your mailbox. Do you want to open it? You press open. Then his eyes opened wide. A girl from the heavens with snow-white wings spread wide, her whole body radiating a brilliant aura that dazzled him. Nock looked at the notification on the system, thinking to himself, opening the message. A voice sounded, hello, long time no see. Nock, if you receive this letter, it means you have successfully joined Elden Academy. I know you can easily become a student of Elden Academy, which is truly a cause for celebration. He thought silently. The tone of this person seemed to see right through him. He guessed this person definitely knew him. The voice continued, saying that the arduous journey was only just beginning. It must have been very difficult for you until now, but what awaits you is even more grueling and painful, and no one else can do it but you. He hesitated in thought. The other said, because only you can see the ending of this story. Seeing his disagreement, the other quickly said, I know this sounds very irresponsible, but I will find a way to help you as much as I can. Then he sat down on the bed. The person sent him a letter saying it was not very polite but hoped he would accept the attachment with the letter. After hearing the announcement, Chan-an said the content of this letter didn't help much. The system screen gradually disappears. He thinks he needs to rearrange the information. He is wondering who sent him the letter. Most likely the sender is a master inner lunatic. He can freely interfere with the system, and he can also send me something. He looks like he has almost enough to draw a conclusion. He silently thought, so he had to focus on completing the main storyline as much as possible, because the memories were lost and needed to be finished for the game. He looked at the attached letter and said, just ignore the unresolved issues for now. He said curiously, let's see how it turns out. He pressed the screen, let's see the character system. He was surprised to see something. I saw 4 signs appear. The first one was my father's name, von Reinhardtfer. Let me guess again, wait. Then he clicked on the Talia von Sturiner board. He said, if I guess right. A series of system panels appeared. An image of Talia appeared. There was also information about his father. He was surprised and thought to himself, an incredible possibility. I think at first to use clairvoyance in inner lunatic, you had to meet that person face to face. But now it's different. I can check the status of any character I want, he happily thinks. I'm sure my guess is right. Only the masters could have sent it. Then his eyes hardened. Still follow. This madman. Looking at his stamina chart 25.2, you exclaimed in amazement that his stamina increased by 0.2 inches such a short time. He thought to himself he already held the title of Sword Emperor at that age, and could still become stronger. Chert smiled, oh right. I think when looking at your stats, I realized this. I looked in the mirror, and my real-world face appeared. He thought to himself, this world is like a game, but it's not really a game. He really hates talking, it's so hard. He picked up the paper and said we should be happy because the class selection went smoothly. The paper listed his classes: Team Combat Techniques, Team Jujutsu Techniques, History of the Evil Empire, and Horse Riding. Cut to another scene. DGT is standing alone and isolated from everyone. They look at her with unfriendly eyes. A red-haired servant asked the person next to her, hey, is that her? She whispered, the one from the Lufilia family has now become a commoner. The gray-haired maid beside said, it seems like it really is her. I don't understand why she would come all the way to Eldon with her young master. The smiling red-haired maid said if I were her, I would be so ashamed that I wouldn't dare show my face at all. The gray-haired maid continued, probably trying to take advantage, while the red-haired maid kept insulting, saying that since she was so beautiful, it would be easy for her to seduce other men's sons. Others mocked DGT, saying she was just a servant of the incompetent noble, as rumored. The gray-haired maid said she heard he was also very lustful, and it seemed she knew how to use her advantages. She said, isn't it obvious? The red-haired maid sneered, yeah, right. Others laughed and said, where exactly is our house? Well, anyway, there's no more noise, so we don't need to worry about her anymore. DGT clenched her hands tightly, gritting her teeth as she silently thought about enduring countless insults. She is thoughtful because a fallen noble cannot have a bright future. Everything here seems too luxurious, however. She endures because she is not allowed to cause trouble for the young master. Then she walked in one direction. Standing in front of her, the gray-haired maid said, excuse me, but may I have a moment of your time? The brown-haired girl next to her stopped the gray-haired girl. She sneered and answered for the gray-haired girl, my time, huh? She introduced herself saying, I am the daughter of the Count. I am Giselle of the Flores family, currently serving the young duke. She crossed her arms and said, do you think I have time to talk to a commoner like you? DGT said, I just heard you spreading baseless rumors about my lack of skin. She sneered and said, so what? Both she and the others smiled slyly and said that the bad rumors about her skin shortage spreading in this high society were not because of me. She continued, if she wanted me to apologize, I would refuse that request. DGT thought to herself, just as the skinless one said, status is extremely important here. Then she put her hand into her jacket pocket. Take out the bag you gave me yesterday, thinking silently there's nothing else I can do. When I opened the bag, boom, a mini illusion of him appeared, startling her. He looked at them coldly with a very stern face. The gray-haired girl was startled and jumped. DGT speaks up, missing the roof skin. He says, I am the Roof von Reinhardtfer. I don't know what happened, but it doesn't matter. He continued, if DGT has decided to open this bag, then one thing is certain. Then he pointed at them, you people over there. Giselle widened her eyes in panic. She whispered, is that the son of the Reinhardtfer family? He then smiled darkly, you are doomed. I will send your masters back to their families. After he spoke, the illusion disappeared. The atmosphere suddenly became eerily silent. DGT sprayed glue stiffly, complaining to himself, "Oh my gosh, is this really something that can solve every situation?" But Giselle was scared out of her wits. She dropped to her knees on the ground. Completely different from her arrogant attitude earlier, she now nervously asked, "What is your name?" DGT sighed and said, "My name is DGT." She turned pale and sighed, "Oh no, the Reinhardt Ver family could erase my family from this world in a heartbeat. No more early dating now, no dating at all." She bowed to DGT. "Miss DGT, I'm sorry for being disrespectful. I won't repeat it, please forgive me this time." Her actions amazed everyone, and DGT couldn't believe it, thinking, oh, it really can be resolved. But she was still worried, because that would lead to even more bad rumors. She whispered to herself, how could she think like that? Then she brushed past Giselle. She walked straight ahead, ignoring Giselle's crying and the fierce looks from everyone behind. DGT drank together. She asked him, "Sir Nock, are you okay?" Looking into his panda-like eyes, she worriedly said, "Your dark circles are really bad." He rubbed his eyes with his hand and said, "I'm fine." He recalled the class paper from yesterday and said, "Somehow I managed to complete the class selection at the academy without even realizing it." Suddenly, Rick Illinois' servant stood between the two of them. He took off his hat, then respectfully bowed and said greetings to the youngest of the Reinhardt Fur family. He asked in surprise, "Who are you?" He bowed his head and said, "Sorry for the late introduction. I am Rick, the servant of Miss Illinois, Jerry Van Lynn." He smiled and said, "Very honored to meet you." He wonders Rick. He swears inside, "Damn it, what's going on the screen? Shows you're panicking. Act like a genius has been triggered. You're no longer panicking." He was afraid when he saw him, thinking to himself, a dangerous character approached him right from the first half of the story. Don't judge him by his cute appearance. He is Rick the Deceiver. In the next 3 parts of the main story, he betrayed the Rivalin caravan to carry out evil schemes. He is the servant of the Quijir and a malicious subordinate Qui. He remembers Illinois, or in other words, I think he is a traitor who will stab Illinois in the back. I crossed my arms and thought the enemy of my enemy is not a friend at all in this case. Because Rick is the worst of the worst, being involved with him does more harm than good. Then he handed you a blue box, saying this is a gift from the lady. For today, it is a precious artifact. He stared at the box, then coldly said, "Go away." He didn't know what was inside the box, thinking to himself, I'm curious about this creation, but it's a poisoned apple, I shouldn't accept it. He was surprised to see you refuse. Yes, sir. You were about to draw your sword and say, do you want me to repeat that? He looked pale at him while he stared at him intently. When he saw him draw his sword, he became afraid. Then he turned his back, leaving him there while she politely bowed her head to say goodbye. Then she ran after him, shouting, "Wait for me." She worriedly said, "You are tired if you go so fast. What if you faint?" He angrily said, "Do you think I'm that weak?" She replied that just now you had a cold chills and cold hands and feet at the same time. She confidently said she didn't think anyone as weak as you existed. Then he laughed heartily, knowing he was right, and said, "I don't deny it, but now I'm fine." He said, "I won't suddenly be poor," she replied. "Yes, I know." Then she anxiously said, "But I still felt something was wrong." She said, "You are always the center of everything." He said calmly, "I guess I'm a bit famous." DGG heard that and pouted at him. He thought to himself, here to her, I am more than just a master. I am the one who saved her life. He looked at her and thought, moreover, if the character has loyalty attributes, they are very worried about being separated from their master. Suddenly she asked, moreover, "Why did you act like that with that person?" He said irritably, "Rika. Seeing you acted rashly and drew your sword without a word earlier," she replied, "Yes, you seem more emotional than usual." He placed his hand on her shoulder and said, "Listen carefully, DGG." He warned to continue speaking, not knowing what might happen, but don't do anything related to him. She heard that and thought to herself she didn't know if it was because of his issue with Miss Elino. She pondered, he is not the kind of person to save the world like that, I must have a reason for it. Then she bowed her head and said, "Yes, I understand, I will keep my distance from him as you said." He said, "Satisfied, good." Then he walked forward thinking to himself, if you think about what will happen in the future, it's better to keep a distance from Ilino. Moreover, we have attracted too much attention already. He said seriously, from now on we have to be very careful. Inside the Eldon Academy classroom, he entered the class and sat down gritting his teeth, thinking this is what I thought when I entered the academy. Why do I have to endure this torture from the start, so tiring? On the podium, Professor Whitehair said today you will form teams that will last until next year, and you will operate as teams during that time. He continued to form a team. The most important thing is to understand each other. He thought to himself, really, I have been too optimistic about my situation at the academy. Seeing everyone enthusiastically forming teams, he covered his face with his hand, thinking that not having friends here makes it a bit difficult to form a team. The professor reminds that if any cadet is not familiar with others, please take the initiative to form a team of 4. He continues, you have 30 minutes. He anxiously thought it's impossible, unthinkable for someone bad at socializing, Like Knock, how can we form a team now? He raised his hand and asked, what if we can't form a team? He replied, you will receive a failing grade. You will not be allowed to continue this semester, so pay attention. He looked at him and said, you can't do everything alone. Understand, Knock? He replied yes, secretly amazed what a forced score from the start. He thought to himself it would be very difficult to graduate with a black belt, if receiving a forced score even in one subject would lead to immediate expulsion. His eyes are sharp, I can't let that happen. Right now, many people have surrounded Penelope the princess. Please let me help you, Akina said. Allow me the chance to assist the princess again. Panaceus ahead is in the same situation. Someone beside him asks Panaceus want to form a team. I see how talented you are. Someone approaches Leon and asks Leon want to team up with me. And I'm feeling anxious thinking about how to help Knock. Someone not good at socializing make friends. Dentok Vang asked Eleanor want to team up with me. I'm really good at sports even though I don't look like it. The girl with brown hair said no, Eleanor will team up with me. I will provide you with many good things like resources and connections. Those are the things my family has. But she remained silent and walked away. Then suddenly she stopped. Standing in front of him, she said, Knock von Reinhardt Fur. She asked, it seems you don't like my fruit, do you? He silently nodded. She continued, what do you think? Will you give me a chance to repay the debt? He replied, what are you saying? She brushed her hair back, smiled and said, I will team up with you. He thought to himself, though it sounded a bit arrogant, he knew immediately. He pondered and decided he had to team up with her because there was no other way, and to avoid more trouble. Suddenly Talia appeared beside her and said, Knock, team up with me. Looking at Talia, he thought there's a troublemaker wanting to join my team. Talia smiled and said, Knock, let's be on the same team. He sighed and thought to himself, I forgot about her, another new liar. He thought to himself he understood now. Talia was too kind whether she wanted to or not. She did not want Noak, her fiancé. There are no members in the team, so she wants to help me, he thought to himself. He said firmly, this matter really gives me a headache. Elino said thoughtfully, I really didn't expect that. He heard it and immediately said, what do you mean? She said, I was surprised that someone like you actually has a girlfriend. He was silent, staring at her. He thought to himself based on what Nock had done before he couldn't deny this, but strangely, he felt quite angry. Talia asked him again, Nock, will you form a team with me? Elino said, so we just need one more person, right? Seeing her decide for herself, he angrily said, it seems my opinion no longer matters. She said calmly, you have no other choice, right? Yanjiang thought her intuition is too subtle, just as Elino had said. To recover my memory, I need to stay at Elden Academy and achieve good results. I silently thought to do that, I need to be in the top 10% of the students here. The first battle with the Demon King will be the first time I have to play both the villain and the hero at the same time. Determined, he thought to himself, everyone in class has already formed groups of 4. They are having fun together. The last member of your group is Bayo, he introduced himself. Hello, I'm Bayo, very happy to join your group. He thought to himself, fortunately the last person to join our group was an ordinary person. The screen displayed Bayo, 15 years old, positive traits, survival art, obedient, meticulous, devout, negative traits, suspicious, all stats below 5, only attractiveness was 10. Suddenly he noticed his skills weight, active skill blessing power. He smiled secretly, thinking wonderful. Although his stats are pathetic, he has blessing power, one of the strongest skills in Inner Lunatic, capable of awakening the greatest power of all team members. He thought to himself, even though it doesn't affect the user. He glanced at him thinking, but this was strange. How could the new academy possess such a powerful skill? That skill should only be held by monks and nuns in the monastery. I'll investigate later. Belle speaks up, I really hope to accompany you all. Eleanor introduces herself, I am Eleanor Zaravalen, let's all do our best together. Talia also introduced herself. I am Talia von Sturrener. Nice to meet everyone, he said awkwardly. Do I also need to introduce myself? You just need to not get in my way. About 30 minutes later, the professor spoke up. It seemed everyone already had their team, hoping the students could get to know each other next week. He continued, the groups would remain the same before moving on to the next semester. All right, class dismissed. You definitely hate talking that old man, Talia reminded from behind. I think you just spoke too loudly over there. You don't care. I know if he hears it all the better. She advised, I don't think you should call the professor by that name. He left, waving his hand, and said, whatever, we've already formed the team anyway. She hurriedly ran after him and said, hey Knock. She hesitated and asked, how is your class schedule? I'm just asking, no reason at all, he thought to himself. I didn't expect her to ask me this clearly. She is watching me. She hurriedly explained, I'm just a little curious. Yes, it's just because I'm curious. He immediately tapped her forehead and said, you're trying to find out which subject is easiest to get the highest score right. You think I would tell you how? She said in surprise, no, that's not true, he thought to himself. I can't let her know so much about me. Then he left immediately. That would never happen. In District 4, the Academy. He and DJ Chi went out to buy some things. Indeed, the Elden Academy, she said. There are many things we need to buy. She opened the notebook and said magic book equipment, right in. She glanced at him and continued, I guess that's why people often say students here often encounter money-related tricks. He was comfortably choosing the vases, saying it didn't matter to him, but he thought that if someone could graduate from this academy, they would attract many sponsors, even if they were just ordinary people. I think unless their abilities are useless, they will have a wealthy life immediately. Suddenly a voice shouted, You bastard, come back here. DJ Chi anxiously said, It's so noisy here. He said, This is a place where all kinds of people gather, anything can happen. He said coldly, We don't need to care. Suddenly he noticed someone and said in surprise, What, that person? Over here, the brown-haired man spitting everywhere is an unpleasant shop owner. He angrily yells, Get lost, if you're not buying anything, don't block others' way. The person yelling is the son of one of the 3 dark clans, the young master of the Marvis family. His name is Leon von Marvis, and he might not have money right now since his family recently went bankrupt. He worriedly said he is a good person, hoping the seller would overlook this. He placed the item he just looked at on the table and said, Please forgive me. I just wanted to see more of the goods. He shouted, Stop talking nonsense, you have only held and looked at one thing since earlier. He glanced at him and said, Stop jumping and disappear. The Academy standards have dropped a lot. Can't believe the Academy accepted a beggar like you. He bowed his head silently. Suddenly he looked up, his eyes turning blue. A green aura was emanating around him as he said beggar. Filled with murderous intent, he angrily said, Even if my family is poor, no one has the right to say we are beggars. He activated the formation, and frost began to rise from the ground beneath his feet. He was startled and thought, Is he crazy? Then he quickly ran to him, thinking this kid, even if provoked, shouldn't do that. He feared, thinking there were many people here. Was he going to use his magic? That dark magic was very dangerous. On this side, he had endured the 2 ghost frost guards protecting the skin. They held swords in their hands, their eyes shining. DGT saw him running and immediately asked, Master, where are you going? He said, This kid is really crazy, looking into his eyes. It seems he will do something foolish. I have to stop him first. She said in amazement, How could you know just by looking into his eyes? He shouted, I see that look very often. These words made her anxious and uneasy. Even the brown-haired boss saw Leon endure the frost and fearfully said, Hey, do you know what you're doing? He said, How dare you? He shouted at him, Step back. He saw him standing in front of him, You. He was holding the black sword in his hand and said, Leave here quickly. He bowed his head and said, Only when you want to be poor. Seeing him give orders to him, he angrily said, What, how dare you order me? Do you know who I am? Before he could finish, he interrupted, Ridiculous. Then he took off the hood and said, Do you need it? Everyone was shocked to see his face. He looked at him coldly and said, Do I have to tell you who I am? Scene changes to Elden Academy. My daughter is listening to her owner speak. Talia said, So you mean that even though we are in the same squad with Nock, he still doesn't reveal any of his schedule to me? She continued, The reason for that is because he is embarrassed as he is going through a sensitive age, right? She turned to ask her, Are the things I said correct, little sister? Seeing her pitiful face about to cry, she hurriedly reassured Miss Talia, Please calm down. Things are not as bad as you think. Although I can't guess what Nock means, I think he will pay more attention to you. She replied, I understand, but now I am grown up and I know many things. I can feel what is right or wrong. She said, I also know my shortcomings, so I try not to bother others. The poor girl recounted how she kept interrupting Nock, which made me seem a bit more likable in Nock's eyes. Then she hesitated and said, But I was worried, and asked, Yes, why? She thought to herself, This is not good at all. If things continue like this, she will be upset and unable to do anything else. I need to do something. She began to regret it. If she had known things would turn out this way, she probably wouldn't have said those nice things about Nock's skin in front of the mistress. She recalled what happened in the carriage back then. At that time, Talia asked her, This third sister. She said, Do you feel that my fiancé treats me quite coldly? She replied, Yes, maybe because he is still shy at that age, miss. She asked in surprise, Puberty. She replied, Yes, boys at that age have unpredictable moods. They will have many unpredictable actions, so it is not surprising that Nock treats the young lady that way. She secretly looks at Talia, who is happy after hearing her words, and now she regrets it deeply, realizing she has been too careless. When she asked me like that, I didn't pay attention at all, but now thinking back, it seems she had started to like and notice Theodanok. She looked at her face full of affection, and thought to herself, at that time I had no interest in that matter at all. I just thought she was asking about the band casually, not realizing it would become such a serious issue now. If I had known, I would have given her better advice instead of just answering her question perfunctorily. Back to reality, she anxiously thought now she could conclude that Miss Talia had fallen for Master Nock. This is happening too fast. Indeed, no one can predict matters of the heart. She hurriedly said to her, Miss, I have something to tell you. Master Nock is not really like that, she asked in surprise. Oh, so what do you think he is like? She said that since that day she was already betrothed as the young lady's fiancé. Her lack of attention to the young lady at the academy was because it was the academy where there are many people, so she couldn't behave as she would within the family. While talking, she suddenly grabbed her hand, Emma. She thanked her and then killed her. That's right, thank you for telling me. When it comes to relationships, those who have experienced it have more experience than me. Emma could only force a smile, but to make the lady happy, she had no other choice. She cheerfully pulled her along and thanked her, saying that after hearing her words, she no longer had any doubts. She seemed like an expert on love. Later, whenever there is any emotional confusion, I will come to you for advice, she quickly said. Oh, young lady. Seeing her smile happily, she blamed herself, thinking I was wrong to do this, but I did it to make her happy. Sorry, young lady. She suddenly remembered something, but there was a catch. Talia's words felt like knives stabbing her heart, thinking that she had never been in love before, so her feelings were unclear. At that moment, a knock sounded outside, drawing both of their attention. She spoke up. I am Emma, the maid of the Sterner family. May I ask what business you have here? Gia is Eleanor, she said. Oh, hello. She introduced herself. I am Eleanor Zaravalin, a student at the academy with her lady, and a teammate in magic dueling with her. I wonder if Talia has some time today to talk with me. Talia wonders, what about Eleanor? Emma told her this was a bit unexpected, so if she didn't have an appointment, she was invited to come again next time. Eleanor smiled awkwardly. Then she mentioned the name Reinhardt Fur, which made Talia and Emma uneasy. She said, I'm here to talk about him. These words pierced Talia's dark heart, and she immediately stepped out to open the door facing Eleanor. She said, nice to meet you, Talia. She continued, today, we have met twice already in the lobby and here. Switching to the rooftop, he said to the brown-haired boss, do you want me to tell you who I am? Everyone panicked after seeing his appearance, white hair and purple eyes. This must be. The owner recognized him and said, you are from the Reinhardt Fur family, enrolling in the academy here, he replied. This still needs to be verified first. He immediately said fearfully, sorry, I didn't recognize your identity earlier also because of the robe you were wearing. He coldly glanced at him and said, all right, stop talking. He said with a murderous aura, leave before I lose my temper because of your behavior just now. He quickly ran away. Yes, I understand. Leon silently looked at him. He said, I'm talking to him, so why are you interfering in this matter? Bo Swang glanced at him, then immediately moved forward to attack him. He grabbed Bo Swang's head with his hand angrily saying, you intend to talk to someone else. Then he looked at him and continued using dark magic like that. He used his magic, squeezed Bo Swang's head hard, and it quickly shattered. That Frost Squad was immediately demoted. Everyone looked at him in fear. He exuded a dark aura and said, if you do this, do you think the guard team will leave you alone? These words startled him awake. Then he looked at his hand using magic and said, yes, I understand your point. I may have been a bit impatient. Using dark magic without permission is against the kingdom's law. I lost control when he spoke about my family like that. He bowed his head and said, thank you very much for awakening and restraining my actions. He replied, all right, since you understand that's good, but have you bought what you need yet? Then he reached into his pocket, took out his wallet, and threw it to him, saying, if you have no money left, use this money of mine for now. When he opened it, he saw many gold coins which made him dizzy, so he took a short rest. He shyly said, why are you helping me like this? We don't even know each other. He said, if you think I owe you just for things like this, you're wrong. I won't owe you for that. He said, all right, with that little money, it's nothing to me, don't overthink it. Then you said it was tight, but actually I did it with a bit of purpose. This surprised him. He said, of course I understand no one gives anything for free. He began to withdraw the dark singing magic. The two skeletons gradually disappeared. He stepped in front of him. Taking a gold coin, he said, the money you gave me, I see it as a bribe to keep quiet, but he held the coin up in front of him and said, the power of magic songs controls these dry skeletons. I can feel the unique power of the Marvats family emanating from you, which makes me quite curious. Immediately, the gold coin emits a blue light. Then it flew into the sky. He said, I want to ask you, Den Hafer. He was curious. Can I ask why you have the unique power to control dry bones from my family? Elino and Talia sat opposite each other at the round table. Talia spoke up, saying she had something to tell me. Can I know what it is? Elino thought to himself, what's going on? Her reaction is very different from what he imagined. She's really something. She pondered, Nock, does he really have feelings for her? Then she forced a smile, thinking no way. She told herself someone like him would only see an engagement as a constraint, so she must get straight to the point when talking to her. She said Nock is a dangerous person that startled Talia. She picked up the teacup and continued. First, he is the son of one of the 3 dangerous noble families leading the kingdom. Then she brought the teacup to her mouth and said, and the truth is, there are countless negative rumors about his behavior. She silently bowed her head. Suddenly, she said, I. Then she looked up firmly, saying she didn't think Nock was a bad person. Elino recalled the childhood party she attended, where he humiliated her in front of everyone, and upon hearing her, he glanced sideways. Then she sighed, wondering if others thought the same as her. She looked at her in surprise. She thought to herself, Talia von Steiner, she's so strange, how could someone as honest as her, like a guy as bad as Nock? She stared into her eyes, thinking about the emotions she felt from them. She sensed a sharp aura, emanating from her, silently judging, filled with hostility and anger towards herself. Talia said, let me make it clear to you, Nock may have flaws, but I don't think he is someone who would do anything evil. She continued, although he is easily misunderstood because of his cold attitude towards others, that is only one part of his personality, and her words surprised her. She asked her, I heard about your engagement to him, but that's no reason for you to speak well of him. She put down the teacup and said, I also know that engagements between noble families can easily change. Then she said, seriously, that's not the reason I trust Nock. She is quiet, people don't change easily. She said that might be true, but then said she hopes you remember one thing. She recalled when she was attacked by the Darborn Yun, Nock saved her. Then he appeared just in time and slashed it with his sword. She said if Nock hadn't been there, she would have been poor. At that time she was very shocked and scared. Talia said I believe she knows that well. Back to reality, she asked, so why do you still suspect Nock? This made her fall silent because she was too right. Then she smiled and said it seems I was wrong. Then she stood up, let's end the conversation here, thank you for your time. She replied alright, goodbye. Ilino left, leaving Talia alone in the room. Outside the building, she was standing dazed in the yard. Rick approached and called Miss Ilino. He smiled and asked if the conversation just now was okay, but the young lady didn't seem angry. She asked Rick, what do you think is the most important thing for a merchant? He immediately replied, of course, those would be eyes that are always cautious and always suspicious of everything. She pondered suspicious. She thought to herself, this thing had brought her the title of the wealthy fox and a star in the financial world, but she still doubted his character when recalling what happened at that party that year. But had he really changed? She cried tears of joy, then now silently telling herself not to laugh at that thought. Then she clutched her dress tightly. Nianzhang said, there's no way that's true. After such a long time he's been like, that change is impossible. The scene shifts to Leon, who is now using his dark magic. He shouted, everyone get out of here quickly. Then he glared at him. Seeing everyone scared and running quickly, he glared darkly at him. He set a magic forehead, thinking to himself the situation is getting more complicated. He pondered, no matter how obsessed Leon was with money, it was impossible for him to stay calm when I used the magic power of his clan, a magic that was not passed on to outsiders. He looked at me gloomily and said, if I wanted to negotiate with him, I had to bring something valuable to bargain with. I laughed and said, are you saying I have to give you something? This magic is related to your family, and I'm afraid you would trade everything for it. He glanced at him coldly and said, you speak as if you know me very well. He said, Leon von Marvatz, your family is also one of the 3 most dangerous dark families alongside the Reinhardt Fur family, a family that once had great influence in the kingdom. He said, I don't like the way you used to use me. He usually replied bluntly, you must know that your family is no longer as strong as before. His eyes looked at me sorrowfully. I continued, I know those people used war to invade territory and defeat the head of your Marvatz family, and then they took most of the Marvatz family's land. He heard that, bowed his head, then said, are you trying to prove that you know more about your family than I do? Are you provoking me to take revenge for my family? He shook his head and said, revenge? No, I am not acting for that purpose. You said the thing I want is the revival of your family, so that a young, talented head of the family can be recognized, and your family can once again become one of the leading families on this continent. You smiled and said, isn't that the real goal you are aiming for? He said, not bad, it seems you know me quite well. Then he asked you, so how did you get the power of the Marvatz clan like me? You replied. By chance, I only recently realized that the magical power I have belongs to your family. He said, I trust you. You were surprised and said, you trust me just like that, aren't you going to ask anything else? He replied, you have given me the answer I wanted. He thought to himself, so that's it, what he wanted from the beginning was not how I got magical power from his clan. He seriously thought that he wanted to know how well I understood him, and why I intervened in his problem, promising a future of restoring the Marvatz family. The two stood facing each other and he said, well, I'm glad you have an answer. He replied, thank you for your help today, I will return it in the future as long as it doesn't involve money. Then he turned away and said, don't worry, I don't expect you to repay this kindness. The next day at Eldon Academy, inside an ice room, he walked over to Noah, thinking to himself, finally, I am here. Seeing her smile at him, he thought silently about Noah's vitality, strength, and resting place. He thought to himself the time to enhance the moment of genius had come. He smiled at her. Noah activates the moment of genius, which is considered the strongest skill even among inner lunatic characters with genius traits. It can be said to be a kind of DLC for inner lunatic. At that time, you had finished the game, the screen displayed that you were the first to successfully complete inner lunatic 10 times and unlocked the hidden attribute. Your controllable character was granted the active skill, Moment of Genius. Note that this is a skill that can only be achieved when your character has at least 2 genius attributes. Back in reality, he stood facing Noah, thinking to himself at first it was just a game he loved. So I don't even know what's in the DLC. If it weren't for that decision back then, I would have died several times by now. He turned pale thinking about it. The thought sent chills down his spine. Noah held the candy in his hand and said, you did well this round, von Reinhardt Fur. It seems like your family is raising a monster, he said irritably. Calling others monsters, don't you think that's a bit much, Principal? She said calmly. But I'm not wrong. Her feet stepped on the ground, a blue light appeared beneath her. Her eyes were full of malice, her whole being unfriendly, saying otherwise, how can she explain being able to fight the ice demon so calmly? Her eyes stared at him, continuing, why is a talented person like you called useless? I still don't understand after thinking it over. She remembered his father and said, it's because you follow von Reinhardt Fur, a man known for his terrible character, it can't be true. He anxiously thought, damn it, back then he doubted me, which was understandable because at first he was just a useless guy. The display screen, the acting genius, was activated. He smiled wickedly, thinking, but not now, the screen notified you have stopped the thick rolling. I told her that no matter what kind of person I was in the past, it was none of your business. She replied, well, that's true, but can you tell me something? She said excitedly, I'm fascinated by your talent, it's really interesting. Then she put candy in her mouth and said slyly, making me want to corner you. He said seriously, on the principal's day, I think that matter is not appropriate to mention, I will pretend I didn't hear anything. He recalled the image of her sneaking behind him during the entrance exam. He said, moreover, you even transformed and followed me. She smiled slyly and said, how do you recognize me? Then she took out a piece of paper and said, all right, let's see how much longer you can hide from me. He thought to himself, finally, I have it. She continued, that's why I called you here. This is a skill enhancement scroll. She said it can maximize the effectiveness of one of your skills, truly a valuable item. Although I was very eager to have it, I pretended not to know anything about it, I said. This is the first time I've heard of such an item. She immediately handed him this enhancement roll and said, all right, take it. He happily reached out to accept it. Holding the skill scroll in his hand, he felt something was wrong. Noah gave a sinister smile. He worried and thought to himself, what was that moment of panic? Did I see it wrong? But he put that feeling aside, unrolled the paper, happily thinking, this thing excites me about what is about to happen next. The screen displays that you have obtained a new artifact, showing its basic info, the skill enhancement scroll, a superior consumable with a special effect that can increase the effectiveness of one of your skills by 1.5 times. The skill enhancement scroll can be used. Do you want to use it? He immediately pressed the screen and said, yes, please choose the skill you want to enhance. You press the genius moment. The screen shows you have used a creation, and you smile as you see your skill has changed. The screen displays a message, your skills have improved, and you have gained a genius moment bonus. The words genius moment bonus appear clearly and prominently on the screen. Immediately, a golden light surrounded him. The screen notified that you have obtained an early stage artifact. Additional effects will be provided. Skill effects are doubled, and the current moment's duration has been changed to 10 minutes. He smiled with satisfaction. He looked at the moment of genius, thinking to himself that the moment of genius is a very difficult skill to improve because it is already an overwhelming skill from the start, so there aren't many ways to make it stronger. After finishing, the scroll quickly disappeared. He thought to himself one of the ways was to use the scroll. Having this creation in the early stage was indeed a good gain. She spoke up, have you gotten the result you wanted? I thought to myself, I can't be confused until that day anymore. He replied, yes, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. She smiled and said, all right, go ahead, you must be very tired after rescuing your classmate in that test. It reminded me of when I stabbed the organ donor. I stammered that, thinking to myself hiding it more wouldn't do any good. I sighed and said, yes, it was just an accident. He said, please forget about that, I don't want the academy to notice. She happily agreed, sure, don't worry, just go home and rest. He replied sincerely, thanking the day's generosity. Then he left, thinking to himself that Noah von Trinity was truly a dangerous person, and that he needed to be more careful from now on. After he left in the quiet room, she suddenly burst into tears, sobbing. She bowed her head and said she really looked forward to seeing what kind of monster he would become. She suddenly asked someone if they thought so. Scene changes to Eldon Academy. Professor Ross is lecturing on the podium, saying that you need to learn about the properties and characteristics of each element. The advantage is the desire to learn self-reflection talent in hidden weapons. The disadvantages can be obsession, paranoia, psychological trauma, weak mentality, and apathy. He looked at him, thinking silently that he would play an important role in this matter. Passive skills, vast knowledge, active skills, the call of Mother Earth, fighting spirit, basic northern swordsmanship, he thought silently, not very strong. He thought, but knowing the information in advance was also good. He looked at him lecturing on the podium, thinking to himself, it's really impressive that he could become an academy professor with those skills. Now, he said, let's start the lesson. He pondered, wondering why he seemed so proud and disdainful of his classmates, not knowing what talent such a person had, and Principal Noah also had a very sharp side. He said that not only the academy students, but everyone on the continent possesses different elemental mana. He continued, today we will see what types the students have, and how they manifest it, at which point Talia glanced at him while he kept his head down. Suddenly, he called your name, startling you, student Nook von Reinhardtfer. You replied yes, and he asked, do you know what element you possess? He said, darkness. He asked again, what are the characteristics of the darkness element? He said, seriously, unlike the 4 basic elements, it is still opaque and does not mix with other elements. However, its destructive power is much stronger than the other elements. He continued saying that in return it is known to be difficult to control, and only a few individuals or families can use it properly. Your classmate looked at him in horror and asked, what is the opposite element? He answered, the holy light element. He was also surprised to hear him answer fluently, if so. He said, if the holy light element and the dark element clash, which side do you think will prevail? He calmly replied, the holy light. His hand trembled. He snorted coldly. People usually do not criticize the element inherited in their family. It seems you are a special case. I will only ask one more question. He stared at you and said, if you had to face someone with holy light magic, what would you do? He smiled and said, if that person still doesn't know their advantage, his eyes sharp and cold, he said, then I will deal with it immediately, ensuring that no enmity will arise in my future. These words made your family fear. Looking at him, everyone's face turned pale. Ruskin feared silently. What? He still looks calm after answering. The man is confused, thinking, what the hell did he say? In a large building, Rick sits on the bed, his left hand wrapped in a bandage. He lets out a painful cry. Holding a syringe, he bit down hard on the bandage, then injected himself. The red liquid in the tube is pumped into his blood vessels. His eyes light up, his left hand becomes covered in bumps, and his face looks very scary. Then he threw the syringe on the ground. An image of a 2-horned monster appeared on his chest. He looked into the mirror and smiled. He drummed his fingers on the mirror, then leaned back and said, now I just need a little more, and I can really become a demon knight. Suddenly, a red hand reached out from the mirror and said, just as you said, Jennifer. The image of Paimon appeared. He said, you will become a demon knight instead of an ordinary human. He began to shake him. You will not need to sleep or pretend you will surpass the limits of humans. He knelt on one knee to pay respects, surrounded by red aura, saying, in gratitude, I will do everything in my power to resurrect you. He heard this and smiled wickedly. Then he put his shirt back on, picked up his hat and put it on his head. And he returned to his usual scholarly appearance. Switching to Eldon's classroom, Knox says yes, while that person is your natural enemy, and he still knows nothing about you. You continue, I will deal with that person. I want to make sure they won't cause any trouble for me in the future. Raskin said in surprise, you want to uproot the weed before it becomes a problem in the future. I hadn't thought of that answer. He calmly replied, I'm sorry if that's not the exact answer. I just thought it was the most effective way I could do compared to doing nothing, and just waiting. The acting genius has been strongly activated. He looked at him thinking silently, his eyes unwavering, his proud posture and shoulders not slumped. Seeing him stand straight and serious, he thought, Knock von Reinhardt Fur, this kid doesn't seem to joke around now. I understand why Denoa is interested in him. He thought for a moment, then called the neighboring market, saying the market was preparing for a small kneeling ceremony, which startled him. Yes, what is it? His face darkened, glancing at him and said, didn't you hear clearly? I'm telling you to prepare for the test. He thought to himself that the arrogant attitude of that kid needed to be brought down, or else it would be hard to manage later. He stroked his chin, pondering that to have a sharp sword one must undergo 100 trials. Then all the students gathered on the podium. The lecturer pushed a cart covered with a white cloth and he anxiously held the cloth. A blonde schoolgirl stood up, that is. Vass said they are the lowest ranked demons provided by the association to the academy. A small demon with blood-red skin, glowing yellow eyes, and 2 horns on its head was gnashing its teeth inside the cage. He said they are called small demons. A black-haired male student stood up, a demon Kui. Sao he nodded. Although a bit aggressive, they are not very dangerous. They are as weak as paper students can easily defeat them. Everyone was surprised, what even so. The brown-haired male student said anxiously, this is just the first class to get familiar with magic. The short, brown-haired female student next to him said, is this the standard that every student must achieve when studying at LD Academy? He spoke up, come on, focus. You are the elites recruited into the academy, right? He said, you must remember that your goal is not to become a knight or a mage, but to eliminate all demons on this continent to protect the people. Then he pointed up and said, to do that, you need to have knowledge about demons, and right now your knowledge is still very limited. The blonde male student and the long brown-haired female student looked at each other and nodded. He stared intently at the little demon, listening to the man say that everyone had to channel magic into the cage to subdue the little demon. He wondered, subdue the demon. He thought to himself, why does this thing appear here? He saw it emitting a dark, murderous aura, and thought to himself that this original national skill should only appear when he reached his 2nd year. Something was wrong. He said, after focusing energy into the palm, transmit it to the target to deal with. He looked at his watch and said the test would end in 15 minutes. His eyes gleamed with a sinister thought. No matter how talented Renhafer was, he could never have expected a little genius to appear in the first lesson. A new student will be tricked and scared by the little kneeling guy. He looks at you and thinks, I will teach you how the world works. Renhafer practices the truth. Anyone can just talk. Suddenly he gritted his teeth, sweating, and said, you see the little demon crouching and holding its head in fear. He was astonished. What is this? He wondered in surprise. What is happening to this little demon? The other students have all been hypnotized by the demons, but what about this one? He glanced at Talia, saw her talking to herself. Ghost, I won't do that anymore. The black-haired female student, holding a small cage, said something strange, while the gray-haired male student was daydreaming. The cake is so delicious. The brown-haired female student also held the cage, and said it felt like she had just lost consciousness, while Talia behind hugged the cage and cried apologizing. Suddenly he raised his hand and said, Professor, I'm sorry, but… He looked at the little kneeling girl in the cage, trembling with fear, and said, Can you change my little kneeling girl? She hasn't done anything yet, but she's already trembling with fear. He exhaled. He anxiously wondered who made that scary noise in the classroom. When he turned around, he saw the man happily blushing, drooling non-stop, his whole body glowing. He asked you, Hey, how did you make the little kneeling submissive like that? You replied, Wait, I just said I haven't done anything yet. He clapped excitedly and said, Wonderful, I was really stupid not to notice that amazing talent of yours. Then he said, Excellent, I will give you another chance. Then he pointed at you and happily said, Listen here. He solemnly declared, I give you the chance to become the best student in this course, and he was speechless. He thought to himself, the best student, is that what I think it is? I remember the images in the movies thinking that what I saw in those films was becoming a teaching assistant for the teacher. Now everyone is awake. The black-haired male student says, I'm so jealous, will he become the professor's best student? The brown-haired girl beside him said, He agreed, it's a rare opportunity. He raised his hand and replied, I refuse. I'm supposed to be the top student, but I'm really the teacher's slave, aren't I? These words amazed him, dear. His eyes widened, he shouted, You refuse that offer. The student was also amazed, wondering what he was talking about. Ilino and Leon had also woken up and glanced at him. Akina and Penelope were also surprised to hear him say that. Akina thought, I can't believe it, after receiving such an offer, he calmly refused it. What kind of person is he? She looked at him and whispered Reinhardt a few hours earlier at Eldon Academy. He was chasing Ross up ahead and hurriedly said, Listen to me, that filthy white-haired brat is insanely strong. He said firmly, I assure you that kid is crazy, Ross said indifferently. Even so, he's just a new student. He continued, It's still too soon to draw any conclusions. Just because he has achieved some recent accomplishments, don't set such high expectations for a new student like that. Mr. Garden argued back, Ross, your problem is that you're too conservative. Even Principal Noah told us to keep an eye on her. He said she must be very talented. What else needs to be proven that child is a talented student, recognized as the best by one of the 4 great modern masters? Ross Faute said, I need to witness her abilities myself, teacher. Don't worry about this anymore. These words made the old man angry, shouting, This attitude of yours, hey, wait for me. Back in the classroom, when Nock refused Ross's offer, he was stunned, refusing. His whole body trembled, unable to believe the truth, and asked why. The students were also gossiping, saying he must be crazy, but that's an opportunity to be Professor Ross's teaching assistant. He is the highest authority in the magic education department at the academy. Everyone saw that he bluntly rejected him. There are hundreds of people lined up to become the best student of that teacher. Can't believe he passed up that opportunity. That's exactly what a useless Reinhardt Fur family member would do. Literally, he just threw away a golden opportunity. So I say useless guys like him are not allowed here. I heard everything and thought to myself, say whatever you want, I don't care. He held his head, thinking to himself, 1. Illinois already gave me a headache. Why do people around me like to deceive me even more? A top student nervously said, Professor Ross, do you have a question? He replied sadly and helplessly, Go ahead. He glanced at him and said, Why did the teacher give this opportunity to Reinhardt Fur? Aren't there many students better than him? Then he pointed to Penelope and Echidna and said, Besides, your power is light, magic right, I think. The princess and Echidna both deserve to be considered for the top student position. He cursed silently in his heart, that bastard, look at how he uses his family status to flatter the princess. Then he sighed, thinking still he's very smart, at least he knows how to rely on the right people, I'll remember your face. Vass spoke up saying that he was the one making the decision, of course, based on some reasons. He continued, if he didn't speak out, the students might not accept it, and negative rumors about him favoring the talent of the student Nock might spread. Then he said seriously, so I will be straightforward. His eyes widened, the reason why she is the most suitable person to become the top student and my assistant. He looked at him with sparkling eyes. Helplessly, he thought I already said no, but he is still so stubborn. He explained that first let's start with how she controls the magic and restrains the demon. After a while he thought to himself, so he pondered Professor Rass's summary would be like this. 1. I don't know why, but I quickly subdued the demon. Although it was just a low-level demon, doing that for the first time is not easy, so it's no surprise that Professor Rass was attracted by this. Second, is my talent a genius with a keen sensitivity to magic. Professor Rass has been studying magic for a long time, and someone like him can easily distinguish between those with magical talent and those without. Then he proudly said, with all those reasons. He smiled, slyly, looked at him with burning eyes, and said, it is fair to say Nock will become my #1 student. He replied, I already said I wouldn't be the teacher's assistant, sir. He insisted quickly, saying, Knock, take your time to think it over. He placed his hand on my shoulder, his face sparkling with anticipation, drooling, You're deciding too hastily. I said indifferently, Please wipe your saliva before talking to her. Then he turned and left, saying that there was already a more suitable candidate here from the beginning, so he would be very grateful if the teacher could overlook this request for him. He left, leaving the man confused and regretful, calling out, Knock, knock. Eleno and Echidna silently looked at him. Leon and Talia also remained silent without saying a word. Penelope said, He is different from what I heard. Echidna beside him said it was my fault. She was sad, but said my information gathering ability is still lacking. Penelope replied, It's okay, Echidna. She said, I think I was a little curious about him. She wonders Nock von Reinhardt Fair whether he will become the guiding light for the royal family, or a dark cloud hanging over us. Meanwhile, he is stopping to catch his breath after running fast to escape Master Ross's trap. You said, why did he suddenly act like that? He looked at me like he saw honey or something. You were angry, Nian Jiang said. Why isn't there a single normal character in the inner lunatic novel? He leaned against the door, looking into the distance, and said, I have to push him far away to live a peaceful life in this academy. The scene shifts to the Reinhardt Fur house. DGT sees his eyes dark like a panda's, his face pale, and anxiously asks, Has something terrible happened at the academy? Young master. He replied it was extremely terrible. He recalled that whether in the hallway or in the classroom, Professor Ross always followed him to persuade him to become his teaching assistant and be his #1 student. In the canteen, he sat at the same table as me and said, Become my #1 student. And the worst was in the bathroom when I was pouring out my heart. I heard him call Knock. He climbed onto the bathroom door and said, Become my #1 student, which terrified me to the core. The classmate washing his hands outside was also staring at him intently. He stubbornly said, Knock, have you made up your mind? Become my #1 student. He said coldly, Professor Ross. Then he turned away. Please stop, have mercy on me, the teacher is crazy. He was not angry but rather amused, saying he really liked the way I spoke rudely, extremely liked it. Back to reality, Yanjiang told DG Chi that damn Professor Ross kept telling me to become his #1 student. She also sympathized with him, saying I think he got too excited when he found such a talent back then. She asked, But the Professor Ra, you mentioned is the best in magical theory at the academy, right? He replied yes. She said anxiously, That's strange, according to others. I remember he was a good and kind professor, so why does he keep clinging to the young master like that? He put his hand on the handle and said, I also know he is a pretty good person. The screen displays his information. The disadvantage is that he is prone to obsession, paranoia, psychological trauma, weak mentality, and numbness. He looked out the window and said thoughtfully, The main problem is his attributes. At the Reinhardt Fur house, the sword-wielding soldiers raised their weapons to stop him, not letting him pass. Gron's sword was covered in blood. He radiated a fierce aura, coldly charging forward with his sword. The soldiers panicked and shouted, Everyone stop him, didn't you hear the clan leader? We can't let the grain intruder get through. He gave a sinister, cruel smile, and calmly walked inside. He passed by a soldier glancing at him with a sly smile. He said that's not how a father should treat his son, right? At this moment, inside the room, Butler Rodwell also looked out the door. Seeing him holding a sword with a fierce gleam bursting through the door, followed by 2 soldiers he had already cut to pieces, Rodwell feared, thinking he couldn't even move because of that terrifying aura. Had Grain become so frighteningly powerful in such a short time? He followed up, Grain, I didn't think you would return to Reinhardt Ver again. He sneered and replied, Do I need a reason to come back to my own home, father? He ordered a cold look at him and said, This place is still your home. He silently looked at him. Then he smiled and said, You surely already told your father it's time to give up. He said your father doesn't have much time left, right? He calmly replied, That's none of your business. He took his body and said the devil keeps beating around Dad. When Dad becomes weak, they grow stronger and swallow everything in their sight. He heard that and said, Sounds like you want that to happen to me. He said, Dad, what I need to do here is very simple. He stared at him and said, Dad, where did you hide that sword? These words shocked him. What? He repeated again, the first chieftain's sword. Where did father hide the Stormbringer's sword? Ryan said, Where is the sword of the first master, the Stormbringer, hidden by Xing von Renhafer's father? According to Thukjiat, Xing von Renhafer, how dare you mention the name of the first master? You should forget about it. He sneered and said, That doesn't matter. Now what's important is to become stronger and build a more powerful force. That's what matters to a noble. He said, You don't know what really matters. He immediately replied, If father truly knew what was important, then why did he let that woman remain poor? The butler Rodwell turned pale, thinking to himself, No, you must not mention that woman in front of the master. According to Amu, the woman you just mentioned is your mother, and you are being very disrespectful to her. He sternly replied, Your mother is Priscilla von Reinhardt Fur, and you only have that one mother. He remembered the image of the blonde woman in the painting, and said that woman was his father's mistake, and she was just a guest in the Reinhardt Fur family. He immediately gave the order to go outside. He argued back. Father, he said angrily. I said get out. His whole body was filled with killing intent. His gaunt face looked at him and he said coldly, I don't want to be the one to behead my own son. He glanced at him, saying his father would regret it. Before leaving, he said soon his father would understand it was because of him. He emphasized once more that it was for you. He looked at him pensively. Rodwell said anxiously, Sir, are you okay? He said, sorry for letting you see that side of me. He replied, please don't say that I will be loyal to the Reinhardt fur family, but if the whole world knows that Mr. Ryan is collaborating with the Demon Keeper, everything will be dangerous. He covered his mouth with his hand. Hawkeye said, so I think you should quickly choose an heir. Hearing that, he immediately pondered a person trying something new. He replied, yes, just as we have received some good news. He continued, Mr. Nock is the top student in this Eldon entrance exam, they say, so as I recall, the new principal of Eldon Academy is. He replied, yes, Noah von Trinity, one of the 4 sages who recognized Mr. Nock's talent. Silently calling the name Nock von Reinhardt Fair, thought maybe he wasn't old enough yet, but he remembered the scene of him fencing with Ryan, and thought if he really had the talent he witnessed, he had great potential. Suddenly, Rodwell felt worried, but remembering the solemn host chair, he thought to himself that Mr. Nock might sit there. The scene shifts to Professor Ross, who stubbornly insists, saying to him, become my student. He sat opposite him and replied, I don't want to. He quickly said, I will sponsor you a lot. You will be able to graduate from Eldon Academy without worrying about any fees. He continued with a glorious reputation. He sat upright and replied, I even paid you don't know. I come from the Reinhardt family. Hearing about fame, he shrugged and said, what is fame for? It's just an unnecessary luxury for me. He advised him, Nock, think it over. He thought to himself, this guy keeps nagging me. It's driving me crazy. Then he sighed, remembering last night's conversation with Digi-Chi, who said, shouldn't you listen to him if he is truly sincere? She continued, I have observed Professor Ross more, and noticed this is not like what he usually does at all. They said he is a teacher who focuses on helping disadvantaged students. He listened attentively to her. Then he smiled. She was right. I can't keep avoiding this forever. No matter how crazy the teacher is, he will give up once he knows what I'm missing. She replied, yes, I also found him a bit strange. Back to reality, he said, although the teacher explained it yesterday. I asked him, but I still don't understand why a good professor like him would want me as a student, he said, because you are excellent. I quietly said, I want to hear the real reason why it has to be me. He looked at him seriously and said, not the other outstanding students. He asked, do you have time? You said, surely the teacher has heard that I am useless. He said in surprise, what? Then he smiled calmly and said, it means you have nothing but time. He laughed, haha, and said, is that a joke? Then he seriously said, so, can you listen to the teacher's story? Can you enjoy the cup of tea the teacher prepared? This is the finest herbal tea the master bought from the Zeppelin merchant caravan. He replied, I will listen. He held the teapot and poured into his cup, saying the reason he needed me, meaning an excellent student, was so he could complete his research. I asked in surprise, your research? He replied, yes, to be able to have a weak person who cannot use mana. He squinted his eyes and spoke slowly, saying that only then could the master fulfill his 2 wishes, which is why he needs you. He looked at his cup of tea, because the master doesn't want anyone to be poor, too weak to struggle with life. Then he often said yes, just like the way your son was poor. After hearing it, I thought to myself the story behind each character, that I don't know when focusing on the inner lunatic in this world, there will always be unexpected situations. He was born into the noble Celesto family and ruled the entire clan. He had no outstanding talents, but was admitted to Eldon Academy, mastered the theoretical knowledge, and became a professor. In actual combat, he always performed poorly, and his peers always looked down on him. No matter how well you do your writing, they will never stop looking down on you. You always overcome that insecurity with research, and after continuous hard work, you became a professor and even married a woman. Even so, no one fully acknowledges the professor's achievements. All his work is published under someone else's name, and everyone looks down on him. Even though things were like that, the teacher still had a son with his wife. His only son grew up and was admitted to Eldon Academy, overcoming all difficulties and graduating. He told the teacher, Father, I will be very diligent, so that everyone respects you, seeing how filial he is to me. He said the teacher was very happy to hear him say that. He continued, my son joined the army directly under His Majesty and went to the front lines to fight. He wants to win in return so everyone can respect me and raise the Celestia family's reputation. Then a tragic ending happened. He was often sick, but on the battlefield my son was reckless. He was shot with an arrow. He said it died shortly after the battle began. It couldn't survive, after being hit by an arrow containing swamp mana. He told you this is enough for you to understand why the master is obsessed with research for the sake of his beloved. He was silent and thoughtful, thinking to himself that this story was nothing special. In the cruel world of Inner Lunatic, there were many such stories. Then he looked up at him. Looking at Ross's lonely back, he wondered why the professor's back he saw through the screen looked so different from Ross's back now. He looked up at the sky through the window glass, thinking to himself that he thought he had somewhat understood the professor's loneliness. You spoke up. I apologized, but after hearing the teacher's story, I became more certain I know there is someone more suitable than me. He looked at him seriously and said, someone who will listen to the teacher's story and take it more seriously than me. You continued saying that person is the real teacher needed right now, which surprised him as he looked at you. Then you opened the door and left, saying goodbye to him and promising to see him in the next class. Leaving him with loneliness and sadness, he looks at the photo on the table, looking at his son's face. He sighed and said they are too similar. Scene changes to Reinhardt Fur. After he returned home, he sat on the bed thinking that the news he received after coming back was truly a disaster. He anxiously said, "What? Say it again, who has returned?" DG Tri replied, "The eldest son of the Reinhardt Fur family, Ryan, has returned today." She said that some guards have become poor. He silently called his name, Ryan von Reinhardt Fur. He thought to himself, Crown Prince Louis and Inner Lunatic's #1 villain have finally started to make their move. He crossed the mat and threatened through the window frame, then sighed deeply twice. He pondered silently, thinking about causing the worst outcome. Suddenly he asked DGT, who was standing opposite, "You recently came to our mansion, right?" She quickly replied, "Yes, the day Rochwell's pen accepted our group, so I also went there with Rona." Hearing her say that, Nock exclaimed in surprise, "What?" His face showed seriousness as he thought to himself, that guy despised the second wife of the master, who was also the mother of Nock. The master truly loved her, not the mother of the guy. Nock thought of his brutal older brother Ryan, and wondered if he hated Nock, but if so, he might even harm DGT. Thinking about this, he sighed helplessly, wondering why Nock had so many enemies. Nock seriously asked, "Did Ryan do anything to you?" DGT hesitated a bit. Thinking back, noticing her hesitation, his hand clenched into a fist, and gently rubbed his heart full of turmoil, wondering, is this bastard really bothering her? She had to tell the truth, according to Ryan, just follow me. Hearing this answer, the roof suddenly sprayed hard glue. DGT was a bit embarrassed, his eyes avoided looking elsewhere. Roar. She recalled the memories just now. While DGT was happily joking with Anna in the hallway, Grian approached. Seeing him, the two of them stepped aside and bowed respectfully. Ryan glanced and exclaimed, "Wow." He admired DGT's beautiful figure, and wondered about the maid. She looked really special. Then she called out, "Hey," the person from DGT who was talking suddenly stopped. She glanced over. Ryan walked closer and asked, "Who are you? I've never seen you before." The person introducing themselves at the end, "Hello Theoda, I am Theoda Nock's close maid. My name is DGT, very pleased to meet you." Knowing her name, his lips curled slightly with malice. The formalities were enough. Then he bluntly proposed, "I want you to become my maid. I know you are capable of many things." Ryan smiled slyly, exuding a strange aura with enough ambition inside to satisfy me. DGT politely declined in a hurry. "I'm sorry, but I already serve the master of the roof. I'm afraid I have to refuse your offer." Ryan was shocked and exclaimed, "What?" He didn't make things difficult for her, but only spoke in a threatening tone. "I'm sure you know who I am, so why do you reject me?" At this moment, DGT was extremely worried, clutching the maid's hem tightly. Ryan sneered. "Does that bastard pay you a lot?" DGT bravely responded, "Simply because I want to serve him." Hearing this answer, he gritted his teeth and asked, "Do you want that? That is not something an ordinary person like you can decide to accept or reject." DGT rebelled. "That's the reason why he is different. The boss always respects me. Sorry, I don't know what kind of person you are, but hearing your answer, Anna is a bit hesitant." DGT smiles happily. "I want to be by the boss's side to see what the future holds for him." Ryan saw that scaring didn't work, so he sighed, and thought to himself, can't believe she wants to serve a toad like him, truly a strange person. On the surface, he said he would pay, but he would pay 3 times the amount she paid others. She remains firm in her decision, politely bowing and apologizing. Han is very angry now, but luckily he was held back. Back to reality, DGT told Nock that he wants me to become his maid, and even wants to increase my salary. Nock asked how much. DGT calmly replied 3 times as much. Nock was a bit shocked and thought to himself, although he also had money, the story had not really even begun, and there was still much to do. He couldn't use that much money right now. "But I can't give up." DGT, seeing him silent, she felt a bit confused. Nock closed his eyes and took a deep breath. He stood up to lay out the plan if she wanted to triple her salary like him. Nock reassured her not to worry about that and just focus on the work. Seeing him like that, DGT quietly chuckled out loud. Nock found her laughter a bit puzzling, and DGT awkwardly looked away. "Oh, I'm sorry." Seeing her smile brightly as if slapping him, he stared in surprise, wondering what just happened. Did she really smile? No way. Nock cautiously asked if she had decided to work with Garen. DGT smiled gently to reassure him, telling him not to overthink it. She happily confided that she wouldn't follow the lackluster Garen, and that her current salary was enough, but when Nock asked why she was smiling, DGT shyly said she couldn't say. He seriously gave an order. It was a command, so she had to tell the truth. I just laughed because something funny came to mind. Nock smiled lightly and pointed out, DGT, you're really bad at lying. DGT was accused of ignoring the problem. He crossed his arms and pondered. As long as he didn't lose her, it was fine. Then he threatened, but Garen, that bastard, once I catch you, don't even think about running. Then Nock turned and left, still lost in his thoughts. Of course, that is a story for later when I become stronger. Scene changes to the training place. The statue of the goddess spreads her wings, emitting pure light. There are 5 mandatory classes at Elden Academy that new students must attend. Her hands cradle a tiny human, beginning with the history of the Arkham Empire, telling of the creator god Aiden, and the greatest united kingdom that humanity has forgotten. The students practice techniques on horses, secondly, horse riding skills, and thirdly, the code of chivalry and academy rituals, where everyone will cooperate together. Next, fourth, is the Empire's basic magic, where students are guided by the teacher to cast spells. And finally, the subject that Nock struggles with the most. Nock now looks pale and breathes heavily. While everyone was diligently training, he was the only one falling behind, his whole body trembling so weak that even a gust of wind could blow him away. Despite being tired, he was determined to continue physical training. He tries to run after the group, running while lifting the bar, switching to the bar lifting event. His whole body trembles as he struggles to hang on. After sitting on the grass for a while, holding a water bottle and breathing heavily, Nock's strength had fallen below the limit. Suddenly, a figure approached and called out, "Strange Nock." "That person is the teacher." He joked that the students are like mayflies, and upon hearing that, I spat out all the water I just drank. I wiped my mouth and asked, "What did you mean?" The teacher pondered, "You are very good at achieving short-term results, but then pointed out your weakness. It seems you face many difficulties when it comes to physical strength, as if you are blocked by a wall you cannot overcome." At this moment, the wind blew away the leaves, silently praising that the Elden Academy lecturer was indeed different, just as he said. This disease is like large chains restraining him because it is a terminal illness, and Einek's stamina is stuck at level 15, only half of the maximum stamina. He helplessly asked again, "Aren't you a lecturer? Why do you say such discouraging words?" The teacher quickly noticed his discomfort. He apologized if it was a bit rude, but said it would be better if you paid attention to what he said. The teacher continued to advise him that if he kept moving and training recklessly like this, he might shorten his own lifespan. Faced with the teacher's enthusiasm, Nock had no choice but to agree, saying, "All right, I will remember." Inside, my mind right now is extremely chaotic. I was still counting down in my head. How could I not pay attention to what the teacher was saying? The system board displayed a notification due to the terminal illness attribute. Your lifespan is rapidly decreasing. Nock was extremely angry now, gritting his teeth and speaking softly, really annoyed. Paracelsus stood from afar, observing the whole scene earlier. Suddenly, he smirked mysteriously, and I still couldn't understand him. He did everything in the entrance exam to secure the #1 spot, but now he's hiding his physical strength. Nock turned and left while Paracelsus continued to watch his back intently, thinking to himself that this must be related to his acting like a useless person. Nock seemed to have noticed Paracelsus's strange gaze. He sighed deeply, "That annoying bastard. If we retake the exam now, I would definitely lose." Scene changes to a small town bustling with people. Nock wears a black cloak that reaches the fence as he walks in the town. Of course, a voice rang out, making him turn around unexpectedly. "Meeting you in a place like this." The speaker was Rick, the youngest son of the Renhafer family. Nock frowned in discomfort when he saw him, wondering why. A big question arose in his mind. Why was that strange guy following him again, ruining the game while Rick seemed happy, as if nothing had happened? In the bustling town, a voice rang out, "Surprised to meet you here." He sneered and emphasized, "Long time no see." The Renhafer's lackey turned his head to look at Rick warily. He looked at him and thought to himself, Rick, whose real name is House of Zennifer. In his mind is a Rick with a pitch-black body, glowing eyes, and a sinister smile, dangerously wielding red magic, the one who created the worst ending alongside Crown Prince Louis von Achim. He called up the system panel to check the basic information. Name: Rick, alias House of Zennifer, male under 15 years old, species: human demon, main element, earth achievements, advantage, attribute, negotiation, outstanding oratory skills, weapon, concealment skills, neutral alignment, disadvantage, cunning, try hard, northern swordsmanship, Huming traitor, deceiver stats: endurance 4, magic 4, luck 3, willpower 5, charm 12 skills, passive skill, negotiation modification, active skills. Nock looked at Rick's info panel with some hesitation. He looked at the badge on his hand and sneered, calculating that he would attack the Rivalin Guild and betray Illinois, so he was the #1 target I had to avoid. Nock asked the person who brought me that gift before, "Is there something wrong?" The system sounded an alert. "The genius actor is fluctuating." Rick smiled brightly. "It was nothing important. I just found it strange that a noble from an influential family like Reinhardt Fur was wandering around without any guards." Feeling a bit confused, Nock coldly said, "That's none of your business." He laughed loudly, right. Suddenly, Rick clapped his hands together as if he suddenly remembered something. Ah, meeting here is fate. If you need to buy some items, do you want me to help? I currently have a lot of free time. Nock smiled slightly, guessing, I suspect that is the only task that Master Rivelin assigned to you. Rick raised his hand forward, bowed slightly with respect, and said that the great nobles have always turned a blind eye to servants who step out of line at work. Then he glanced up mysteriously. Rick stared intently at Nock, standing in front of him, thinking to himself that he had to figure out what he was planning, and that there must be a reason he approached him. Then he bluntly said, I don't like people who talk too much. Hearing his words made Rick awkward, but he still smiled brightly and replied, Yes, sir. He bowed and admitted his mistake. I will remember this well. Cut to the large mansion of the Rivelin family in Illinois. Sitting at the table reading documents next to her, a maid holding a stack of papers comes over. These are the documents the young lady requested. She reaches out to take them, not forgetting to say thank you. Elino opened the stack of documents and looked intently. Inside was the personal information of Nock von Reinhardtfer. She stared at the photo of him, Nock von Reinhardtfer, then pursed her lips, wondering why he saved her. Elino sat at the table staring at the paper for a long time. Then he concluded he had no reason to do that. She began to analyze. First of all, the Reinhardtfer family hardly has any connection with the Rivelin family. If he wanted to achieve something, he could have agreed to Professor Burnen's proposal, but he refused it. Elino recalls the memory of Nock returning the badge to Professor Burnen. She clenched her palm tightly, still very suspicious. The youngest son of the Reinhardtfer family she knew was not that kind. Elino leaned back in his chair, affirming that the only certainty was he had started behaving differently since resolving the Young Forest event, but she didn't know the reason for this change. She continued to ponder. After a while, Elino sighed deeply. Remembering Rick's figure, she rested her chin on her hand and pondered Rick. She had also noticed his unusual behavior lately. His recent movements were strange, and he was gathering people in the trade guild. Elino stood up, thinking he probably wouldn't cause any trouble. She put the documents into the folder. Then Elino turned to look out the window. Her face was a bit pensive. Suddenly, Elino closed her eyes, recalling unpleasant memories, shedding a few tears at her father's mocking words. How foolish of you to do that. His eyes were glaring so fiercely. If necessary, I must offer everything I have with difficulty. Elino's eyes became hollow tears, automatically streaming down in helplessness and overwhelming fear. At the Catholic Church, Elino was held by a girl. She looked confused at the person next to her who was covering their mouth, crying in pain. Then look ahead again. Ahead is the image of Elino's mother lying among a forest of white flowers. Miss Lai softly calls Mom. Thinking of her mother, she could only lower her head. Tears streamed down Elino's cheeks. Moving to the present, she still stood looking towards the window frame. At the town where Nock and Rick were. Rick enthusiastically introduces him to objects like a glowing magic orb. No need to buy expensive crystal balls for use in magic class. When you reach your second year, you will be given a free orb that is even better. Then he introduced a container filled with blue liquid. For the crucible and mold used in alchemy, you should buy one made of a special type of iron. Rick took him around all the stalls. The items are usually made in the chemical-resistant room. You just need to meet the minimum requirements. He looked at the shiny items on the stall offered. The store over there is affiliated with the Illinois Trade Association, so you can buy at a reasonable price. Then he immediately turned to calculate to see if there was anything else. Nock glanced at him, secretly thinking, although unwilling to admit it, Rick really was talented. He watched Rick laughing with the merchant and assessed the attributes of a trickster and the passive skill of negotiation modification that he had. Silently regretting if he were not a demon, I would consider recruiting him, but Rick turned to ask Hung, surely you have bought everything you need. Nock calmly replied, this is enough. He glanced to the side and spoke, but I still didn't know why he came to find me. Hearing his question, Rick was momentarily stunned, then quickly grabbed his collar like a flash and threw him hard to the ground. Grabbing his collar, I asked why he approached me. Rick was grabbed, but still provocatively asked back, what do you mean? What hit him against the wall coldly said, don't waste my time. Rick, hit by him painfully, said, well, it seems our conversation has to be brief. He sneered, I will get straight to the point. Then he immediately unleashed a bright red magical aura surrounding them. Nock suddenly realized the barrier looked like a magical soundproof seal. Suddenly, Rick grabbed his wrist tightly, his face twisted, saying he betrayed the Renhaffer family and became the Crown Prince's servant. Nock was held so tightly by him that his right hand twisted. Suddenly, black blood streaks appeared from Rick's heart, spreading all over his body. Gritting his teeth, he asked the person, you serve as not the Crown Prince, but a demon, right? The black blood just now has now taken the form of a two-horned demon. Rick, being called Black-Hearted, remained silent. Then he immediately released another stream of demonic energy praising you, saying you really know a lot. His lips curled up, I didn't think, my master. Nock felt a bit uneasy, seeing him like that. Behind Rick appeared two yellow demon eyes. Where did they come from? Behind Rick appeared two yellow demon eyes. I don't think my master will like this. Nock bowed and whispered, Ban. He looked at the shadow on the wall and asked, "Do you really think your master will satisfy your desires?" Rick smiled brightly and replied, "Of course." After a while, he also let go and drank it down. He carefully reminded, hoping that you will not regret it. Rick buttoned his shirt and the shadow disappeared. The sound of a knock echoed, "Oh, I said it was just a precaution." He turned away but didn't forget to warn, "If you dare insult me and my family again, my gaze will turn deadly cold. I will kill you." Seeing him so serious, he was stunned, then replied, "I will remember." Knock took a few steps towards the crowd. Cut to the forest in the academy. Bo Nong stands in front of a group of trainees giving orders. "All right, everyone, gather around. We will start today's lesson." A student spoke up with a question. "Isn't that the crazy lecturer from before?" The student came closer in disbelief and asked again, "Is that the old man?" A student wearing glasses looks mysterious and careful. He lifts his glasses and calls a non-bald person bald, which is okay, but calling a truly bald person bald is very rude. The student just made a sound earlier. The shallow shore was angry now, Ali. He was trying to calm himself down. "Stay calm. I can't trample on the academy's seedlings just because of this bald head. Once everyone is settled, the shallow shore will speak, and I will first tell the dogs about today's lesson location." The students find it extremely poetic, with blooming trees and leaves gently flying in the wind. This is the Clariel Plain, a famous place in Eldon Academy, with many fragrant flowers and strange grasses. He suggests that the dogs will learn basic horse, sending here many horses have already been brought to the back. The shallow shore stands firm. "Okay, try sending the horse assigned to the dogs, or the horse the dogs automatically bring." The students were a bit confused. "I haven't had the chance to explore this place yet, and someone even brought their own horse later." The students whispered anxiously, "I've never sent a horse before," and the students behind helplessly spoke up. "What now?" The red-haired girl angrily asked why we have to go to Eldon Academy just to learn how to send horses. And the blonde guy next to her was just as upset, saying, "We have no choice. This is a mandatory subject, and if we fail, we get expelled. You know." Suddenly a call rang out, cutting through, happily urging his warhorse forward. Without wasting time, the man urged, "All right, let's try it. Hold the reins tight, or you'll fall." Nock looked towards Paracelsus in the distance with silent admiration. He was really good at riding horses. But he forgot that since he had lived in the East for so long, he must know how to ride camels or horses. Everyone admires his majestic horse, but isn't that a black horse? They praise yet envy, wondering how a useless guy like him could own such a fine horse. The Reinhardt fur family is rich, though not as wealthy as the Rivalin family. Seeing everyone so envious, the roof slightly curled with pride. Truly a fine horse. He held the reins with majestic confidence. This is the benefit of being a former player. The wind has risen, leaves flying everywhere. A pink-haired student is overjoyed. "I did it, I did it." The old man came over to praise him. "Very good. Take your time to get to know your horse and ride it." He looked at his pupil with satisfaction and said, "All right, it seems all the students have gotten used to their horses now." Then he loudly announced the purpose of today's training session, saying it was time to start the official race of the day. After the teacher finished speaking, the students were all confused and couldn't believe it, asking again, "A race? But hadn't everyone just started riding horses today?" A student couldn't believe his own eyes and shouted, "Auntie, isn't this too unreasonable?" The student next to him pointed at the aggressive horse in the distance, saying, "That horse was about to kick him to death, teacher." The black-haired one frowned and complained loudly, going crazy, while the bespectacled guy standing next to him guessed, "Maybe the teacher is annoyed because you guys called him the cheerleader." Suddenly the old man walked over and knocked hard on a student's head. He crossed his arms seriously and explained the rules. "The race is simple. The players will ride their horses and turn into the corner. That place is located in the unbelieving forest at the end of the woods, and returning there inside the forest is extremely dark and looks quite dangerous. If you play, there must be a reward. The first person to return here will get points. Any questions?" The students just remained silent without answering. Nock stood from afar, looking at the man with the shiny bald head emitting a bright yellow light, thinking to himself that the rules were as simple as the man's head. Talia approached from a distance and asked curiously, "What did you just say?" Nock sighed and urged, "That matter isn't too important. Let's go." He touched his saddle, reminding her to take care of herself if anything happened, while Nock secretly thought of the horse surrounded by evil energy, even though horseback riding was a class everyone had to attend. The event is also very important. There is an episode about the first time the demon appeared. Nock held a sword defensively amid a wave of demonic energy. Because they appeared for the first time, everything was arranged for the main character to encounter the demons. The once beautiful forest has now turned a gloomy pinkish red, and the demon that appeared in that episode trapped the students in the nameless forest. Nock swung his sword across the demon's body, and then the main character escaped the demon along with the academy students. That's the sequence of this episode. He held the reins tightly, thinking to himself, but there is no main character here. The images of the characters appeared one after another: Paracelsus, Talia Eleanor, Echidna, and Penelope. In a place with so many strong personalities, he wondered how everyone would be without a leader. His eyes slightly narrowed, thinking thoroughly is important, but action is necessary. Talia spoke clearly. Mr. Nock, do you want to come with me? She glanced sideways and stammered, I'm not afraid, just being cautious in case something happens. After all, the forest is quite a dangerous place. Suddenly, Eleanor appeared from behind and said it seems she is confident enough to take care of others in the race. Nock asked irritably when he saw her, can you stop bothering me and go your own way? Eleanor frowned in annoyance at his words. Then she immediately turned and went to her horse. Talia chuckled, well, maybe the race is just like that, it's best to get back as quickly as possible. She is shy like a young girl. Nock, you go ahead, I'm not good at riding horses. His face darkened, the race doesn't matter. After speaking, Nock abruptly left, leaving Talia standing there confused and wondering to herself, if the race isn't important, then what is? After preparations are done, the shallow shore is fully grown, the race begins. Everyone shouts together, let's go. The horses gallop swiftly across the grass field. Everyone is very focused on the race. Everyone rushes forward at a very fast speed. Hey, hurry up. The brown-haired trainee challenges everyone again. I won't lose to these amateurs who have never ridden a horse. Provoked, another trainee grits his teeth. At this moment, a stream of blue magic envelops him, and he gets ready to leap. He jumps up. Nock quickly reassures we know. At this moment, the system appeared, revealing the circle due to the effect of the keen magical genius. Everyone was standing in the center of the magic formation, and Talia was completely confused. What the magic circle has started to activate. All the students were simultaneously confused. What's going on? Nock quickly reassured everyone. This is teleportation magic, everyone stay still. Then he immediately warned them that if they didn't want to die, all of them, the formation began to move like lightning, and the students screamed in fear, Ho-I. Immediately, a group of trainees were teleported away to a quiet place where the wind gently blew. A strange-looking foot is stepping forward. His body is covered with swirling magical energy. He smirked finally. A demon with many horns was happily being freed. Our chance to counterattack has come. The enemy's commander is on horseback. Everyone stay still. I'm close, but if I want to die, it will be here. After speaking, he slowly dismounted, tied the reins to the horse, then ordered it to turn back, cutting through the roof. The people standing on the ridge looked around, confused, and asked, what's going on? At that moment, a few more people were teleported over. After a few hours, the scorching sunlight shone down on the forest canopy. Everyone is hiding under the green canopy. Some are exhausted and lying on the ground. Everyone under the big tree is complaining, my head hurts so much, where are we? When someone asked, they replied that it seemed like we were in the forest. Hearing that, another person immediately objected, saying, no, we are still in the plains. Everyone looked at each other in confusion, whispering what's happening. This is also a test. Look closely at the aura radiating around here. But when he realized the surrounding air was continuously emitting dark mana, he understood this must be instantaneous teleportation magic. You said, but unlike Principal Noah's magic, the unconscious body seems unstable. Seeing Nock, standing dazed, Penelope approached and asked, do you know what's happening? He turned back. I'm trying to find out the cause, but surely there are others besides us who are not from the academy. Hearing that Echidna stood beside him, raised his eyebrows and approached to criticize. What are you talking about? If you know something, you have to tell us in detail. I refute her. Know your place. You are not a princess. I always say there is no reason for me to talk to you. Echidna clenched her teeth in frustration, unable to do anything when scolded. Hearing that, Echidna's face darkened with anger as she gritted her teeth. Eleanor stood aside and said, teleportation magic, you said that right, and this is due to external influence. Nock nodded in agreement, yes. Hearing that, Eleanor asked curiously, why do you think so? Before he could answer, Talia hesitantly added, I also wonder why you think that maybe this is a test from other professors as well. Hearing that, Nock sighed silently, thinking this is why comfortable people can't do it, they are too complacent. This is Eleanor Lunatic, we are in a game known as one of the hardest games. Following that thought, he continued their words. The magical energy looked too unstable. The system activated the genius acting mode. The long performance, an indefinite format, is proof that it completely disregards the safety of the target and only focuses on its own function. After hearing you, Leon focused on the magic barrier and continued. That's right, the format is very strange. Moreover, if the professors made it, they definitely wouldn't want to endanger us. Leon insists that there is no reason for them to do that to children from prestigious families in Eldon. Then he tells everyone, I agree with Nock. What do you think? Nock looked at him and thought to himself, I don't want to admit it, but he's right. Hearing both of them, Pelelopoluk also began to notice the magic barrier and silently thought the formation is extremely unstable. There must be an external influence. Could it be because of my brother? Thinking about this, her expression gradually changed. Not receiving an answer, Leon continued. Whatever it is, we must leave here quickly. Someone immediately responded, I agree. Leon continued, I don't think staying in this type of mana for long is a good idea. After hearing them, Echidna angrily replied, is this guy from the Dark family trying to decide everything on his own? She spread her legs wide with Nock quickly proved the words spoken before seeing she still didn't believe. Pelelopelian interrupted, "Stop it." Pelelopil gently said, "Echidna, everything they say is true. If we stay in this unstable mana vortex too long, then we will die." Hearing it from your own mouth, Echidna was shocked several times. No, Lord Pelelopelian. Some others also noticed the matrix and spoke up, and upon thinking carefully, the way the magic circle was deployed was indeed strange. A few people continued, "That's right, it's too inefficient." They kept discussing the princess is really cunning. She learned magic earlier than us, right? Right at that moment, Paracelsus suddenly sensed something and quickly turned his head in alert, hastily drawing his sword. Then he suddenly moved down to the wide, tight crotch. Seeing Paracelsus act abruptly, Echidna exclaimed, "What are you doing?" Paracelsus turned and asked back, "Can't you smell the blood? Seriously, this is a mid-level or higher monster. Where is it?" Before you could finish, Nock reminded us, "It's above us." Just after the first sentence, a huge bird rushed quickly towards them. Without hesitation, Nock immediately leapt towards it. His body moves lightly and swiftly, slashing quickly just below its head. Nock looks at the group attacking the monster while smirking, everyone getting ready to move. The bird's wound was full after the last slash from Nock, causing it to cry out in pain. The bird collapsed to the ground, and seeing it no longer moved, Nock was on high alert in this dangerous situation. "You are the elder. I will command the battle." Upon hearing this, some people objected, saying who is in charge. Some people complained, saying Nock Sao is useless and crazy. Belalope immediately understood his request. She looked in his direction and thought to herself, "The attacking monster that I didn't even notice its presence. You were the first to realize it, an incompetent person of the Reinhardt Ver family." Looking at the crowd without any opinion, Belalope wondered why he suddenly changed so much. Nock von Reinhardt Ver. Cut to somewhere. A voice rises, "Really?" Professor Bernan looks at his watch, then down at the empty plane, dissatisfied exclaims, "Do the current trainees not know how to ride horses?" There was not a single person in sight. Bernan was a bit impatient. "Why hasn't anyone come yet? This is the worst test in history." At that moment, Ross rode up from behind, shouting, "Bernan, something has happened." "Mr." Bernan asked in surprise. "Ross, why are you here? Aren't you supposed to be teaching second-year classes?" Ross hurriedly replied, "That has never been important. Where are the students?" Bernan answered, "They are learning to ride horses in the plains." Speaking here, he suddenly stopped, feeling uneasy, and thought to himself, "Wait, this feeling." Thinking so, he asked what's going on. Ross replied, "A dark magic user has been discovered in the academy 3 hours ago. A giant magic circle was activated, and we have been tracking its trail down to this plane." Bernan sighed and said, "Something always happens when Principal Noah feels dizzy. Damn it, we have to go quickly." At that moment, the horse that Nock sent with the letter galloped up to the two of them. Seeing that, Bernan immediately realized it was a letter from the white-haired student. The letter stated that the demon had appeared stopped at Vaudan, and urgent assistance was needed. After reading the last few words, they immediately knew the place that made them both tense. Bernan exclaimed, stopping at the unknown place, "Is it there?" Ross beside him urged, "Let's go quickly." Both of them did not hesitate for long, and immediately mounted their horses to speed off towards Bernan, thinking it would take at least 2 days to reach the nameless stop, too late to use any more teleportation magic. Heading towards the nameless stop, the two silently prayed to the moon, hoping everyone was safe. At the rest area, everyone is gathered around the monster that was just killed by Nock. Nock is now wiping the blood off his sword. Echidna spoke up, "I don't want to admit it, but your judgment is correct, Reinhardt." Nock spoke, "Forget it, I don't need a forced apology. Princess Bella Lobadab, right. You said this incident was due to previous events, so please give me command over all the trainees." Nock pleaded, citing royal law, but she added it might be dangerous. She then decided that I, the princess, would personally be in charge of all the students. Thinking it was troublesome, she called out Bella Lobadab, and he responded from behind, "Yes." Nock told Teo to know the instructions that Can Tuan must follow in emergencies. Bella Lobadab, okay. Then he shouted loudly, "The top priority is to protect the royal family members, and command authority will be given to the most special knight or mage." Hearing that, Nock turned to look at the princess and said, "Princess, you are the only royal member here." He thought to himself, "And you are also the most powerful person that the monsters will need to defeat in the future. Because the lightning magic and destructive power she possesses are things passed down only in the royal family." He continued, "Moreover, if everyone here dies, she must protect her own life. That is the law of the royal family." Barasel Sus listened, frowned, hesitated that thing, the words she said, and more. He began to persuade everyone, the person with the quickest judgment in that ambush, and the quickest to react is me. Once again, I accept Pelalope's offer, so please give me the authority. The power to decide life and death of everyone here, including you. Pelalope felt a bit awkward looking at him. Talia stood aside, deep in thought, head bowed down. She looked at Nock with a heart full of worry, wondering if he really wanted to be the commander when everyone's lives were at risk, and suddenly Talia exclaimed, "That's amazing! He turned his head and saw Talia with bright eyes and a smile on her lips, staring at him, making him feel uneasy. What the hell was wrong with her? Seeing that Nock hesitated a bit and said, if no one else has any objections, I will be the commander and take responsibility for everything here. If you don't want that, then prove that you deserve this position. He smiled faintly. If you can do it, I will gladly give up this command position. Everyone around heard that, but no one spoke, though their faces showed confusion. On this side, a man looked on with a mysterious smile. Han looked at the princess and thought to himself, if something bad happens during the illness, if the princess is not abandoned, the commander will surely face severe punishment. The Han man frowned with a smug smile, thinking that even if Han did well at first, there would definitely be mistakes along the way. As he spoke, the man kept looking at the cup, lost in thought, meaning that his current drinking was just to quench thirst, trying to relieve the deception. But the more he did, the more he made things difficult for himself. Han couldn't hide his joy and chuckled teasingly, "You fool, do whatever you want." Noticing Han's sly attitude, Nock immediately narrowed his eyes and glanced at him. Noticing the intense glare of the man, Nock was startled and quickly looked away, not daring to face him, cursing. Damn it, his eyes were terrifying. After seeing no one else voiced any objections, Nock said to everyone, "Let's decide on that." He began giving orders. From now on, follow my instructions, or you will be punished according to the law. Echidna was a bit tense, looking towards Princess Penelope, then she glanced around at everyone. Nock gave the order, "Now we start moving, everyone follow me." After saying that, you immediately took the lead, but just a few steps in, Eleno stopped you. "Wait, shouldn't you have told us where to go first?" Nock replied. "I'm not good at explaining, so just follow me as closely as possible." Then he said no more, and went straight into the forest, leaving Eleno confused. He thought to himself, if she knew how many times I had played this trick, she would be even more embarrassed. Only Nock understands the problem because you think I'm a veteran of this damn game. Cut to some dark cave. In front of me, the image of knights fighting a wild boar is clearly visible inside a glass sphere, along with long hair and the half-human, half-beast arm. Every action and gesture of the knight was within the sight of the demon Russer. Suddenly, a commanding voice came from the stone on the ground, "Russer." The stone emits a dense aura that slowly takes the form of a monster with large teeth, saying, "Devour those humans." Wachter knelt before him, the monster with 6 blood-red eyes, ordering Wachter to eliminate them all. Wachter slowly stood up, reached out to the monster and smiled at him. The monster said regretfully to the demon, "If you can do it." At this moment, the monster slowly transferred his demonic energy into Russer's body. Russer's whole body suddenly trembled strongly. He said, "I will grant you my power even if you do not deserve it." After receiving this power, Wachter responded, "Yes, master." He looked at the monster with a confident smile and said, "I will handle everything and not disappoint anyone." After saying that, the monster gradually disappeared and the rock wall also fell to the ground. Wachter stood there full of energy. He was excited, confident, a perfect mission for me. He now smiled smugly and said, "I will punish you for daring to abandon me." As he spoke, he watched the orb to monitor every move of the night team. One by one, they were all captured in his gaze. Wachter sneered and said, "Raskin Celestia." Back to the knights, the wild boars kept falling to the ground, bleeding profusely. The sunset was also gradually setting. Beneath the ground are the bodies of 3 wild boars just killed. Nob told everyone like a true commander that from now on we must assign roles. After speaking, he looked at Leon and Paracelsus and said to them, "You two help me." Paracelsus was a bit displeased, but couldn't refuse Nob. He sighed softly. "You really did defeat me, so I have to obey." Leon bowed solemnly and said, "Although I still have shortcomings, I will try my best if I can." Nob looked at the two of them and thought to himself, "Good, so I have gained the strongest new student on my side." Next, he looked towards everyone. Nob continued, "There are 2 ways to get out of this forest. You said we have to break the barrier from the outside. The other way is to kill the wizard who used teleportation magic in the barrier." Hearing that Penelope spoke with some tension in that case, Nob replied, "Yes, it would be dangerous." He advised everyone, but we have no other choice. Nob explains that Professor Burnham will take 2 days to travel from the plains to this place as the crow flies. Our best option is to try to survive as long as possible while killing the wizard. When I was young, I secretly thought that I actually knew this event couldn't be resolved the first way. Nob was sure that if we wanted to get out of here, we had to kill the wizard, the demon living in this forest. The whole atmosphere suddenly became tense. Nob said, "First we will gather food." He pointed to 3 wild boars and told everyone we would have to survive for 2 days with these. Seeing this, Paracelsus excitedly shouted, "Hey Noble, what did you say we have to eat?" Nob naturally replied, "This is a wild boar. Is there a problem?" Paracelsus sighed helplessly and said, I know you are very good, but it seems your idea is wrong. This is the mountain behind a noble used for hunting. You explain we can't eat the meat of the demon beast like that it's poisonous," Nob said without surprise. "I know," he said while looking around. "I also know the plants around here are inedible." Paracelsus found it confusing. "So why did you say we have to eat this? How can we eat the flesh of a demon beast? No matter how hungry I was in the East, I never touched them." You came here a bit upset, blaming Nob. Do you know how long your stomach will hurt? Seeing that Nob thought to himself, this crazy guy ate a beast's meat and only got a stomachache, he turned away without talking to him anymore. Better not get involved with him. Then Nob said, hurry and go check it out, I have my own way. Then he picked up the grass from the ground. Nob told Leon to endure the harsh life and protect the other students from monsters. Leon immediately agreed upon hearing that. Nob sighed and looked at Paracelsus, saying, I want you to protect the princess even though your mouth is a bit sharp, your skills are very good. Paracelsus, the worm can't do anything, always complaining. Later I'll beat you to death. Saying that he turned away angrily. Nob no longer cared about Paracelsus's feelings and thought to himself, it's time to start. Then he began to take a large slab using the herbs he had just picked. Nob took the knife and started dissecting the pig. The aroma from each slice of pork that Nob just cut began to sizzle over the fire, and everyone around turned pale and gasped, staring at Nob saying, what is that? Everyone looked at the pork slabs turning dark purple and said fearfully, look at that color, we're going to die. When the meat gradually changed color, they placed some grass on the surface of the meat. Everyone was confused by his actions. One person exclaimed, the color of the meat has changed. Nob told them, I only use this grass to neutralize the poison in the meat. The red claw plant can neutralize the poison of intermediate monsters and below. The steaming slab of meat and the pig stopped are one of those monsters. Hearing that, someone said in surprise, really? A girl also commented, it seems I read somewhere in a book before. Nob used a knife to cut the meat into pieces. Everyone was still chatting noisily, but living in the Reinhardt fur house, how could one be hungry? How he knew that method, I don't know either. Nob looked at the princess and smiled, then asked for her opinion. Princess, do you want to eat raw or cooked? He thought to himself, deciding to skip the cooked part because Lena mentioned in the game that overripe fruit would be thrown away, and everyone was drooling like a waterfall. Rats chased quickly, while a voice quickly asked, Han Noah, did you hear me? The man urged his horse forward quickly without forgetting to reply that at least a level 3 emergency must be declared. The academy has determined this is a serious issue. He quickly reported his personal situation, saying he was on the way to rescue some children with Professor Rats, while a voice whispered over the bridge's communication line. While the Lord was hurriedly urging his horse and reporting the situation, the sound of chewing echoed, and the other professors were also ready to carry out their deployment tasks. He froze, feeling that he might have misheard. What was that? It sounded like someone was eating. After thinking for a moment, he quickly dismissed the speculation, knowing that while the principal might be a bit crazy, he definitely wouldn't eat in a situation like this. Rats, confused, asked directly, Principal, are you snacking? The voice from the communication orb was somewhat surprising. Oh, did you hear that? The principal's voice was still very calm, no need to worry too much. This emotional attitude left both Rats and the man speechless. Noah held a cookie in his hand, nibbling it gently and calmly replied that they would return safely. She took a delicious bite, while the two rats on the other side were still confused, but if they were second-year students, it wouldn't be too serious. The old man frowned worriedly. They were only freshmen and had not been in school for long, basically just finished the rookie course. Rats agreed, that's right. He gritted his teeth, and remarked they hadn't even properly learned basic defensive magic. Before he could say anything more, the intercom emitted intermittent echoes, signaling the call had ended. The two were stunned by the principal's decisiveness. It was over, really over. The man tightened the reins and made a decision. Damn it, we have no other choice. Let's do everything we can. Then he rushed off like the wind, leaving Rats standing still, confused the man. Suddenly, Rats remembered something, his best skill. He rushed after the old man with determination, vowing not to let him die in a place like that. Late at night in the forest, a group of people gathered around the fire to eat after a long, tiring day. Suddenly, they noticed Nock pouring pig's blood onto the forest grass. Leon felt very confused by this strange action, wondering why he was pouring wild boar blood. Paracelsus crossed his arms and explained that if you use the blood of a powerful monster, weaker species will not dare to approach. He looked ahead with a nostalgic gaze. We used to do the same. Paracelsus looked at the slow-moving group and said, anyway, traveling at night is the most vulnerable time for attacks. Leon immediately understood and nodded gratefully. Got it. Penelope slowly stepped closer to the roof and called his name, Knop von Reinhaver. She bowed her head gratefully, thanking you because thanks to you we are safe. Knopf was not complacent and spoke frankly about their current situation. We still have a long way to go. There are many monsters around here, and we still haven't defeated the wizard, plus the night is still long. Late at night in the quiet forest, the group scattered, sitting by the fire, taking a break to regain strength. Penelope also looked at the group with a passionate gaze. I know, but the truth is that no one has been blamed so far. I think that's thanks to you. Lost in thought about something, she fell into contemplation, her eyes gently lowered. Having made up her mind, Penelope turned to apologize to Knopf, asking him to forgive Echidna's rude behavior. She is prejudiced against the Dark family because she is influenced by the negative emotions everyone has towards them. Nop felt uncomfortable with her tone, wondering why she cared about him as he didn't like the way she spoke. He quickly waved his hand to refuse, saying she didn't need to worry about someone like him and she couldn't thank a useless person abandoned by the family. If the royal family knew, they would be shocked. Penelope quickly explained, that's just how people see it. In her, the golden light reflects the silhouette of the roof, but I am different. She gently clenched her pants, expressing that if it could save more people, even if she had to join forces with demons, Penelope would agree without hesitation. Nock was not affected by these words, and coldly cut off the heartfelt talk, saying that should not be said out loud. Seeing his serious and adorable expression, Penelope covered her mouth and giggled, saying she was just joking. Feeling toyed with, she crossed her arms coldly and indifferently, quickly changing her expression. Let's talk a bit about Penelope von Ackheim, also known as the Benevolent Princess, but her biggest flaw is the sight of her holding the scepter made Nock conclude she might be an extremely pragmatic person. He glanced at the girl, showing deep emotions before him. She was a dangerous character who could sacrifice her life for her beliefs. In his mind, Penelope believed that the kind princess could easily turn into a cold-blooded princess. The gloved hand tightly grasped the pouch, emitting a mesmerizing purple light. Nock stood up and announced that we will form teams of 4 to set up tents. I have a few, so each group can take one. He announced while marveling that having a space bag is really convenient. The crowd quickly found a topic to gossip about, wondering why he brought that thing along, what the heck it was. Maybe it was because of his family. They say that at 5 years old he was pushed off a cliff to survive. Oh, no way. Nock closed his eyes, enduring the baseless gossip. Unexpectedly, there were so many false rumors, probably because it was the Ha-Am family. The group quickly split into teams, received instructions, and started setting up tonight's resting place swiftly. Looking at the busy crowd, it's best to be cautious. Talia hesitated, wondering what to be careful about. He quickly changed his attention, crossed his arms coldly, and replied nothing. Then he drank quickly by the fire, and assigned tasks to everyone, saying if they had chosen people for the night shift, they should take turns guarding this place. In my heart, I silently decided that it was time for me to start. Nock seriously analyzed in his mind that there was a problem in the second episode of the Academy during this ambush. Recalling the moment fighting the monster, he thought silently that if we don't quickly kill the wizard who set the barrier, we won't be able to get through this story. It was late at night, the bright moon shining on the group, busy setting up camp in the forest. After just a short while, the crowd was exhausted and dispersed, everyone yawning, as if they had been sleep-deprived for days. Immediately after, another group on night watch couldn't resist the fatigue and fell into a deep sleep. A figure holding a weapon pierces through someone's body, blood staining the hand, accompanied by whispers, meaning the silhouette of a white-haired boy wielding 2 swords walking under the moon with a shadow following him. If no one kills the witch, the slow steps under the mystical moonlight, with a sword filled with deadly aura, will not complete this story. A pale blue fence covers a corner of the forest, glowing brightly in the dark night. A student lying on the grass is awakened by the dazzling light. He quickly jumped up, brandishing his sword and shouting, waking everyone around him. He shouted urgently to wake everyone up. Everyone get up, quickly, the princess is in trouble. Penelope stepped forward in confusion, asking what was wrong, and the student immediately reported that a large number of mana-bearing creatures were gathering around here. From the sky, a dark aura was gradually converging, looking down at the people below as if plotting something. Echidna quickly grabbed her weapon to block in front of Penelope. The princess said, "Please stand behind me." Paracelsus also quickly drew his sword from behind with determination. Oh, it hit anyway. Boar blood compared to truly powerful monsters is nothing. He quickly turned back to look at the teenager behind him. So what are you going to do? Talia, not seeing a response, hurriedly called out, "Nops." Paracelsus also looked around in confusion. A book emitted a soft blue light, like a life-giving magic. Leon stepped up to use protective magic for everyone, but since he had other matters to attend to, he handed over this battle to me. Echidna felt extremely angry. How could he say he would protect the princess, but then run off somewhere else? Leon neither denied nor agreed. That's true, but he didn't run away. She lost her temper. How would you know? Huge feet with sharp claws crushed the grass, screams of helplessness, but they were too many and too dangerous. The horde of beasts, from those walking on the ground to those flying in the sky, were baring their teeth and growling, ready to attack them. A girl spoke up anxiously. Echidna was right. There are too many monsters to deal with, but climbing back seemed unaffected. It's okay. You quickly cast a powerful magic spell. A dense blue light flashed up. Penelope and Echidna stared in amazement at the scene before them, an absurdly huge amount of mana flowing, and what the hell is going on? As Leon cast the spell, he pondered what he had seen, curious about Nop as well. You recall the moment Nop gave you the black stone before leaving? Leon's eyes looked at the stone in confusion. The purple shining gem made him think about what kind of person he was, and why this responsibility was given to him. The green light covered Leon's body, protecting him from the claws of the undead. I am the chief of the Mavas clan. You are extremely determined, talking to the void, the result of this battle. The fierce demon rushed forward to tear Leon apart, but was cut off by a blue light. A jade-green sword appeared, stabbing into the monster's flesh, causing it to bleed profusely. A knight wielding the sword quickly appeared and slashed down the fierce monster. Another slash split the demon beast in two, astonishing everyone. The White Mist squad, replacing the demons and knights, rushed in to fight the demon beasts. Looking at the fierce little demon in front of Leon, I wondered, I am very curious about that Knopf von Reinhaber. The night you gave me the magic stone is still vivid in my mind. How can someone like you? Leon thoughtfully looks at the stone, emitting a captivating purple light in his hand. He still finds it very hard to understand the decision of that young boy entrusting me with such a great responsibility. The knight in iron armor swung his sword and cut the fierce demon in half as it charged quickly. Then the group of white mist and sharp blades, the armored knight, approached the demon horde. Leon muttered, the victor of this battle. Your eyes also gleam with a cold blue light full of pride, declaring that you are Leon von Macbad. The clear night sky with stars reflecting above brings comfort to people. Somewhere deep in the forest, there is a forbidden area marked with red text and red chains crisscrossing everywhere. Nock pays no attention to the potential danger and casually walks past the outer boundary of the forbidden zone. His feet stepped on the blazing red magic circle, each step decisive and intentional. With a disdainful glance, Nock used mana sensing to nullify the magic that imprisoned his power. He quickly received the notification. The effect of subduing rebellious members increases attack power by 1.2 times. Nock stood in the forbidden zone with his familiar sword, shouting, how much longer do you plan to run? The demon rushed out from hiding, a wide grin on his face, truly fascinating. He landed lightly as red and black magic entwined his legs. Who would have thought he was just a student? He smiled with delight, not only able to find my location but also daring to challenge me. The demonic aura of the demon quickly reached Nock, and the system also notified that the master performance attribute was being activated. He gave a smile with an unclear meaning. Those words do not suit someone like you. Looking at the demon wrapped in demonic energy, Nock warned him to know his place. It seems he felt insulted and became extremely angry, his veins bulging fiercely on both sides of his jaw, and he immediately stomped the ground to gain momentum before rushing forward. The demon reached out with sharp claws towards Nock's face as if wanting to crush his head, but Nock was no pushover and raised his sword to block the sharp claws. Then he swung a beautiful sword stroke, flicking the demon back. He looked at his smoking hand in disbelief. Immediately after, his eyes became more ferocious than ever, wide open. Who is he? Nock coldly refused to reveal his identity, saying that it was none of their business. The bluish-purple glow beneath the pale layer is terrifying. The demon suddenly unleashes terrifying power and threatens to see if the mouth can still be arrogant. He rushed over like the wind, his red and black gathering in his right hand, ready for a surprise strike. But before the demon could seize the opportunity, a sweet sword stroke brushed past his hand. The scene of the sharp claws breaking apart left the demon stunned. His face looked pitiful because suddenly he had become too weak. Nock silently analyzed after the first fight. He lowered his center of gravity, leaned forward, gripping the sword tightly. The most important thing was, he sighed. He actually didn't need to use the skill. He had already drawn a blood arc before slowly landing. The demon's face turned pale as he looked at his arm, and then at Nock. Clearly the difference in strength between them was too great. The place where his arm was severed quickly regenerated a new one, but Nock remained calm and unhurried. Even if he borrows the power of demons, he still cannot face me. The demon man growled with resentment. How dare you? He transformed his arm into a sharp blade and threatened, don't think you've defeated me. Standing from afar, he reached out to grab Nock, who was much weaker than me. Nock did not run away, but quickly raised his sword to counterattack, showing no openings at all. His eyes slowly gleamed with a mysterious and noble purple hue, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. Nock had activated the genius swordsmanship and martial arts attribute, allowing him to easily counter the demon's attacks. His hand quickly gathered a powerful purple magic. Nock sneered with disdain weakest. He quickly grabbed the demon's heart and squeezed it tightly. The demon could only cry out in pain. Nock kicked the demon, knocking him to the ground, and the system also announced that the master acting attribute had been activated. He squeezed his wrist tightly and said disdainfully, do you really think you can defeat me? The demon lay on the ground in utter humiliation, unable to do anything. He gritted his teeth in regret, thinking that, from the start, he should have been more cautious, a bastard from the Dunhaver family. He looked at his current miserable state with great sorrow, wondering how he could have his plan ruined. Seeing Nock looking down at him from above, the demon was defiant, struggling and screaming, how could a lowly person dare treat a disciple of the Demon King like me this way? Nock didn't even flinch, raised his sword, ready to strike down many words. The demon was furious, but could do nothing, only sweating and staring at him. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching Nock's attention, and Ross quickly ran over, raising his hand to stop him, saying, don't knock, that's him. He ran up quickly, his face confused, but still honestly spoke the truth, my student. Hearing this made Nock very surprised that this person was his senior brother. What? Ross quickly approached the end sincerely. I truly apologize to you for what happened, but this is the truth. That person is my disciple in life. The demon smiled mockingly. Ha, just a disciple, how grand, Professor Ross von Celestia. He looked straight at him and said sarcastically, have you ever considered me as your student? Professor Ross's back seemed to bend under those accusations. He abandoned me after I lost an arm in the Royal War. I was expelled from the Academy for being deemed useless. Vakdu Kam angrily growled with full fury. How dare you call yourself a professor sophistry? Ross clenched his hand tightly. Voices echoed, indeed I have neglected you. He hurriedly expressed his feelings, but you misunderstood. I did it because I was worried about you. Ross's eyes sadly looked at the student he once cherished. I don't want you to follow in my son's footsteps. Lying there like a fool before the hidden truth, I had no choice but to issue an expulsion notice when you desperately wanted to go to the battlefield. His eyes slightly blurred, his cold voice rejected pity, saying that one must decide their own fate. Recalling my past escapes, the bitter truth is that he was truly arrogant. He was the one who made me a worthless wanderer. Hearing these criticisms, Ross was speechless and closed his eyes in regret, saying he never thought I would end up like this, but looking at his body that was neither fully human nor ghost, he sadly asked, is this the magic you longed for? Is this really the magic you have been hoping for all along? Images of past days filled with pain appeared in the minds of the two people. After hearing these words, he lost all strength, his lips pressed tightly. Then he sneered as if nothing could affect him anymore. Lying on the ground with an unreadable expression, it's useless, it's already too late. He quickly stretched back to escape Nock's control, charging quickly with a spear to attack Professor Ross, who was completely unguarded. He growled fiercely, I will take you down with me. Professor Ross was also extremely shocked to see the hatred in the eyes of the guard von Celestia. Two streams of magic collided, the red and black colors spreading to a dark purple. Professor Ross instinctively raises his hand to defend himself when in danger. Not feeling the pain as expected, he lowers his hand and glances sideways. Nock stood against the backlight, gently giving advice. The fate of a disciple of the Demon King could no longer be changed. Two streams of intense magic radiated and clashed fiercely. Nock, holding a sword, declared that the end of an evildoer is only death. He rushed quickly to the back of his head and swung his sword fiercely. Vak was horrified, looking back in disbelief. What speed is this? The system quickly notified that the master acting attribute had been activated to its peak. At this time, the compatibility level of Nock and all attributes increased. He smiled smugly, a very boring feeling that the person had to endure but could no longer change. Nock's eyes gradually changed, and the system quickly notified that the synchronization level between the character Nop von Reinhaver and the player had increased. The old man's body twitched, his face tense and unrepentant. Nock suddenly felt a sharp pain in his head, as the system warned the player they might lose their identity. The body of the zombie was cut in half with a horrified face, while the other remained expressionless. From the cut, the demon's blood splattered everywhere, splashing onto his unwilling face. Blood streaks flicker as the silhouette of a sword-wielding boy shines under the moonlight. Nock quietly turns his head back, his face strangely bloodthirsty and bizarre. He slowly walked over to Professor Ross after finishing the battle with the Demon King's minions. The body of the corpse quickly turned to dust, slowly dissipating without a trace. The demon collapsed to the ground with a hollow face that looked decades older. His face was pale, unclear whether from sympathy or fear after what had just happened. After a moment of silence, Ro ISS also bowed his head in resignation. He softly called your name, Nock, your face still speckled with blood but emotionless. He stood measuring in his blood-stained suit, obediently answering the professor. Yes. Ross, confused and unsure how to solve it, instinctively looks for help. What should I do? Nock, standing at the truce between light and darkness, looks puzzled. What do you mean? RSS has lost its vitality. You know that, right? The teacher's salvation is to help the weak. The gloved hand slammed down on the ground. A familiar voice spoke, but now the teacher did not know. His right hand clenched tightly in anger, wondering if that research was useful or not. The old man bowed his head like a child who made a mistake. Why continue researching if you can't save a single student? Ross seemed to have lost the light in his eyes. The teacher had lost his purpose. Nock said nothing and silently watched the respected professor slowly walk into the dead end. Then he gently reached out to wipe the blood on his face and hesitated him. Nock frankly expressed his opinion, actually not understanding the relationship between the teacher and Han. Ross was very confused, while Nock calmly analyzed that this was a gamble. When Professor Ross's research is published, the game's crafting and enhancement system will be unlocked. His eyes thoughtfully looked at the man before him. He needs to continue that research. The hand gently let go, seeming to hesitate about something, but then he clenched his fist with determination. Is that all I desire? He looked in another direction and fell into a whirlpool of thoughts. His eyes turned purple. The system issued a warning the player's emotions were mixing with the character Nops Von's persona. The rain fell heavily onto the forest, accompanied by a warning about the masterful acting attributes stirring. The cold voice of the night rose under the sudden rain, though actually there was no problem between me and him. He slowly walked under the heavy rain, thinking that taking advantage of the professor was the best choice for now. After encouraging him, I thought the research was very useful. Then he quietly wondered why he should worry. Russ avoided his gaze and mocked himself. Didn't you see how pathetic the teacher was? Nock didn't care and replied bluntly, no, I think the teacher has done his job well. He forced a reluctant smile on his rain-soaked face. I understand the professor is being influenced by what I said earlier. Nock stomped into a puddle, causing ripples to spread. That's why I'm worried. Every word he says sounds true, and when I respond, it will have a big impact on him. He coldly looked at the man before him who was bowing his head to avoid the rain. Hiding his eyes under messy hair, he admitted, actually, I am very lazy to change. When Ross heard this, he suddenly looked confused, so don't give me too much homework. The voice was slow under the heavy rain. I don't like tea. I prefer coffee. You keep talking about what you want. I don't need money, and I don't care about fame. Professor Ross listened for a while as if walking into the fog, then stammered and asked again, what do you mean? Nock smiled bitterly, but the teacher's research was different in his mind. He suddenly thought maybe. Nock smiled sincerely. Even though he was very shy, it is very valuable for the future. I believe so. His eyes were determined maybe. Thinking about the future, I silently sighed. It wasn't me, a game addict, but the teacher who helped create this beloved world. He slowly knelt before Professor Ross, silently blaming himself. Maybe he had misunderstood him. My knees quickly got muddy and wet from the rain. Taking advantage of the professor not having time to react, I called his name and he shouted. He quickly expressed his attitude, saying she would become his student. Ross, moved and amazed, opened his eyes wide, looking at him. Nops. After drinking, I felt light. Nothing changed. I only saw the professor's back on the screen. That resilient back, and I, the only rebel here, need to reflect, he quickly suggested. If needed, I will go with you. Wearing the most genuine smile ever, I hope to learn many valuable things from the teacher to develop myself in the future. A rain shower, like a drop of water falling on the dense forest, is also where the two express their feelings. Leon stood silently before the corpse of the wrestling funeral in the rain. Paracelsus sheathed his sword behind his back and sighed with regret. He stood silently behind, watching Leon facing the corpse of the wrestler. Paracelsus glanced away and sighed, wondering how things had come to this, questioning what kind of killers these were. Thinking back to the earlier scene, Paracelsus felt used unlike a normal assassin. He stared suspiciously at Leon's back, wondering what else was waiting for us here. Belalobi turned to talk to Achinda, truly amazed, a powerful army of assassins. She frowned thoughtfully. That was dark magic. Its power was terrible. I don't want to admit it, but... She bowed frankly, but it seemed Macbeth had returned. The rumors were true. Belalobi walked away without forgetting to order Leon von Macbeth. Remember that name? Achinda bowed respectfully. Yes, we will continue to monitor and gather more news. Leon bowed his head, looking at the purple gem in his hand, then fell silent. He felt a bit grateful, because without this high-level stone, he wasn't sure he could defeat these monsters. Thinking about the owner of the stone, Leon was very distressed. Could he have guessed this? The group around looked in shock towards a place following the call. Hey everyone. In the midst of the heavy rain, the group prepared for any unexpected situation. Bon, with his bright head, rushed over to ask if everything was okay. Paracelsus didn't bother to come back. Maybe so, sir. He asked if anyone died, kids. Belalopi quickly explained, no one is hurt, everything here is still fine, but there are many issues to solve: the shallow shore and the end of the Claw Princess. The shiny head reflects dazzling light. The situation is very urgent. Sorry for the rudeness. He quickly arranged more. May I ask which student has cleared the monsters here? Belalopi quickly responded, he is Nox von Reinhaver, but I think... She hesitated and continued, he does not pose any danger to the other students. Thanks to him we have been able to survive. The shallow shore couldn't believe his own hands, and asked again, is it true? Leon quickly confirmed yes. He quickly explained further that the magic stone he gave was very effective. Paracelsus also continued, he also solved the food problem for everyone. Well, you could say he was extremely effective in every situation. The expression on the shore was very distinctive when hearing these things from the students. Others quickly chimed in, Reinhaver may not be as bad as everyone thinks, but not entirely good either. Another person spoke up. I can confirm his actions, sometimes he is a bit excessive, and he treats people at the academy quite poorly. Others quickly spoke up. I also heard that he attacked someone in the Tuca Alley, on Buanba Street. Is that true? Wait, could he have had some issue with that person which made him do that? Bonong gritted his teeth and thought silently, those were things that white-haired kid did, and moreover, the magical barrier had disappeared. The scene of the demon being destroyed, and at the same time the barrier restriction was lifted. We have confirmed that it is a large teleportation gate, and the magical barrier will not disappear unless destroyed from the inside. Sang Choi Loai thought to himself, what is going on? Maybe I arrived here early to solve the problem, but time was too tight. The smug smile on his face made me wonder if he had solved all the problems here. The look on Bonong's face made him break out in a cold sweat. A white marble castle with classical architecture, towering columns, massive domes, shimmering stained glass windows, golden walls, and wide steps. The sunlight shines down on the building, creating a majestic, magnificent scene that evokes a sense of nobility and luxury, enveloping the space with an ancient mystical beauty. Nock is sitting and working diligently in the room. His hand firmly holds the pen, writing a lot on the paper. The notification system is full. The performance is being activated. Nock stops writing, pursing his lips in thought. The system notifies that you cannot be infected. He looked down at the paper he was writing with a heavy heart. Nock recalls after the accident in that forest, he had no choice but to become a disciple of Professor Keela Russ von Celestia. System notification acting mode is activated. System notification acting mode is activated. The system announces that acting is being activated. He silently vows that his research is essential for unlocking the achievement system in the future. In the game Inner Lunatic, Professor Russ never dies, but now things have changed. If I don't save him, I will be the one to suffer the consequences. Because he was lost in thought, Nock accidentally scratched Professor Russ's face, and he coldly said, "Oh, sorry, I bothered you too much. I mean, I reacted unconsciously because you touched me." Russ laughed loudly and said, "It's okay, I know you did it on purpose, so no need to pretend in front of me, ha ha ha."
Nock lại nhạt nói tiếp, "Thầy biết vậy mà vẫn chọn đến làm phiền em à, em biết là trong bộ luật của đế quốc vẫn có điều luật liên quan đến quấy rối tình dục đấy." Russ phản đam với một người hành xử như một đứa con bất tài cho một gia tộc có tiếng, em đang nói vài điều khá là thông minh đấy.
The Empire's laws, if you look at the relationship between a commoner and a noble, you'll see the law has long lost its true nature. Nock kept trying to argue, "I don't think that's something a professor of Eldon, an institute directly under the imperial royal family, should say." Russ turned away and replied, "It doesn't matter as long as you don't tattle to the teacher." Feeling disgusted, he thought he was really crazy. Russ held the precious bracelet in his hand, stroked it, and then spoke again this time. "I advised you to go with Leon von Marvez. I am talking about my recommendation to the royal family, so you two can enter the Eldon treasure room and take a relic." Nock itched and asked back, "What, did you really do that?" Russ replied, "Yes. As you know, the teacher can persuade quite well. Doing this much for his beloved students is not a problem, so don't feel pressured." Nock was so excited that his cheeks blushed. He said frankly, "Who told you to feel pressured? Because I have overcome illusions to prepare such a gift, you will be happy to accept it." Russ sighed. "In frustration, you look happier than when you became the master's disciple. I'm just overthinking everything, right?" Nock happily clenched his hand as if to firmly grasp this opportunity. He thought Eldon's treasure room. It's truly an unexpected stroke of luck. A spacious room with a soaring ceiling, intricate chandeliers, and soft yellow light shining down on the patterned tile floor. Tall pillars support the roof walls, decorated with classic stained glass windows. And in the middle of the room, large wooden beams stacked on each other, covered in dust, creating an ancient and mysterious atmosphere that sparks curiosity about what is hidden inside these beams. Stepping into the room, he thought this place is co-owned by the royal family and the Rivalin clan. Although there are many great achievements here, he knows exactly which one will be the most effective. He could develop several times faster, so he went searching, tight feet swallowing back. Talia spoke from behind him. "I never imagined you would be the one among so many to have the chance to open the Eldon treasure room. It seems you have a good teacher." Nock frowned and replied, "You can think whatever you want," he thought to himself. Illinois' contribution to the Rivalin family's business has been recognized, so she was allowed to go with him. Nock sighed again, hoping she wouldn't betray him. Talia said again, "If you think I don't want to give away the relics I donated, you're very wrong. I want to make sure you are fully paid for saving my life." Nock on crutches replied, "You still like making things difficult for me, as always." Talia changed the subject and asked if you had heard about how this would proceed from Professor Roz. She then approached and took the key to unlock the door. The door was flung open, a dazzling light shining from behind it. Talia asked him directly, "Which relic do you intend to take?" Nock answered, "The thing I am looking for is." Talia was shocked when she heard Nock speak. She shouted, "What did you say?" "You said what you want," Nock asked. "Are you making me repeat myself?" Talia was confused. "I don't know why you want such an antique. I guess it's not too surprising if it's just a hobby of a noble family." Nock asked, "Why not give it to me first, and then continue talking?" Talia thought of something and said, "Wait, before doing that. Von Reinhardt Fur, I need to check if you are suitable to receive an item from this place." After hearing Talia's condition, Nock asked in stunned confusion, "I am not allowed to talk about this," she explained. "That is my special right as the person who donated the relics. Anyway, Rivalin's trade network already controls all of Eldon." The cramped room was filled with eerie smoke swirling around Nock, leaving him bewildered. The entire room glowed with magic. Nock thought silently, "Spatial teleportation magic. I've seen this countless times in games." Talia seemed to catch him and asked, "You don't look surprised at all, do you?" He replied anyway, "I've experienced a few things even more surprising than this." Talia invited him, "Please sit down first." "Compromise accepted, all right. You get straight to the point, no more wasting time, and let's begin, Nock von Reinhardtfer. He replied, saying to himself, she is making me put in effort to obtain the relic. Well, it's just a formality, so it probably won't take much time. Talia asked Nock why he saved her. Nock was startled and opened his eyes to look at her. You asked if this is a test. Talia replied that asking questions is my right. Clasping his hands together, his face full of deep thought. He said, as I said before, I am simple. Talia interrupted him, saying, oh right, I forgot to tell you something. Lying is something I know. Oh, maybe you already knew that. Noktrotalin hinrang hichetit koduma minkvenmat. Twang inner lunatic suchakbiet hiwadin tidin, swatvadin swatladin tidin, swatkoden hinkwa duok loidaitra kwang waihak. This means what Alino said is true, he criticized her. You really are a lucky guy. Talia exclaimed, oh my god, didn't you say the same thing before? Nock was stunned, as if being called black-hearted suddenly, at a loss for words, feeling embarrassed and thinking, damn it, what should I do now? Talia sat upright evaluating Nock, who looked extremely annoyed, and he angrily retorted, shut up. You must have lied about wanting to personally deliver the creature to me. Talia retorted, now does that even matter? She placed her hands on her chin, acting like the winner of this battle, saying the important thing is you'll be at a disadvantage if you don't answer my question. Nock looked at her seriously, frowning, and thought. It was too risky to let the creation slip away at this stage. He silently calculated that she would suspect if he deliberately avoided this meeting. Facing it directly here would be better in that case. Nock suddenly asked why I saved her. Talia replied yes. He answered because that was somewhat necessary for me. Talia was stunned upon hearing it. She asked again, why for you, Nock? Pondered with a very serious expression. He replied, because I need you for my plan. This sentence left Talia speechless. She didn't know what to do next. Talia curiously asked, what is your plan? He replied nonchalantly, I don't see any reason to reveal so much to you, right? Talia was angry, but couldn't argue back. She clenched her fist tightly and said, one more question. Go ahead, please. Talia recalled and said, what happened in the past at the Q-Vu Hall? Did you save me because you felt indebted to me for what happened back then? Nock quickly replied no. Talia was stunned and asked again, isn't it about the past? She thought and that she was part of his plan. What the hell does this mean? Nock firmly stated, everything I said is true, although she might have known it before. Talia is trying to provoke keeping too many secrets is not good either. Nock Lien Van Dam, the one speaking is her. Talia turned away and replied, many people say you have changed. Nock asked coldly then. Talia awkwardly turned away and said, I don't believe that at all, even though you saved me. I still clearly remember the words you said to me before. She hesitated and turned back. I nodded at her, reminding her to just do what she liked. Talia hesitated. She asked Auntie, go ahead, keep criticizing me and hating me however you want. You have the right to think however you want. I said do whatever you want. Her view of me won't change either. Nock Lien lightly thought to Talia, I need to maintain this stance. He coldly stood up and said, are you done? I've received the item now, I'm leaving. He left Talia sitting alone, lost and disillusioned by her own thoughts. Talia thought sadly, you have really changed. A large room with tall bookshelves filled with ancient books, sunlight shining through the big window into the room. Highlight the wooden desks with towering stacks of books, a large bed with soft pillows leaning against the wall, and thick curtains flowing in the house. Talia sat on the sofa, drinking tea, lost in thought like a soul adrift, staring at her reflection in the water in the cup, wondering why Nock chose that creation when there were so many better ones, even though it wasn't that bad. Rick spoke up, but it wasn't the best thing yet. Honestly, I don't know why a knight like him would need a crystal ball. Talia added, I don't understand what he's thinking. She lowered her head sadly. Her wandering thoughts carried her away, thinking there are many items even better. Items like swords, elixirs, shields, and armor are all top quality, but instead he chose an old-looking orb. She said again, I wonder if what he did was to make me feel grateful. Rick replied, T, I really don't think you need to worry about that, right? He doesn't look like someone who would harm you. Talia placed the cup of tea on the table, wondering if it was really okay to think so simply, but she had no other choice. She asked Rick how the merchandise business was going, and he replied that everything was going well, with the Kingdom Nobles and Talon Fisher both buying large quantities of household goods from Rivelin's house. It's all thanks to Miss. She replied, I am glad to hear that. I want you to continue observing Nock. Report to me if anything happens, understood. Rick bowed and replied, obeying orders, Miss. Please do not worry. Elsewhere, Nock is sitting looking at the orb obtained from Talia. The system notifies you have acquired a high-level artifact representing the highest death rank in orb form. Basic information, name, death representation, highest rank of orb form, classification, high-level equipment. When conditions are met, it will evolve to the highest attribute rank, BAM. Mana stat, plus or minus, 2 stamina plus or minus, 1 equipment conditions, must have 10 mana at birth, special use, gain innate skill, magic, self-recovery. Displaying information from skills obtained from artifacts, passive skill, named mana self-recovery level. Common attribute, dark function automatically replenishes mana for common or lower range skills by amplifying their power effects. He looked at the information about the wedding demon orb happily. Nock thought the highest level of orb form, thinking about the fact that he could possess this. Now he felt very lucky. A mysterious black aura appeared around the orb. Nock said Alino might not know this is a rare treasure, but there is a special way to use it. The system has a notification, the conditions are not met. The object cannot perform at its maximum potential. Say the real name of its original owner. That will upgrade it to the highest level, the first owner of the creation. She is one of the 4 wise men who will appear in the future, and also one of the characters I often choose as a mentor in the game. But it's too early to activate it. Nock thought, if I activate the artifact, she will discover my identity, and since it's only the first half of the game, this level of utility is enough. DG Chi asked young master, Nock, may I ask why you chose that orb? There are countless items under Eldon's secret basement. I also heard there are thousands for knights. Interrupting her, he said, haven't I told you yet? I will use magic again, so I need both types of items. He exclaimed, oh, I guess I really haven't told her yet, haha, it seems I forgot. Nock smiled amidst DG Chi's extreme confusion. She sighed and thought, what should I do with him? Nock told DG Chi, making her surprised. Haven't I told you? He smiled and said, I will learn magic. She replied, if you study 2 things at the same time, wouldn't it be very difficult? I don't mean to doubt your ability, but... He reached out his hand and said, if it really doesn't work out, I can just live off the family's money. She looked at him anxiously and said, young master Nock, I just told the others that you've been working harder lately. He heard this, looked at her with a deadpan face and said, did I tell you to do that? She said, do you know that sometimes you can be really mean? He looked at her and said, I'm a useless guy, remember? Digi closed his eyes and blamed, saying, you also like to play with women. He scratched his head shyly and said, I am really innocent in that matter. She remembered and said, I have heard it all in the past. The master was also a very flirtatious person. She stared at him, speaking seriously, and right now he is paying for his mistakes. He replied, I don't know about that. After speaking, he lay back on the soft bed. Suddenly she noticed the letters on the table. She told him that someone sent a letter for you. Then she took the letter and said it seemed to be from the royal family. They want you to read it yourself. He startled awake, surprised, saying, what, the royal family? Why would they send me a letter? She handed him the letter and said, Echidna asked me to deliver this letter to you. Please read it first. He opened the letter worried, and thinking, why does the princess pay so much attention to me? I can't let more variables appear. The letter said, hello Nock von Renhofer. Thanks to your timely help, I was able to save my life. She said that so, based on the laws of the empire, I want to give you a reward. I want to invite you to the capital of our empire, Talon Fisher, to personally receive this reward. He thoughtfully looked at the letter. You will depart in 3 days at 9 a.m. I hope you will accept the royal reward. Finally, the letter read, Dear Belalopi von Achim. He sighed and said, damn it, she wants someone from the black family like me to come to the capital. What kind of reward is this? DGG anxiously said, if we consider the conflict between the Black Clan and the Holy Clan, this could be a trap. She walked over and tugged his sleeve, saying, Master Nock, I think it's best not to go today. This is too dangerous. He thought if they want, they can order me to go there any time, so that means. Then he said, DGG, you stay here. She was surprised to see him decide to go hurriedly, said that young Master Nock. He said sternly, this is my order. She could only silently obey her face, anxious and worried as she looked at him. He thought silently the place where Emperor Esteban and the royal faction built their stronghold was Talon Fisher, which he believed was under the control of the Holy Family. For the Dark Family, it was nothing less than hell, a magnificent and perilous place. Mr. Yenjiang thought it's unbelievable that she told me to go there, he silently said. What is she thinking all along? He remembered her image, Belalobi von Achim. In the game I think back to when I played Inner Lunatic, there are a few important things to keep in mind. First is whether the main attribute given to the player can become effective. When fighting others, I think if you choose a genius swordsman and fight the path ahead, we'll focus on swordsmanship or combat. But if you choose a genius mana sensor, the future path will be that of a mage. At this moment, he was sitting in the car silently thinking that the second thing was the factions. Playing means having to choose between opposing factions, and from there achieving significant results. He wished to look out the window and thought, for example, if Belalobi sat opposite him and asked, do you need to find me for something? He replied, no, someone as small as me could never trouble you. The princess smiled and said, please don't say that, those words will hurt me, you know. He silently looked at her, saying nothing. Among the factions in Inner Lunatic, the 2 strongest are the royal faction led by the princess, who holds the scepter with great dignity and power, and the extremist faction opposing them led by the Hack family. Finally, it is the merchants with huge capital, who are trying to decide what the order of this continent will be like. The merchants will become even richer, cunningly arrogant, as they take control of the entire continent. Although each faction has its own way, one thing never changes, and that is the relationship between the Renhafer clan and the royal family. I don't know the specific details, but it can be said that their relationship is the worst. While thinking, Penelope spoke up with a smile, saying, "We're entering Hangkop. Is that what you're thinking?" He looked at her in surprise, wondering if she was trying to probe him, but since he was playing the role of a useless guy, he couldn't just back down. He replied, "I'm sorry, but I really wasn't happy to have to go there." She heard that, covered her mouth with her hand pretending to cry, "Teacher hoo-hoo." Then she said, "You don't need to worry. I am just going with you to the capital to reward you for what you have done for me." He replied, "This lie of yours is going a bit too far." She stopped pretending and said, "Oh, hello, you have discovered it." After a while, their carriage arrived at the capital. He looked at her seriously and said, "What do you want from me?" She smiled slyly, her eyes full of affection as she looked at him. Then she said simply, "I just want." After a while, their carriage stopped in front of the large gate where several people were already waiting. He and Penelope got out of the car. Suddenly a voice rang out saying it had heard guests were coming and had been eagerly waiting, which startled her. A man with shiny blonde hair dressed in the solemn attire of the royal family said, "This is indeed a surprise, Penelope. This is Louis, the first prince." He smiled at the two of them. She looked at him anxiously while he silently lowered his eyes. Then he stepped forward, bowed and said, "The last sword of the Reinhardt Faux family, I present myself to Prince Louis." She said fearfully, "I heard you were supposed to leave to join the war in the north." He stroked his chin and smiled, saying, "I don't know why that was cancelled." Then he looked at him and said, "With such an important guest, we should welcome him warmly." Suddenly he smiled sinisterly, his face dark, and said, "I will personally tell the emperor about this and also about you." He placed his hand on mine, bowed his head, and said, "Yes, your highness." He glanced at me, smiled at the corner of his mouth, and said, "Let's meet often." He bowed and said it was my honor, but in his heart he thought, damn it. He was not happy to see him here, and angrily wondered why he had to meet this crazy guy now. Watching his figure leave, he thought to himself, Louis von Achheim, the Grand Prince of the Empire, and the only one with more inheritance rights than Penelope. He felt uneasy, and at the same time, recalling his cunning eyes, he thought he was also the one who often caused unhappy endings in the inner lunatic. Silently calling the name Louis von Achheim, the eldest prince of the empire, the only one with a higher rank than Penelope in the line of succession. Remembering his sinister face, he thought, and he was known as a madman who caused trouble. He watched his shadow leave, silently glancing at him, while Penelope nervously clenched her skirt, her face full of worry and unease. Akina saw her like that and quickly asked, "Princess, are you okay?" She reached out her hand and said, "I'm fine, just a little surprised." Then he turned to look at him, smiled, and said, "Knock von Venhafer, you must have been startled. Let's go inside and talk." He replied, "Sure," thinking to himself, the relationship between the princess and Prince Louis is truly like fire and water, just like in the game. He pondered deeply, planning to use this to survive and return, while night fell and the sky sparkled with bright stars. Right now I'm lying on the bed resting. I'm thinking that tomorrow is the day I get injured, so the best time is to rest a lot. Then he sighed and said, "As long as there is no assassin crazy enough to take me down." Then he closed his eyes and began to drift into a sweet dream. Suddenly, a knock on the door outside made him open his eyes and pay attention. He sat up and reached for the sword beside the bed, carefully observed towards the door. The knocking sound comes again. Two girls wearing cloaks covering their faces. One girl knocks on the door and says, "It's me. I wonder if you can open the door." He breathes a sigh of relief, not an assassin coming for him. Then he stood up, walked to the door and opened it. Outside were Penelope and Echina. He asked Princess, "Why come here so late?" She said it was not good for me to stand in the hallway. Then she went inside and told him, "I'll go in first." Echina also stepped in and said, "The princess has a proposal for you." Then she said, "Seriously, I will protect this place because there are many spies in the royal palace." He silently nodded. Then he closed the door. She took off her beanie and said, "Sit down." He replied, "Okay," thinking to himself, damn it, what the hell is going on that made her come at this time? Anam Chum glanced at her, thinking he had a few guesses. She smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, I don't intend to take up too much of your time." Suddenly she said, "Seriously, but I need you to promise me." She continued, "Depending on your answer, you might not be allowed to return to Eldon." Then her face turned sad and she said, "No, maybe you will never be able to return to the Renhafer mansion." She said, "So I order you in my name." His sharp eyes made a request, asking you to pull the strings from behind for him. Hearing this, he replied, "I knew you would say that. You need someone to deal with the crown prince, and breaking ties with the Black family is usually easier." Then he sat down, continuing a useful tool. "You must want me to become your pawn." She replied, "That's right," he said, "but..." She paused, surprised, asking, "But why?" He calmly crossed his legs and said, "If you think I have no other choice, you are wrong." He smiled at her and called out plainly, "Princess Penelope." Cut to early the next morning in the royal palace. He is kneeling and bowing to the king, with Louis standing beside him. The king, Esteban's face is blank, eyes wide open, his body slumped against the chair. He struggled to turn his head to look at him. He respectfully said, "I am honored to meet the great moon of the empire." He waved his hand and said, "Ah, you thought Esteban von Ackheim." Remembering the image of him wearing armor riding a horse sword raised high, he thought to himself, the noble knight and the lightning have become famous everywhere. He is a legend of the Ackheim Empire. But now seeing him completely opposite from when he was strong, I feel a silent regret. He has lost his sanity, and is called the foolish and blasphemous Esteban. Princess Penelope beside him lifted her dress, bowed and said, "I am honored to meet the great moon of the empire." At this moment, Louis spoke up, saying he heard that you want to ask my father for something. He continued, "It must be a worthy reward for saving a member of the royal family." The last man spoke. The god was just doing his job, he thought to himself. Prince Louis had become the head of the royal family after Esteban lost his position. Looking at his sinister face, he pondered that he must be very careful. He raised his hand and said, "All right, the royal family will grant a gift to the Reinhard Vauclan's knight candidate as a reward for saving my beloved sister." He looked at him smiling gently and said, "If you have any wishes, just say them." He replied, "Yes, Prince Louis." His eyes were sharp. He said, "If possible, let the god step into the evil river." This made him shocked, his eyes wide open, amazed, saying, "What?" The Grand Minister was also surprised to hear him say that. He thought to himself it was no wonder they were astonished. "I think the River of Evil is a mystical river that only royalty and holy clans are allowed to enter, because it has a magical random stat-boosting effect." Louis smiled slyly at him, thinking to himself that he must be very useless and reckless. He looked down on him, saying all the princes of the Ha family look the same. One official objected, saying that could not happen, and another spoke up, "How could a member of the Ha family be allowed into the River of Evil?" A purple-robed official said, "That's right, even if he saved the princess, it was still wrong." The black-haired official angrily said, "Isn't that the river only the Holy Clan can enter?" The purple-haired man behind agreed exactly. He heard that and thought, just as he predicted, there was a lot of opposition. He closed his eyes and silently thought, "I requested this to avoid saying that I don't want to receive the award. That should be enough." Suddenly Penelope spoke rudely. She angrily said, "Why do you all act so arrogantly in front of the fallen?" He looked at her in surprise. She continued, "There is no rule that only the Holy Family can enter the River of Evil, right?" He looked at her uneasily, thinking, "I'm a bit worried now. Why is Penelope defending me?" He looked at her very determinedly, thinking, "I said I wouldn't follow her plan. I hoped she would give up." Goran objected, but before he could finish, she interrupted, "I don't like chaos. Sorry, Goran." The palace suddenly fell silent. He looked at her, smiling at him, silently thinking about what she said before leaving. An Yin Rung felt uneasy, making him worried. He recalled last night when she put the glass down and said, "All right." Then she stood up and said, "I will go." Then she walked back to him, "But please remember." He glanced at her. She looked down and said to him, "At some point you will have to make a choice." Penelope's words were not unreasonable, making my heart even more troubled. If the time had come to choose between two factions, I would have no choice but to support the princess instead of the Grand Prince to avoid a bad outcome. But in this situation, kneeling in the main hall, bowing my head, I silently thought I cannot openly support the princess. He quickly sat up, looked straight at the person in front of him, and hurriedly asked if he would agree to my request. Louis frowned his face, showing clear discomfort. Not knowing what he was thinking, the corner of his mouth involuntarily curled up. Without making Nock wait long, Louis spoke. My brother has a point. There's no law that says the heir of the Black family can't bathe in the evil river." The calm declaration of the Grand Prince left everyone in the hall horrified, their eyes wide open, almost unable to believe what they had just heard, "Your Highness." After a moment of hesitation, Louis continued speaking. The words about to be uttered made the roof unconsciously look up, however. From above, Louis looked down at the person kneeling below, and slowly said that breaking the rules upheld by the royal family and clans for so long is not allowed. Pausing for a moment, he continued, "So I will give a test." Those words terrified Penelope. She never expected him to make this decision, which means we will determine if the Vanzihop roof deserves the blessings of the evil river. Down below, the milk roof of the person took a few seconds to digest everything just heard. I didn't expect things to go this way. In his mind, a fleeting image of Alino appeared, feeling helpless. He silently lamented, "It seems like everyone likes to compete in tests against me." After a moment of silence, he finally spoke up, asking permission to inquire about the test topic. Louis didn't hesitate and replied immediately, "A one-on-one match with me." The milk cap, almost unable to believe his own hands, he hurriedly asked again, as if to confirm what Louis straightforwardly replied. "I heard your swordsmanship has improved remarkably. So the way a swordsman refines his technique in a duel with me is a way to show respect, don't you think?" He paused for a moment and continued, his sharp gaze sweeping over the roof. "Because the fierce river is the sacred river of the Empire, so it should only welcome those who are worthy." Nock stared at the ceiling for a long time, not rushing to respond, as if he thought confronting him was a good idea. Even before setting foot here, Nock had carefully considered all possible scenarios, so despite listening to Louis, he remained calm. "However, I'm not here just to take a beating. After some contemplation, he finally made a decision. All right. It's unclear what Louis is plotting, but his face clearly shows triumph as he slyly smiles. He quickly said, then we will meet at the training ground in an hour. Feel free to choose any weapon you want. Nock respectfully replied, I understand. Standing to the side, Penelope grew more and more worried, as Nock calmly continued, the god will do his best. In the vast hall, Nock turned and left amidst everyone's gazes. Behind him, Penelope hurriedly chased after the princess called out loudly. Hearing the call, the rooster turned around to look at the princess before he could say a word. The princess scolded, do you want to die? Penelope's face showed clear anxiety. She looked at him and asked, don't you understand our brother's intentions? Don't confront him. Penelope kept explaining, whether you win or lose, doesn't matter to him, because he's just trying to prove himself. Nock was silent, listening to every word the princess said. He wanted to retaliate against you and disgrace your family. Nock frowned. He clearly understood the true intention of the crown prince. His voice was faint. I know that. You continue to predict what will happen if I win. They will accuse me of intentionally harming the prince with an illegitimate child from the royal family. If I lose, then on the contrary, in the upcoming battle, if Nock retreats, the reputation of the crown prince will only grow stronger. They will spread the rumor that he defeated a rising star of the academy. After analyzing the two most likely outcomes, Nock calmly concluded that perhaps they will pass that news to everyone in this kingdom. Penelope grew more and more worried, looking at the person in front of her, and asking again, knowing that, do you still want to agree? To dispel the princess's worries, and come up with a way to cope for now, Nock asked back, what if there was another option? Penelope is human. Unbelievable. Another option. Nock quickly presents another case. What if I can win without committing a capital crime? Finally, he asked if she would support him then, Your Highness. In Louis's room, he stood there as two maids presented the armor again. The red-haired maid and the white-haired maid carefully presented the armor piece by piece. Louis glanced at the brown-haired maid who was holding a part of the armor, suddenly called out, startling her. The brown-haired maid with a still fearful face slowly looked up at the crown prince. Louis asked, who do you think I am? She immediately lowered her head, trembling all over quickly, answering it as Louis von Akem, the second son of the Empire, Your Highness. The maid's answer matched his thoughts. He smiled slightly. Yes, I am the legitimate prince of Talon Fisher. No one dares to ignore me. However, as he said this, his face gradually darkened, but that kid was different. He frowned deeply and finally spoke the name. Von Reinhardt, the brown-haired maid, paused slightly, watching the crown prince's expression closely, and seeing he seemed angry, she reassured him that it was nothing important for his Highness to worry about. Hearing the person beside her speak, Louis immediately looked over. The brown-haired maid bowed her head respectfully, saying, please do not worry. Despite her utmost efforts to please the crown prince, what she received was a painful slap. The brown-haired maid knelt down holding the side of her face that had just been slapped. Louis said disdainfully, worried. Worried? What are you talking about? His face gradually darkened, his voice filled with disgust. Do you think I would worry about a common brat from the black family? The maid trembled, not daring to look up, stammering that she was guilty of a punishable crime. Louis looked down at her, and after a long moment he spoke coldly, saying, if you are wise, do not go against my wishes. Looking at the maid sitting below, Louis continued to ask Fazer, the one who thinks he is Esteban or the son of the Empire, how long has he been gone from here? This time Fazer did not rush to answer. She carefully considered her response. Louis didn't wait for her answer. He turned around with a smug look on his face and loudly declared that soon the Empire and all its power would be in his hands. So actions like today's are necessary. Do you all understand? Fazer bowed his head quickly and replied, we will never make such a mistake again, sir, Louis said. Of course you shouldn't. Hearing this, he immediately turned to the steward and called, hey steward. Louis looked at the maid sitting on the ground, and then ordered to take her away. Immediately, two other men moved forward to hold Fazer tightly, despite her struggling in panic, begging, Your Highness, the prince just one more chance. Louis glanced at Fazer and said, you see opportunity. After a while, Louis slowly continued, it only comes many times to people like us. Even if you were born a noble, the blood flowing in your veins is not royal blood, right? Fazer was held tightly by two men with purple and blue hair, and before being dragged away, she still tried to loudly plead, Your Highness. Highness. Louis ignored those words, telling himself that no matter how promising they said von Reinhardt was, he could not win a battle where his defeat was already predetermined. As he said this, his face grew increasingly cruel, wondering what kind of expression he would have when he cried. In the stands where the nobles sitting quietly below were Nock and Louis. At the highest position, Esteban still bowed his head. Sitting next to him was Princess Penelope. Louis looked at his opponent with satisfaction calmly, and without a trace of agitation. Finally, Louis spoke, showing friendliness. Let's both do our best. On the surface, it seems so, but deep down, Louis harbors a different sinister thought. After all, he will have to play along with me in this little performance of mine. No cupped his head lightly and replied softly, yes, I understand. Trọng tài đứng giữa đấu trường tay giơ cao phát lệnh được rồi, hai bên chuẩn bị.
Vì vậy lệnh vang lên Nock và Louis đồng loạt rút kiếm trận chiến so tài giữa đại hoàng tử của đế quốc Louis von Achim và Nock von Reinhardt-Bersin được phép bắt đầu. The match begins. Louis immediately rushes towards his opponent, thinking to himself that no matter how skilled in swordsmanship he is, he cannot defeat the royal prestige of Cao Kui. The light from the sword grows brighter, along with Louis's thoughts believing that even if the person were the moon, they would still be just a bug of the royal family. Here before the eyes of the royal family in the church, no one would dare to fight back against me. A streak of light flashes by. That look of triumph completely vanished. When he blocked the sword from him, what Louis was stunned, his face stiffened. Who dares to point a sword at the royal family? Before finishing his words, Nock swung his sword horizontally, forcing Louis to step back. After that, Nock calmly spoke, "Your Highness." The man unleashed dark power. He looked at him and asked, "Didn't you tell me to fight with all my strength?" Louis dodged his face, showing clear anger. "What bastard, how dare you strike a member of the royal family?" The black smoke gradually dissipated, and from within Nock's voice was heard. He and the guard called out, "Your Highness." Surrounded by black smoke, Nock remained in position, looking at Louis and continuing, "Didn't you say I should use my full strength?" After speaking, Nock swung his sword horizontally once more. Reflexively, Louis stepped back quickly and dodged. The dust gradually cleared, and Louis stood there looking at Nock, thinking to himself, that bastard dared to strike me, the leader of the heir candidates. By now he was losing his temper more and more, blurting out, "That worm from a certain clan dares to challenge my authority." Nock Bin calmly replied, "I don't understand what you are saying, I am simply following your orders." Louis, angry and gritting his teeth, said, "Fine if you want to play like that." Then he drew his sword, light shining from it. "I will no longer hold back against you." Although the opponent is Nock, known for many brilliant achievements, Louis does not care at all. The thought of contempt appears clearly in his mind again. Even though he has a good reputation in Eldendi, he is still just a brat. Louis smiled slightly, extremely confident against this opponent, certain he could never be defeated by me, who was educated by the royal family. The referee outside had clearly observed every expression on the crown prince's face. Finally, he announced that the match would end when one of the two fell or surrendered. Louis stepped back, preparing to attack again, while the referee's voice rang out, saying the rules were simple, and that was all the explanation needed. Immediately, Louis rushed to attack Nock again. Two beams of light, one yellow and one purple, contrasted each other as Louis swung his sword, and Nock quickly raised his sword to block it. Two swords clashed, sparks flying as their blades rubbed together, while Nock's gaze remained fixed on the sword from outside. The referee observed everything, thoughts stirring in his mind. He might be the one causing this terrible outcome, but his combat ability was not that high. Quickly dodging to the side, avoiding Louis, although his talent was not bad. By the time Louis reacted, it seemed too late with what he created, but still not enough compared to the dodge. Louis barely turned around and saw Nock holding a sword coming closer. His face changed color, growing more terrified, cursing inwardly, "Damn it." Knowing he couldn't dodge the attack, Louis could only close his eyes and wait for the sword to strike down. After a long moment of silence, he slowly opened his eyes. Contrary to what Louis had imagined, Nock did not continue to attack, but instead sheathed his sword, an action that surprised him. Why was he hesitating? Louis, impatient, immediately asked, "What are you doing?" Nock Nyak replied, "The god has no opinion on the rules of this match." After a pause, he continued, but since nothing exciting happened, it was a bit boring. That answer from Nock made Louis curious, so he asked again, "What do you want?" Without hesitation, Nock immediately proposed another idea. "How about we bet on who wins and who loses, Your Highness?" Perhaps Louis did not expect this situation either. He said nothing and just frowned at Nock. After thinking for a while, Louis smiled, realizing that Nock's idea also suited him well. He thought, "Then I can easily get what I want." Quickly, Louis replied, "All right then, it won't be boring anymore. I agree." Nock continued to ask, "Can we set the betting conditions after the match?" That proposal was rejected. Louis said, "Sorry, but I am quite impatient. I will speak first. No beating around the bush, just drink it according to his idea. The god can do whatever." Louis smiled slightly and quickly made a condition if I win. He looked at Nock and said, "I want you to return to my school instead of Pelalope." Nock didn't understand, hurriedly, asked what reluctant meant. But that officer couldn't fool Louis, he said to continue, pretending not to know was pointless. In Louis's mind, he quickly recalled the past and said, "Wasn't it you who was enchanted by my sister? So you saved her in the forest." Hearing this, he was stunned and thought to himself, he's really an idiot. He completely misunderstood. Nock quickly explained, helplessly apologizing, but the god-saving Princess Pelalope was simply following royal rules with no other intentions. He continued saying he had no reason to act otherwise, and if Louis thought so, he would now feel relieved, making things easier. His entire body emitted power, instantly changing the initial conditions. "Become my knight. I want you to be my shadow, not the shadow of the Reinhardt Fair family, and swear loyalty to me." After hearing the conditions, Nock immediately replied, "If you win this battle, I will do so." Although he said so on the surface, the strength between Nock and Louis is vastly different.
He also considered another possibility. And if I get injured here, I just need to blame the game. The princess watched the battle from start to finish, never once stopping worrying. Once again, Louis thought of those he would blame: Eldon, the Reinhardt, Fur family, and Penelope. After thinking, Louis immediately rushed forward, swinging his sword with great power, his face showing a victorious expression, blaming your own stupidity for not realizing that the outcome of the battle was decided from the very beginning. Louis charged the sword in his hand, getting closer and closer, and at a glance it was clear that my sword could not pierce through those creatures. A sword quickly lunged towards the top, but Maithe tilted his body just in time to avoid it. However, constantly dodging is not a good strategy. Right now I can't get through those creatures to harm him. Nock looked at his opponent and smiled slightly. A bright round sphere appeared, the most advanced celestial body shining, and the system immediately asked, "If the owner's name allows the use of the celestial artifact, you only have one chance. Would you use it?" Chuckling softly, after some hesitation, he finally decided to use this item, he thought secretly. They would be very surprised if they knew the name of the owner of this celestial body, but I have to prioritize my survival above all else. Before the opponent could react, Louis swung his sword again. Dodging and evading during that time, he tried to find a way to destroy the golden armor. Indeed, there was only one way to destroy that ridiculous armor. A bright gem appeared in the middle of his body. As Nock gave the order, the owner of the celestial being was Archit von Kaliot. The gem glowed once again, the creation of the great sage, the highest celestial body shining. After confirmation, the system immediately notified that the username was registered, and Nock von Reinhardt vor celestial body would remember you as its second owner. When the owner is identified, the great sage's creation immediately transforms according to the master's power. The gem emits a black aura, while the system also notifies you that your mana is temporarily increasing rapidly. Louis stood there in a defensive stance facing Nock, who tossed the gem high into the air, quickly creating a powerful destructive force. The light from it nearly blew everything away, and Louis could only defend himself with the sword in his hand. He looked up, gritted his teeth, and asked, "What are you doing?" Holding the treasure in his hand made Nock even more confident in this fight. He looked at him and asked back, "There are no rules forbidding the use of magic, right?" Caught off guard, Louis couldn't help but get angry and shouted loudly, "Damn it!" Louis increasingly couldn't believe Nock's abilities. He had truly underestimated him, a Venhap Foma using magic. Louis stood there, watching the orb above Nock grow brighter and stronger, feeling uneasy and thinking about the vast amount of magical power. Countless dark powers radiated from the orb, and next to it, Nock calmly asked again, "You must be very familiar with this. This is a magic bullet." Louis looked up at it, his face even more panicked. Countless powers emanated from the orb. In its center, a deep black circle appeared bottomless, from which purple arrows began to shoot out. They all rushed towards Louis at once, while Nock stood calmly outside, hoping His Highness could dodge. In Nock's hand was a creation continuously emitting magic from its center, and after saying what needed to be said, Nock politely addressed, "Your Highness." From the depths of the black hole, more magical arrows were continuously shot out. Louis struggled to defend against them, his initial confidence completely gone at this moment. Two different arrows aimed straight down. Mai replaced Louis in time to dodge. Another aimed at the shoulder. He immediately felt the pain, gritting his teeth, thinking the discomfort is real. While Louis swung his sword to deflect an arrow, another man rushed at him from behind, and he immediately sensed something was wrong. Before Louis could react, the arrow pierced his back, pushing him forward, something even he did not expect. Questions kept running through my head. How could this be? Isn't the Reinhardt family famous for their swordsmanship? The ground is cracked in some places as a result of the recent battle. And as for Louis, after being ambushed, he quickly regained his footing inwardly, admiring his magical talent. Louis focused on the opponent in front of him, not daring to look away, blood spitting from his mouth as he thought to himself, "Too terrifying. If he was born with this power, I would never be able to defeat him." Standing there stunned above him was the pitch-black sphere, and behind him were other arrows ready to attack. He looked at him and said, "I know what you are thinking." As soon as he finished speaking, the arrows immediately emitted more magic. "Clench your fist tightly," explained to Louis, "but there will be no tricks. You present your skills first, along with the arrows above you continue. At least this is still better than the 100,000 layers of shells you are hiding." The more I listened to Nock, the angrier Louis became, his face growing uglier with rage. How dare a bastard from a dark family mock me? Between them, the arrows did not move, waiting for Nock's command. Nock looked at the person before him and replied, "Wasn't it you who mocked me first?" Louis was surprised and exclaimed, "What?" Nock calmly said what he knew to Louis. "Wasn't it you who arranged this match to mock the Black family and deny my achievements?" Both Penelope and Akina couldn't help but feel relieved, hearing Louis's purpose from Nock's own mouth, forcing me to participate in a biased match, so the royal family's honor must be damaged. Being called a Louis head, he didn't know how to react for a moment. He frowned tightly and looked straight at Nock. A glowing blue cube appeared from Louis's hand. When it fully appeared, magic radiated from it, enveloping Louis's entire body. In an instant, a blue light circle surrounded the two emitted from the cube in his hand. Inside, Lewis looked at Nock, scolding him as a bastard, thinking to himself that this way he would lose and suffer disgrace. Not understanding the other's intention, he looked at him and asked coldly, "What do you intend to do by doing this?" Louis was furious. That was not something one should say to me. His face gradually became more vicious. He continued, "I have heard a lot about you being crazy, but I never thought you would dare to challenge me. I don't really like you either." The orb grew brighter, its mana increasing, and the voice continued, "But since this was a request, I will comply." Louis heard it and quickly realized the owner of the voice. This voice was probably the newly appointed principal. A sound came from the orb again. "We have met before." When Noah's figure fully appeared, she smiled softly and called Prince Louis. Noah looked at Louis coldly and said, "Although not very lovely, if you intend to kill my beloved disciple with your power as one of the 4 saints, I will bet all my honor to kill you." Louis became more and more terrified, momentarily silent and unable to speak. Nock still stood there, for now relying on this principle. He smiled gently. Right now, Nock remembered the time before the match started, hearing a voice from the room, saying the royal family intended to reward me. Nock sat across from Noah. He looked at her and asked if it was true that she saved the royal family. Noah happily confirmed it was. His face darkened. He frowned deeply. "It's not good. If I go there, I will die, principal." Contrary to his tension, Noah calmly held the cake, nibbling while listening. "But you know." Nock sighed and continued, "Almost no one from the H family survived and returned from there." Noah calmly took a bite of cake and replied briefly, "He was right. Nom nom nom." Seeing Noah seemed uninterested, Nock immediately snatched the half-eaten cake from her. Raising his hand high to prevent Noah from taking it back, he sternly asked, "At this point, you're still eating cake?" Noah ran after trying to catch up the cake, did nothing wrong. In the end, he had to give up, bending down helplessly to plead, "Sir, please listen to me." "Okay." Noah took the cake from Nock's hand and continued, "If the principal speaks up, the prince will stop tormenting and bothering me." "Right." Noah smiled and said, "But then I won't get a reward anymore. I have to get a reward when I do." "Well." At the end of the night, after thinking for a while, he replied, "It's still better than receiving a reward and only having a head to return with. I don't understand why things have become so complicated." Hearing this, Noah excitedly said, "Nowadays magic has developed to the point where limbs can be quickly reattached, but I don't know about the head." Noah didn't answer, but when he did, it made others furious. Nock clenched his fist and asked, "Did you really say that to your disciple?" Seeing he wouldn't respond, Noah changed tactics. "Then if there was a safe way to claim the reward there, what would you do?" Noah took out a blue crystal ball surrounded by mana, while Nock kept saying there was no such way. The ball reflected Nock's image. Back to reality, Nock glanced at Noah, thinking to himself that the crystal Noah gave was a kind of long-distance communication device that emitted extra mana when casting magic. Unlike ordinary artifacts, it could transmit magic to the other side. He glanced at Louis once more, hesitating a little longer. After the long battle, Louis was exhausted, his armor damp in places, and Noah's presence here also reassured Nock somewhat. No matter how strong the prince is, he cannot reach the leader of Eladine among the 4 saints. Nock looked away and whispered Mai, saying it was really strange. Usually the principal isn't this powerful. Noah then said, "Nock, everyone can hear you." Noah forced a smile, his eyes brightening. "If you don't need help anymore, I'll be going." Noah turned around. Koi stepped aside. I was just saying that I still need your help." The 3 looked at each other in silence. Louis weakly summoned his strength, struggled to get up and speak, but Nock paused for a moment before Louis finally relented, saying it was just a misunderstanding, and if he had known he was the beloved student of our principal Noah, he wouldn't have done that. On the contrary, Noah was not very pleased with him. She immediately spoke up to correct him, saying, "Who is the principal of the people? Don't pretend like we're very close. I was close to your father, not you, and you are not my student." Finally, she scolded him with a sentence that completely embarrassed Louis, but he could only grit his teeth in anger and do nothing more. "So brat." Louis immediately widened his eyes, trying to explain, "I'm sorry, so what should I do to make you less angry?" Noah didn't say much, just replied briefly, "Please beg." She looked straight at him, continued, "Beg my disciple for forgiveness, then I will forgive you." Nock glanced at Noah and could only force a smile, thinking to himself that he didn't expect him to go this far. Hearing that he had to humble himself before Nock, Louis immediately clenched his fists, his whole body tensing with anger. But after a moment of silence, he finally had to speak. "I apologize." Nock was quite pleased with that attitude and said with some pride, "Because I am very kind-hearted, I will forgive you." Nearby, Noah couldn't help but tease, "That's really embarrassing." Looking at the surrounding barrier, Noah said, "I will watch the match, so it should end fairly and remove this barrier." Louis could not go against her wishes, so he reluctantly nodded in agreement. The ground suddenly sweated after a small strike. Louis still held the blue cube, but while he was distracted, Nock approached with a sword, and he could only say resignedly, "I understand now." His eyes lit up, his hand clenched into a fist. His movements were so fast that only the flash of the sword was seen, and his opponent's head was struck down. When the barrier was broken, the spectators witnessed the match's outcome. The victor stood tall, while the defeated the Grand Prince Louis lay beneath, leaving the nobles above astonished. The old man in the high stands said a guy from the singing clan dares to challenge his highness. The woman with the ponytail was momentarily stunned and couldn't believe it. She screamed what? The man with the bride next to him looked clearly shocked. How is that possible? Even Penelope couldn't hide his excitement when he saw the match results. She is hiding it how? Next to Echina, confused, he said to himself, that guy, he has 2 lives. As she left the arena, she wondered if he had 2 lives to be so reckless. Beside her, Penelope seemed to sense something mysterious about Noke. The princess said guessing won't help Echina, he must be hiding something. Penelope thought to himself, could the power of some force be spreading to the evil empire? Nonsense. Penelope's final guess seems correct. As it turns out, Noah, a major figure, is truly behind protecting the main character. She silently thinks there must be something backing him. Penelope's gaze never left the knock, and finally the little princess said to Echina that he must be brought under her command at any cost. Echina replied reluctantly that yes, although unwilling to admit it, von Reinhardt's skills were indeed impressive. Immediately annoyed, Echina recalled Nock's appearance in the forest, remembering his outstanding talents during enrollment, and the strong impression he made at the entrance ceremony. In his hand, Nock held a black sword, his eyes still fixed on the person lying on the ground. Echina continued, moreover, this fight also showed that he had no intention of joining the faction of Grand Prince Louis. Penelope smiled. The princess turned to Echina and whispered, then we must take action. Echina immediately asked if anyone had made any plans yet, while Penelope lowered her head and gestured to Echina. Immediately, Echina bowed down and listened carefully to the princess's plan. Yes. Currently a few guards have gone down to the crown prince, while Echina, hearing the princess speak, cannot believe it and cautiously asks back, are you serious? A soldier with a large scar below orders to quickly take the crown prince to the places, infirmary, ensuring no consequences are left behind. The noble daughters around couldn't help but worry. They listened intently to the orders, everyone moved quickly. Meanwhile, the steward also approached the other nobles who had been watching the entire match and instructed them not to mention today's events to anyone understood. Below is getting more and more chaotic, while above the princess is very pleased to see it listening to the cries below. Your Highness, please wake up. In the panic of everyone around standing in a corner, he showed no emotion, only maintaining a solemn expression. The 2 princesses rushed over to support Louis while the soldiers nearby were busy taking care of the crown prince, constantly calling out, Your Highness, Your Highness. The sky gradually darkened, and the night fell, enveloping the magnificent palace. In the quiet room, Nock sat on the bed, tired, rubbing his neck, gently sighing, with relief almost died. He remembered Louis on the battlefield, and couldn't help but curse silently that crazy prince. The next image he recalled was when Louis took the royal jade from someone, and he couldn't help but sigh. No wonder everyone calls him the one who creates terrible endings. Finally, remember the scene where Louis, sword in hand, furiously charges at him, placing the gem on the bed, hesitating to drink after all. He briefly recalled the image of the owner of this gem, silently thinking that, as predicted, the item was quite effective. Holding the gem again, tossing it like a ball, he thought with pleasure that it was useful not only in the early stages but also in the latter half of the game. The gem in his hand began to emit a dark purple aura, and looking deeply into it, he said to himself that owning this made it a bit easier to deal with the prince. He sat down on the bed, his facial muscles relaxing, and quietly told himself that of course next time he would still rely only on luck. Someone is knocking on the door outside, the sound catching Nock's attention. He is more alert than ever, silently guessing that the great prince has come to warn of danger. Vuong Te Nock firmly held the sword. Even if it was real, it was still too early. Raising the sword in front of someone, he asked, Who are you? Outside, there were 2 people wearing black shirts. It was hard to tell who they were at first. The one who knocked on the door answered, It was me, then sang a song. Only when looking directly did they realize it was Echina and Penelope. Echina continued, The princess wants to speak with you privately. Seeing that the person arriving was not Louis, Nock was momentarily surprised, repeating the name Echina, wondering if it was not the crown prince coming to report the defense. After thinking for a while, Nock hesitantly asked again, Now defense? Echina bluntly replied, Yes, right now. His face showed a hint of embarrassment, and worry began to rise in his heart. It seemed he was about to lie. He couldn't refuse the princess, so he approached, opened the door, and told them to come in. Standing opposite the door was Penelope. The princess walked past him without saying a word. Echina also followed in, standing by the door waiting. Nock didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, What brings you here, princess? Without waiting for Penelope to answer, he continued, If you came to question me about the match with the Grand Prince, the result has already been decided. After hearing that, Penelope just smiled lightly and whispered, No, why should I do that? Nock von Venhaber, no need to pretend to be stupid. Nock momentarily did not understand and asked Ben, What do you mean? Penelope smiled softly and said, "Can you imagine us having dinner together with him?" Penelope saw he was still standing. Ben said, "Sit down." Both sat down on chairs facing each other. Nock seriously said, "Princess, it's almost midnight, no need to rush, they can come anytime." Looking at Penelope, Nock felt she didn't seem too concerned about what he was worried about. "No, it's fine." Nock frowned, thinking to himself, "No, what was she thinking wandering around at this hour?" Thinking of the other nobles, there are many people in this palace. Their tongues are sharp, but they cannot speak in front of the princess, so he can only speak for himself. If the rumor spreads, she will be the one responsible. Penelope spoke up and immediately expressed his concern. "Were you afraid of a scandal?" He avoided her gaze and quickly replied, "That's right. The princess entering a child's room in the mortal world at midnight was already a big issue." Penelope simply replied, "I think so too." Her words stunned Nock by the flag. On the contrary, Penelope remained calm and continued, "Scandals are unavoidable, that's why I came." This made Nock even more confused. A series of questions kept echoing in his mind. What is she saying? Explain clearly, you crazy thing. Finally, he couldn't hold back and spoke up, "Princess, if you don't explain clearly." Before he could finish, Penelope called his name directly, and Nock quickly looked up and replied, "Yes." The princess's eyes closed, then her big round eyes opened wide and looked straight at him, calling him. Finally, she revealed her true intention to marry me. The deep red moon illuminates an area, casting a blood-red hue on the surroundings, as its light shines through the gaps in the tiles. In the grand solemn room, there was a large round table in the center, with 6 chairs around it, each for 1 person, but currently only 4 people were seated. Luna softly spoke then. She looked at everyone and asked if it was true that the rookie had advanced towards the evil river in Kingdo. The man wearing a hood with 3 long scars near his eye replied, "Yes, it seems so. It appears the royal family is involved." After hearing that, Luna couldn't help but sigh and said, "And they decided that surely do they know how many lies they might encounter when they go in there." A blue-haired person chuckled softly and said, "Just as expected. She is a member of the lunatic Marine group." Marine hesitated for a moment, then continued explaining why children cannot be trusted. Seeing that no one said anything, Marine continued, "Of course, there must be a reason why the captain accepted him. But I still don't believe it." But before Marine could say anything more, the man beside her interrupted. "Marine, be careful with your words. That name belongs to the lunatic Kai group member." Kai seriously asked, "Does the captain need her permission to recruit members?" Marine suddenly realized who she had angered, and hurriedly explained, "Vice Captain, I didn't mean that, it's just." Kai didn't care, and continued to scold her, saying that being disrespectful to superiors is unacceptable, especially in an organization like ours, which is completely opposite to the royal family. The argument finally stopped when Luna spoke up. "Enough, now let's talk about the name of the new recruit." The iron hook scraped against the door, creating small sparks. Another guy with a hook hand behind him is neat, but the captain, that person is a member of the lunatic Gregoy group. Unlike Kai, who criticized Marine, Gregoy agreed with that opinion. I think Marine's opinion is somewhat correct. Both the captain and Marine looked at Gregoy, seeing that he continued, "The lunatic group hasn't recruited a member for a while, right? What made her come up with this idea?" Luna didn't give a long answer. She simply said, "I'm interested, that's all." But Gregoy seemed to understand her. He retorted, "There's no way our captain is interested in a rookie. Or could it be related to that person's family?" Luna replied seriously, "No, it has nothing to do with the Reinhardt Verka family." She continued to explain that it was indeed related to lunatic, but that kid really seemed to hate the family. That sentence surprised Kai. It was quite unexpected. To be sure, Marine suggested, "Shouldn't we verify that?" Marine continued, "Why would a noble son of the Reinhardt Verka family volunteer to help a criminal organization? This needs to be verified." Marine's words were not without reason. Luna pondered for a long time. After a moment of thought, she spoke up, "All right, Marine has a point." Finally, Luna gave the order, "Then let's do it, assign the rookie, their first mission." She continued, "We will see how capable he is, and whether he will betray us or not. Because from the beginning, that was Marine's idea. So as soon as the decision was made, Luna looked at Marine and asked, "What do you think?" Marine frowned, thinking about the past made her feel old. In her first year, she didn't even get assigned any tasks. After thinking for a while, Marine finally agreed, but to verify this matter, there was no other way. She replied, "Okay, I think it's fine too." The scar-faced man quickly spoke up, "I agree." Kai didn't object either. "Good." Gregoy said, "It sounds good, so I agreed." No one here objected, so Luna turned to Marine and ordered her, "If everything is done, Marine, you will lead this time." Luna smiled and said to continue as a senior. Hearing the words senior made Marine happy and excited. She shyly exclaimed, I finally became a senior," thinking to herself, "Those words sound so pleasant." Marine smiled slyly and continued thinking, "Tan Bin, I don't know who you are, but I'll show you what a true senior is." Finally, someone asked, "May I ask what the mission this time is?" Beneath the academy is a basement, dark and gloomy, holding terrifying things connected to the presence of the magical stone Akmar Paiman. Luna remembers it, and this is the assigned mission, the hidden stairs in the Academy's basement. There are 72 demons hidden under Elodine's guidance, with reports that the magical stone Akmar Paimon is there. After the brief introduction, Luna spoke about the main mission while Tan Bin bought time. We will steal it. Looking at Marine, she asked Marine, "Can you support Private Tan? Can you handle that?" Marine replied enthusiastically, "Of course." Suddenly a voice called her back. "Oh my god, Marina." The person approaching was Isel, a member of the lunatic group, who looked at her happily and congratulated her, saying, "Congratulations, you finally escaped being at the bottom of the organization." Isel continues trying her best. Marine responds excitedly, "Yes, I will do my best." On the other side, the princess looked at the roof and softly called his name von Reinhardt. Quickly, she made a proposal, "You must marry me." The sudden proposal surprised him, but he knew the purpose behind the marriage was not that simple, so he asked if there was any reason leading to that conclusion. Belalopi didn't hesitate to speak directly, "You must know about my position and influence in the royal family." Hearing that made him feel a bit relieved, thinking to himself, "So that's it, I thought she was infatuated with this guy's face just now. What a scare." Belalopi looked at him, then the princess continued, "The royal family is currently divided into two factions. The head of the empire, King Esteban, is no longer strong enough and could leave at any time, which is why Belalopi explained the reason. My father, King Esteban von Achem, is seriously ill, and there are rumors that he will soon step down from the throne. Tai Belalopi holds a cup of tea. She continues between two factions, one led by my brother. Currently, Louis has so many followers that the princess cannot help but worry. Prince Louis D's faction is the majority." Belalopi paused for a moment, then continued, "The other faction belongs to me, Princess Belalopi von Achem." Hearing the information from her made Nock unable to help, but ask, "Why did you reveal such important information to me?" Putting the cup of tea down, Belalopi replied, "Indeed, our side is currently very weak." She continued, "My brother, no, Prince Louis has more trust than me. He is the eldest, and has made more connections with the nobility than I have. Among those nobles, everyone is scheming for profit, and Louis is the one who grants them those things. They have secretly discussed the rewards they will receive once he ascends the throne." After hearing everything from Belalopi, Nock might finally understand the problem, so he did not hesitate to ask directly, "Your Highness, do you want to become the new king?" Belalopi replied, "What I want is partly like that, the rest, I cannot just stand by and watch Louis destroy the empire and the foundation my father built." The more we mention Louis, the more Belalopi becomes fearful. "You understand, right, that cruel hidden attitude, and the way he treats people like tools?" Nock quietly replied, "Yes, I know," while thinking to himself, "That is exactly why Louis is called the creator of dark endings. I already knew that." Belalopi stood up and continued, "I also need a force to help me." Leaving her seat, she went to the roof, a powerful force that the prince had not targeted and would not be easy to overthrow. Nock immediately asked again, "Are you saying that is me?" The round page outside the window frame cast a dim light into the room after the question. Belalopi answered without hesitation, "Exactly." When he received the answer, Nock decided and spoke up, apologizing to the princess, while thinking to himself that if the princess was involved, there would be no way out, and he needed to avoid this. Belalopi expressed his prediction about him, saying that it would be too easy to say he lacked ability, or was already betrothed to the Steeliner family. That made Nock momentarily awkward, not knowing what to do. The system immediately sent a notification. The player hesitated, the acting talent attribute was wavering. His thoughts became unsettled, and he silently accepted that it seemed the matter was settled. He understood this matter clearly. A question echoed in his heart. It couldn't be avoided, right? He asked Belalopi again, "But are you sure it will be okay with someone like me?" Nock tried to persuade Belalopi, saying that his reputation might not be enough to serve you, even if his skills were outstanding. But the princess did not seem worried. Instead, she said that from now on, this would be our plan. "So listen carefully. You saved me in the nameless forest, right?" Nock nodded in response. Te Belalopi accidentally touched his hand. "Although born into a dark and cursed family, he saved me." Nock was surprised, his eyes never leaving the hand, holding his a yes, replacing his reply, while a sudden worry arose in his heart. Indeed, but something felt strange. Belalopi looked at him and asked, "Should we say you built the army first, or was it me?" The princess's question made him delirious. "What? You kept asking, Princess, are you serious?" Belalopi clasped Nock's hands tightly. She gently explained, "Nothing is truly impossible. Royal family members can choose their partners in their own way." Looking at that clueless face, Belalopi asked herself a question, and who knows? Belalopi wondered and guessed her own answer. Maybe she would really fall in love with that handsome face of his. Night falls over the grand palace of Nuina, and only now can Nock lie down, sighing helplessly as soon as he does. Gigi looks at Nock and softly calls young Master Nock. In Gigi's hand is a newspaper, her eyes focused on the headline. As she continues, "It seems today some things need to be clarified." The prominent headline reads, "Princess Belalopi fell in love with the knight at first sight. The opposition saved her." This is news about Princess Belalopi, who has been involved in numerous recent scandals. Princess Belalopi announced she will marry Utnam of the Reinhardt Fur family, Nock von Reinhardt. Fur is her classmate at Elowin Academy, and also her spouse. Nock sighed deeply, looked at the article and helplessly replied, "The news has been released already. The princess really gets what she wants." In the current situation, Gigi couldn't help but have many doubts. "I heard a lot has happened, but how did things end up like this? I really don't understand." Nock sat up and answered, "It's easy to understand. I'm caught up in the struggle for succession in the royal family." Gigi anxiously asked back, "Struggle for succession?" He replied briefly, "Right." Quickly, Nock continued explaining the reason for Bellope's actions. "She used me to prevent Prince Louis from ascending the throne and to seize the throne herself, which is why she suddenly chose to marry me." Gigi's face showed a hint of worry. "I heard that recently Prince Louis has been gathering forces for his faction." Finally, she revealed her own reason, "But Renhofer is a heretic. I really don't want her to cooperate with us." Nock quickly spoke up. "That's the reason." Gigi didn't understand and asked again. "Yes." Nock's face showed clear helplessness as he continued. "She said that because I am a useless person." Gigi was embarrassed, not knowing how to respond. Nock sat down on the bed, unable to hold back scolding that princess. He ruffled his hair angrily, saying she took advantage of him knowing his family had abandoned him, damn it. Suddenly, Nock raised his head abruptly, his eyes shifting sharply to one side. Holding his sword firmly, he moved in that direction. Gigi didn't understand why Nock's attitude had changed so suddenly. Miss Hoang asked Master Nock. He hid behind the wall, signaling Gigi to be quiet. Nock slightly peeked through the window, his eyes piercing through the glass, wondering to himself who would still come here so late at night. The page is perfectly round, but under the influence of magic, everything around has turned dark red. Standing on the palace roof is the silhouette of a person. Looking up, eyes wide open, watching intently. Suddenly looking down, lips slightly curled up, eyes showing delight. It has begun. Under that influence, his eyes turned red. At the same time, Luna received the first mission information. "A new recruit, you must contact the support person in the Marine Academy library." Standing next to Nock, Gigi looked up intently. She slowly approached, her eyes fixed on the place in front of her. Nock was silent, forcing a smile. Across from him, Marine stood there watching intently. Through the binoculars, Marine carefully watched every move of the guy. When she lowered the binoculars, although she didn't like it, she had to admit that he was indeed handsome, just as rumored. Every action of Nock is watched by Marine, and although she praised him before, it still doesn't change her view. But he's just a kid, not skilled enough to be recognized by Luna. Finally, Marine said, "You have to confirm it yourself." With a nod, Marine felt a bit excited to see if he could become the new face of Lunatic. In the vast library, everyone is still diligently working, no one paying attention to what is happening around. Ekina carries a tall stack of books to the desk. Opening a page of the book, Professor Ross muttered, wondering why he came back. Clenching his fist and grinding his teeth, he said something was very strange. Before leaving, Ross instructed that you must find the homeroom teacher immediately. In the end, you handed over the entire bookshelf to Nock, forced a smile and asked, "Sorry Nock, I'm leaving the cleaning here to you." After finishing the task, Ross didn't forget to say goodbye, bye-bye. The more Nock remembered, the more upset he became, angrily scolding. That bastard behind Akina interrupted, "Stop talking, don't disrespect the professor like that." Nock turned around still angry, and asked, "Do you understand the difficulties of a graduate student?" Akina repeatedly wondered, "Graduate student?" Spinning around, saying thumb dorme, becoming the favorite student more troublesome than me. In the end, he advised, "So be quiet and orderly, I'm about to make an announcement." Ekina replied briefly, "All right." In the library, almost everyone was already seated. He grabbed a stack of books and walked out. Without missing a beat, Ekina spoke up and stopped him. Nock said irritably, "If you're going to say nonsense, don't blame me for ignoring you." Ekina replied, "It's not that, it seems we just don't like each other." Nock turned around angrily and said, "Just think about what you did." Being told this made Ekina embarrassed well anyway. Finally, she said, "I'm sorry for what happened to the princess. I don't expect you to sympathize with me." Ekina's apology surprised Nock, who thought to himself, why did she do that? He looked at Ekina and cautiously asked, "What do you want to do?" Ekina replied, "I heard you already have a marriage partner." Without waiting for Nock to answer, Ekina continued, "I think the princess declared marriage to you to make you suffer more." Nock cautiously asked, "Do you mean the marriage discussion?" "Actually, I was a bit surprised too, but why are you the one who has to apologize?" Ekina answered simply, "I am not asking you, a member of the Hack family, to support our side." After a long explanation, Ekina finally got to the main point. "I just want to say that the princess is not that kind of person." He glanced at Ekina silently, then finally said faintly, "Take care of the princess," thinking to himself, again. He remembered the characters he had met before, feeling a deep sigh, another character so different from those he had experienced in the game. Nock looked at his hand, muttering to himself, feeling really frustrated. In his mind, he wondered if this was a feeling of pleasure or sympathy, as a second bait station or something else. He clenched his fists tightly, and told himself to forget it. After thinking for a long time, he replied to Ekina. His words stunned her. She couldn't believe it. I think she had a reason to do that. He continued, what I can do now is clean up and close the book, so just leave me alone. Ekina looked at him. She bowed and said, sincerely Reinhardt, I truly thank you. Nock placed the book on the shelf, reminding to act normally and not mention anything about guests. The book was placed in a spot and suddenly emitted a faint red glow. Immediately take it out carefully, observe around. On the book cover appeared some unclear words, marine contact, successful mission sent. Nock thought to himself, I really don't like the way they contact me like that at all. He turned to Ekina and said, wait a moment, I have something to check. Ekina turned to look at him and replied, do whatever you want. Holding the book in his hand, he walked out of the library. When opening the book, strange ancient characters appeared, and Nock silently read that demons were sealed during the night of slaughter, and Paimon's demon stone was hidden beneath the Academy's ground. This was also the mission Luna assigned to him, and he silently thought of a plan to succeed. He had to tap into the Academy's internal information network and deceive as many people as possible. The corner of your mouth twitched. Finally, it has begun. From this moment here, Nock has determined his first step, inner lunatic. This is the true first chapter of this brutal game. Clenching his fist tightly, Kai smiled silently, thinking it finally begins inner lunatic. His eyes glowed red. Outside the sky is deep red as a sign of the beginning, the first episode of this hellish game. In the office, a few rooms still have their lights on. Emma's face clearly showed fear. She looked at the person wrapped tightly in the blanket and asked anxiously, Miss, are you okay? Emma hesitated, then continued. She had been doing it for 2 days already if she felt unwell. Wrapped tightly in a green blanket, Talia remained silent without a word. Her hand clenched a corner of the blanket. Emma looked at her young lady now, briefly thought of Nox and wondered how Nox's lack of skin knew the princess. When thinking about the published article, Emma seriously considered that no matter how handsome he was choosing someone from the Dark Clan as a partner. Emma shuddered in fear, especially if the clan leader who loved his daughter dearly found out he would kill Nox immediately. Emma frowned, seriously aware that the outcome could lead to conflict between the two families. She quietly approached the bed and softly called Talia. Miss, please stop. Talia stood up straight, letting go of the blanket wrapped around her. The maid was surprised, not knowing why the young lady suddenly changed like that. Young lady. Talia got out of bed. She stood facing Emma. Her eyes were empty and soulless as she softly called Emma, making the maid tremble and stammer in response, thinking to herself, this is truly frightening. Talia touched her body, smiled softly and said, today I have finally grown up. Emma stepped back, not understanding the young lady's meaning, her whole body still trembling with fear. Emma asked, what do you mean? Talia replied solemnly. I realized someone had stolen my item, and at that moment, I finally learned. At this point, her lips slightly curved up. The words my father said were true. Talia repeated once again the advice her father had given her before. If you don't want to lose anything, you must become strong. Emma didn't know what to say. She could only stammer, girl. Once again, Talia softly asked, is that right, Emma? Emma didn't know how to respond for a moment and just remained silent. Talia said nothing and just stood there silently watching. The more Emma looked at her current ladyship appearance, the more terrified she became, not knowing what to do except silently thinking to burn Nox and save herself. Mentioning Paimon is a long story, the Paimon formula, the demon causing the massacre night which led to Nox's mother's death. At the same time, it was Paimon and the demon who reversed Noah's time, turning him into a child and killing him in the main storyline of the first part. Nox wore a black cloak covering himself completely. After learning everything about Paimon, he also understood his own abilities. Of course, with his current strength, he could not kill him. Step by step, Nox approached the water, feeling lucky to be wearing white clothes soaking in the river. After bathing in the evil river, my stats increased randomly, and I also received a system notification that I discovered a hidden fragment and bathed in the evil river. His hand gently touched the water. A golden light surrounded Nox, and the system beeped, indicating 2 random stats increased. Continuously notifying mana being added, mana stats increased by 1, mana stats increased by 1. Water pours down from above, that's not all. Nox continued silently reciting the ancient incantations. As soon as he summoned, the system notified him that the hidden fragment had been activated. The 2 symbols of the ancient language and dragon language lit up. Nox now had everything in hand. The player had learned the ancient language and dragon language. A thought echoed in his mind, if it weren't for marrying the princess, this would have been a great discovery. From above, a voice called him, it seems you are not late. I thought you would get lost since the way here is difficult. That person was Marin. Turning around quickly, he asked if she was Marina. Marin replied, yes, that's my nickname, Marin, that's me. After saying that, she held out a finger as a signal, but it seemed you were a bit rude, so listen carefully. Marin repeated, I am your senior as well as your mentor, and I am 2 years older than you. Got it. Nock just responded briefly, realizing that Marin was actually the most difficult person in Lunatic, as the system quickly displayed her basic information: name Marin, female, 17 years old, race, main element water, official member title of Lunatic. A long table appeared like that, with good attributes: cheerful, admiring, strong trust mana, sensing genius, charming archery, genius knowledgeable about everything, big and small, vitality 12 mana, 12 luck, 6 instinct, 13 charm 20. Skills, passive skills, automatic arrow shooting, adjustment, active skill, water bullet. Nock saw it and thought to himself, there is one attribute of hers that I really hate in Inner Lunatic, and that is, Marin still doesn't know anything she proudly lectures. From now on, you are my junior and you must speak respectfully to me. Nock doesn't hold back and speaks bluntly, saying what the old lady said, and even the latter part he can only say to himself that is a bad trait, knowing everything big and small actually. Hearing what he said, Marin got so angry and asked if he called her old-fashioned. No way, she frowned at him. Then she pointed straight at his face, saying this world is just trash. Hearing that he calmly replied, it seems you like to ramble on. Marin jumped down below at this moment. She immediately said, therefore, you need to respect me, she said arrogantly. She reminded him that she joined Lunatic a few years earlier, and is also 2 years older than him. I immediately responded, I've heard that earlier, right after that you asked her, so if you received respect from someone like me, what would you do? Hearing your answer, she was flustered. You are right, but there are rules in Lunatic. Suddenly 2 figures appeared behind, and he reminded her to wait, someone is coming, let's move back to base first. Looking at you like that only makes her angrier. At this moment she can only sigh and accept it. Haha, this is the first mission, so I'll let you off. She snapped her fingers. A scroll of magic paper suddenly appeared in front of him. Marin immediately raised her hand and said, I will move to the base as you said. She reminded first roll up that paper. He smiled and took it, guessing it was a low-level spatial magic scroll. He tore the scroll in half, and a magical light emitted from it. Feeling the magical energy, he marveled that it was indeed not much different from the game. A purple light from the scroll surrounded him. Both of them quickly disappeared. After a while, a beam of light appeared inside the base. As soon as it appeared, she immediately cried out in discomfort, ooh. Her head was spinning like crazy, extremely uncomfortable, saying how many times has it been but still can't get used to this magic transfer paper roll. As soon as it was over, Marine called him to sit down. Even though she had briefly explained the first mission, she would explain it again, so please listen carefully. She started to cough lightly a few times. Marine asked him, you must have heard about the massacre night, right? Both of them immediately thought about the Paimon sealing stone. He replied straightforwardly, of course. Nock told what he knew. The great demon Paimon was sealed, thanks to the joint efforts of Headmaster, Noah, Swordsman, Celsus, and Guardian Theo, which is why the day of his defeat is called that. She agreed, that's right, Paimon is a very dangerous person. He is a monster that even the best swordsmen and the most talented sages on the continent can hardly stop. She recounted that at that time all 3 of them were very helpless. Suddenly, Marin emphasized the purpose of this action. The problem is that during the sealing process, too much time has passed, and we cannot determine the location of the demon's soulstone containing his soul. You spoke calmly, but now we have found its location, which is underground at the Academy. So Lunatic assigned the task of creating a distraction to me and you to destroy that magic stone right, seeing that she praised him, saying he learns quite quickly. She said that besides calling me Miss instead of Senior, he might actually be quite useful. Nock immediately showed disgust and ignored that trivial matter, but seeing him like that, she hesitated and showed an attitude trivial. He asked, has the date for carrying out the plan to seize the gem been decided? Marin sighed and roughly replied that the plan was to have free self-study time at night at Elden Academy. She then explained the plan to him. He would have to keep other students and teachers at the academy occupied so they couldn't take action. Seeing that, he wondered if it was feasible with just that. Nock asked what if the magic crystal gets damaged and causes Paimon to resurrect. She immediately gave a mocking smile, as if you didn't know how talented Captain Lunatic was. Marin said confidently, he is the youngest swordsman among the 3 who saved this declining continent, so what you said won't happen. He complains on one side if everything goes smoothly. As Marin said, it would be great, but that will not happen. He knows that in this part, Paimon will revive, although not in a perfect state. Just a little mistake will cause the entire academy to be completely destroyed. The first scene of this main part is considered the rookie executioner named Mekung who massacres. Nock silently decides that here he must play both the protagonist and the antagonist to save the other characters in the academy. He reminded himself, so he had to focus. Nock immediately asked her, I want to hear a detailed explanation of the plan. In an old basement, a person is moving toward a red light. In front of him is a sphere emitting a terrifying energy. Rick stared intently at the pill. He suddenly said, everything is ready now. He reached out his hand. Now all you need to do is create chaos on Earth like in the past. A voice came from the stone, praising, well done, although I could fully regenerate because those bastards took away too much of my magic, but for now this is enough. The name inside the stone asks, is your name, Rick? Seeing this, he immediately raised his hand upside down and replied yes. Paimon reminded him that if he succeeded this time, he would become a true demon, not just a half-demon anymore. Paimon told him not to disappoint him. He now wore a sly smile. Inside the academy, everyone was gathering together. He felt completely helpless at this moment. Eleno glanced from the side. Penelope is comfortably watching now, while on the other side, Talia's face darkens. Suddenly, Penelope spoke up, apologizing to Talia and hoping she would understand. She said that human emotions cannot be controlled at will. He looked at Penelope with a troubled face and called Princess. Then he looked at Talia with worried eyes and called Talia. She suddenly became silent. Then she smiled, hee. I suddenly felt uneasy, like I was going crazy. I had completely forgotten to pay attention to Talia, and the chaos began. She was radiating a terrifying aura. Talia used a hostile gaze to provoke Penelope. Nock witnessed this scene and could only shake his head and avoid it. He sighed, wondering why this was happening. Scene shifts to the school gathering area. A voice calls out, "Hey, has everyone heard the news?" A student wearing glasses cautiously said the school is selecting the top 7 students with the highest scores for night tutoring. Another student asked curiously, "Does tutoring mean if chosen you get extra points and more privileges?" The student standing next to me sighed with regret, thinking if I had done better I could have joined, but the glasses-wearing guy glanced disdainfully, saying ordinary people like us can't get in even with high scores. The blonde guy exclaimed, "You think I don't know for sure? I know very well. You put on glasses and sneer coldly. The nobles only think about themselves, always talking about fairness, but look at them." His gaze was directed at the group of noble students laughing and joking. Isn't this academy just like the outside world? Another student wondered, how can we understand what the lovers are thinking? The girl standing next to her whispered, wondering who the 7 chosen ones were and what the criteria were. The first girl guessed it was based on scores, while the blonde boy was in tears, determined to get high marks no matter what. But the one who surprised everyone the most was him. Right as he finished speaking, the sound of footsteps approached. Nock walked leisurely, hands in his pockets amidst everyone's murmurs. His handsome face shone brightly, making the other students admire him with envy. Seeing him, they couldn't help but whisper, "Is that the troublesome guy from the Reinhardt family?" Whispers may be small, but they are enough for him to hear everything. Feeling helpless, Nock thought to himself, "I knew it. No matter where I go, people talk. I never wanted to attract attention, but what can I do?" A quick glance reveals a rookie killer. The most important part of the Demon Paimon's storyline is a sinister scene, with a great surge of demonic power appearing right in the middle of the splendid city. Nock quickly thought of the score the guy aimed for, an A+. He was a bit sarcastic. It sounded really annoying that if you didn't get a high score you couldn't join the night study event, and if that happened, he couldn't connect everything together. An annoyed student whispered that bastard is really annoying. The gray-haired guy, jealous, asked Nianzhang Yanloi. Surely he must have done something like bribery, right? He put on his glasses and replied calmly, "Yeah, probably." The gray-haired guy angrily protested, "That guy is everyone's enemy, so get rid of him from this academy." Another student felt uncomfortable and said, "No, you fool, haven't you heard the latest news? He has a contract with the princess already, and if you say nonsense, you're dead meat." Hearing that, everyone immediately became worried, wondering what if he heard our conversation. Nock, standing afar, silently cursed, "I heard everything, you idiots. I don't care." I close my eyes and sigh. I drown in my thoughts. I can't ruin my relationship with the lunatic organization in the future over some incidents at the academy. He looked up someone like him planning to leave the Renhaver family, so that organization was something he needed to exploit. He saw his name at the top of the list, the most important time of the upcoming 7 nights of study. He spun on his heel to leave seriously, thinking that the demon Paimon would be resurrected, and he had to stop him. Back to the hall lobby, damn it. Nock's face is distorted. I forgot to check who is ranked below me. Below him are Penelope von Achim, Talia von Sterliner, Echidna von Zanos. Helplessly watching the scene, is this a conflict between girls in real life? A battle between an ex and the current lover, and I'm the one caught in the middle. Gritting my teeth and clenching my fists. Damn it, this is bad. I haven't even done anything yet and everything's already a mess. Talia squinted, smiling sinisterly. Then she spoke, "I understand now, princess. It sounds bitter, but..." She turned to look at him. Nops was a very kind guy. Talia's lips slightly curled up, so I thought it was normal for her to like him. Penelope smiled politely and replied, "Oh dear, thank you for your concern." Just as she finished speaking, Talia exclaimed, "But..." It made Penelope flinch. Talia's eyes became hollow as she shouted, "I don't think I can stay silent and let this go." Her words stunned Penelope and Echidna. Talia said firmly, with a hint of provocation, "The Stooner clan values victory, and if it's mine, I won't let anyone take it. No matter who it is, understand this." Talia's eyes flashed a pinkish-red murderous gleam. Penelope laughed and said, "Then good luck." She walked past his shoulder, and it is said that this is a marriage arranged by the family. Penelope glanced and remarked that someone is thinking this marriage is a serious one. Nock hesitated for a moment before speaking. Although she was engaged, she didn't care. He glanced to the side as if he saw something. A stream of pinkish-red magical energy flies through the great hall. Inside the stream, the words appear, "Everything in the academy will soon take place." Nock stared intently, somewhat pensive. Cut to a scene where he has now entered the prison cell. Suddenly there was a call, "Hey demon world." Marin was sitting on the crossbar looking down with eyes cold as ice. She asked seriously, "What are you planning to do?" As soon as she finished speaking, Marin landed on the ground. As soon as she got off, she started blaming me, saying, "What was the point of making a contract with the princess? Are you crazy?" After hearing that, Nock glanced away. It seemed she already knew the rumor. "Actually, I don't know what happened. Either. You still argue, but the decision has been made upstairs," Marin replied. "Seriously, attacking the soldier is my job." She drew her bow and said loudly, "I have to see if you are worthy." "Did you glance at lunatic and betray us?" Nock helplessly sighed while hugging his neck. "Haha." Then quickly drew the sword out. "Raise the sword in front, ready to attack, so don't regret it." Marin is excited. She reaches back to pull out an arrow. Nock is extremely alert at this moment. She drew the bow, shot a powerful arrow. "You should be the one worried." The arrow flew swiftly towards Nock, who quickly swatted it away. Marin didn't know when she had appeared behind him. The prince shot another arrow. Nock quickly turned around and realized. Marin smiled brightly and reminded me, holding the bow tightly, "I will use all my strength, so don't die on me." Marin raised her bow ready to shoot Nock. She said cheerfully, "I will go easy. It would be troublesome if you get hurt." Immediately, the arrow carrying a blue light and a stream of water rushed towards him. "Hey, move aside," I thought to myself. Marin was not lying. I think she really is a legendary mermaid defender who has disappeared. He watched her prepare to shoot the next arrow, thinking to himself that she inherited their bloodline, and the power in her water hand strike was not to be underestimated. Even Luna, the captain of the lunatic group, would find it difficult to completely block that attack. The screen displayed that the genius acting trait was being strongly activated. He jumped back. She still aimed the gun at him. He thought it was better not to provoke her too much. He saw the arrow right in front of him and immediately blocked the attack with his sword, thinking that he couldn't earn her trust with his current strength. His eyes suddenly sharpened, thinking to himself that it was highly likely everything would end in disaster. The water curved around her name, and he pondered if that would be the case in this battle. He silently said to himself he must achieve an absolute victory. Then his whole body radiated a powerful aura. She spoke up, "You may have received the captain's recognition, but you are still the lowest-ranking member." Seeing him indifferent to her words, she angrily said, "What kind of attitude is that? I want you to explain clearly." She raised her bow again and continued talking about the relationship between you and the princess. She activated the water formation. Countless streams of water gushed up from the ground, she shouted, and all the events around you happened again. "The water is rising, trapping you inside." She's angry. "Can you say it's just a coincidence?" He raised his sword and said coldly, "You just simply don't want to believe me, isn't that right? I mean, my explanation is just useless." She raised her bow, water flowing around the arrow, gritting her teeth. She said, "Let's see how long you can keep that arrogant attitude." A tall water curtain appeared, blocking his view. Then it turned into a swirling stream, immediately surrounding him in a sea of water. He said coldly, "Do you think this little trick will work on me?" Then he used the sword to slash into the whirlpool. The slash cut through the water layer and the water quickly vanished. She immediately seized the opportunity to jump back behind him. Marine quickly raised the bow again and said fiercely, "I never thought something like that would work from the beginning." Then she let go, saying, "All I need to do is create a small opening." The water arrow sliced through the air, rushing towards him. He quickly turned his head to look at the arrow behind his back. The screen showed that the Genius Moment skill had been activated, and your sense of time had been slowed down. He immediately felt the movement of the arrow. It moved slower than usual, because he used his skill. Then he gently dodged his head to the side. He really didn't want to reveal his ability yet, but it seemed there was no other way. Seeing him dodge her attack surprised her. Her eyes widened as she thought the distance between them was less than 10 meters, yet he could still dodge it. On the other side, he raised his sword, then slashed down the cut, slicing through the water immediately surrounding her. A black vortex quickly engulfed her water flow. She said in surprise, "What the hell are you?" She continued, "That's not the kind of power a 5-year-old kid can have." She looked at him seriously, the target of his participation in lunatic classy. What the hell did he want? He just coldly looked at her with his sword. She laughed and said it doesn't really matter anyway. She then activated her water magic and said, "I'll find out myself." Then she raised the bow to the sky, and streams of water shot from the bow, arching up to the ceiling. The tall streams of water formed a circular arc around him. He raised his hand, a black gas sphere appeared. Then he released it onto the water stream. Immediately, black arrows from the orb pierced through her stream of water. She gasped in astonishment. Then the two fought each other, she thought, with admiration. He is really dangerous. She gritted her teeth, thinking even if he no longer intends to use lunatic Dichang. Muok watched her water attack his black arrow, thinking to herself that he was talented enough to be a threat to the captain if he intended to rebel. She sensed he hadn't fought with full strength yet, and angrily thought, "This bastard is still holding back on me." She wondered why that was, whether he was holding back to take advantage of us, or because she was also a member of Lunatic. At that moment he spoke up, asking how long she planned to stand there, thinking saying it was hard to hold back with him. She screamed, "I knew it, how dare you make fun of the family supervisor." She frowned, thinking she couldn't win. Was this a talent gap between us? She didn't know either. She thought firmly about the strict fight, but she was sure of one thing: she would definitely lose if she didn't give it her all. Remembering the lunatic members, she anxiously thought, no, maybe all the lunatic members would be defeated. She called your name, Nock von Reinhardtfer. You listen seriously, she said. I cannot recognize you as one of the members of Lunatic. She raised her bow again and continued, you are truly outstanding, but I cannot understand the intentions behind your actions. Her eyes sharpened as she said, and I will follow Lunatic's law and take you down as a potential threat. This time, her power increased again. The waves surged violently, showing she was determined to defeat him. Each of her names glowed, he thought to himself. Here it is, the secret technique of the merfolk tribe water bullet. If I get hit by that, I'll die unexpectedly in my current state. He was uneasy inside, unsure if he could dodge it, but there was nothing he could do now. Then she attacked him with a secret water bullet. Each time was different from the last. It was extremely aggressive and sharp. Suddenly a knife stabbed, causing each one to be disoriented. She was surprised to see that. A voice rang out, Marine, what do you think you're doing? Gia is Luna, she said. I am assigned to carry out the task with Tan Bin. Her eyes lit up angrily, saying, so why is there a task to deal with him in there? He turned around to look at her. Marine suddenly exclaimed, Captain. He nodded and said, hello, Captain Luna. She stood upstairs, looked at him and said, you too, Tan Bin. She continued, if you two do not clearly explain this situation to me, I will punish both of you. Each Marine's name was cut off by Luna's knife, leaving them disoriented. Luna said, I ask again. She angrily said, what exactly is it that I need to do, Marine? After saying that, she jumped into the air and landed on the ground. She is a Marine officer, and her mission is to attract the attention of the professors and trainees, along with that recruit. Then his sharp eyes looked at her and said, this is not part of the plan, right? Which startled her. She bowed her head and replied, I'm sorry, I just wanted to confirm his loyalty to the organization. She replied, that's the leader's job, not yours. Then she picked up the knife from earlier and said one more thing. She raised the knife, its tip stained by the arrow. She said coldly, look, I have chipped his sword with my skill. She continued, it seems she really wanted to deal with this brave Tan Bin using her magic. She said I was right, this hit her right in the heart, leaving her speechless. Then she glanced at the roof and said, I understand, I also noticed that he hasn't done anything to prove himself. Suddenly she exuded a murderous aura, her eyes dark, and said, but this time she went too far. There is only one reason to eliminate a lunatic member, remember that. She timidly replied, only if that person betrays the organization. She said coldly, don't make this mistake again, this is a warning. Then she turned to look at him and said, you too, Tan Bin, brave, he replied, all right, I'll remember that. Marin was feeling very embarrassed and blaming herself for acting on her own. Luna suddenly called you Tan Bin. Then she said, can you come out here with me for a bit? He was surprised to hear her say that, then he replied, all right. The moon tonight is full and bright in the sky. At this moment, both of them were already on the field talking to each other. She said, remember this, I reluctantly have to reprimand you two to maintain discipline. He said, as a lunatic member, I have achieved a lot, so things like this do not hurt my pride. She pouted at him. Seeing her like that, he quickly explained, I mean, it's okay, Marin still doesn't trust me. She said she rarely behaves like that, it's a bit hard to explain, but there must be a reason behind it, hope you understand. She chuckled awkwardly and said one more thing. Then she said, you owe me your life. Remember when Marin shot the water arrow at you? She said, if one of Marin's minions had shot you, then you would have been dead. He didn't admit it, but smiled in response. Simply put, that move was a close call. She asked again if he wasn't surprised, and he calmly said that doing this kind of job means being close to death is normal. She smiled and said, bored, maybe this is why Marin doesn't like you. Suddenly her eyes hardened. She said, just one arrow. This made him completely confused. What? She said, I am talking about the reason Marin joined Lunatic, just one arrow. She continued, Marin is not that strong, but just one arrow, always ready to leave. The bow can sometimes contain immeasurable, destructive power. She said gloomily, I can't even block it head on. He thought to himself, so that's the reason why his sword was cracked. Suddenly he felt something was wrong and thought, but if Marin was that strong, why didn't she appear in the main storyline? The Sea Tribe Marin is the last descendant of the clan capable of mastering water and archery. Luna said so she could unleash that power, of course. She stopped in the middle of speaking. He glanced at her intently. He thought to himself, the Sea Tribe among the races that have gone extinct over time, they are very unusual. They were mentioned in the story of Inner Lunatic, but never appeared. He rubbed his hand on the handle, thinking aloud, next time I face her, I will definitely not give her time to sell her name. This line made her laugh, you cheeky kid. Then she reached out and touched his forehead, don't even think about confronting her. She continued, do you know how dangerous Marin can get when she goes crazy? Like I said before, you risk your life. He sighed, smiled helplessly, then looked around and said, this place is bigger than I thought. He thought to himself, a destructive arrow shot out. It seems I have a good card to use in a needed situation. Then he left. Suddenly I saw her still standing there. She said, "Rookie, you're strong." She stared at him and continued, "You can defeat Marin even before she goes crazy." Her hair blew in the wind, her eyes gazing to the right, making her even more beautiful and captivating. She said, "Not only that, you are calm and rational enough to eliminate enemies without hesitation." He smiled and replied, "That's too kind." Suddenly her eyes sharpened, and she said seriously, "So I have a request." Both of them are now standing face to face. She says, "If in this mission you feel Marin is about to go crazy." Then she gave the order, "Handle her." She continued, "You are the only one who can do it." This line made him surprised with wide eyes. The scene shifts to Elden Academy, where the professor is writing on the board. He said that only those who have opened the upper, middle, and lower Dantian can become a complete knight or mage. He continued, "Although innate talent is important, in the end only those who work hard can unlock it." He sat at the same study table with Penelope and Ekina, listening to him speak. Suddenly he felt cold inside as Talia looked at him with an unfriendly gaze. Brother Yenjong thought to himself, "So what did I do wrong? At least they should explain to my fiancée Talia." Penelope teased, saying her gaze is quite intense. He said angrily, "Can you really say that?" He thought to himself, "I never intended to sit next to her from the start." He recalled she said, "Anyway, we are already engaged." She smiled and said, "If we don't sit together, people will suspect something." He angrily thought she should distinguish between work and private life, even though she's the princess of this country. She laughed innocently and said, "At least this has led to something good, at least because you are engaged to me. Crown Prince Louis can't easily get rid of you." Back in reality, he thought irritably, "If you can't explain it properly, just sit still." Suddenly, Penelope noticed the person behind. Gia Talia, who had been staring at them, looked away when she saw Penelope looking at her. Suddenly, someone approached him. He immediately paid attention to her. He exclaimed in surprise, "Huh, miss." She introduced herself, Iana von Sader. He thought to himself, Iana von Sader, the next head of the Sader family. She is a Sakyo bush, known for her enchanting ability to drain men's vitality to strengthen herself and others. He spoke up understanding, made her blush in surprise. Leon sighed and said, "Studying in the evening classes is really tiring. Morning classes followed by evening classes seem a bit overwhelming." Ekina said from behind, "As I see it, there are still at least 3 more classes today. Are you sure you'll be okay?" He replied, "No, I don't think I'll attend any more classes." He asked in surprise, "What do you mean?" Suddenly the house shook, causing the lights to flicker. The whole class was shaken. They were restless. What happened? The light on the ceiling fell and shattered. Eleanor panicked and asked what just happened. Meanwhile, he calmly stood up, thinking that the main plot seemed to have started. The battle against the great demon Paimon has begun. A wave of dark, demonic energy spreads. Rick stood in front of Paimon. He gave a sinister smile. He thought to himself, the battle begins. Nock recalled his conversation with Marine sitting opposite her, saying the lunatic group assigned us the task of distraction, so they can destroy the magic stone without being noticed. She said, "You seem pretty smart." She thought to say, "When I activate the barrier separating that area from the outside, the students will naturally attack the maze." She continued, "We just need to buy as much time as possible." Back in reality, in the classroom at Elden Academy, the wire connected to the lamp is fraying, causing an electrical leak. The lamp falls to the ground and shatters into pieces. Everyone in the classroom is extremely panicked. Talia is crying with her face in her hands, and Alino is no better. Leon glanced at Penelope. Nock thought to himself, it seems Marine is doing her job well. His eyes hardened, thinking the goal was very clear to delay as long as possible. He told Penelope Alino, and everyone that staying here would be very dangerous. Leon said they activated 2 spells already. He continued, the first spell is a spatial barrier separating us from the outside world and trapping us here. Then he raised his hand and said the second spell is a spatial spell that randomly changes the structure of this building so we can escape from here. I thought to myself, clever, then I interrupted him and said we need to defeat the spatial spell first. Penelope also agreed, saying yes, with the current situation we cannot break through that barrier. Iana spoke up, yes, I agree too. She continued, this refining spell is similar to the magic refining spell commonly used on buildings, which surprised him and made him think what? He was annoyed and thought in this episode, Iana didn't do anything, so why does she keep babbling like that? He bowed his head in thought. The original story changed. He said, listen carefully, we will need to break the star spell first, just like Leon von Marvis said this, surprised Talia breaking the spell. He replied, that's right, all magic has its own purpose, thinking to himself, of course she doesn't know that. He thought she hates using her brain anyway. He continued, once we achieve the goal, or forcibly dispel the spell, we will escape. This made her headache, Leon beside explained. Simply put, if we can endure the weight of this magic, it is likely to disappear. He looked around and said, first we need to assess the condition of this building. Then he told everyone, let's split into 2 groups to check it out. Then he said, come back here in an hour. Marin is wearing an invisibility cloak running quickly up the stairs. Running while thinking Nach von Reinhardt Fur seemed like he had the ability to defeat me. She stood on the stairs across the way and saw him walking with Ilino and Talia. She thought that large-scale magic couldn't defeat him, and he also gained some trust from others. Then she jumped into the air, caught the stone statue with her hands, and somersaulted safely to the ground. She is standing on a statue of a girl, saying, "So it's time to solve the maze first, right?" She smiles slyly, thinking they call this place the Dream Maze, don't they? Then she covered her mouth with cloth, held a white bottle in her hand, and poured the red liquid onto the ground. She thought she would cast a hallucination spell to drive the adventurers crazy by showing them the sweetest stories while the imp's blood spread. Then she used that blood to draw a spell on the ground. She was confident that no matter how strong Eladian students were, they couldn't withstand it. The spell began to take effect, the red aura quickly spreading to them. She thought she had spilled a large amount of the little demon's blood. At least it will hold them off for an hour. She believes in you, saying that new recruit will probably be able to handle it. Suddenly she was surprised when she saw him and everyone else walking away, but he was thrashing his body, seeming to have a nightmare. He shed tears full of pain. She was shocked and unreasonable. I had simplified it so that the rookie could endure it. She picked up the bow and arrow, gritting her teeth, saying something was wrong, so she had to keep going. The moon tonight was still bright in the night sky. Outside right now, 2 people are flying in the air, Luna and Dap. She calls out Dap, then say, "Let's get started." He Dap, "Let's do it." A pink beam of light spirals into the academy. 2 people land on the ground. He said, "What's wrong? Are you okay? Noah Von Trinity is a tough opponent." She said, "I know that." Then the 2 quickly wiped to a room. Dap said finally. The door opened, he said, "We have also arrived." A blue shrine appeared, the resting place of the warriors. Luna stepped into the magic barrier. Immediately the barrier shattered. A giant magic stone is placed in the center, surrounded by protective screens. A voice echoes, "I knew she would come." "Gia is Noah," she said. "People like her are really interesting." She stood opposite them and said she was the leader of Lunatic and one of the 3 swordsmen. She stared at her and said, "The last heir of the Moonlight Sword, Luna." She spoke, "Noah Von Trinity, please step aside." She reached out to draw her sword and continued, "The demon stone is an item that will bring destruction to this world." She smiled and said, "You already know my answer." Then Luna raised the sword in front of her, the glowing red light immediately surrounding the blade. She swept the sword in a horizontal arc. This slash cracked the ground wide open. Noah is nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, her eyes widened. Noah said, "Do you know what?" Arrows flew towards the 2 of them. She used her sword to slash them away. She appeared behind, saying, "Luna, I really enjoy facing strong opponents." Then she smiled slyly, "And Paimon is the strongest demon I've ever fought." She said coldly, "So she will resurrect him to fight and prove that she is stronger than him." She replied, "What if I said yes?" Her eyes showed a deadly gloomy look as she said, "Then I will deal with you." She laughed, "You deal with me, haha, for that reason." She squinted and said no because of myself. As soon as she said that, she quickly rushed to her place. Both sides are fiercely fighting. Inside the protective white wall, the magic stone is emitting deadly energy. Rick's image appears on the magic stone, smiling darkly. He places his hand on the stone and it begins to glow, and Paimon is gradually breaking free. Inside Nox's dream, the light blue sea gently ripples, sunlight shines on the water, sparkling with each drop. Above is the evening sky, his eyes deeply gazing out at the sea. He wonders, where is this place? Suddenly, he was startled to see a celestial girl with pure white wings hovering over the sea. He was surprised, eyes wide open. He raised his hand to stop, not letting him go. He hurriedly chased after her, not letting her go. He stepped into the sea, thinking to himself that he must bring that girl back. The sea waves greet the dawn, she has disappeared. He blames himself, feeling he has lost her, his face filled with regret and unwillingness. He stood dazed, soaking in the sea. Tears fell from his eyes. He raised his hand in surprise. In the distance, the bright sun set into the sea, lighting up the whole sky. You stared without blinking. Suddenly a voice rang out. "Nox, stop it, wake up immediately." You suddenly woke up, your eyes still wet with tears. "Nox, Rala Talia, she is calling you to wake up." He wiped his tears with his hand and said, "Am I crying?" She also cried and said, "Yes, but I don't know what happened to you before." He thought to himself, what was that? What had he seen before? Am I dreaming? Do you remember the image of the girl from the heavens? Although my memory is very blurry now, I still remember that girl. It seems she was trying to tell me something at that time. I turned to look. I saw Elino and Talia looking at me too. He spoke up, "This is really embarrassing, forget about it, let's move on." He thought to himself, now is not the time to worry about those things. The monsters are starting to attack, he thought, now is the time to worry about the second Mekung. They were all ready to fight them. Talia swung her sword, glowing with red fire, at a monster. Leon uses dark magic surrounded by a blue light. The dry skeletons are being revived. Then they quickly rush to attack the monster. But their bodies were too small compared to it, and it slammed its hand hard on the ground, shattering a skeleton. Another skeleton grabbed a weapon and stabbed it. The punch made the monster fall to the ground. A series of dry skeletons began to surround the monster and attack. Ayana behind Leon was also using her magic. The purple arrows hit the monster's head. He smiled, thinking this basement was not dangerous. He glanced at Akaina, casting a spell, thinking, of course there is an expert here. Suddenly he kicked her leg hard, causing her great pain. She woke up angry. Nian Jiang said you. He pretended to be innocent and said sorry, I didn't mean to. He thought I also need to buy some more time. After the monsters were defeated, they all gathered together. Leon wiped his mouth with his hand, looking quite tired. He said that somehow we managed to get through the second maze. Balelo Pai, said Iana. You look tired, she replied. I'm sorry, it's because I lack experience. She timidly asked him, Nops, are you okay? He said angrily, I'm fine, don't compare me to those weaklings. Alino teased beside him, just crying a moment ago. Not even 3 hours have passed and now pretending to be tough already. Suddenly, Balelo Pai spoke up, saying she would be lying if she kept talking like that to my future husband. She immediately changed her attitude cheerfully, saying, oh my, I apologize for my improper behavior, princess, while the man behind made a rude gesture. Akina said, by the way, what will the third maze look like? She continued, I'm really worried the second maze was already this difficult. He smiled and said, thinking to himself, finally, it's my time to shine. He quietly thought the worm on the third floor of the maze. He smiles slyly, that little bug. His sharp eyes and cunning smile are exactly like me. Cut to the magic stone, Rick says, so you have finally awakened. He cheerfully says, Lord Payman. Suddenly, Lewis's image appeared, saying, ah, did you hear me, Rick? He replied, I care about you. He held a bottle containing red liquid, saying, everything is going smoothly, you don't need to worry. He heard that and happily said it should be like that, this is my only chance to become a hero. He said, I understand then, his image disappeared. But after he disappeared, he smiled slyly, fool. He held the bottle in his hand, thinking, does he really believe that just defeating Lord Payman awakened him and granted him power? Then he poured the liquid onto the ground, thinking to himself, although Lord Payman was still weak after awakening, could one person really defeat him? He poured out all the liquid and said happily, well, this will make things easier for me. The bottle immediately shattered into pieces. Payman also appeared inside the gradually melting magic stone. Then the demon crystal shattered. A red hand with sharp red nails reached out. Lord Payman appeared with 4 horns on his head. He knelt down and respectfully said, I sincerely honor you, Lord Payman. I am Minosis Zenifer. He glanced at him and clicked his tongue. He said he didn't expect to be awakened by a brat from a noble family. He sighed and said, maybe it was truly a miracle that allowed me to rise again. He called Osleys. He answered, yes, Lord Payman. He said, I can feel it. Outside, Luna is fighting Noah. He says that familiar scent, the smell of a human behind that wall. Both sides are evenly matched. Seeing Noah smiling, he asked if one of the 3 people who sealed him before was behind that wall. He angrily said, answer me. He replied yes. He began to get angry, his aura rising, his whole body dark and gloomy. In the dim light of Makung, he started adjusting the appearance of his clone, contemplating the final challenge among the 3 trials. Please adjust the appearance of the clone. Meanwhile, he is calculating the final challenge among the 3 challenges in Makung the boss. In the present tense, it actually doesn't pose much of a threat from the start. Why? Because I was able to defeat it. The rewards for defeating the boss are also very attractive. With a single sharp slash, the boss fell. Clear information appeared before him. Basic info. Name, Nock von Reinhardt Ver. Gender male. Age 10 years. Race human. Elemental affinity dark. Achievements none. The reward for defeating this boss is 3 random attribute points, along with positive traits like genius swordsmanship and combat skills. Mana perception, genius steel spirit, neutral acting genius, negative dark embodiment, limited lifespan, mild illness, death, cold, and yin infiltration. The status stats appear in the air: strength 5 plus 2 mana, 1-3, 2 plus 3, luck, 19 strength, 1-1-3, charm 2-6-3, hidden stats, speed not yet awakened. Along with the existing active skills, moments of genius, overwhelming dominance, intermediate swordsmanship, fire, magic shape, transformation, and warmth, based on special attributes and limited lifespan, the player's remaining lifespan is 147 days. He glanced through the stats. Thanks to the child, both mana and health are steadily increasing. Increasing stats is good, but my role as a lunatic member is just to buy time so they can't escape the maze. Therefore, the solution I came up with is to use the moon shadow creation to change appearance and place my clone at the original position of the boss monster. Because this is a clone of myself, it's naturally stronger than the monster. In the silent air, Talia stepped forward. Nock, where have you gone? He replied indifferently, focusing on Cody's matters, a faint smile playing on his lips. Just hold them off until time runs out. The clone appeared, blocking the group's path, stopping them, saying they wouldn't get past here. Talia is confused. Who is everyone? She rushes forward, waiting, worried inside her clone, has consciousness and independent thoughts, but all based on her own consciousness. If the conversation drags on, they might start feeling something strange is missing. Leon suddenly spoke up, stopping. A person with such a sinister aura cannot be human. Ekina continued. So that's it. I felt something strange about that face, just as I thought, darkening my face, these people. Talia stepped forward, her eyes firmly staring at the mysterious person. Who are you? The stationary clone responded, Sa, in a wandering mage. It happened that some magic was activated near Eladin, and I got trapped in it. Talia's face turned red. Strangely, you keep reminding me of someone. Nock was worried inside. Damn it, always talking nonsense, then drawing the sword even though it was just a monster after all. Don't listen to him, kill him. During the attack, he panicked. If I keep talking, they will find out. The sword strikes pierced through the air one after another, but the clone easily dodged. Both were forced to fall back to defend Nock. Said to Talia, he seems pretty strong. Talia focused on her hand. I don't know, even if you ask. A terrifying surge of power was unleashed, forcing the clone to retreat. Talia continued, it seemed like your sword strike just slowed down, huh? Leaving Nock speechless. The dry mist converges on the clone. Talia strikes with a blazing red sword trail in the air. The clone dodges and then gathers skills to counterattack. As the frost shattered, Talia lunged to exploit the blind spot, but the clone quickly dodged. Talia's kick hit the stomach, causing Nock pain. Nock, what's wrong? Talia turned to ask. Alina was also worried. What's wrong? Grit your teeth, it's nothing. I suddenly realized I overlooked two things. First, the clone takes away 50% of my stats, meaning my current stats are only half of what they should be. Secondly, even if the clone is attacked, I am still the one who feels the pain. Talia struck, leaving a wound on Nock's sleeve. It seems the situation is more complicated than I thought. Can I endure until the time runs out? Meanwhile, as Noah and Luna are fighting, a loud explosion sounds. The celebration appeared from the smoke line, making Luna angry. Noah ended up being the one who came and destroyed everything. Someone who doesn't care about saving humanity. Luna raised her sword to the sky, gathering energy into the blade. Noah is delighted, so when fighting me, you weren't serious at all. Kid, I have tried to destroy that inferior thing countless times. But there is only one way to destroy the Demon Duke's Demon Stone, and that is to kill it as soon as it is resurrected. But I didn't think it would resurrect so quickly. Luna, I have witnessed that child's ability, so I think it's time for me to play my own card. Luna unleashed a deadly sword strike that split the ground in two. Noah uses his strength to hold Byman back. Luna focuses all her energy on the final attack. Byman stood still, enduring the attack as a huge explosion erupted. Both were surprised to see Byman still standing firm. Is this all you have, just a powerless, nameless witch and an ordinary girl? If that's the case, you will die right here. Byman roared, gathering energy and creating a terrifying explosion that destroyed everything around. The old man's clone received a deep wound in the abdomen, and before he could recover, Talia's sword slashed a long cut across his arm, followed by a relentless barrage of dry bones. After casting the spell, Leon reached forward, determined not to let someone with such power escape, fully resolved to deal with him. Leon smiled brightly with excitement, while holding his injured arm filled with frustration. That guy is really excited, but whatever, this should buy enough time. He just tried to move his hand to act, when suddenly the ground sweated water, making him shiver with fever. What is this? The floor cracked all around, and before he could react, a deep hole opened up like a button in Illinois. Talia raised her hand forward in panic. Ilino, in that moment of danger, the clone quickly made leaps to come to the rescue. Ilino was closing her eyes, waiting for death, but when she opened them, she found herself in the arms of the clone. Are you okay? Ilino blushed and looked up shyly. Why did you save me? The clone gently lifted Ilino out of danger, sat her down and asked with concern, Are you hurt anywhere? Seeing that intimate scene, he suddenly felt fear rising in his heart. Is it crazy that the person who saved Ilino might be Yuchan's ways before I possessed him? More importantly, something is wrong. This energy must be the demon lord Byman. Sensing the anomaly, he hurriedly rushed to the source of the strange energy, causing Talia to call out in alarm. No, where are you going? Right now I'm trying to save this critical situation. Damn it, where did I go wrong? If we can't stop that monster Byman, we're doomed. The battlefield is now a wasteland of smoke and fire. Luna slowly stands up, escaping the rubble. Looking around, she suddenly noticed someone in danger and immediately rushed over, shouting loudly. The person was breathing weakly. I'm fine, deal with Marquis first. Luna gritted her teeth and turned back. Noah, I'll listen to your explanation later. Noah slowly stood up after the shock flicked his hair. Oh my, you really speak so carelessly. Now is not the time to be distracted, right? When Byman appeared, Noah immediately prepared to fight using his skills. Luna looked at Noah, silently understanding that despite his bravado, Noah didn't have much mana left, and such a spell could only be used at most twice. I just used the Moonlight Sword twice, not sure how much longer I can hold on. Byman's voice echoed in the space, too weak. Luna was blunt when she heard Byman continue playing with people. Is fun, but I have thought of something even more fun. There are too many people here. Are they all your students? Both turned purple-faced at those words. Noah tried to stay calm and replied, compared to the last time I met you now, you are even ruder and dirtier. Byman, with a nature that prefers action over words, immediately acts rashly. Look closely, open your eyes to see how weak humans are, and why they cannot defeat us. The swirling energy radiating in the space terrifies Luna. No, she quickly jumped up to attack with her sword, but Byman was faster and grabbed it, forcing Luna to switch to defense. In that moment of Byman's distraction, Noah quickly flew behind and used a skill to block the powerful energy beam. Byman attacked with his other hand, but it was useless. Byman's sharp hand injured Noah, awakening painful memories back then. I couldn't protect them either. In the sea of fire long ago, terrifying screams echoed, "Ah, help!" Amidst the wounded scene, little Noah cowered in the corner, mother, father clutching their aching hearts. Noah cried out miserably. I don't want to see or read anything anymore. Even the power I desperately pursued couldn't reach the demon. Noah was pushed hard against the stone wall, his head hitting it hard, leaving him breathless and unable to continue fighting. Luna now had to protect Noah alone while facing Byman. The situation was so desperate that Noah could only follow along. It was too late. Suddenly, a purple sword flashed across the space and struck hard. Byman's powerful skill was deflected, exploding elsewhere, causing Luna to unexpectedly cover her face. Noah, clutching his wound weakly, asked, "What is this?" You appeared to save both of us. Principal, are you going to give up here again? If you who once lost your family now also lose your students, you will have nothing left. Noah weakly asked, how do you know that he did not answer the question, but declared, I, Nock von Reinhardt, based on the ancient rules of sword singing, swear here and now that I will kill Byman. The sword in his hand emitted dark purple sparks, signaling a huge power contained within. While rushing, he quickly picked up the fallen mask, looking at it with worried eyes, relieved to have secured it safely. But that's not the point here, damn it. Marine followed closely behind him, her face showing confusion upon hearing those words unexpectedly. Byman has awakened, what should I do now? Byman is on the same level as Commander Luna, so in reality we can't do anything. So what I can do is have Marine turn and look straight into his face, Nock von Reinhardt ver. As a senior, I will make sure you survive somehow, that is. He cut her off with a firm tone, don't talk nonsense. I will not run away. A member of the Reinhardt family will not shirk their responsibilities. But this is not a problem we can solve on our own. He replayed it, his angry eyes, staring straight at Marine, as if he was okay with Commander Luna dying. She spoke like an arrow piercing through, leaving Marine speechless. While continuing to move, he silently analyzed the traits Marine admired, and the strong belief that those traits must be her feelings for Luna, who saved her, and rose to the position of commander herself. So I will take advantage of her traits. Stop, he turned to look straight into her eyes. I heard Luna saved you from the lab. Do you mean we should just let someone like her enter through the back door? Meanwhile, he silently reminded himself. I am the villain as well as a cunning character in the inner Luna integration, remember. Marine gritted his teeth, his body trembling with anger. So what do you think we should do? We are talking about payment, someone even illusionists and sword masters struggle to deal with. He replied briefly, use the bow. As soon as he finished speaking, a powerful gust of air rushed in, creating immense pressure that made both of them cautious. Marine stared tensely ahead while he muttered. It seemed Payman had revealed himself. If we don't work together, we won't be able to stop him. Marine seems to understand something you heard about my archery from Luna, but right now there's something more important. Looking at her expression, he thought to himself, she is hesitating, right? Marine exploded with anger. You know how strong my water element is. If I use that signed money, I will go crazy. You might die. He silently observed her for a moment. Marine, the complete heir of the Sea Tribe. Then he said firmly, you overestimate yourself. I won't die at the hands of someone like you. I'm ready to go. In this critical situation, he has to take a gamble. No one can stop Marine's arrow attack, but we have to try if we want to prevent the outcome of this damn game. Seeing Marine grit his teeth in pain, he decided to deliver the finishing blow. Why in such a short time have you already felt so attached to me? Like they have a weak point. Marine focused all his strength on his bow. Don't regret this. Rookie. He replied without hesitation. Did she think I would regret it? His encouraging words only made Marine more determined. You won't take back your words, right? Now I understand why Luna calls you the new powerhouse. He turned around ready to take her powerful attack, but honestly I didn't like her much. In this life or death moment, he gripped the sword tightly, his whole body blazing with energy, Stormbringer draining the user's mana to the absolute limit. The user's mana is significantly decreasing, temporarily reducing mana sensitivity. 1, 2, 3, he dashes off like an arrow shot. At the point of the earlier struggle, your attack successfully blocked the fatal blow aimed at Luna, but that tremendous power was redirected elsewhere. Despite moving swiftly, your strength has significantly diminished, leaving you gasping for breath. Before catching his breath, Marine focused his energy for another shot. Mr. Yenjiang waited and quickly dodged the deadly shot, not forgetting to praise her archery skills as truly impressive. Shooting that deadly arrow at his junior like that. Before he could finish his sentence, another arrow came flying, forcing him to dodge again. He turned towards the arrow that had just flown by, filled with worry. Ayana von Sade, stop hiding. Why not show yourself, or have all the descendants of the 3 great dark families become perverts now? Hearing that challenge, Iana appeared only for him to realize I was gone. He quickly proposed, I have a suggestion, if I remember correctly. Iana is on par with Paracelsus and Rian. It means you face Iana, you can use your magic enchantment to stop her, Maureen, who is currently out of control. Iana pondered for a moment and replied, that's fine, I don't want to die either. But you'll help me replenish the dark magic later, right? Thinking about this makes me uncomfortable. I'm honestly not very interested in how they replenish magic. But in this desperate situation, I have to accept it, but I agree. Let's start. I will deal with her. We must shoot the arrow, Ayana shouted. Oh, then I had to agree. Understood. On the battlefield of Dunat, he saw Noah and rushed over, thinking about the death of her family and friends written in her fate. A character with a crazy expression, but enduring the greatest suffering. He continues moving forward with fierce determination. At least for now, he must protect her. Before despairing and giving up everything, he urgently advises, Noah, are you going to give up here again? If you lose another disciple, you will have nothing left. I will finish Baiman right here and now, so please lend me your strength. Baiman slowly observed him with cold eyes. The person who thwarted my attack, someone familiar, a hidden power in the shadows, and that sword I see. Suddenly, a terrifying power radiated from Baiman's body, the opponent who had applied a terrifying negative trait to the user. Noah and Luna stood frozen before that power, when Baiman suddenly asked, everyone is a son, right? He quickly sensed something unusual in the air, and with his sharp fighting instinct, he activated the willpower attribute to dispel the encroaching fear. The sword in his hand surged forward, sweeping away the overwhelming aura, but Baiman had already grasped that fighting spirit and spoke disdainfully. What will you do now? The corner of his mouth twitched into a confident smirk. Grand Duke Baiman had heard that he was a weak demon sealed by my father, and the master said that even the title of Grand Duke was not enjoyable for him. These words drove Bimon mad, raising his head and roaring this brat was really shameless. Looking at the opponent's reaction, he realized exactly as the game described, overly emotional, he had to take advantage of this trait. Information about the opponent appeared in his mind, basic info. Name, bi, man gender, male age unknown race, demon main element, fire title, Grand Duke of the 72 Demon Legions. The information clearly appears in his mind about the opponent's attributes and stats. Advantage attributes, sensitive genius, mana suppression, fragile and delicate neutral pure demons, disadvantage evil madness, massacre supreme power, along with stamina 26, mana 29, luck 6, willpower 27, determination 16. He reviews the skills he currently possesses, passive skills, fire art active skills, fire wrath, disaster, flame judgment. Looking at the situation before him, he couldn't help but feel excited. This guy was stronger than anyone he had ever faced. The fire wrath attack he just blocked was a critical strike. The fire flame is a continuous damage skill, extremely dangerous due to its probabilistic nature, and judgment is an attack skill using a fire sword. All the skills are incredibly powerful. Suddenly Luna spoke from behind. What are you doing? Do you know where it came from? Seeing Luna appear, he suddenly realized, actually with Luna's quick wit, defeating Paimon is not a problem, but only if I have some items. For now I have to beat him with what I have. In the tense moment, a voice rang out. I have a way to take down Paimon, please cooperate with me. This surprised everyone. Luna exclaimed, Maureen, is she still alive? And the reply was, of course I promised, and again. Before he could finish speaking, Paimon flew into a rage and attacked both of them with his sword, after the person who dared to ignore me while I was right in front of him. He quickly turned to block the strike, his tremendous strength, shaking even the smoke master. He thought silently it was his judgment skill. Luna whispered to him, I am confident Maureen can overcome the barrier and control her power. After confirming, he watched Luna rush into battle with Paimon. When Luna jumps aiming at the opponent's head, Paimon quickly raises his sword to block. Don't forget, I'm still here, Paimon. The battle is extremely intense. Noah turns to him and says, all right, brave rookie, I'll entrust it to you rather than us both dying here. He quickly made a plan. You can still use wide area magic about 2 more times, right? But you cast a wide area shield around zone 1, don't let anyone in there. Noah asked again, do you want me to protect the students? He firmly confirmed, surely you will do that. Noah smiled, stiff-lipped, haha, but that's why you're precious. When large-scale magic was deployed, signaling a fierce battle about to erupt, Paimon suddenly roared and struck the ground hard. You guys are starting to mess around, not stopping. He lunged into the air, preparing the finishing blow, thinking that prolonging the time could let you fight me. Paimon's sword struck down on him, forcing him to put all his strength into the weapon to defend, while not forgetting to provoke, is the power of the Grand Duke only this much. You are no different from a pretentious guy. Paimon sneered, "Ah, you just blocked my moves a few times and already think you're him." The system notifies the opponent has applied the fear debuff to the player. Paimon kept taunting, babbling, boasting he was 100 times stronger, yet he still couldn't kill me, only seal me. I will tear him apart. Despite infusing more power into the sword, he still felt it hard to hold out much longer. I risk activating the attribute. The attribute of Stone Mind nullifies the disadvantage of fear. Have to try to know. System notification, the Stormbringer item has absorbed the player's maximum mana. He blocked that terrible attack, but had to pay the price by coughing up blood. Looking up, he saw Noah almost finished with the energy relieved that the shield had formed. Noah replied, "Almost done the plan to destroy Paimon." Luna is trying to hold Paimon back, making him worried. "Damn it, wake up quickly. I've reached my limit too, Marine." Even though she's just a side character in the game, a character destined to die and disappear, I still don't want her to die. No saying I want that is really ridiculous. The system keeps warning your body has no mana left, warning energy is being metabolized. Lifespan is rapidly decreasing. He moves forward with thoughts filling his heart. She deserves to live. She has the right to fight for her life. So using all his remaining strength, he focused all his power to attack Paimon and shouted, "Please wake up quickly, Marine." In a strange place, Marine lay surrounded by cold-eyed scientists, thinking as he opened his eyes at birth. The first air she breathed was not fresh at all, but filled with a strong chemical smell alongside a row of lenses, lined up like soulless eyes, watching every movement, and the sight of the lab equipment alone was enough to anger anyone. Then the children were turned into test subjects right before their eyes, with hollow stares and lifeless bodies, as consciousness was forcefully crammed into their heads like needles piercing the mind. And before fully understanding the amount of consciousness and the source language that had been taught, Marine realized one thing. The chemical tank began to react. She began to step out. This research institute was her origin, with cold white walls surrounding it, and it was also where she had to prove her own worth in despair. Because that is the only way she can survive in this cruel world, she is having a device implanted in her brain, surrounded by a bunch of people holding syringes waiting. In the suffocating space of the closed room with faint neon lights, she is lying down when a voice calls out H-210. "Can you hear me? H-210, that is the name given to her." Yes, Marine immediately sat up upon hearing the command. Then she had to follow other researchers for reasons Marine didn't quite understand. They led her to stand before a strange creature contained in a tank like one of the experimental subjects, aiming to recreate the power of ancient parasites. That's why Marine learned that many war orphans had become test subjects here. A researcher approached with cold eyes and said, "Hey, 210 people, try moving that block." So Marine always has to smile brightly and pretend to be the most useful among the soulless lies, so Marine tries to smile and follow their requests. Because she has to show everyone that she is the one who can best handle the Marine tribe blood in this body. Only then will the Marines not become those missing children. Then one day, with rare gentle sunlight, someone came to find her with a warm smile. Marine was sitting alone when suddenly a voice said, "Hello. From today, I Die, a research institute employee, will live with you." Then Marine started living with her in the cozy little room. Of course, she has no choice in this world. Like a cow being dragged to the slaughterhouse, she can only do what they tell her, the hollow eyes gradually appearing in Marine. Contrary to initial worries, Dad always gently asks in a soft voice, "The research institute is boring, you've worked hard. And you like anything?" Dad walks around asking many questions, surprising Marine. This special attention surprised Marine like a warm ray of sunshine touching her heart, gently running fingers through her hair, and asking, singing 2-to-1 sounds too stiff, calling it that is a bit strange. "My hair is blue like aquamarine. So can I be called Marine?" Marine didn't expect anything in this dark life because everyone saw her as a monkey in a zoo or just a worthless experiment. Gently adorning her fake hair with bright flowers startled Marine when she looked at herself in the mirror. But Dai was not like the others. She treated Marine like a real person with love and genuine care. During the joyful days playing in the colorful flower garden, both the dew on the plants and the tears on Marine mixed, making a pure smile bloom on her innocent face like the morning sunlight. She did not see Marine as a tool but as a person with a loving heart. And that night, under the starry sky, Marine wondered with innocent eyes why the thick seaweed was so good for her. Everyone said I was a monster because I was forced to accept the bloodline of the merfolk. I am a weapon destined to be taken to the battlefield and die, but after hearing this, I became calm. Moved by Marine's sincerity, I gently patted the girl's head with boundless affection and shared, "Since you have shared your secret, I will share mine too. Actually, my family was taken hostage, so I had to work here." Marine asked worriedly with a pained, deep look, "Do you want to see your family again?" "Of course." "Marine, if one day I leave you, would you want to see me again?" Marine tightly grasped the thick sleeve with her rough hands and whispered, "Will you leave me?" Like a silent answer in the quiet night, she leaned her head on the girl with deep love. "That's right, that's family." Marine still held the sleeve tightly and looked up slightly, asking, "So the shoes also consider me family?" Is that why you treat me well? That's right, and there's another reason I want to protect you, which made Marine ask, what is it? Because you're still small. That answer warmed Marine's heart, and she happily closed her eyes and lay down beside him. Children must be protected by adults, so you also have to know how to protect those younger than you. Okay, I remember. Then the two of them rested their heads on each other and slept living with her in peaceful days. Marine gradually felt everything becoming more stable with warm love. The power of the sea tribe gradually awakens as Marine trains to master her abilities, and while training and listening to stories, she wonders if she has ever felt happier than this despite her dark childhood. No, definitely not hearing those stories. Marine seemed to immerse herself in a beautiful life. And such happy times as usual in this tragic life will always be broken for very trivial reasons in a cruel world. Unexpectedly on a gloomy day, Marine and the crew were surrounded by strangers with cold eyes. After all, how much longer must I wait? I already said it to strengthen the royal power. We must have the strength of the merfolk. Dai tries to protect Marine with a fragile body. Don't call her a mermaid anymore. This child is named Marine. She is a human. Marine is trembling behind Dai, her hands tightly clenched under tears. But those guys kept putting pressure with ruthless expressions. No, those are just weapons, and weapons must be used in wartime like this. Wake Up the Tool then grabbed Marine's hand, forcing her to show her face. When the rope resists with all its remaining strength, don't do that. One of them shouted wildly, "Shut up," then slapped her hard across the face. Remove the ropes. Because she violated the royal military law, deal with her immediately. She was slapped and thrown out but still endured the pain to approach Marine. Marine painfully struggles towards the rope with tears falling while those others quickly order to pull it away. The rope continues to struggle, desperately letting go, as Marine also tries her best with a piercing scream, "Stop it." Suddenly Marine broke free from the encirclement and shouted with furious orange eyes, stopping. Immediately a soldier drew his sword and sneered crazily, "Ha, a weapon yet controlled by personal feelings. So how about this?" Before Marine in utter terror, the rope was cut with a bloody slash. If you are a tool, then act like a tool. Remember, if not next time, it will be the right hand gripping my arm tightly, her face suppressing the pain. Marine couldn't hold back the anger that flared up like a fire even if it wasn't me. What about her? We're all human, so why treat each other like this? But to them, she had no character to utter those words, so they immediately rejected them, that kind of weapon, like a person without the right to interrogate me, just obediently follow along. Those cruel words seemed to touch the final limit of Marine in despair. No. You are the true weapon, a colossal power erupting like a tsunami, surrounding the girl with a terrifying bright blue light. Day tries to hold back tears, Marine don't. But Marine can no longer control herself in her rage, her eyes blazing. And it shot its power straight forward, like a fateful arrow tearing through the night sky. After the powerful arrow shot, the surroundings became desolate, like a ruined battlefield, debris scattered everywhere, and the wind stirred up a dusty haze. Marine gradually woke up after unleashing that terrifying power, her eyes still confused as she looked around the unfamiliar scene. In the silent space, a figure approached, calling the name H210, making Marine anxious. Luna slowly approached, her warm voice, sounding according to the report, "It seems that is her name. I am Luna, captain of Lunatic." Those words made Marine even more confused. She exclaimed, "Who is she? Where is the laboratory?" and more. Then suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly asked loudly, Sister Guille, how is she? She was a girl with brown hair who took care of me." Luna gently replied, "Guille is dead." Those words were like a knife tearing through Marine's heart. Unable to believe her own ears, she stammered, She is dead." Luna nodded slightly, "Yes, and there is one thing to clarify here. The one who killed her was herself." Hearing those words, Marine panicked, her face darkened, as if sinking into endless darkness. She stepped back, trying to deny it. "No, it can't be." Luna stood still, calmly explaining that her current mission was to attack the Hoang laboratory, where children were captured and experimented on, but everything ended before we arrived. In the breeze, Luna recalled the moment before they met, when Guille begged, "Please help me take her with you." Luna bent down and asked drunkenly if she was dizzy, because of the Great Sea Tribe's power. Guille hurriedly protected Marine, saying it wasn't her fault. She was just a child taken by adults for experiments. "Take her with you, and let her live a life like everyone else. She did nothing wrong, she never killed anyone." Luna looked at the scene before her, and confirmed that she had killed her, Guille, and the others. The Marine was horrified and silenced. "I killed Sister Guille. She died because of my attack. Yet I believed the power they gave me would save her. But in the end, I didn't save her at all. I became the terrible weapon they wanted." Seeing Marine hesitate, Luna spoke up, inviting her to join Lunatic, and Marine looked up in surprise, as Luna continued saying if she wanted to take revenge on the royal family who had caused her so much suffering. Sad memories linger in Marine's mind. Ilma and Sister Guille once told stories about them while reading fairy tales to me. Ilma always sneaks into the weak hearts of humans, offering sweet and harmful promises, but I have nowhere else to go. Even though I know that a heart full of hatred only drags me deeper into the mire, the suffering for Sister Gie pushed me onto this path. The decision has been made. Marine said, I will go with you. Let me join Lunatic. Luna stepped closer. From now on, call me Captain. Your skills are important at Lunatic. You are really talented if you learn to control your power even a little. I will immediately raise your rank. Deep down, Luna knew that even though that power and talent were not hers, she had to run to her, like a moth to a flame, then support her, because Luna was the one who saved me, and Sister Gie, the one I had killed. In the strong wind, Marine woke up to a voice saying, oh, hello. Marine was surprised. Who is she? Ayana von Sater. I just used the water missile, so I must have just experienced a train possession state. So how is she still alive? Ayana quickly explained. I understand if you are a bit confused. I used my ability to pin her down, so there's no need to worry about possession. Looking at Ayana, Marine suddenly realized that with the Sater family's traits, determination, and ability, she could stop her own madness, which is why Nock trusted her. Seeing no familiar face around, Marine asked, where is Nock? Ayana replied, he is fighting. Marine panicked, what, I have to go right now. She ran away, making Luna call out, wait, it's dangerous. Another voice sounded. Finally she woke up. Luna is still alive, and so is homeroom teacher Noah. Marine heard it. Lombard is worried that person is your captain, Luna. Reporting like this, newbie, you must still be alive. He replied, that's right, you understand the current situation, don't you? You're under the charm of Ayana von Sater, so aim your arrow at me. Marine was shocked and fell backward. What? You continue. Byman moves very fast. No matter how well you aim at him, he can easily dodge the attack. So when I put him in the right position, I want you to aim the arrow at me if you do that. Marine interrupted, newbie, why sacrifice yourself like that? He replied, I did not sacrifice myself at all. Marine still doesn't trust me, otherwise who would ask someone to attack them from behind? Just trust me, I won't die, he said while trying to fend off Byman's terrible sword. Marine kneels down to prepare. Can I trust what you say? He replies, yes. Right now I'm struggling to fend off Byman's terrible sword, but those words somehow lit a spark in Marine, making me feel a bit lighter. Just wait, my arrow will surely tear through his body. Byman stands proudly on the battlefield with cold eyes, exuding arrogance and undisguised contempt. If I regain my original strength, you guys won't even be able to touch my toes. It was a terrible sight in the void. A blazing sword streaked fiercely, emitting a terrifying bright light. He quickly realized the danger was near. Leon tried to dodge in time. The terrifying power of the strike caused cracks to appear in Noah's defense. Luck was still strong enough to prevent the sword from being released. Luna, worried, looked at his ragged and tired breath and anxiously approached to ask, if you're not a fool, you must know that the new soldier is arrogant. Noah's shield is also nearing its limit. Not only the shield, but the magic is also almost depleted. Noah is still trying his best to maintain the shield, causing his stamina to gradually weaken. The thing that can stop that flame can only do so once or twice at most. The plan you proudly mentioned, when will it actually be carried out? Determination is clear on his face as he tightly grips the sword in his hand. Just once. Break through that guy's barrier. The 3 layers of barriers were wrapped in high-level magic, gradually flying towards the 2 of them. His eyes carefully observed the opponent, constantly analyzing in his mind. And because of that, the attack was not too strong to the point that he could endure it. But if such a strong barrier cannot be broken, the plan becomes meaningless. Luna immediately picked up the sword to prepare for defense. Luna trusted him, her voice gentle, please make that plan work. Hoping it would be effective, she began to use her power to defend. The joyous roar fills the air. The foolish child has yet to experience this life. Han lunges at Luna, with terrifying power in hand. Not knowing one's place yet, acting all high and mighty, the surging power in that arm is rushing forward. Luna calmly unleashes her skill, head on the 3rd moonlight sword technique, the silver-white brilliance of the moon enveloping the blade, that pure power ready to tear everything apart, crescent moon slash. From behind the glaring red light that caught Baemung's attention, Han hurriedly raised his hand to block, but was too late. Luna's strength pierced through the defense. She intended to follow up with another strike to weaken her opponent, but was thrown back instead. Baemung smirked, not bad, but you still haven't reached me yet. You've only broken through the first barrier. Han was far too familiar with these cheap tricks, so he easily anticipated and defended against the next attack from the lowly insect-like race. Are you trying to get yourself killed? You shout loudly, it's now. Right at this moment, shoot, I know. The accumulated power has reached its peak, an arrow slicing through the wind with terrifying force. A slight smile appears on his lips. Die, who said I would die? Frowning as if activating the genius moment, skill his mind quickly operated. First, according to the setup, the arrow speed of the Sea Tribe was at least 400 kilometers per hour. When the bowstring is drawn on the roof, the distance is about 3 kilometers. Secondly, it takes at least 3 seconds to reach the target. Of course, I'm not a mathematician, and this isn't an exact calculation. I'm just betting everything on my intuition, the one who survived in this damn world 3 seconds, putting everything into my calculation. He quickly dodged Byman, only managed to see his flame pierced through by a strange power, then straight into his body, fresh blood spouting from his mouth. He looked and understood that indeed, that guy had also lost quite a lot of strength, continuously using skills that consume a lot of mana, so this is understandable. Byman struggled for a few hours and then felt proud. Finally, the last barrier could not be broken. The victory is mine. He sneered, who said it wasn't destroyed. Then quickly equipped the lunatic team member's Conqueror artifact. The Stormbringer artifact will drain the user's life to the limit. The special effect of the lunatic team member's Conquest is activated, increasing the player's attack power, and then the active skill to break the limit is triggered. This is a very strong enemy, and defeating it with a single strike will require sacrificing a large amount of life. Attention, the life force of enemies destroyed by breaking limits cannot be absorbed by the Singing Flame Ring. Do you want to activate the skill? Without hesitation, he smiled, and decisively activated, channeling all his power into a decisive/a dark aura, enveloping the tip of his sword. Byman still looked down on him, a worthless scum. No matter how much he struggled, nothing could be changed. Then he raised his sword to face directly. The two terrible powers clashed and countered each other. He gradually gained the upper hand, surprising Byman. What? Not missing the chance, he rushed forward and slashed twice at Byman. Sword Song First Form. The first strike of the sword path. The sharp blade severed his head and sliced straight down, splitting Byman in two and leaving him stunned as his body was cleaved in half. Han gasped in despair. No, it can't be, I just woke up. Just rest like a resting person. Then gradually fade into nothingness. He slowly stood up, his body so exhausted from the battle that he could barely hold his sword. The player's life had significantly decreased. The equipment on him gradually vanished in the sunlight, slowly turning into smoke. Otherwise, you will be exhausted and collapse. Attention, the player's lifespan is less than 30 days, so he was unconscious after a fierce battle. In the silent aftermath, Marine stood there with eyes still full of shock. Is this the power of an ordinary student? Before her eyes, Byman had completely disappeared, leaving behind a strangely peaceful scene that made her thoughtful. Hui Luna himself said how fast his arrow was. Her eyes flashed with suspicion, but he dodged it at this distance. She went silent with the thought that it might even be possible with human reflexes later. Under the pale sunlight, the rookie lay motionless on the ground. After being completely exhausted, Marine smiled softly. It seemed an incredible talent had joined as her junior. Her gaze deepened, perhaps even surpassing Hui Luna, no, maybe even von Reinhardt, his father. She tilted her head thoughtfully, wondering why such an incredible talent would hide. The image of him in class appeared in Marine's mind as she continued to ponder. Perhaps he thought his quick talent could cause trouble at some point, so he hid himself behind the facade of a troublemaker. She nodded slightly as if she understood something. Being too close to the servant was probably part of it. Now I understand. A faint smile appeared on her lips. A rookie, annoyingly handsome, and also clever. Her eyes flashed with determination, but it seemed only possible with Hui Luna and the new soldiers. Her voice lowered enough to bring down Esteban von Aheim, the foolish emperor. She whispered coldly, of course his daughter Penelope had to die in the process. Noah stood silently staring at the place where Paimon had just disappeared. Only a thin wisp of smoke remained, gradually fading into a condensed mineral stone. Luna suddenly realized something. So that was the reason why she and Noah let the great demon Paimon stay awake. She looked down at the ground with a cold gaze, aiming to destroy the magic stones. Luna asked in a deep voice, "Is that right?" Miss On's eyes showed suspicion. Thinking back, it was indeed strange why she who had suffered the most from the demons let Paimon wake up. If it was simply for revenge, wasn't that a bit reckless? Noah smiled slightly. I did consider revenge, but unfortunately my abilities couldn't reach that level. That's all there is, kid. Luna pondered for a moment, then replied, I understand. She looked up at Noah with a determined gaze, but next time I hope there will be an explanation. Noah replied gently, Hey, that's great. Luna took the opportunity to warn Noah von Trinity that next time they meet, she would need to fully recover her strength, as she also knew stronger enemies were coming. Before I could finish, Noah interrupted, Don't worry, I will take good care of this child. Everything is done. Luna has no reason to stay longer. Sorry, I will leave now. Noah watched Luna's figure fade away with a gentle smile, then turned to his student and said, Thank you, student. In the silent space, the white leaves above slowly shattered, then all vanished into nothingness. Not long after, hurried footsteps approached as the rescue team arrived. No, Principal Noah, are you okay? What exactly happened with the shattered mana seal stone in the museum basement? Noah chuckled and dodged the question, saying it was just a coincidence. Ross shook his head in disbelief. How could this be a coincidence? Ross was startled when he saw his motionless body lying on the ground. My student, Knock, wake up. While the crowd was busy cleaning up the scene, Noah continued to be questioned about the incident, but despite being weakened, it seemed the principal had dealt with Paimon himself. Noah only responded with a mysterious empty smile, not knowing. Van realized something. It's a lie. That expression means she will never tell us. The two of them stood there hesitating. How should we report this situation to the royal family? Ross and Van looked at each other and started pushing responsibility, saying, "You find a way, why me? You do it." Noah left with a thoughtful expression, unable to understand how the sealed mana stone could have broken for no reason. Noah's eyes turned cold, so they were behind it just as expected. Noah clenched his hand tightly as he thought of the royal family. Her face darkened, which meant they were definitely here. Her eyes scanned around with fury. Those filthy demon believers dared to defile her territory. In the medical room, the atmosphere was tense, as he still hadn't woken up. He won't die, right? He's been unconscious for 3 days. Talia anxiously spoke up, saying, "It's no good, I have to contact father and get the radiant elixir." DGC hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, Miss Talia, just observe for now." Leon shook his head and sighed. Really, why is he rushing in like a moth to a flame? Leon spoke up in defense. "Don't say that, there must be a reason why he did that." Talia stood up abruptly. "That's not good, I have to go myself." DGC hurriedly stopped her. "Miss Talia, wait." In the quiet room he had woken up, but the noisy sounds outside made him more tired. This was the first time he was afraid to wake up. He glanced down at his body. His recovery was unbelievably fast. The system notified him that the blessing of the moon and the blessing of frost had been bestowed upon the player's body. He sighed, looking up at the foot of the house with these two blessings. He had no choice. He pondered the academy seemed to outwardly side with the emperor. He slightly raised his eyebrows, a trainee belonging to an organization, a criminal in a place like this. He looked out the window, perhaps Noah was treating him to gather information. He decided that no matter what, he needed to pretend to sleep here and stall for as long as possible. He stealthily slipped through the window at dusk. He suddenly fell asleep unintentionally. He thought to himself, "Did I fall asleep?" He let out a soft breath. It seemed like peace had finally come. The familiar figure of Eleanor suddenly appeared beside the bed, and I knew right away you were awake. He sighed helplessly. "Hey, what's going on, Eleanor? So late like this?" Eleanor didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the main point. "I'm just asking you one thing. The guy named Sen, we met at Mekong. What exactly is your relationship with him?" His breath became ragged upon hearing that question, his body tense as he tried to stay calm. Eleanor looked at him with piercing eyes and whispered, "Do you know that?" Eleanor's voice echoed in the silent space. Whenever he lied, his pupils slightly contracted and his hands trembled a bit. She gently continued, but his tone was as smooth as flowing water, making it hard for others to doubt him. A wave of unease rose within him as he thought, "Damn it." Disappointment crept into his mind when he realized that fooling Eleanor's acting genius with his own acting genius still wasn't enough. Determination was clear in his eyes as he thought, unable to accept that things would stay this way forever. At this point, I must find the true purpose hidden behind it. He slowly spoke. "Sen and I have a connection." Eleanor quickly responded. "Is it blood relation?" Her eyes stopped on his face. The eyes strikingly similar, weren't they? Fear crept into his heart as he heard what Eleanor revealed, understanding that this was the secret seal the family had hidden in Lei Nyabo village. "I also heard they called such seals talent cages, like ancient shackles restraining extraordinary people, and Sen surely fell into the same case." A forced smile appeared on his lips as he replied, "The Lei Nyabo family, no matter how much they changed, could not have come to this point." Eleanor gazed into the distance thoughtfully. Actually, everything had been strange from the very beginning. She sighed softly. It seemed he never intended to hurt us. He looked straight into Eleanor's eyes. "So what does she want from Sen?" Eleanor answered without hesitation, "I want to say yes." Her eyes lit up as she continued, "Sen, that person really left a deep impression on me. I was about to pull him closer to me." "You realize Eleanor's main point. In short, she wants me to be a bridge, right?" Eleanor smiled and replied, "Yes, someone as capable as you is completely worthy." He gritted his teeth to suppress the rising emotions. She thought recruiting talent for the Lei Nyabo clan would be that easy. Before leaving, Eleanor gently instructed to convey to me that in 1 week, come to the Rivalin Trade Guild headquarters. She walks in the sunset. I will go ahead, hoping everything will be fine with you. Gigi went with him, speaking anxiously. "Theoda, you are really too reckless. I have warned you several times, but this time you have really gone too far." She continued, "Surely the head of the family will also remind the young master privately." He hurriedly stopped her. "Please don't report back to the clan. I don't want to cause any more trouble." GGG gently replied, "I have already sent the letter. This time there is no other way as a maid. I have the responsibility to report the whereabouts of the young master." He entered the room and slammed the door shut in anger. Tiredness spread across his face as he silently thought that maybe he should have lain down a little longer. In the quiet space, a hesitant voice suddenly spoke. The voice continued, "I think you already know, but if I, someone with the bloodline of the succubus, want to absorb dark magic." She paused for a moment and then continued, "There's only one way left. Sir, can you help me?" He thought to himself upon hearing those words the moment he had been waiting for had finally come. She had finally appeared. In his mind, thoughts of succubus creatures like her known as living nightmares that drain men's energy appeared. He reassured himself, but everyone misunderstood there was no such ridiculous scenario as they imagined. Inner Lunatic is an academy work suitable for all ages. He kept thinking there's no way he would do such things with succubus, so I can be somewhat relieved. After a moment of silence, he asked, "So, what do you need my help with?" Ayana hesitated and replied, "The thing is, could you hold my hand for a bit, just about 10 minutes? He looks at her with a scrutinizing gaze. That's not the issue. He asks more. That's all he needs, right? Ayana replied hesitantly, "Yes, that's pretty good." He looked at her curiously and asked, "Is there a reason why you followed me that day?" Ayana hesitated to answer, That is." She continued with a trembling voice, "Because you are also from the Dark Clan, I have a few things I want to know." She hesitated to continue recently. The Lord has also changed a lot before maybe. He looked at her sharply. What does she mean? Is she saying that he was not like this before? Ayana hurriedly bowed her head, sobbing, "I'm sorry about that." He took off his shirt and sat on the bed to regain some magic power. Iana softly replied, "Yes, yes." While being drained of magic power, he thought Iana von Seidel. He kept watching her expression seemed innocent and pure, unlike a succubus. He remembered knowing this because he had played this game quite a few times. Mr. Tham commented that this is another side of Iana that she has not yet shown. After some time, he planned to stand up exactly 10 minutes, no more. Suddenly, he couldn't pull his hand away, so he looked back, enjoying it. Before him, Ayana was breathing heavily with a strangely enchanted look in her eyes. He hurriedly stood up. Time was up already, so this is where it ends. Ayana suddenly grabbed his arm tightly and wouldn't let go. She may be shy, but I still think it's not enough. In my mind, information about Ayana appears: name Ayana von Seda, gender, female, age 15, race, succubus, demon main element, dark achievements. Information continues to appear: strengths, sharp, enchanting, innate charm, attractive genius, insensing, neutral mana, dual personality, weaknesses, shy and solitary. Stats displayed: stamina 7, magic power 9, luck 8, willpower 6, determination 26. Add information about skills, passive skills, pheromone attraction, active skills, blood-sucking bliss. The system suddenly warns in bright red the character is currently experiencing an abnormal state of 2 personalities, with a complete 180-degree change in personality. He was pushed down onto the bed, unable to escape, desperately thinking about Ayana's abnormal state 2 personalities. He continued to think in panic, damn it, right when he couldn't recover his magic power like this. Ayana provokes you to beg, calm down, Ayana, you will regret it. Ayana starts laughing with a charming look. Do you hate me, sir? That's strange. She continued with a captivating voice. I've never heard a man hate me before. Ayana moved closer. So let me give you a dream. What kind of person is your ideal type? He struggled. I told him to stop. Ayana, the seer, came closer. Just one kiss. Come here and hug me. Then you will feel better. Fortunately, Marine appeared just in time. This girl spoke harshly. Senpai is still busy handling the matter, and you're sneaking around flirting here. Ayana looked at Marine in shock. Who are you? Marine quickly created a water sphere and sprayed it straight at Ayana, causing her to stagger and fall unconscious. He looked at the scene, confused. What is going on? Marine explained calmly. I just transferred a little magic power. She won't get hurt or anything. Marine laughs happily while he stares at her. Marine looks back at him with eyes full of emotions, surprised to meet under these circumstances. He hurriedly put on his shirt and tried to explain, well, I don't really want to admit it, but this is a misunderstanding. Marine turned away and asked anxiously, are you okay now? He responded indifferently, as you can see I shared a bit of magic with her, but I'm still fine. His attitude made Marine uncomfortable. What kind of attitude is that? She continued in a reproachful tone, saying it was thanks to him that she survived last time, so He cut Marine off. All right, I only did it to save my own life, no need to thank me. You leaving made Marine angry and clench her teeth, but then she smiled for a moment before shouting. Your attitude is really a problem. Do you think seniors are easy to bully? I'm 2 years older than you. Hearing that, he also gave a slight smile before leaving. In the evening, at another place, 3 people sat together in a serious meeting. Someone asked, so according to what you said, Nock has defeated the demon. Is that true? Luna admits firmly, that's right. Rodwell is incredibly unbelievable. How could a skinless guy manage to do that? At this moment, with a bright smile and a strong aura, Rodwell was convinced that this would bring turmoil to the family. At midnight, Luna went to Theo von Reinhardt Ver's study. The atmosphere suddenly became very tense, thinking for a moment with a serious and cautious expression. Then said helplessly, I don't know either. Nock's thoughts are completely mysterious to me. Actually, that's not all. Dad Nock has some credible guesses, but it's best if he keeps them to himself. If I had to guess, it might be because of her mother's death. On that bloody night, Theo recalled the sea of fire, the flames that burned down the entire castle in the deep night, the fiery light flickered ashes flying everywhere, creating a striking yet tragic scene. Nock was there using innocent eyes to witness the massacre by the monsters and his mother being beheaded. Those innocent eyes froze as they witnessed the speeding scene, believing they had seen their mother sacrifice right before their eyes. After that it went mad and caused chaos, not letting anyone come near. He paused for a moment thinking about this, but now he could avenge his mother. He had done it himself. He smiled softly, thinking about this child who had grown up, no longer crying uselessly, but acting for his own purpose. Luna fell silent like a zealot, then clenched her teeth and gums to expose him, saying, "I think you are lying." The reason she didn't respond immediately when he spoke ambiguously was because she was still curious following. "I don't understand your intention." She glanced at the dangerous man before her, a power that could only be inherited by those bearing the Den Hafer family bloodline, embodying darkness, with eyes both mysterious and sinister. The image of Nock, appearing in agonizing torment, reminded her that it could only be triggered when a person was pushed below their limit of suffering. Luna's expression became serious and calculating. Now that the rookie had joined the lunatic organization, he would be safe. She told herself with great determination that he had completely escaped his control now. "I can't let that happen anymore," so I sat silently, deeply thinking about something. Suddenly he spoke up, and her sensitivity was normal. She responded with a bitter smile and an unrelated logical statement that parents must always understand their children. But even now, he stubbornly argued using the reasoning of a good father, which made her feel ridiculous. She questioned, since when has the saintly father been warm? Luna angrily reminded his eldest son had joined the royal faction. She even emphasized every word, saying that he had gone to the demon realm to attack their enemies. He did not respond immediately, but went along with her words, saying this was a heartfelt conversation among the people of the country. The continent would soon be swept by a bloody storm. Not wanting to stay and listen to his rant, Luna turned and left. Before leaving, she kindly reminded von Reinhardt not to forget his promise. Her tone was strong and threatening, saying that even if it was his son or anyone else, she would kill him if he interfered with her plan. Luna glanced over as a reminder, "That's how the Lunatic Society works and part of our contract. So, set aside all personal feelings and focus only on the task at hand," letting the thick red smoke slowly fill the room. She then disappeared without a trace, leaving only the final warning echoing throughout the room, obscured by smoke blocking the view. After confirming she had left, Lee stood up, walked to the window latch, and looked into the distance, feeling resigned that everything was over. His eyes narrowed, glowing with a mysterious purple light, as he believed the fall of the Empire and the conquest of the 72 great demons would soon begin. Meanwhile, in another palace, the girl tried every way to persuade the man, simply saying, "I am attracted to you. This voice keeps ringing out, so please sign a contract with our rival in association. We will also ensure proper rewards." At this point, Elino slowly took a small sip of tea. Then she stood up abruptly, pushed the contract forward, and firmly said, "Let's make a deal." She stared at the other person, not seeing him respond. She softly called out. He lowered his head hesitantly, his face showing a hint of worry. "Sorry, but I still have family matters to attend to." Elino Zeri Valen grew more confident as she sipped her tea, and said, "Nock has told me about your family situation." A radiant aura suddenly emanated from her as she told Sen shocking news. "He allowed it, so don't worry." Sen turned her face away, thinking to herself, "Surely I defeated that demon bug tribe a bit early and got a bunch of resources." His face became sad and thoughtful, "But now she even wants me to work for the Rivalin Guild." Such a cowardly story, yet this young lady can say it with such confident lies. He hesitated and called, "Yes, Miss Elino." Seeing that you are still too formal and not suitable for discussing cooperation, she smiled and said, "Just call me Elino." He awkwardly refused. "I asked for permission, but I feel more comfortable calling her Miss Elino." What kind of person is so spoiled and stubborn? She stopped smiling, looked at him seriously, and thought he was similar to Nock in some ways. After deciding, she rubbed her neck uncomfortably, took a deep breath to persuade him, and if he refused the offered drink and wanted a penalty drink, instead she would comply. "I probably don't want to complicate things, but if I say this," Ilino's gaze suddenly sharpens like a knife, and his serious tone reveals that a branch family of Reinhardt Fur is involved in handling the dirty business in this kingdom. She looked at her reflection in the tea, and wondered if it was true that they had sent their members to infiltrate Eladin Academy for a secret mission. "What do you think will happen when Principal Noah finds out?" She hinted with a smile, while her eyes looked at him sharply, as if he couldn't be at peace if he kept refusing. Although not directly threatening, it was like telling him he was doomed. Sen was silent for a long time, unexpectedly wanting to push herself to the limit. He replied straightforwardly, "I thought Miss Elino was not the type to exploit others' weaknesses." She calmly sipped her tea, refuting his prejudiced view. "I am a merchant, I have no reason to be kind." Mr. Yen clenched his teeth and hesitated, asking, "So what should I do?" She set the teacup down and got straight to the point, "Sign it." Ilino placed his hand on the contract, her beautiful face, convincing him, "Aren't you going to work with me on this quiet late night outside the palace?" Sen tightly clenched his face and wandered along the lakeside. Seeing it lying in his hand, he muttered the changing face of the fairy flower. His face showed hesitation. He felt this item was truly precious, a dominant creation only obtainable near the end. He stared at it as if he could find a hidden answer within this valuable object. It's surprising that Ilino both hit and comforted, after assaulting someone thoroughly, then gently persuaded him, and gave this precious meeting gift a token of sincerity for respecting me. Her serious face showed it was both my gift and your contract fee. Her exact words were like that, of course. He also knew its endless uses, an overwhelmingly powerful item with many layers of advanced magic. He looked at the pendant, emitting a dazzling spiritual energy that captivated the heart. He could see both its benefits and drawbacks. It was truly good. But there is magic used to track attached to this item, which is not good, but looking back it seems Ilino really wants to cooperate with me. However, this also brings considerable trouble, the bald man pondered after putting the necklace on. Inside the magnificent and splendid Uyanga Palace, with a light but nutritious breakfast, comparable to a fine restaurant, Ilino still sat there with a reserved demeanor. Suddenly, a sarcastic voice came from behind, seemingly quite fond of this friend, and she glanced in the direction of the sound. Rick arrogantly commented on the owner. "This is the first time I've seen Miss Dixon invite someone over to recruit." She didn't care what he asked or wanted to do, only asked back a question as a warning. "Since when can someone have an opinion on what I do?" The alarm bell rang, knowing I was no match for Rick. I hurriedly explained, how could I dare oppose her? He forced a smile and added, "Don't worry, you know I'm not stupid." She glared at him with hatred, daring him to stay silent. Deep down suspicion that had long been building arose. Rick seemed to be acting strangely. Maybe it started after the demon payment was dealt with by Principal Noah. Her eyes suddenly showed worry. "It's too early to say, but I have a bad feeling." Before he left, suddenly she said, "One should be careful." Eleanor laughed happily, unhesitatingly reminding that any decision one makes from now on will affect their life. He smiled softly when he heard her say that, then smiled like a obedient servant listening to his master. "I will remember, President, after finishing matters with you." He stepped away. This trip has brought him a great harvest. Rick thought indeed I was right. Eleanor's sharp eyes and anxious face silently thought. Nach von Seehaber, he is a dangerous individual. Rick is calculating the pros and cons as he walks. I need to deal with him quickly. It would also be good to take care of that stupid prince while I'm at it. He is very determined with extraordinary willpower, believing that Nach, whatever his goal is. This time things will not go as he wishes because of him. Rick laughed maniacally as he thought. He paused for a moment, then continued about to die. Thinking so, he gave a sly smile, pleased with the plan he had devised in his mind while walking as usual, without a trace, aiming at the target Nach.